So hungry, how can I be this hungry? Didn't I just eat until I was full before falling asleep? Sui opened his eyes, glanced around, and then instantly froze. He found that there were corpses and blood about to coagulate all around him, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of rot and blood. Is this the end of the world? Woke up to find the whole world had undergone a catastrophe. Sui originally felt like vomiting, but his body had no reaction at all, as if it had gone numb. Ding, Apocalypse Survival System activated successfully, soul fusion in progress. As a voice sounded in his mind, Sui immediately lost consciousness. When he woke up, he realized that he had traveled to another time and space. In this time and space, a global catastrophe occurred 7 days ago, entering an apocalyptic era. Because the global catastrophe happened around 7 or 8 o'clock on Saturday night, he was doing cleaning work study in the second-floor cafeteria of the school at that time, and together with several classmates and cafeteria workers, they hid in the kitchen to survive the initial disaster, so he was not bitten to death by the infected. But with the food running out, everyone had to go out together to look for food. Unfortunately, before they even left the cafeteria, they were suddenly attacked by infected individuals and were all bitten to death. Sui was reborn because he traveled through time, otherwise, he would have been just another corpse. Looking at the bodies scattered on the ground, Sui's breathing involuntarily grew heavier. This has truly become a world where people eat people. No food, no water, no weapons, no shelter, it's too hard to survive. Fortunately, I obtained a system. He can check in anywhere, and after checking in, he will receive various rewards. The system introduction says that the rewards obtained are directly related to the check-in location. In addition, he can also earn survival points, which can be used to upgrade his own items. This means that not only can he stay alive, but he can also live exceptionally well, becoming the best-off person in the apocalypse. Who else could possibly live better than himself? Thinking of this, Sui involuntarily rubbed his already sunken stomach. Solving the current hunger is the top priority. System, check-in. Sui silently recited in his heart. Ding, check-in successful, received 1 portion of food. Survival points +2. At the moment he heard the system prompt, Sui saw a tray appear in front of him. Just like the food he used to get from the cafeteria before the apocalypse, there was both meat and vegetables, along with fragrant rice and a bowl of meat soup. Hungry Sui quickly grabbed it and then leaned in to take a bite of the rice directly. Because he was really too hungry. Walking while eating, Sui came to the sterilizer, took out a pair of chopsticks, and then quickly shoveled rice into his mouth. From time to time, Sui would hear some screams coming from afar. Obviously, some survivors were found and bitten to death by the infected. The infected in this world are somewhat like zombies, turning into walking corpses, but they are also somewhat different from zombies. First, the appearance of the infected degenerates, similar to that of apes. Secondly, the infected only eat the hearts and brains of normal humans, they do not eat other parts. Moreover, not all humans who are bitten or scratched by the infected will turn into infected, only about 20% of people will transform into infected. The number of infected people accounts for 60% of the total population before the disaster. Now, outside is already the domain of the infected, the survivors can only struggle to survive. To live well, is Sui's most basic wish at the moment. Only by living do you have the right to pursue other things. Quickly finished all the food on the plate, even licking the plate clean. Because this body is really too hungry. Now, there is only one chance to sign in every day, I have to cherish it and not sign in casually. However, the system has started rewarding 3 sign-in opportunities, which is quite generous. Sui stood up. You can only sign in once at a place, the canteen hall can no longer be signed into. But the kitchen and storage room are other independent spaces, and both can be signed into. There were some words in the upper right corner of Sui's vision, so he took a look. 2, 1/10. Note, after completing 10 check-ins, the number of daily check-ins can increase. After reading, Sui couldn't help but ask, System, can survival points be used to enhance my combat power? No, survival points can only be used to upgrade items used in reality, such as weapons, materials, vehicles, shelters, and other physical objects. Sui nodded. With this upgrade feature, his chances of survival were even better. Outside, a scream was heard again. Sui walked to the place where his self had fallen, there were some scattered items there. He picked up a kitchen knife from the ground, intending to use it as his first weapon. Of course, just a kitchen knife is not enough. Fortunately, he can use survival points to upgrade this kitchen knife. With a thought, a line of text appeared on the kitchen knife. Upgrade. Sui did not hesitate and upgraded immediately. Without a weapon, Sui really felt uneasy, even though he had never used a machete to deal with anything before, having a weapon just made him feel more secure. Ding, upgrade successful. Sui found that the kitchen knife in his hand instantly turned into a 40-centimeter long machete, looking very sharp. System Black technology is just powerful, it works even like this. Taking a deep breath, Sui gained more confidence. If you still can't survive after having the system, then it really is trash. We can't stay here too long. Although no infected have appeared now, it doesn't mean they won't reappear. The 4th floor is the fitness center. I'll go there to check in first, maybe I can get something that will enhance my physical strength. Maybe there are survivors on the 4th floor. Before I have enough strength, it's better to find some strong people to band together for warmth. Sui quickly picked up a mask and put it on his face. Because no one had dealt with the corpses, they emitted a nauseating stench. His body has been in such an environment for 7 days and has already somewhat gotten used to the foul smell. But wearing a mask will reduce the stench somewhat. Sui carefully took steps and walked outside. After 7 days, humans have already summarized some characteristics of the infected. Infected individuals are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood and can detect it from a great distance. The infected have average sense of smell and hearing comparable to humans, but their vision is significantly weakened. The infected have a very strong bite force, like wild beasts. They have sharp claws that can easily tear apart survivors' bodies. Additionally, their strength has increased significantly. Fortunately, their speed has not improved, in fact, it has decreased somewhat. Lack of endurance, not suitable for long-distance running, explosive power is also average, but the strength is very strong, probably twice that of an ordinary human, and some might even be more than that. Humans can use their speed advantage to avoid attacks from the infected. The premise is that the number of infected is relatively small and they are not surrounded by them. So when he reached the door, Sui did not rush to go outside. Because the infected emit some slight ka-ka-ka sounds, this can be used to determine whether there are infected nearby. Leaning against the wall by the door, Sui listened for any sounds. Chapter 2, A Reward of a Body Enhancer. Just at that moment, Sui suddenly heard some sounds. It was not the voice of an infected person, obviously, someone was speaking in a lowered voice. At this moment, someone came down from upstairs, indirectly proving that there were no infected people upstairs, only some survivors. Sui immediately became happy, poked his head out, and whispered, "Hey, is there anyone upstairs?" "Yes, there is someone." Sui heard an excited voice, it was from a girl. "Then I'm coming up." Sui held the machete and immediately walked upstairs. Because there were corpses on the stairs, and the rotting corpse fluids were everywhere, one had to be very careful. If you slip, you might easily alert the infected who are like zombies. Turning the corner of the stairs, Sui saw a few people standing at the stairwell on the 3rd floor, holding some sticks and similar weapons, watching Sui warily. Sui quickly glanced over and counted a total of 6 people. 4 women and 2 men, none of whom he recognized. But Sui knew the identity of one of them, she was Lingyu, the famous wealthy and beautiful school flower of their school. However, at this moment, Lingyu's face was pale, looking malnourished, with sunken eye sockets. Obviously, during these 7 days, they had very little food. Of course, this is quite normal. The gym at most has some snacks, protein powder, milk, and the like, there is definitely no staple food. Unlike the kitchen where Sui and the others stayed before, there was rice, potatoes, and some vegetables, which allowed them to fill their stomachs during the first few days. "Are there any infected people in the cafeteria downstairs?" A boy saw Sui's appearance, which didn't look particularly hungry, and his eyes lit up involuntarily. "No, I just came out of the cafeteria," Sui said, continuing to walk upstairs. Those people did not stop Sui. "There's no food upstairs, it's useless for you to go up," Lingyu kindly reminded. "It's okay, I want to go up to take a look and have a shower." Saying that, Sui continued to go upstairs. "Wait, is there still food in the 2nd floor canteen?" another girl asked. "No, you can try looking for food in the 1st floor canteen." After saying that, Sui went straight up without wasting words with them. These people don't even have food, they look so hungry that they have no strength left, and there's no value in banding together with them. So Sui gave up the idea of banding together with them and placed his hope on checking in at the gym. Soon, Sui arrived at the gym. There were some equipment and corpses piled up at the entrance, definitely the work of those people just now. Sui slipped in from a place and entered the gym. Sui quickly glanced around, then silently recited in his mind. System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful, you have received a body enhancement potion. Survival points +3. Sui was overjoyed upon hearing that he had obtained a body enhancer. The body enhancer came at such a perfect time. This body was originally quite frail, which seriously affected survival in the apocalypse. System, use the body enhancer. In an instant, Sui felt countless warm currents surging through his body. After a while, he noticed some black impurities appearing on his skin. Sui felt his body become much lighter, sensing a great strength within him, and his hearing and vision seemed to have improved. Without rushing to test his own strength, Sui just wanted to take a shower at this moment. His body was sticky and it was too uncomfortable. He followed the sign and found the bathroom. Moreover, Sui found a set of clean sportswear in the pried open locker and went straight to take a shower. Not having showered for 7 days, combined with some impurities just expelled, made Sui unbearably smelly. After taking a comfortable hot shower, Sui changed into clean sportswear and slung an empty backpack over his shoulder. After coming out, Sui noticed that Lingyu had somehow returned to the gym without him realizing when. Something up. Sui felt that Lingyu was probably coming over specifically for him. Although Lingyu was very beautiful, giving people an urge to push her down, Sui had no such thoughts at this moment. Although he had just eaten a full meal, his body had been hungry for 2 days, and he still felt very hungry now. At this moment, any bit of food was more attractive than Lingyu. Do you have a way to take me away? There are also many snacks in my car, less than 150 meters from here, Lingyu directly stated her purpose. Sui squinted and glanced at Lingyu. Why me? Sui was very curious about why Lingyu would ask for his help. Could it be because he looks more handsome now? Because your physical condition looks good, you should have the strength to get the snacks. I only want 1/3, you can have the rest. Also, I can take you to find my aunt. She is in the special operations team, armed and with people, and has already established a shelter. I know the location, Lingyu said very calmly. Sui became interested upon hearing Lingyu's words. The military did establish shelters, and on the first night of the apocalypse, they even received some text messages that announced the locations. But they were all surrounded by the infected and had no ability to leave. However, Sui knew that someone would definitely head to the shelters. Lingyu has a car, which is an opportunity. As long as the road isn't heavily congested, it is indeed possible to drive away. I can only take you alone, my ability is limited. Sui made the decision. The more people there are, the more variables there will be. Upon hearing Sui's words, Lingyu immediately frowned. After a while, she finally made up her mind, nodded, and agreed to Sui's request. She was not some saint. If she stayed, she would either starve to death or risk rushing out to find food. But those few people had been surviving on water alone for several days, so they had no strength to protect her. Sui was different, he looked much better, probably because he had just started starving. After all, he came out of the cafeteria, where there was definitely plenty of food. After Sui saw Lingyu nod in agreement, he decisively said, no matter what happens, don't make a sound. If you make a sound, it will attract more infected. Don't worry, I know. I won't hold anyone back. Lingyu tightened her grip on the sharpened metal rod, her expression serious. What about them? Sui was still worried that the few people Lingyu was with earlier might cause trouble. They are looking for food in the canteen on the 2nd floor. Let's hurry downstairs. Lingyu knew there was definitely no food on the 2nd floor. If you can't even figure this out, what kind of sense of security can you have following someone like this? You might as well take a chance with Sui. Let's go. Sui didn't hesitate and went downstairs directly. Passing by the 2nd floor, Sui even heard them complaining. Then Sui directly walked towards the 1st floor, gripping the machete in his hand tightly. There might be infected people downstairs, so he had to act cautiously. Because there were corpses and body fluids on the stairs, they did not walk quickly. Ka ka ka. Sui heard a faint sound and his face changed. He turned his head and made a shushing gesture to Lingyu, then mouthed the words, there is an infected person. Lingyu's face turned pale, she gritted her teeth and nodded. At the same time, she tightened her grip on the metal rod in her hand. Go back. Sui didn't want to go back, there was no food left in this place, and staying would only lead to starvation. So, Sui decided to take a gamble. Taking a deep breath, Sui continued walking forward. Soon, Sui saw an infected person. It was facing away from Su-yi, its body slightly swaying, without any other movements. Su-yi controlled his breathing, trying to keep his breath steady and not make too much noise. Then, he approached the infected person. Hunting the infected was a step he had to take. Otherwise, how could he survive in this apocalypse? Chapter 3. The road was blocked. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter, constantly getting closer. Su-yi raised his machete, gripped it with both hands, and then swung it at the back of the infected person's neck. A head was directly chopped off by Su-yi. Surprisingly, it wasn't very strenuous. Su-yi excitedly showed a slight smile. He knew this was the effect brought by that enhancer, and it was even better than he had expected. The infected did not fall down, their bodies just became stiff, still standing upright there. Su-yi quickly glanced around and did not see any other infected. Su-yi stepped back and beckoned to Ling Yu with a wave of his hand. Ling Yu hurried downstairs and then saw the body of the infected person whose head had been chopped off. Beheading is not an easy task. Ancient executioners were very strong men, and even they could not always sever a head with a single stroke. Su-yi did not look like a strong person, he appeared rather thin and weak. So, Ling Yu was very surprised. But there was no time to dwell on this now, Su-yi was already walking outside. There were 3 more flights of stairs below, and Ling Yu followed Su-yi downstairs. Ling Yu, wait for us. Sounds came from the window on the 2nd floor. Although he lowered his voice, Su-yi still frowned when he heard it. Hurry. Su-yi, worried about being dragged down, quickly urged Ling Yu. This way. Ling Yu started running, she didn't want to be killed by others either. It's the end of the world now, and she's not a savior, it's already good enough that she can survive. Su-yi quickly caught up with Ling Yu, after all, his stamina was better than Ling Yu's, who hadn't eaten for several days. They're coming down, hurry. Saying that, Su-yi directly grabbed Ling Yu's hand and ran towards the parking lot. A red Audi R8, Su-yi knew that was Ling Yu's car. Ling Yu had the keys and pressed the key as they were about to get close. The car made a sound, unlocking itself. Just drive away, Su-yi said to Ling Yu. Okay. Ling Yu knew Su-yi was worried that she might take those few people along. The two quickly got into the car, and Su-yi glanced back. Those people had already run downstairs and were running towards the car. Ling Yu successfully started the car without any problems. There is a car ahead with its door open, they will probably catch up, Ling Yu said as she reversed the car. Don't care, just go. Where are the snacks? Su-yi didn't want to be deceived. The box at the back, it's all potato chips inside, plus a box of milk and a box of other snacks. These were originally prepared by her to take back to the dormitory. Although Ling Yu is a local, she occasionally stays in the school's dormitory. Su-yi quickly climbed to the back, ready to open the box to check. Sense, the infected have found us and are running towards us. Ling Yu had just driven onto the road, her voice trembling. Give me your backpack, then charge straight ahead. They are already monsters, just knock them away. Su-yi opened the box and then saw a box of potato chips. Then, Su-yi opened another box as well. It was a box of bagged snacks, with all kinds of things inside. The last box was milk, and Su-yi also opened it. Then he took off his backpack, fastened the seatbelt, and started putting the milk and snacks into his backpack. That shelter Ling Yu mentioned, who knows if it has fallen. Even if it hasn't fallen, the armed forces they have must be very limited. The apocalypse came too suddenly, without any warning signs. No country could mount an effective counterattack. If there were any signs, they would have started clearing out the infected long ago, it wouldn't still be so quiet now. Additionally, Su-yi was also very worried about the road conditions, feeling that the car might not be able to reach that shelter. Therefore, they must always be prepared to abandon the car and flee for their lives. Do you know how to drive? Ling Yu pressed down on the accelerator, and the car suddenly sped up, rushing straight out. Su-yi couldn't help but have a thought, if he signed in while in the car, would he gain driving skills, or something else? Not yet, you drive, I'll feed you. Su-yi thought that Ling Yu might want to eat something besides just being scared. So, Su-yi stuffed the milk and chips into Ling Yu's backpack, then threw another box of snacks onto the front passenger seat. Holding a bottle of milk, Su-yi returned to the front, fastened his seatbelt, then opened the chips and grabbed some to feed Ling Yu. Ling Yu's driving skills were still pretty good, avoiding dozens of infected people ahead and driving towards the school gate. Su-yi took turns handing Ling Yu chips and milk. After a while, Su-yi saw through the rearview mirror that a silver-gray car was following them. However, the car was not driven very steadily. It seemed that the driver hadn't really learned how to drive and was forcing themselves to catch up. After all, they are all college students, and only a small portion of them actually have a driver's license. Not good, the road ahead is completely blocked. Ling Yu saw the situation ahead and couldn't help but change her expression drastically. Can we crash through? Sui glanced back. Infected people were already catching up from behind, only a few hundred meters away, and would be close soon. I'm afraid not. The airbags will probably deploy, and the impact might knock us unconscious. The risk is too high. Unless our chassis is very high. Movies and reality are two different things. I don't recommend crashing. We can take a detour or abandon the car and climb over. Hearing Ling Yu's explanation, Sui immediately made a decision. There is a dormitory building over here. It's possible that the survivors inside have blocked the road. Let's abandon the car and climb over. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Ling Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Because, the possibility he mentioned is very high. If not survivors, who would use 4 or 5 cars to completely block the road? Pull over, the car might still be useful, Suyi reminded, then lifted the backpack from the back. Hearing Suyi's words, Ling Yu immediately accelerated and parked the car on the side. Each took their backpack, and the two of them got off the car. Sui also took another box of snacks. These foods might become their life-saving provisions and could not be discarded lightly. I'll go up first. After Sui put on his backpack, he handed the box to Ling Yu. There were still quite a few miscellaneous items piled on the car blocking their way, making it not so easy to climb over. Stepping back a few meters, Sui accelerated and rushed forward, then directly leapt onto it. His jumping ability also improved, and he successfully climbed onto the roof of the car. Ling Yu reacted quickly and immediately handed the box to Sui. Then, Sui pulled Ling Yu up onto the roof of the car. Hurry, they might crash into us, Ling Yu warned, then jumped onto the roof of the car opposite. Sui closely followed behind, and the two quickly climbed over. After reaching the ground, the two of them ran forward. After running a distance, Sui and Ling Yu saw a group of infected people ahead. Boom! Behind, there was a loud crashing noise. Sui looked back. Those cars had not been pushed aside. What to do now? Ling Yu's teeth were chattering. Chapter 4, Sneaking into the girls' dormitory. Hurry up and rush, climb up that slope, the dormitory building is right above. If we climb from the drainage pipe to the second floor, we'll be saved. Sui looked at the infected and said calmly. Ling Yu clenched her silver teeth and took a step forward. Then, her hand was grabbed by Sui. Before, how could she possibly let a boy hold her hand like that? Now, she just wants to thank Sui for not abandoning her and still willing to drag her to escape. Although Sui looks very thin, his physical strength is really strong, and his running speed is also very fast. She no longer had the heart to care about what was going on with those people behind. The two of them started running wildly and soon reached the earthen slope that Sui had mentioned. At this moment, they were less than 5 meters away from the group of infected ahead. If they couldn't successfully climb the slope in one go, they would be caught by the infected. Once caught, the outcome would be the infected tearing out their hearts and smashing their heads. Thinking of this, Ling Yu shuddered with fear. However, her body was quickly dragged by Sui as he climbed up the earthen slope and arrived outside the dormitory building. Outside was an iron fence. Sui threw the box inside, and then began to climb over it. Ling Yu also started to climb. This iron fence was not high, only a little over 1 meter, originally just for show. So, Sui quickly climbed over it. The front is most likely already blocked off by the people inside the building. I plan to climb directly to the second floor. Sui said as he looked for a suitable spot. The windows on the first floor all have security bars, but starting from the second floor, they do not. As long as you climb to the second floor, you can enter the inside of the dormitory building. Ling Yu picked up the box and followed Sui. She has now abandoned all other thoughts and is determined to follow Sui. This cold boy wearing a mask is very strong, definitely the kind of person you can rely on. It is now the end of the world, everything from the past no longer exists. Being alive is the happiest thing. To survive in an apocalypse filled with monsters, one needs to have sufficiently strong combat power. This boy can cut off a monster's neck with a single slash, which easily surpasses 90% of people. Even if she has to trade her most precious possessions for shelter, she feels it is acceptable. Dying means losing everything and experiencing extreme pain. Ling Yu did not want to die, she wanted to live, even if life was a bit difficult. Go up from here, don't worry about the box for now. Saying that, Su-yi started climbing directly. Su-yi's speed was extremely fast because he was very strong. In less than 10 seconds, he successfully climbed to the second floor and jumped into the corridor. When Su-yi had climbed a certain distance, Lingyu inserted her metal rod horizontally at the backpack and followed Su-yi. But her physical strength is not good now, she only crawled a short distance. Hurry up, the iron fence is about to be pushed down. Su-yi glanced at it, then turned to check the situation in the dormitory. The door was closed, and no infected person came rushing out from inside. Only then did Su-yi lie down in the corridor and reach out his hand toward Lingyu. Lingyu had already climbed halfway up, and those infected had also pushed down part of the iron fence, rushing towards Lingyu. Don't panic, if you go up a little more, I can grab you, Su-yi said, glancing at the approaching infected, feeling a bit worried. Can they climb? If they can, then only dormitories with burglar-proof windows on the first floor are safe. Lingyu, using all the strength she had from nursing, moved up little by little. Mainly because she had been hungry for several days and was seriously lacking strength. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely be able to climb to the second floor quickly. After all, Lingyu is someone who exercises regularly and has much better physical fitness than the average girl. Got you. Su-yi grabbed Lingyu's backpack and lifted her up. With Su-yi's help, Lingyu felt much easier and quickly climbed to the second floor. After being dragged into the corridor by Su-yi, Lingyu collapsed directly onto the ground. Su-yi observed the infected below, seeing them only able to tilt their heads back and rage helplessly as they reached out, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If they can't climb walls, then for now, they are safe. It's temporarily safe. You eat something, I'll go check inside the dormitory. This is the girls' dormitory building. Girls generally like to eat snacks, so there might be some stored in the dormitory. Although Su-yi packed a backpack, these snacks won't last more than a few days. To survive, maintaining combat strength is the most basic requirement. To maintain combat strength, you have to eat enough at every meal. Food is the key to survival. Therefore, collecting food is very important. Carefully walking in, Su-yi quickly took a look around. This is a 4-person room. Su-yi climbed up the bunk ladder to take a glance, wanting to confirm whether anyone was living in this dormitory. None of the 4 beds in the dormitory were occupied, so Su-yi got down from the bed. At night, there was finally a bed available to sleep on. They have also come in and ran to the dormitory building opposite. Lingyu saw the movements of a few previous companions in the corridor and immediately reported to Su-yi. She knew that those people must hate her very much now. If she encounters those people again, they will definitely take revenge. Lingyu is still very clear about the evil in human nature. These days, if she hadn't been constantly pulling in other girls, she would have been played by those guys long ago. The apocalypse has arrived, and order has collapsed. Without any constraints, everyone's evil thoughts will be magnified. There used to be moral and legal constraints, but now there is nothing, so people have no scruples and dare to do anything. Just don't provoke us, Su-yi replied, then started looking for food. Lingyu was stuffing chips into her mouth while walking inside. At this time, Su-yi had already found a bag of steamed cakes. This is really good stuff, it will fill you up. In addition, Su-yi also found a few chocolate bars and some spicy strips. My name is Lingyu, what's your name? Lingyu asked curiously, taking the opportunity to introduce herself. Su-yi. Su-yi changed seats and began searching. So cold. Lingyu thought to herself, she was also a campus beauty, and her reputation at school was quite good, so why was she being disliked? However, seeing herself in the makeup mirror, she felt relieved. Not having a single full meal for 7 days, people are starving to the point of looking haggard, how could there be any charm left? To protect herself, she didn't take a shower for these 7 days, and her whole body smelled bad. Like this, it would be strange if she wasn't disliked. After coming to terms with it, Lingyu couldn't help but smile gently. Soon, all 4 spots were searched by 2 people. Su-yi found a pack of steamed cakes, 6 chocolate bars, half a jar of orange gummies, a pack of spicy strips, and a lonely group. Lingyu found 5 apples, a pack of seaweed, a box of chocolate pies, and a box of condoms. Chapter 5, I am from the Archery Club. The dormitory has already lost power, and these power banks are also out of charge, otherwise, I could still charge my phone and see if I can contact my aunt, Lingyu said as she stuffed the things she found into an empty backpack. Su-yi opened a wardrobe, preparing to see if there were any clothes he could wear. The temperature was starting to drop, and the clothes on Su-yi felt a bit thin. Some girls would bring their boyfriend's clothes back to hand wash them, so Sui wanted to try his luck. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Sui said, "My phone ran out of battery just 3 days ago, and there was no network or signal at all. I even tried using the phone's radio, but I didn't receive any signal." "Ha, instant noodles, I found a whole box of instant noodles." Sui saw a box of instant noodles in the cabinet and got excited. Earlier, he was still frustrated, clearly having seen mini cup instant noodle containers in the trash can, but couldn't find a single cup of instant noodles in the dormitory. It turned out they were placed in the cabinet. Ling Yu also opened the wardrobe and started searching again. However, after opening the remaining 3 cabinets, there was nothing else found. Even the men's clothes that Sui was looking forward to, he did not find. Ling Yu found some clothes that fit her size, then hugged them and headed towards the bathroom. Sui put away all his things and then walked to the dormitory door. He heard a noise coming from outside, it seemed like something had been knocked over. Sui pressed against the door to listen and then heard a ka-ka-ka sound. Obviously, there were infected people outside in the corridor, and it sounded like there were quite a few of them. Before figuring out the situation, Sui definitely will not go out. Staying in the dormitory is relatively safe, and there is also quite a bit of food. Holding on for 3 to 5 days is completely fine. Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Sui opened another drawer, inside which was a box containing a men's watch. It is estimated that the girl was preparing a gift for her boyfriend but hadn't had the chance to give it to him yet. Sui found that the watch had quite a few functions, so he wore it on his wrist and glanced at the time. 16:38 in the afternoon, it was not long before dark. Sui quickly glanced at the dormitory building, a curious expression appearing on his face. "I don't know, what would I get if I check in at the girls' dormitory? A beautiful girl? Or some feminine products?" Of course, Sui would not waste the chance to check in here. Check-in opportunities can be accumulated, and Sui definitely doesn't want to place his chances in a girl's dormitory or a place like that. Currently, the places he most wants to check in are the armed police unit, archery range, boxing gym, and fitness center, places that might help him improve his weapons and combat skills. However, he still can't go out for the time being and doesn't know if all the roads on campus have been blocked. Also, it seems the school has an archery club. Sui doesn't know much about it, so he plans to ask Ling Yu about it after she finishes showering. Maybe there are other martial arts clubs as well. Thinking of this, Sui had some ideas about his next move. He tore open a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and then walked toward the balcony. Usually, he rarely smoked on his own, he would only smoke a few when his roommates offered. However, in this world, the original owner of this body did not smoke. After lighting a cigarette, Sui noticed that some of the infected below had already dispersed. The remaining infected were half-crouched, turning their heads around as if sniffing something. Sui felt that they were probably sniffing the smell of blood. Involuntarily, Sui's expression changed. Women are creatures who bleed every month. So, coming to the girls' dormitory by myself really wasn't a wise choice, I still need to leave here as soon as possible. If there are more female survivors, this place will continuously attract infected to surround it. If there are too many infected, it would be impossible to leave even if you wanted to. Unless there is something that can neutralize the bloody smell. Otherwise, a woman's menstrual period would really be deadly, attracting a large number of infected to attack. After smoking a few cigarettes, Ling Yu finished showering and came out. There is a full-length mirror on the balcony. Ling Yu was wiping her hair with a towel while sizing up her reflection in the mirror. After taking a shower, she looked much more energetic, but her skin was in terrible condition. She noticed while showering that she had lost a lot of weight, several parts of her body had shrunk. "Do you know our school has an archery club?" Sui didn't turn around, he just flicked the cigarette in his hand. "Of course, I am the vice president of the archery club. Unfortunately, all my bows are at the club." Ling Yu flicked her long hair and continued wiping it with a towel. Sui was very surprised, he didn't expect Ling Yu to be the vice president of the archery club. Moreover, his predecessor didn't even know. Ling Yu is the school's queen of gossip, being the vice president of the archery club should be common knowledge. "Actually, I've only joined for half a month and haven't even played with the bow that many times." Ling Yu continued the topic herself. "Is the archery club far from here? Besides the archery club, does our school have any other martial arts clubs?" Sui used to be a manga otaku, only interested in 2D characters, so joining any school clubs didn't concern him much, and he knew very little about them. "Yes, they're all over by the gym, which is a bit of a distance from here. You want to get a bow?" Ling Yu thought that since Su Yi suddenly brought this up, he probably wanted to get a bow as a weapon. Indeed, the bow is a very good weapon, it can attack from a long distance and doesn't make much noise. Yes, ranged attacks are less risky than close combat. These infected move and react much slower than us. Su Yi naturally would not reveal that he had a system. Additionally, the bow does have many advantages. Like the crossbow guy in The Walking Dead, so cool. We are the traditional archery club, and the club president has a custom strong bow, which is definitely very effective for hunting infected people. Ling Yu was also persuaded by Su Yi and regretted even more that she hadn't put the bow in the trunk. Otherwise, she could be using it now. Alright, then let's try driving to the gym tomorrow. After saying that, Su Yi flicked away his cigarette butt. There are many other martial arts and sports clubs in the gym, and checking in at all of them will definitely bring a lot of benefits. Back in the room, Su Yi climbed straight onto the bed, ready to sleep. Ling Yu saw Su Yi lie down immediately and let out a sigh of relief. Originally, she thought Su Yi would ask her to do something. After drying her hair, Ling Yu went inside to get some food and took it to the balcony, hurriedly eating more while it was still light outside, so she could go to bed soon. There was no electricity, not even a bit of light at night, making it difficult to climb onto the bed. What if I touched the wrong thing and ended up climbing into Su Yi's bed? She was still very resistant to that kind of thing. Unless it was mutual affection. Chapter 6, The End Times Are Just This Dark. However, when the sky darkened, the moonlight poured into the dormitory through the glass door of the balcony. Ling Yu, hugging her knees, felt a bit more at ease after seeing this. Because of this, she could see whether Su Yi was making any moves. Alone in a room with a boy. She never thought about or accepted such a thing before. But who would have thought that she would sleep in the same dormitory room with a complete stranger under such circumstances? Even if the two were sleeping on beds diagonally opposite each other, it was already the farthest distance in the dormitory. She originally wanted to hold him like this while sleeping, so that if Su Yi came over and tried to make a move, she could at least react in some way. But seeing Su Yi sleeping soundly, she gradually gave up. If she didn't sleep now, it would be even more dangerous when Su Yi woke up in the middle of the night. So, she decisively lay down and covered herself with the quilt. I haven't slept in a bed for 7 days, haven't had a good night's sleep for a whole day, and within less than a minute of lying down, Ling Yu fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, it was already around 10 in the morning. Su Yi sat on the bed, holding a book and flipping through it. Ah, so comfortable, this sleep was really good. Ling Yu happily sat up and stretched lazily. Because the clothes she was wearing were relatively short, a section of her pale waist was exposed. Let's think about when we should go to the gym. Su Yi put down the book and glanced at Ling Yu. Although this place looks quite safe, Su Yi was very worried that the girls in the building might have their menstrual periods, which could lead to infected people gathering downstairs. Therefore, the earlier we leave, the safer it is. After arriving at the gym and completing the check-in, I could part ways with Ling Yu. It's very safe here, aren't you going to rest for 2 days? Ling Yu felt that her body hadn't recovered yet, and going to the gym with Su Yi at this time was very risky. Safe. Su Yi got out of bed and then continued, you should know that the infected are very sensitive to the smell of blood, right? This is the girls' dormitory, so there won't be a shortage of the smell of blood, right? Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu's expression immediately changed. She naturally understood what Su Yi was referring to. The menstrual period, a physiological cycle every mature woman has each month, lasting about a week. You won't abandon me, right? Ling Yu began to panic, because she couldn't change her physiological traits. It can be delayed, but there is no way to completely cut it off. Unless the uterus is removed. But right now, there are no such conditions. If there were, many women would be willing to do so in order to survive. Su Yi looked at Ling Yu and thought seriously for a moment. During this process, Ling Yu was almost in tears. Without Su Yi, she didn't know how she would survive. That's right, this dormitory is temporarily safe. But this is only temporary. The food she has is limited, at most she can hold out for a week before she runs out. Now it is impossible for any country to save them, the only thing they can do is save themselves. Without food, in the end she will have to risk climbing to other dormitories to collect food. However, she cannot guarantee that every dormitory is safe, or that every dormitory has food. I can. Ling Yu was about to say when Su Yi spoke up. Let's see how you perform. If you have enough strength, we can cooperate officially. Su Yi thought that a person's scent of blood should be able to be concealed. Ling Yu suddenly cried tears of joy and hurriedly said, I am not just a pretty face. I can box, I can shoot arrows, I can drive, and I can also cook. I can do anything. It is too difficult for a person to survive, and there is also the possibility of encountering other people, whom Ling Yu cannot trust. The apocalypse is over now, but who knows what crazy or perverse things others might do. It should be known that there are quite a few apocalypse-themed films and novels, although Ling Yu is not particularly interested, she has still watched some. The darkness of human nature is very frightening, and she does not want to repeatedly test other people's humanity. After spending a night with Su Yi, Ling Yu felt that Su Yi was a gentleman she could trust. After all, no one knows what tomorrow will bring. At times like this, doing something crazy is quite common. In the past, many men lusted after her body. Now, there are only more, and they are more direct and brutal. Help, help, someone is killing, help, save me. Suddenly, a cry for help came. Ah, no. Die, how dare you hide food from us behind our backs, you bitch, die. Grab her and throw her down to feed the monsters. This despicable person actually dared to hide food from us. No, no, please, I beg you, I can go to another dorm to find food, please don't throw me down, no. No need, we can just eat you. Bang. Ah. Hearing this, Ling Yu's back was drenched with sweat. They actually killed their own roommate. And they even want to eat her. How could they do such a thing? But, can she save others herself? Which dormitory are they in, and how to get there? After going there, does she have the ability to save the other person? If she manages to save them, what should be done next? Survive together with her. One idea after another popped up in her mind, but all were vetoed by Ling Yu. It's already good enough that she can stay alive, and yet she still thinks about saving others. Being so saintly, she will probably be abandoned by Su Yi, right? Thinking this, she glanced at Su Yi's expression. It's only the 7th day, and they're already thinking about eating people. How are they any different from the monsters outside? Su Yi muttered softly, then prepared to start organizing his things. The things that can be taken are very limited, so careful selection is necessary. He thought he could only carry one backpack, so as not to affect his running. If movement is restricted, the level of danger increases. Stop daydreaming, this is the apocalypse, don't have any unrealistic fantasies. If your heart isn't strong enough, there's no way to survive. Organize your things, try to bring as many useful items as possible. Carry one backpack directly, and you can put another backpack in your car. After saying this, Su Yi immediately started organizing his own backpack. Su Yi put the chocolate into his pocket, along with a pack of cigarettes. Other high-calorie foods were placed in the backpack, and he also packed some milk. The rest were all stuffed into the other backpack, filling it up completely. Ling Yu also started to organize, packing food into one bag, and some other supplies, such as sanitary pads, into another bag. After tidying up, Su Yi took a bottle of perfume from the table, preparing to conduct an experiment. If the result of this experiment satisfies him, it will be beneficial for future actions. Chapter 7, Can the bloody smell be eliminated? Su Yi found a pimple needle used by girls, pricked his own finger, then dripped the blood onto a piece of paper and threw it downward. As the paper ball was about to hit the ground, the infected below suddenly became excited. Obviously, they smelled the scent of fresh blood. Ling Yu was lying on the corridor watching the situation below, still unaware of what Su Yi was planning to do. Look, that infected is coming over too. The distance is more than 10 meters, right? It can still smell it. Ling Yu's face turned pale. Su Yi had only dripped 4 or 5 drops of blood, yet it could attract infected more than 10 meters away. Su Yi did not speak, he just silently looked down below. Blood can attract the infected, so naturally this can be used to lure the infected away, creating an opportunity to escape. It's not just a dozen meters, Ling Yu said as she saw several infected appear, her face turning even more grim. If she were outside and happened to be on her period, countless infected would swarm over her and tear her apart. Su Yi kept staring down below, observing the reactions of the infected. Time passed little by little, and the emotions of the infected below gradually calmed down from excitement. Su Yi glanced at the time, then calmly said, 18 minutes, the blood's attraction disappears. Moreover, this is only a few drops of blood, if the amount were larger, the effect would last longer. After speaking, Su Yi took out an acne needle again and then handed it to Ling Yu. Ling Yu took the needle and, without saying a word, pricked her own finger. Su Yi held the paper and had Ling Yu squeeze out some blood. Squeeze more, Su Yi said coldly. At the same time, a scream came from upstairs. They're coming in, it's all you, why did you smash that bitch to death, it caused a bloody smell, now they're coming in. What to do now, are we going to die here? I don't want to, I can't die, no. Climb over to the next room, quick, let's climb over to the next room, maybe there's still food there. How do you know the door next door is closed? What if there are man-eating monsters next door too? What are you shouting for? They won't come in. Our dormitory door is made of iron and very sturdy. Don't make noise. Carry the person into the bathroom and wash the blood clean. They won't bang on the door anymore. Sue felt that those people should be in the dormitories on the 3rd or 4th floor. The infected downstairs did not smell the blood, but many of the infected upstairs did. Sue heard some noises in the corridor outside, and there were also noises on the stairs. Obviously, they were attracted by the smell of blood and went upstairs. See, can we stop now? Lingyu glanced at Sue, there was already a lot of blood on the paper. Alright. Sue took a bead and placed it into the paper, then rolled the paper into a small pellet. Sue threw it towards another corner of the building, about 10 meters away. Soon, nearby infected individuals started approaching the blood-soaked paper ball. The infected beneath them also smelled the scent and immediately moved in that direction. They've been lured away, should we leave now? Lingyu glanced at the situation below and instantly felt happy. This place is terrifying, all the girls here have gone mad. Wait, don't rush, the experiment isn't finished yet. Sue still wanted to know if perfume could mask the smell of blood. This is also why Sue initially looked for perfume, to see if it could solve the problem of the bloody smell. After all, he couldn't avoid getting injured forever. To survive in the apocalypse, you have to make all kinds of preparations, including for when you get hurt. Sue said he hadn't finished the experiment, and Lingyu obediently closed her mouth. In the apocalypse, obedient women are generally more popular. Sue calculated the time, wanting to know how long that blood paper bundle could last this time. Hey, handsome, got anything to eat? A voice suddenly came from the 3rd floor. Sue looked up and saw a girl poking her head out. Anything to eat, I'll let you do whatever you want, for as long as you want. Just a little bit of food, just a tiny bit is enough, I'm really too hungry to bear it. Go, take out all the chips inside. Sue said to Lingyu. He didn't plan to take those chips with him because both his and Lingyu's backpacks were already full of other food. If they wanted to bring these chips, they would need another backpack. But that would affect their mobility and increase the risk, so it was better not to. Using this kind of non-takeaway food to help others, without taking any risks, Sue could still accept it. The other party was right next door on the 3rd floor, so Sue easily threw the chips upstairs, a total of 6 cans, all thrown up there. Thank you. If you want to mess with me, you can come anytime. Lu Ran, keep my word, the girl said gratefully, while opening the chips and stuffing them into her mouth. Lu Ran. Sue always felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Because she was very weak, her voice was actually not very loud. Sue did not respond to the other party, he had already done what he could. He didn't really intend to mess with the other person by giving those chips. 29 minutes, that's quite a long duration. Sue glanced at his watch and showed a slight expression of relief. I'll do the last experiment. You go cut the bedsheets and tie them together, we'll use the bedsheets to slide down later. Sue gave Lingyu a task, then pricked his own finger and began the final experiment. He squeezed some blood onto the paper, then sprayed perfume on it a few times. After spraying, Sue crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it toward an infected person not far away. The infected person kept sniffing but did not show any particular excitement. It works, it seems the perfume has a certain effect, I just don't know how long it can last, Sue muttered to himself. Sue continued to observe, after all, Lingyu also needed time to tie up the bedsheets. After 15 minutes, the infected person did not smell any blood, indicating that the blood scent was either masked or destroyed by the perfume's fragrance. With this, Sue felt much more at ease. At least, it can play a certain role. Currently, his conditions are limited, so he can only conduct such experiments. Hey, handsome, where are you guys going? Lu Ren asked curiously. Staying in the dormitory is so safe, yet this handsome guy actually wants to leave here. No comment. Sue did not want to reveal his purpose, even though this Lu Ran posed no threat. However, being cautious never leads to big mistakes. Thinking about it, making a mistake could very well be fatal. How could Sue possibly trust a stranger? Even with Lingyu, Sue couldn't fully trust her and remained cautious. Chapter 8, It's Impossible Without Cannon Fodder. Ling Yu tied 2 ropes, thinking this would be safer. Soon, Su-yi secured the 2 ropes on the railing, and after confirming they were firm, he threw the ropes down below. You go down first, be careful, then I'll throw the things down, and you catch them, Su-yi said as he put on his backpack. Let Ling Yu go down first so that she wouldn't be able to cut the ropes halfway. Although the distance from here to the ground is no more than 5 meters, it is very easy to slide down to the ground quickly. Su-yi still chose to be cautious and let Ling Yu go down first. Okay. Ling Yu did not hesitate and agreed immediately. She knew that Su-yi did not trust her. But she understood that the 2 of them had only met yesterday. Although they escaped danger together, with such little acquaintance, it was normal not to be trusted. She was different with Su-yi, from the beginning until now, she had accepted Su-yi's help. Therefore, she trusted Su-yi. Now, the infected below have been lured away, so the risk of going down is not very high. There really is a risk, but she can still climb back up. With Su-yi's help, she climbed out onto the balcony and decisively slid down. Although some noise was made, it did not attract any infected. After landing safely, Su-yi threw the backpack down. Ling Yu decisively caught it, the 2 of them still had great tacit understanding. After throwing down both backpacks, Su-yi decisively flipped out and landed on the ground. After reaching the ground, Su-yi pulled out the machete on his back and picked up the backpack on the ground. Then, the 2 of them climbed over the fence, prepared to return to the road below, and then drive to the gym. At this moment, the infected had already discovered them and surrounded them. Just then, the sound of iron basins being struck came from upstairs. Come on, you monsters, look here, look here. Lu Ran was banging on a stainless steel basin, shouting. The infected below were instantly attracted by her, looking up and giving up the chase after Su-yi and Ling Yu. Gymnasium. Su-yi suddenly said 3 words. Lu Ran's eyes lit up, knowing that Su-yi was telling her the destination. She just didn't quite understand, is the gymnasium a place worth going to? There is no food there either, what can be done there? Although the gymnasium is very large, how long can one survive without food? River, there is a river behind the gymnasium. Are they trying to leave the city via the river? That's right, it must be like that. Lu Ran felt that she understood Su-yi's purpose and immediately became happy. Once I regain my strength, I will leave from there too. Su-yi and Ling Yu had already disappeared from her sight, after all, her position was not high, and the trees blocked her view. Su-yi and Ling Yu had climbed onto the vehicles blocking the middle of the road, and there were no infected figures on the other side. Her car was still parked by the roadside and had not been damaged. The 2 of them got into the car smoothly and put all the things inside. Let's go to the gym, there probably aren't many people there. Su-yi took out a cigarette and lit it, then took a deep drag. Just now on the road, he had taken down another infected person, and it was a direct confrontation. So, he needed to smoke a cigarette to calm his nerves. At the same time, Su-yi realized that his machete was still a bit too short and needed to be upgraded. To upgrade to a 1.2 meter Tang Dao, 6 survival points are needed. Su-yi currently only has 3, so he can't upgrade yet. However, once he arrives at the gymnasium, he can check in. After completing the check-in, not only can he receive rewards, but he can also get survival points, allowing him to upgrade the machete to a Tang Dao. Today, he has 3 more chances to check in. As long as he arrives at the gymnasium, he can use all 3 check-in opportunities. Naturally, there will be enough survival points to upgrade the machete to a Tang sword. On the way, Ling Yu directly avoided some infected people. After about 20 minutes, their car drove straight to the entrance of the gymnasium building. Our archery club is on the 7th floor, but the door has been blocked by someone. Ling Yu glanced at the glass door of the gymnasium building. Behind the door were all kinds of clutter, clearly indicating there were survivors inside. Climb in from the back, I've done it before, it's not difficult. Just drive the car straight over there, it's even easier. Su-yi pointed in a direction. Soon, Ling Yu had driven the car around to the back of the building. The car got scratched badly, but she didn't care at all. After all, it's the apocalypse, who still cares about scratches on a car? Climbing onto the car roof, Su-yi threw his backpack inside, then climbed in. There were bloodstains on the floor of the hall, but no bodies were seen. Both of you, raise your hands, or we will have to shoot, a voice suddenly rang out. A group of people appeared in the corner of the hall, each holding a bow, watching Su-yi and Ling Yu warily. Wang Fong, you're quite bold to actually point a bow at me. Ling Yu suddenly scolded. Ling Yu. It really is you you're still alive, that's great. Put it down, everyone put down your bows. Wang Feng said happily as he ran over towards Ling Yu. First, find a way to join them, Su Yi said quietly. His goal was to check in. Once he completed the check-in, he would find a way to leave. These people didn't look like they had ever been hungry, they all seemed very energetic. The key point was that they were all men, there wasn't a single woman. Therefore, Su Yi was still very wary of these people. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu quickly responded, they seem off, I don't like them. The voice was very low, only Su Yi could hear it. Wang Feng, it's really great that you're okay. We have some food in our backpack, you can take it and share it. Ling Yu had a smile on her face, as if she was truly happy. Su Yi couldn't help but admire Ling Yu's acting skills, she acted too well. He couldn't help but wonder whether what she showed in front of him was real or just an act. Great, our food just ran out as well. This is. Wang Feng glanced at Su Yi, his eyes somewhat unfriendly. His name is Su Yi. He and I hid together in the third canteen. We barely managed to escape here. Outside are man-eating monsters, the more survivors there are, the better, so we have the strength to gather food, Ling Yu introduced Su Yi. Wang Feng fell into deep thought upon hearing Ling Yu's words. He had to admit that what Ling Yu said made a lot of sense. To survive, they definitely had to leave here to gather supplies. If one stayed here, in the end, they would inevitably face death. Only by collecting enough supplies is it possible to survive. To get out, you can't do without cannon fodder. This Su Yi looks very suitable to be used as cannon fodder. Chapter 9 The rewards are amazing. My stomach doesn't feel well, I want to go to the bathroom for a moment, Su Yi suddenly said. Yeah, take this brother with you, let's see what good food there is. Saying this, Wang Feng gave a boy a look. No need, I know the bathroom is on the second floor. Saying that, Su Yi held his stomach and ran towards the stairs. Wang Feng's face darkened, but Ling Yu was right beside him, so he didn't dare to lose his temper. Unless he was prepared to kill Su Yi outright. Thinking about making Su Yi a scapegoat, he still held back. In Wang Feng's view, the frail Su Yi was easy to control. If he wasn't obedient enough, he would be beaten until he was. If it really doesn't work, get him involved with a few women a few times, and naturally, he will be won over. Right now, all his thoughts are focused on Ling Yu. In the past, he was Ling Yu's sycophant, always chasing after her. But Ling Yu is not someone he can catch up to, and he knows that very well. But now it's different, now it's the end of the world. Personal strength is everything, as long as you have enough strength, you can do whatever you want and be with any kind of woman you want. The women they control, after being hungry for a few days, will obey even more than dogs if given just a little food, they can be played with however they want. He truly invested genuine feelings in Ling Yu. Therefore, he still hoped to gain Ling Yu's approval and make her fall deeply in love with him. Su Yi did not go to the second floor but ran straight up to the seventh floor. Su Yi did not encounter anyone on the stairs, so he reached the seventh floor very smoothly. After arriving on the seventh floor, Su Yi found the archery club. The door was not locked, Su Yi opened it directly and walked in. Is anyone here? Su Yi asked as he walked inside. Inside, it was divided into several areas, an office area, an area for storing bows and arrows, and an indoor shooting training room. The shelves and cabinets in the bow and arrow storage area were all empty. After seeing this, Su Yi headed straight to the shooting training room. System, sign in. Su Yimo muttered. Ding, sign in successful, received archery experience gift pack. Survival points +5. Indeed, gained archery. Su Yi happily showed a smile. When signing in, Su Yi guessed that he might get archery. But when he really got it, he was still very excited. Having this skill improved his survival ability. In addition, the survival points actually have 5 points, which is a bit more than he expected. Now, I should go sign in at the neighboring free fighting club. When he just arrived, Su Yi saw that next to the archery club was a free fighting club, and in another corner there was a fencing club. Su Yi also wanted to sign in there. When he walked out, Su Yi went back to the place where the bows were stored. This is also considered an independent space, and there is no mark indicating that the space has already been signed in, so this means Su Yi can sign in at this place. Should I sign in here? Su Yi felt that if he signed in at this place, he might get a bow. To be honest, he really wanted a bow. It's just that there are still those people downstairs. If Su Yi gets the bow, it is very likely that they will confiscate it from him. Unless he leaves here soon and ignores Ling Yu. System, sign in. Su-yi made his choice. Ding, sign in successful, gained 1 cubic meter of storage space. Survival points plus 20. Su-yi seriously suspected that he had misheard. Storage space. Did I actually obtain storage space? It really is a storage space, system, awesome. With a thought, Su-yi's chocolate in his pocket was stored into the storage space. This storage space does not limit the shape or size of the item stored, anything of any size or length can be put in, only the volume is calculated. The total volume must not exceed 1 cubic meter. It can be said that this storage space can be utilized to the maximum, with no waste at all. In reality, such a situation is impossible. It can only be said that the system is so powerful, so high-tech. This is awesome, having this makes things much more convenient. Su-yi was extremely happy. Although it's only 1 cubic meter, it's already very impressive. It's so big that it can already store the supplies of several backpacks. Additionally, Su-yi found that the more beneficial the obtained items were for survival, the more survival points he gained. Taking a few deep breaths, Su-yi calmed his emotions. When he walked to the office area, Su-yi saw a miniature handheld crossbow placed on a desk. A sudden inspiration struck, and Su-yi walked over to pick up the miniature figurine crossbow. Titanium alloy figurine, Ling Yu. Su-yi read aloud the laser-engraved words on the base of the stand. So, this was Ling Yu's desk. Su-yi also picked up 10 exquisitely crafted crossbow bolts, then loaded one onto the crossbow. Although this crossbow is very small, its function is no different from a real crossbow, and it can also shoot, with considerable power. I shot an arrow at the desk, and the thin arrow penetrated 2/3 into the desk. With a thought, a line of text appeared on the titanium alloy figurine crossbow. Su-yi immediately became excited, not expecting that it could actually be upgraded. Su-yi glanced at the upper right corner. 28. 1, 3/10. Just 2 more points, and he can upgrade the crossbow. Su-yi put the figurine crossbow into his own storage space, took out a cigarette and lit it, then walked out of the archery club. Free fighting versus fencing. Su-yi first chose fencing because it is more practical. As long as a sharp-edged sword is used, it is very practical whether dealing with humans or infected. So, Su-yi headed towards the fencing range. The door was also unlocked, and Su-yi walked straight in. The layout here was the same as the archery club. It started with an office, and Su-yi first searched around the office but did not find anything valuable. Then, he walked to the place where the swords and protective gear were stored. These were all foils, which had no practical value, so no one took them. Su-yi picked up a sword, then his mind moved. So, Su-yi tried to store it in his storage space. There aren't enough survival points now, it's not too late to upgrade when I have more. Then, Su-yi picked up a set of armor and took a look. Su-yi thought for a moment and stored 2 sets of clothes in his own storage space. Then, Su-yi headed towards the fencing training room, preparing to check in inside. But after pushing open the door, Su-yi saw some people huddled in the corner, not wearing a single piece of clothing. Without exception, they were all girls, each with bruises on their bodies, and the severely injured ones had no part of their bodies unscathed. Seeing Su-yi come in, all these girls were trembling, but they still forced some smiles on their faces. Obviously, they were all scared of being bullied. Su-yi did not expect those boys to be such beasts, and involuntarily thought of Ling Yu. If she stayed, her situation would probably be the same. No, because she is very beautiful, she would probably suffer even more bullying. Chapter 10, Don't expect others to save you. Su-yi's fists clicked as he clenched them, then slowly relaxed. Such things are probably happening in every corner of the world. If a woman does not resist on her own, then encountering such things will be very common. And after the first time, it will happen countless times. This is the cruel apocalypse. Besides the man-eating monsters outside, the people around you could also be demons. Although his body was strengthened, he also received an archery experience package. But there were more than a dozen of those scumbags, and Su-yi doesn't yet have the strength to take on more than a dozen people one-on-one. Moreover, even if he saved these girls, what difference would it make? Would they be able to survive? In addition, Su-yi had another doubt. What have the people in the gym been eating these 7 days? This is a gym, there is basically no food here, unlike dormitory buildings where many people like to stock up on snacks and instant noodles. They can survive on water for the first 2 or 3 days, but not eating anything for 7 days is definitely not their current state. They definitely eat something every day. So, what are they eating? Su Yi didn't dare to ask, afraid of hearing an answer that would scare him. System, check in. Closing his eyes, he silently recited in his heart. Ding, check-in successful, you have received a fencing experience gift pack. Survival points +5. After completing the check-in, Su Yi turned and left immediately. The check-in opportunities have been used up, he can only get one more chance to check in tomorrow. Save us, please, save us. A girl, seeing that Su Yi did not come to torment them but instead turned and left, immediately realized that Su Yi might not be part of that group and was just newly arrived. Su Yi stopped walking, turned his head to look at those girls, and said, it's already the end of the world. Besides saving yourselves, don't expect anyone else to save you. Why you, how can you be so heartless, not even having any sympathy? But, we are girls, how could we possibly beat those boys? Clearly, you are just as timid and cowardly as we are. Su Yi was speechless upon hearing some girls' words. He was very glad that he didn't save them. Even if he had saved them, they might have still blamed him for arriving too late and for not letting them eat enough. There were more than 20 girls in total. By joining hands and uniting as one, they couldn't say they had completely dealt with those scumbags, but at least they could avoid being bullied. Without a word, Su Yi left directly. Su Yi was sure that they didn't even have the courage to leave here. After leaving, Su Yi headed towards the stairway. He wanted to see what clubs were downstairs. It is the end of the world now, so the more abilities you can master, the better. The gym is still very safe at the moment, no infected have rushed in, so you can stay for a few days and check in at all the suitable places to get what you want. Just as Su Yi reached the 6th floor, he ran into Ling Yu and Wang Fong who were coming up. Su Yi, didn't you say you wanted to check out the archery club to see if you could practice archery? I'll take you there. This pink one is my bow, Ling Yu said happily, shaking the pink bow in her hand. Su Yi remembered that this bow was the one Wang Fong had been carrying on his back before. Unexpectedly, it was Ling Yu's bow. Wang Fong, have someone bring a light bow for Su Yi to try, and see if he has this talent. Saying this, Ling Yu glanced at Su Yi. She now only trusted Su Yi and naturally hoped that he could quickly master the traditional bow shooting skills. His machete has already been taken away by Wang Fong, and now Su Yi has no weapon. However, Ling Yu will find a way to get Su Yi's machete back. If possible, she hopes to leave this gym tonight and then find a way to go to her aunt's place with Su Yi. That place is the only safe one. After all, those infected outside can be killed, and apart from large-scale destructive weapons like missiles, there is nothing more effective than firearms. Mastering firearms means mastering safety. Wang Fong's expression changed, he didn't like Su Yi, and he especially didn't want Su Yi to master shooting skills. But at this moment, he didn't want to anger Ling Yu. Jun, your bow is the lightest. Give it to the new brother to try, and teach him how to shoot. We'll go to the yoga club on the 6th floor. The 7th floor is full of women, and Wang Fong doesn't want Ling Yu to find out. Alright, then you guys go ahead, Ling Yu agreed immediately, but she felt even more that something was going on with the 7th floor. After all, she still had an office in the archery club, yet Wang Fong actually wanted her to go to the judo club. Then I'll trouble you. Su Yi smiled slightly and made a gesture inviting him in. Yi Junbin expressionlessly led Su Yi upstairs, heading towards the archery club. Upon entering the archery club, Yi Junbin did not notice anything unusual. Because whatever the archery club could take, they had already taken. Since we are all alumni, I advise you, that Ling Yu is our boss's woman, so don't have unrealistic fantasies. Su Yi was slightly stunned, then said, I understand, and right now, staying alive is the most important thing. Good that you know. Come and try, see if you have a talent for archery. Saying this, Yi Junbin handed the bow to Su Yi. He didn't even demonstrate, just stood silently behind Su Yi. Su Yi acted for more than 10 minutes, expressing that he really had no talent, and then followed Yi Junbin back downstairs. Taking this opportunity, Su Yi took a look around the clubs on the 6th floor. Except for Taekwondo, the others were dance, fine arts, photography, yoga, and the like, which held no value for Su Yi. So, at present, Su Yi feels that the only ones still somewhat valuable are free fighting and Taekwondo. Without a traditional martial arts association, Su Yi felt very frustrated. How is it, can you shoot accurately? As soon as she joined the yoga association, Ling Yu hurriedly asked Su Yi about the situation. Not at all, he has no talent whatsoever. After shooting for so long, he hasn't hit the target even once, and his hand is a bit strained. Yi Junbin spoke first, not giving Su Yi a chance to respond. What a pity, it seems you're still better suited to using a machete. I'll give this machete back to you. Wang Fong pretended to be regretful as he handed the machete to Su Yi, then patted him on the shoulder. Thank you, Brother Wang. Su Yi happily took his machete. Come on, I'll take you to rest. I just discussed with Yue, tomorrow we will go out to gather supplies, we can't keep hiding in the gym like this. Saying that, Wang Fong hugged Su Yi and took him out. It was obvious that Wang Fong wanted to separate Su Yi and Ling Yu, not letting them stay together. Moreover, Wang Fong planned to send Su Yi out as cannon fodder tomorrow to gather supplies. If necessary, take the opportunity to kill Su Yi. After killing Su Yi, Wang Fong felt he could deal with Ling Yu more quickly. Chapter 11, Who Doesn't Know How to Act? Su Yi was taken to the anime club in the corner. The place was quite clean, but not very big. After walking in, Wang Fong gave Su Yi a contemptuous look. Su Yi, have you ever slept with a woman? The food was all brought by Su Yi and Ling Yu, he wasn't foolish enough to use food to tempt Su Yi. Regardless of the era, power, beauty, wealth, and fame are things most men pursue. Wang Fong can't come up with anything else right now, but women can. After all, he has locked up more than 20 women in the fencing club on the 7th floor, and casually using one to win over Su Yi is not a loss for him. Anyway, he has already played with them all. In Wang Fong's view, those mediocre and vulgar women are only good for venting, playing with them a few times gets boring, and they are best used to win over subordinates. Moreover, once sent out, the other party will take care of it. If Su Yi really has good skills and can gather supplies, he doesn't mind letting Su Yi stay and work for him. No. Su Yi swallowed and looked very eager. Acting, who can't do it? Those young idols can even just use cutouts. Being this handsome, his acting should be on point. Perform well tomorrow, and when you come back, I'll get you a woman. You can sleep with her however you want. Saying this, Wang Fong patted Su Yi on the shoulder, his gaze becoming increasingly lecherous. Don't worry, Brother Wang, I'll definitely collect more stuff tomorrow. Su Yi patted his chest to assure him, looking eager and impatient. You'll definitely make it. You look especially bold and careful. There are monsters outside, yet you dared to escape with Yue to the gym to gather some supplies. It definitely won't be hard for you. Wang Fong smiled happily, though this was only on the surface. It is really hard to make him truly believe in Su Yi. After all, going outside is very dangerous and can be deadly. Some people, out of fear of going outside and being bitten to death by monsters, ended up hanging themselves. At this time, Wang Fong found it hard to believe that anyone would be willing to go outside to gather food. Unless there are huge benefits to be gained. Then you rest well here. These 2 buckets of instant noodles are your meals for today. Early tomorrow morning, I'll arrange for someone to go out with you to collect supplies. When he came over, Wang Fong brought 2 buckets of instant noodles, wanting to test Su Yi's reaction. Brother Wang, these noodles are too small a portion, they won't be enough to fill me up. Su Yi immediately felt a bit unhappy. Wang Fong's face still wore a smile, suppressing the anger in his heart, and he said softly, this is just lunch, it should be enough to fill you up. Don't worry, there are still 2 buckets for dinner, I'll have someone bring them over later. I, Wang Fong, have always been generous to my own people and would never let anyone suffer a loss. The reason I can be the leader of the archery club is because of this quality, that's why everyone voted for me. Su Yi then nodded in satisfaction and said, that's enough, 2 buckets are enough for 1 meal. Given the current conditions, this is all we can do, I understand. Wang Fong patted Su Yi approvingly and said, you understand things well and are straightforward. Alright, then get some rest and recharge your energy. Tomorrow we will go out to gather supplies. Once we have more supplies, we won't have to worry about not having enough to eat. After Wang Fong left, a trace of gloom flashed across his face. After leaving, he had someone send instant noodles to Su Yi and also had someone keep an eye on Su Yi to prevent him from running around. Su Yi checked the time, it was only 11:32, and lunch would be ready soon. Without electricity, there was no way to boil water for the instant noodles, so he could only eat them dry. Su Yi had a window here, so he could see the situation outside through the window. There are more than 30 infected outside the stadium, and they obviously haven't caught any scent of blood, they are just wandering around the square. Overall, there are still relatively few infected on this side. Su Yi thought of going in another direction to check out the river behind the stadium. He wanted to climb over the fence to leave the school and then escape along the river. The resources in the school are relatively limited, the city's resources are much more abundant. Now that the population has sharply decreased, there are many goods in the shops and supermarkets in the urban area. As long as you are brave enough, you can obtain a lot of supplies. Without enough supplies, there is simply no way to survive. If the survivors in the school don't leave a little earlier, sooner or later they will starve to death. Maybe some people can survive for a while by eating meat, but that easily leads to internal conflicts, makes people treat those around them as food, and is more likely to cause mental breakdowns. Sui definitely cannot accept eating the flesh of his own kind, so he has made up his mind to leave here early tomorrow morning after completing the check-in, taking advantage of the fact that no one is paying attention. Staying with a group of demons, Sui would be unable to eat or sleep peacefully. After finishing 2 buckets of instant noodles, Sui just lay down to rest. He definitely couldn't fall asleep, but Sui obediently lay in the corner. This place is not easy to be hit by a hidden arrow. If someone wanted to attack him, it would be easy to be discovered. Sui had no trust in Wang Fong at all, so naturally he had to be on guard against Wang Fong and the others. However, the most frustrated one was still Ling Yu. She really wanted to stay with Sui, but Wang Fong was completely against it. He was sure that Ling Yu wouldn't dare to lose face, and he was also testing her endurance. Ling Yu indeed didn't dare to lose face because all the boys here had been won over by Wang Fong, and she simply couldn't rally them in such a short time. In addition, she also noticed that the boys looked at her very directly, with a very strong sense of aggression. If it weren't for Wang Fong, those boys might have started groping her. She deeply realized how dangerous it is for girls in the apocalypse. Not only do you have to guard against the infected who bite, but also against men who openly show their desires. In the meantime, she took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and found Sui. Seeing Sui safe and sound, Ling Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Ling Yu suspected that Wang Fong and the others, like those girls in the female dormitory, had already started eating their own kind. There was no food in the gymnasium that could sustain about 20 people for 8 days. Apart from eating their own kind, she really couldn't think of what Wang Fong and the others were relying on to survive until now. Wang Fong and the others didn't look like people who had been hungry for several days. None of them looked starved out of shape. To Ling Yu, this place was like a devil's den. Unfortunately, she and Sui had no way to communicate. Whenever the two of them spoke, there would be others present. So Ling Yu made up her mind to secretly leave early tomorrow morning at dawn. If Sui is in sync enough, he should also escape from here. She had already planned that after escaping the gymnasium, she would drift down the river at the back to the city, and then go find her aunt and father. She felt that her aunt and parents should be in the same place, and returning to them would be a bit safer for her. Everyone except Sui is too terrifying, they are all potential demons. Every minute is an ordeal for Ling Yu. So, after dinner, Ling Yu said she was tired and wanted to go to sleep. Ling Yu was indeed sleeping in the first half of the night, but she woke up in the second half. Because of the moonlight, it was still possible to see clearly, making it quite convenient to move around. Chapter 12, Shooting the Beast Wang Fong. Ding, check-in count +1. After midnight, Sui heard a notification sound. Last night, because he was sleeping so deeply, he didn't hear anything. Now he knows that as long as it passes midnight, the check-in rewards will be distributed. Sui sat up and found a person standing motionless at the door. Obviously, the person staring at Sui had fallen asleep leaning against the wall. Sui turned his back, then took out the miniature crossbow from the storage space. Sui had a thought and silently said in his heart, "System, upgrade the crossbow." In an instant, the miniature crossbow in Sui's hand transformed into a full-sized crossbow, and the toothpick-sized bolts became 10 normal-sized bolts. Because it was made of titanium alloy, this crossbow was very lightweight. It also has a regular scope, making it a very powerful weapon. At the very least, it can kill most traditional bows in one shot. Sui examined the crossbow bolt. It was very sharp and should easily penetrate the bodies of humans and infected. Kill people. To be honest, Sui is not mentally prepared for this yet. Unless it is for self-protection. Sui cannot bring himself to kill someone proactively right now. Cocking the crossbow is quite strenuous, but this crossbow has a foot stirrup that can be used to assist in cocking. Sui's body had used enhancers, so naturally, he didn't need to pedal. He directly pulled the string back and then loaded a crossbow bolt. After finishing, Sui stored it in his own storage space. As soon as he thought about it, it could appear in his hand, which was very convenient. You can shoot as soon as you take it out, no need to spend time loading an arrow. Holding the machete, Sui walked towards the door. Sui wanted to check in at the martial arts club. After completing the check-in, Sui could hide on the first floor or even in a car outside, waiting until dawn to leave via the river outside. Su-yi tiptoed out without waking the person who was watching him. Just as Su-yi reached the stairway entrance, he saw a familiar figure. Su-yi quickly stepped forward and covered Ling Yu's mouth. "Go wait for me in the first floor lobby, I'll come down in a moment." Su-yi whispered softly into Ling Yu's ear. He didn't expect that he and Ling Yu would be so coincidentally together. He had just come out, and she had already sensed it. Moreover, she was carrying a bow on her back, which meant she was preparing to escape overnight. Perhaps it was because she had discovered something. It is estimated that she still wants to come find him. Ling Yu's lips moved a few times but did not make any sound. Because her mouth was covered by Su-yi. The two were very close, making Ling Yu's heart race uncontrollably, and her face flushed. Su-yi felt a slight itch in his palm, then quickly withdrew his hand and turned to go upstairs. "They are now on the 6th floor, so you just need to go upstairs." Su-yi quickly went upstairs and then arrived at the martial arts club. In the corridor, Su-yi heard some sounds. Obviously, some boys were teasing the girls inside the fencing club. In college, many students are night owls. It's just past midnight now, so not sleeping is quite normal. Su-yi carefully sneaked into the martial arts club and then found the training room. "System, check-in," Su-yi silently recited in his mind. "Ding, check-in successful, received a combat experience gift pack. Survival points +5. After receiving the reward, Su-yi immediately left the combat club and headed downstairs. Worried that his footsteps might disturb others, Su-yi walked very quietly and slowly. Ling Yu was pacing back and forth under the window through which they had entered the hall, feeling somewhat anxious. After all, she didn't know why Su-yi had gone upstairs and was very worried that Su-yi would be discovered by Wang Fong and the others. "Ling Yu, what are you doing here all alone?" A voice sounded, causing Ling Yu's body to stiffen. "Wang Fong, do I need to report to you about what I'm doing?" Ling Yu directly retorted. After all, she had decided to leave here, so there was naturally no need to maintain a facade of harmony with Wang Fong. Just as she was about to grab the longbow behind her back, Wang Fong and his two subordinates had already drawn their bows and aimed at Ling Yu. "Don't move, or I'm afraid their arrows will pierce through your body." "You want to run away, why? Can't you stay with me? I can protect you." Wang Fong didn't understand why Ling Yu wanted to run. He felt that he hadn't shown any flaws that would make Ling Yu think he was scary. "Protect me? Pfft, you just want to get with me, don't make it sound so nice." Ling Yu glared at Wang Fong, knowing she no longer had a chance to get the arrow. "I've liked you for a long time, everyone at school knows. Yes, I'm after your body. But that's because I like you, isn't that normal? Ling Yu, the world has already changed. Outside, there are monsters that eat people. Stay here, I will protect you, treat you well, and give you the best things." Saying this, Wang Fong moved closer to Ling Yu. There was no way he would let Ling Yu escape, he still wanted to have her. This time, he decided to use violent means. "Woman, once a certain barrier is broken, you can easily win her heart." If Ling Yu stayed, he would still be willing to spend some time slowly winning her over. Unfortunately, now we can only use the most direct and brutal method. "The monsters outside eat people, so you don't eat people." Ling Yu took 2 steps back. She was waiting for Su-yi to appear. After all, Su-yi told her to wait for him downstairs first, so Su-yi should be arriving downstairs soon. These people are definitely no match for Su-yi. Wang Fong's body stiffened, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. "Why you, how do you know?" This was their secret, a secret they dared not tell Ling Yu. "Yes, we did eat some meat, but we did not kill anyone. She committed suicide, we only did it to survive. Are we supposed to starve to death here with so many of us?" Wang Fong's face turned savage, then he lunged at Ling Yu. She found out this secret, either let her eat human flesh too, or, like with the other girls, tame her. Wang Fong now only wants to catch Ling Yu, then tie her up and take her body. "Squat down." Suddenly, Su-yi's voice sounded in the hall. Ling Yu immediately reacted and crouched down to the ground. A crossbow bolt whizzed through the air and pierced Wang Fong's neck. Wang Fong covered his neck and made a kikik sound. His two subordinates quickly turned around and saw a person rushing towards them. The bow and arrow in hand immediately shot towards Su-yi, but Su-yi suddenly slid, not only avoiding the arrow but also knocking one person down. Another person was about to draw his bow when he was hit in the stomach, causing him to scream in pain. Then Su-yi punched the opponent's head and took away his bow. "Quick, climb out the window, the infected will soon be able to smell the blood," Su-yi immediately reminded upon seeing Ling Yu pick up her crossbow bolt. Chapter 13, Am I Not Craving It Myself? Without a word, Ling Yu climbed onto the concrete platform, threw her bow outside, and then climbed out. After Su-yi knocked down another person, he took their quivers and bows, and also didn't spare Wang Feng's longbow and quiver, putting everything into his storage space. Su-yi, hurry up, infected people are coming. Ling Yu urged while getting into the car. Su-yi quickly flipped out and then climbed into the car. As soon as they got in the car, Ling Yu stepped on the accelerator and sped towards the direction of the wall. They actually eat the flesh of their own kind, it's terrifying. Luckily, we escaped. Ling Yu shuddered with lingering fear, just thinking of Wang Feng's terrifying face made her feel cold all over. Su-yi, thank you, you saved me again. If it weren't for you, I would have been caught by that beast. That kind of man-eating pervert deserves to die. Su-yi felt that as a human, one still needs to have boundaries. Cannibalism, how is it any different from being a beast? It was his first time killing someone. Su-yi was actually very terrified, and his whole body felt off. In my mind, the image of a crossbow bolt piercing Wang Feng's neck, with blood spraying out, kept replaying. After Wang Feng fell, his body kept twitching uncontrollably. These scenes kept assaulting me. Su-yi, get out of the car, hurry up. Ling Yu stopped the car behind the wall, got out, and found Su-yi still dazed inside, then called out. Infected individuals were already approaching this side, and under the moonlight, it was impossible to see clearly. She was worried that there might be hidden infected nearby. Su-yi heard Ling Yu's shout and then realized what was happening. After getting off the car, Su-yi jumped onto the hood and then quickly climbed over the wall. Outside the wall was a river. Come up. Su-yi reached out his hand to Ling Yu and pulled her up. There were some sharp stainless steel pipes inserted on top of the wall, which could easily cause injury if one was careless. With Su-yi's help, Ling Yu also climbed onto the wall. Should we jump into the river now, or wait until dawn? Ling Yu glanced at Su-yi, seeking his opinion. She felt that her strength was much weaker compared to Su-yi, so naturally she should follow Su-yi's command. Let's wait until dawn. The situation in the river is still quite complicated. Those timid trash in the gym definitely won't dare to come out. As long as we are not attacked by the infected, we will be safe. Su-yi thought it was more dangerous to jump into the river now. If the spot wasn't chosen well and he got injured when jumping down, it would be very troublesome. If he accidentally broke a bone, it would be fatal. It takes 100 days to heal a muscle or bone injury, and now it's the apocalypse. If mobility is restricted, surviving will be extremely difficult. Su-yi, humans infected by the virus turn into infected individuals. Could animals also have this kind of situation? Ling Yu turned her head to look at the river behind her and asked with some concern. Probably not, Su-yi said somewhat guiltily. Who knows if animals can be infected or if they might mutate? Whether I can or not, there is no longer a choice. Anyway, as long as someone threatens his life, Su-yi will kill them without hesitation. I wonder if any of us humans will mutate and gain superpowers. Movies and novels about the apocalypse always depict it that way. Looking at the infected slowly approaching, Ling Yu especially wished she had extraordinary powers. Su-yi heard Ling Yu's words and couldn't help but touch his nose. Although he is not some kind of mutant, he obtained a system even more powerful than superpowers. Of course, I know this is actually a kind of solace for humans when they feel powerless in the face of the apocalypse. But now, I really wish I could have that kind of extraordinary ability. That way, I could survive in this world. Ling Yu looked up at the moon in the sky. After going through what happened with Wang Feng, she became even more aware that relying on oneself is the most reliable. The human heart is hidden behind the belly, it's too hard to guess. Moreover, not only is it impossible to trust others, but others also cannot fully trust themselves. Just like Su-yi, hasn't he always been on guard against himself? Actually, these infected people in their current state aren't particularly scary, they're still quite easy to deal with. Su-yi looked at the infected below and felt they were no longer very frightening. Ling Yu rolled her eyes and then said, Master Fanxue, it's very easy for you, but for others, it's a different matter. Not everyone can easily cut off an infected person's neck with one stroke. Even with targeted training, it's not something that can be achieved in a short time. Swollen. Su-yi awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Because he had injected a body-strengthening serum. Now he is much stronger than ordinary humans in terms of strength, speed, reaction ability, and so on. With such power, infected individuals are indeed not very frightening to him. But for ordinary people, it's completely different. Killing an infected person might require several chops to their neck. Before the neck is even severed, another infected person might pounce and stab through your chest. Is it still easy like this? That's why Ling Yu would have such complaints. She is sure that even most SWAT officers might not be able to do it as easily as Su Yi. After a moment of silence, Su Yi took out a cigarette and lit it. After all, there was nothing to do while crouching here, and the infected below had not left yet. Otherwise, the two of them could have gone back to the car to sit and waited until dawn to leave. Just as he lit it, Su Yi's cigarette was taken away by Ling Yu. She took a puff and suddenly coughed twice, which excited the 5 or 6 infected below, who then snarled and clawed, trying to come up and eat the two of them. Unfortunately, they can't climb walls. If you can't, then don't waste it. My last cigarette was ruined by those beasts. Saying this, Su Yi snatched the cigarette back and put it in his mouth. Ling Yu felt a flush on her face, involuntarily recalling the scene in the gym where Su Yi covered her mouth. At that time, the two were very close, like an intimate couple. She had never had that kind of experience with a boy before. Su Yi, if I always follow you, would you agree? Ling Yu suddenly spoke. Su Yi was stunned for a moment and tilted his head. He noticed that when Ling Yu was squatting, the curve of her hips was especially alluring. Not going to find your aunt and family? Su Yi blew out a smoke ring, considering Ling Yu's suggestion in his mind. Was he craving this woman's body? Of course he was. Not only was she beautiful, but her skin was especially good, and her figure was top-notch. Her title as the campus beauty queen was recognized by the entire school, not just some boys entertaining themselves in a small circle. There were plenty of boys in school who lusted after her body. Most boys couldn't help but feel tempted when they saw her, and Su Yi was no exception. But lust aside, everyone knew Ling Yu was hard to pursue, as difficult as an ordinary person chasing a top-tier celebrity, only achievable in dreams. Now, by asking this question, she was almost giving Su Yi a chance to make it come true. So, he was really a bit moved. Chapter 14 received new information. Ling Yu sighed and twisted her perky hips. Squatting for a long time makes your legs numb. Searching, of course I have to search. But I'm worried that something has already happened to them. If nothing had happened, someone should have come to rescue me, but it's already been 8 days. This huge change came too suddenly, without any warning. The people around me could turn into infected in the blink of an eye. Maybe, they have already become infected. Although Ling Yu was very reluctant to admit it, her rational mind told her that these situations were very likely to happen. After all, she was the only daughter in the family, and her father had a group of highly capable bodyguards around him. If nothing happened, it's impossible that no one would be sent to find me, right? It's already been 8 days, all within the same city. Although the school is located in a suburban area, it should be easy to reach the school by traveling through the river, right? Unless something happened. With 60% of the global population having become infected, she doesn't believe there's a 100% chance that her parents won't turn into infected individuals. Her aunt also did not mention her own parents in the message she sent her, which likely means that something has already happened to them. However, having just narrowly escaped a life-and-death situation, Ling Yu gained a new perspective on some things. Therefore, she wanted to cling tightly to Su Yi. Only by following Su Yi did she feel secure and safe. Su Yi flicked away the cigarette butt, his gaze withdrawing from the distance. He would not stay in one place because signing in required going to new locations. He couldn't stay in one area for too long. Signing in at ordinary places was too much of a waste. He might not even stay in this city for a year. If he wants to get stronger, he has to run through every corner of the city, looking for suitable places to check in. You can follow me for a while, because I want to travel to every place in the country, but I can't take you with me all the time. Travel all over the country? Are you serious? Ling Yu blinked and looked at Su Yi with a puzzled expression. Seeing Su Yi nod at her, Ling Yu didn't know how to respond. Big brother, it's the apocalypse now. There are over 4 billion infected people worldwide, and now you say you want to travel across the entire country. Crazy. But her expression when looking at Su Yi didn't seem like she was joking, she spoke very seriously. Now it's already the end of the world. Wanting to restore the world to how it was before, sitting at home and seeing other places, such things are no longer possible. Anyway, since it's already the end of the world, we have to live more freely. Who knows, which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. I have never been to the beautiful rivers and mountains of our motherland. Now I can go wherever I want, and I don't even need tickets. Isn't that pretty great? The more Sui talked, the better he felt about it. I wonder if running to places like Wudang Sect, Shaolin Temple, and Longhu Mountain to check in would allow me to obtain some insanely powerful cultivation techniques. Sui, am I really that uncharming? Ling Yu was a bit displeased. Small. Sui turned his head to take a look. It's very big, not small at all. Seeing where Suyi's gaze landed, Ling Yu's face immediately flushed red. Then why did you reject me? Could it be that you don't want to? Ling Yu felt like she had socially died right after saying that. She herself had actually said something so bold and shameless. Sui suddenly moved closer to Ling Yu, startling her so much that she almost fell off. What are you doing? Ling Yu panicked immediately, her heart pounding faster and faster. Let's do it. How could it not be? Hee, smells really good. Sui looked at Ling Yu under the moonlight, a faint blush on his face, looking especially alluring. Craving, really craving. But for now, I can only think about it. There are still infected people watching below, wanting to eat their hearts, wanting to eat their brains. Teased by Sui, Ling Yu didn't even dare to speak. She now felt so embarrassed that she just wanted to hide underwater. Of course, she understood Suyi's meaning. After a while, Ling Yu slowly recovered. There was a bit more determination in her eyes. It's already the end of the world, do we still need to live the same way as before? Just like Sui said, between accidents and tomorrow, who knows which will come first. Do as you wish, leave no regrets, but keep your bottom line. After coming to terms with it, Ling Yu boldly glanced at Sui. To be honest, Sui is quite handsome, although somewhat delicate. However, the strength and ability he displays have nothing to do with being delicate. Because she developed a liking and gratitude for Sui, Ling Yu found Sui even more attractive. Besides, there was a mysterious aura about him that made him even more appealing. The more she looked, the more her heart fluttered. Who says only men crave women? Women, in fact, can also crave the men who make their hearts flutter. At this moment, Ling Yu was somewhat craving Sui. Sui, they have left, it seems like they were attracted away. Ling Yu noticed that the infected below seemed to have smelled something, suddenly all turning around and heading towards the gymnasium. Sui naturally saw it too and casually said, maybe they smelled blood. There might be infighting over there, or perhaps someone has dealt with Wang Feng's corpse. In short, it's a good thing that these infected people left, they can hide back in the car and leave when dawn comes. Otherwise, spending a whole night squatting on the wall would be really uncomfortable. After more than 10 minutes, Sui first jumped onto the car roof and then returned to the ground. You get some sleep, I'll keep watch for a while, Sui said to Ling Yu, then took out his phone and started charging it. Anyway, they are already going to abandon this car, so using up a bit of battery power doesn't matter. After seeing this, Ling Yu quickly took out her own phone as well. I actually forgot that the car can charge devices, that was really silly of me. Seeing Ling Yu complain about herself, I couldn't help but smile. Actually, this is very normal. The sudden change in the world has thrown life off its original track, so it's quite normal not to react immediately. Seeing the phone's charging indicator light up, Ling Yu couldn't possibly still be asleep. Nowadays, many phone base stations use solar power, which can maintain low-power operation. Making calls might not be possible, but receiving messages is very likely. 2 minutes later, Ling Yu's phone turned on. Beep beep beep. A message, I received a message, it might be from my aunt. Ling Yu suddenly became excited. However, she did not shout very loudly, she still had some alertness. Sui was also very curious about what message Ling Yu had received. When he powered on the device, Ling Yu had already opened the text messages. She quickly glanced over them, there were 3 messages in total, all with the same content. Then, she handed the phone to Sui, letting him take a look at the content of the messages. After seeing it, Suyi's expression involuntarily changed. Because it revealed a new crisis. Chapter 15. Someone sets a trap to capture people. The animals have mutated, and they are much stronger than the infected. Sui, can we still cross the river? Ling Yu frowned, feeling worried. Didn't it say above that only a small number of animals have mutated? Don't panic. Besides, the survivor camp is still being expanded, right at the city hall. We can still go there. Maybe your aunt and family are all in the survivor camp. Unlike me, my family is all back in our hometown, and there's no way to contact them anymore. Sui is a traveler through time, so how much affection can he have for the parents of this body? Moreover, they are all ordinary people, so the probability of survival should be very low. Animals have mutated, so humans might mutate as well, right? Lingyu avoided the previous heavy topic. After all, her parents most likely have also become infected. Talking about this topic has no practical meaning other than making oneself sad. Mutated creatures are now the real variable affecting their survival. Theoretically, that's the case, but who can guarantee that this mutation is a good thing? What if it becomes very aggressive, just like those infected? This matter is really hard to say. After all, they themselves have not mutated, nor have they encountered mutated humans or animals. Don't think so much, go to sleep. We still have to travel tomorrow. Sui put his phone in front and then sat down. Lingyu was not sleeping, he was about to go to sleep. For now, the car is still relatively safe. If there really is a situation, they can also start the car and escape immediately. Lingyu bit her lip and glanced at Sui. Is your heart really this small? Can you really fall asleep? After looking at her phone for a while, Lingyu also lay down. There really was nothing to do, the phone's app had no network, so she couldn't do anything. Unconsciously, Lingyu also fell asleep. By the time she woke up, it was already daylight. However, Sui was not in the car. Lingyu immediately panicked, glanced at the back seat and saw no one, then hurriedly got out of the car to look for Sui. It was only when she saw Sui on top of the wall that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, she was really worried that Sui would abandon her, leaving her alone to face this terrifying world. Let's get ready to set off and see what useful things are in your car. Saying that, Sui jumped down, ready to look for some items. After searching around, Sui found 2 bottles of water and a bottle of car air freshener. It can only be said that Lingyu's car was very clean, with hardly any clutter. 2 people climbed over the wall, and after walking down a certain distance, they jumped into a pool of water in the river. Then, the 2 people drifted downstream. The river is still deep enough, so the 2 people can still go downstream with the current. The river water is quite seriously polluted, and it has a foul smell. But to save their lives, the 2 could only endure it. With their mouths closed and heads tilted back, the 2 tried their best to avoid water touching their mouths. The 2 drifted smoothly for more than half an hour, then suddenly stopped. Because in front of them was a large group of infected, blocking the entire river. Sui, how are there so many infected people in the river? What do we do now? Lingyu grabbed Sui's arm, her eyes scanning around, looking for a place to climb. Sui turned his head and started climbing up. There was a stone staircase ahead that could lead up to the river channel. The river channels here are all poured with concrete. Without ladders or ropes, it is very difficult to climb out. Hurry up, they've already spotted us, Sui urged. As for why those infected appeared in the river, it's simply because something in the river attracted them, or someone put them into the river. The former is fine, but the latter is not so good. Hardly any normal person would put a large number of infected into the river, after all, everyone avoids them, so how could anyone actively provoke the infected and put them into the river? The resistance of the water affected not only Sui and Lingyu but also those infected. The 2 people reached the stone steps and quickly climbed up. Just after going up, Sui's expression changed. 2 people came out of the alley, each holding a modified nail gun, directly aiming at Sui and Lingyu. Big Brother is really amazing, there really are survivors coming out of the river. Hehe, it seems they are 2 college students. This woman is so beautiful, much prettier than those we've caught before, tsk, what a great figure, I really want to pinch her. The 2 men looked at Lingyu in an extremely lecherous way because her clothes were soaked through and clung tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her seductive figure. One of them shook the nail gun in his hand and said viciously, "Kid, keep your hands up and don't move. This thing in our hands is a gun, a deadly gun. If you don't want to die, just behave. If you're sensible, you can join us. There's food to eat and women to play with, got it?" Sui really did not expect that someone had set a trap here to catch people. Sui can be 100% sure that they need a woman, not a man. If they really wanted him to join, they wouldn't have insulted Lingyu right in front of him. When they reached their camp, they killed their own. Lingyu and I are together, how could I possibly let them toy with Lingyu and even join them? As long as your brain isn't removed, you wouldn't believe what they say. Moreover, they say if you join them, you'll get meat to eat. Could it be that they mean eating the flesh of their own kind? Playing with women until they die, and then eating their flesh. These people are even more terrifying and disgusting than the infected. How could Sui possibly let go of such a beast that dares to threaten his own beast? He raised his hand while pleading, "Big brother, I have chocolate here, I can give it to you, please let my girlfriend go." Take it out, quickly take out the chocolate. One of them became ecstatic and excitedly reached out his hand towards Su Yi. At the same time, he moved closer and pressed the gun against Su Yi's head. Okay, I'll get it right now. Su Yi took the chocolate out from his storage space, then pulled his hand out of his pocket. Seeing the chocolate, his eyes lit up. Just as he was about to reach out to grab, Su Yi's other hand wielded a machete and chopped upwards, directly cutting off his hand. The speed was extremely fast. Before the other person could react, Su Yi had already swung the knife towards the other person's arm. Clean and swift, astonishingly fast. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering all over Ling Yu's body. Ah! One of the men let out a scream, while the other could no longer make a sound. He covered his neck with one hand, trying to stop the blood from spurting out. Chapter 16, The Decisive and Ruthless Su Yi. Ling Yu was stunned. She did not expect Su Yi's counterattack to be so fast and so bloody. Seeing such a scene, her mind went blank all of a sudden. Pick up the guns, let's go. Su Yi shouted as he slashed down the man who was trying to escape. Only then did Ling Yu react, looking pale as she glanced at the severed hand on the ground, struggling to hold back the urge to vomit, then went up and picked up the two nail guns on the ground. Su Yi was searching their bodies for bullets. After all, having guns alone was meaningless. After a thorough search, Su Yi found a total of 9 bullets and dozens of nails. There were too few bullets, and Su Yi was somewhat disappointed. Let's go, this way. Su Yi took a gun from Ling Yu's hand and jumped upward. The two hadn't run for more than a few minutes when a group of people appeared behind them. Bang bang bang. Several shots were fired continuously from behind, but neither Su Yi nor Ling Yu was hit. Su Yi saw an alley and decisively pulled Ling Yu into it. This area is an urban village, full of self-built houses, very dense, so the terrain is also quite complex. Because both of them had blood on their bodies, some infected smelled the blood. Give me the gun, take off your jacket, quickly. Su Yi saw 2 infected ahead and raised his gun to shoot. Bang! A headshot. Su Yi's shooting accuracy was still very high because he received the Archery Experience Pack. The other reason is the close distance, less than 5 meters. Otherwise, with this kind of nail gun that hasn't been heavily modified, a headshot would be impossible. After 1 bullet was fired, it needed to be reloaded, but Su Yi did not reload. Instead, he took another gun handed over by Ling Yu. Bang! Another shot, and Su Yi also killed another infected person. Ling Yu had already taken off her blood-soaked clothes and wiped her face, removing some of the blood stains. Just as I was about to throw it away, Su Yi took the clothes. Throwing the clothes onto the corpse of the infected, Su Yi immediately darted into the alley where the infected had just appeared. Here, the door here is open, let's go upstairs. Su Yi happily discovered that the door of a house was open. Without a word, Su Yi directly barged in. After Ling Yu went in, she decisively closed the door. Because there were still people chasing them from behind. Just as the door was closed, they heard sounds coming from outside. Keep chasing, you must kill those 2 people. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, it won't help. I will definitely kill those 2. Boss, they left the clothes here, they must be trying to lure the zombies. I just don't know where they are hiding. Search building by building. Kill the men, keep the women for immediate use. Hearing the sound of them leaving, Su Yi decisively locked the door from the inside. The first floor is a lobby, with 3 electric scooters parked and some items piled up. Su Yi handed both nail guns to Ling Yu, using the guns now would directly reveal their positions. Holding a machete, Su Yi walked towards the second floor. This house doesn't cover a large area, only about 50 to 60 square meters in total, with 2 rooms on the first floor. There shouldn't be any infected inside the house, otherwise the bloody smell on Su Yi and Ling Yu would definitely be noticeable. When Su Yi arrived on the second floor, he saw that the doors of 2 rooms had been pried open. A glance showed that both were bedrooms, which had already been ransacked, clothes and the like were thrown all over the floor, and nothing valuable was seen. It was unclear whether it was done by the people chasing them. Su Yi then went up to the 3rd floor and found the situation was the same. This building has a total of 6.5 floors, all of which have been thoroughly ransacked, leaving no food behind. The half floor on the balcony is the kitchen, which has 3 stoves and 3 refrigerators. Unfortunately, the refrigerators have been emptied, and there are only a few scattered grains of rice left in the kitchen, nothing else. Su Yi, what do we do now? Those people are still looking for us, and there is no food here at all. Ling Yu was very worried, as all their food had been taken by Wang Fong and his group, and they didn't bring any food when they escaped. Don't worry, the houses here are very close together. We can jump from the balcony to other houses to search for food. Su-yi comforted Lingyu, then walked downstairs. We all smell of blood. Let's first find some clothes, then take a shower to wash the blood off. Lingyu nodded, and the image of Su-yi chopping someone appeared in her mind, making her stomach start to feel uneasy. However, she did not spit it out. Because she knew she had to adapt to this situation. Otherwise, she would end up harming herself and others. After the two went downstairs, Su-yi pushed open one of the rooms on the 6th floor. This room had a strong anime style, with many figurines inside. This room was relatively undamaged, the door had not been pried open. A rack is hung with various cosplay costumes, and the walls are covered with photos taken by the owners of the clothes. I have to say, the photos are very beautiful, and the photo editing skills are excellent. She really is a girl, her wardrobe is full of normal clothes. Lingyu, find some clothes to wear here, and I'll go downstairs to find clothes and take a shower. There is a bathroom right outside the room, and every floor has one except the first floor. Su-yi went up to the 5th floor and found a set of relatively thick clothes in the large room. Because the temperature had already started to drop, and it was almost New Year's Day. Fortunately, this building has solar water heaters, so Su-yi and Lingyu took a comfortable hot shower, washing away the bloodstains on their bodies and the foul smell of the river water. After changing clothes, Su-yi picked up one of the nail guns. There was almost no modification, so its power was actually quite average. As soon as Su-yi had the thought, words appeared in his mind. 20 points to upgrade to a regular pistol. Su-yi couldn't help but frown. This thing is such a waste of survival points. After all, it requires bullets. Only 9 rounds left, and they need to be used with nails. There's no point in upgrading. Even though Su-yi now has 3 survival points, even if he had 20, he wouldn't waste them on this. After installing both the bullets and nails, Su-yi prepared to store them in his storage space. In Su-yi's storage space, there were still 2 cups of instant noodles from last night that he hadn't eaten, hesitating whether to take them out. Taking them out would mean exposing his storage space. The storage space was his secret, and he didn't want to reveal it to anyone. Not to mention Lingyu isn't his woman yet, even if she were, Su-yi still wouldn't expose the fact that he has a storage space. Human nature cannot withstand tests, Su-yi does not want to be manipulated by others. Chapter 17, A Warning from the Authorities. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly heard Lingyu calling him softly. Come in. Su-yi put down the 2 nail guns. Lingyu pushed the door open, wrapped in a bath towel. The pattern on the bath towel was of 2 2D ape girls kissing passionately. Trying to seduce me already? Miss, there are still people outside looking for us. Now is not the time to applaud love. Su-yi, I found food, lots of food. Lingyu excitedly ran to Su-yi's side and reached out to pull him. Because Su-yi was sitting on the ground, Lingyu had to bend down to grab him. As she bent down, an unexpected glimpse of snowy white spring scenery was revealed. Very large, very pink, very tempting. Su-yi couldn't help but lick his lips, feeling a bit flushed. He felt that Lingyu was definitely doing it on purpose. No matter how excited, there should be enough time to put on clothes before coming down, right? It's just that now is not the right time for a deep and simple conversation. So, Su-yi put away his thoughts. You go change your clothes first. Having food is a good thing. I'll go see if I can find a backpack, Su-yi said, then stuck the gun into his lower back and started rummaging through the backpack. Sneaking a look at Lingyu. That's not allowed. Her legs are especially long, while others can wrap a towel around their knees, she can only reach halfway up her thighs. Additionally, this person's skin is particularly fair, with a rosy and translucent whiteness. Especially her legs are very straight, the kind that you just can't stop playing with. Lingyu bit her lip, her face flushed red. She didn't expect Su-yi to have such strong willpower. However, this only made Lingyu more determined to win Su-yi's heart. A man like this, if she didn't seize him herself, he might be taken away by someone else. She turned around and walked upstairs with a cheerful step. Su-yi's attitude, she already knew about it. As long as the timing is right, it can be pushed over. Thinking about pushing down Su-yi, Lingyu became excited, feeling her heart beating faster and her body becoming moist. Returning upstairs, Lingyu glanced at the 2 large drawers pulled out from under the bed. They are all instant noodles, and they come from all over the world, from different brands. Bagged, cup, boxed, all kinds are here, it's practically an instant noodle store. You could say, the girl's living here. It could also be a cross-dressing guy. Anyway, he, or she, must really like eating instant noodles, which is why they collect instant noodles of different brands and flavors from all over the world. She just took a quick look and found at least 30 kinds. Took out brand new stockings and sexy lingerie from the cabinet. Sexy on the inside, plain on the outside. Being outside now, looking beautiful and dressed well, it is very easy to attract trouble. A set of lightweight ski clothes, not only warm but also particularly light and convenient. Its fabric is waterproof and windproof. They didn't even close the door, not worried at all that Sue might suddenly barge in. Perhaps, she was still hoping Sue would burst in. Unfortunately, Sue did not do so. Sue searched several rooms, found 3 backpacks, and then went to the 6th floor. Sue, what do you think of this outfit? This is the costume of a character from Assassin's Creed, and it's made quite well. Do you want to wear it? Lingyu took out a set of clothes and said excitedly. Sue glanced at Lingyu and said, "Do I look very chinibyo, overly dramatic or awkward?" He is a time traveler, not the original owner, so how could he possibly go out wearing this outfit? I think it looks cool, and you're handsome too, so it would definitely look great on you. How about trying it on? Lingyu thought Sue would definitely look especially good wearing it. After all, she also has a bow for Sue to use, which makes him look even cooler. Put the food into the backpack, we need to be ready to move. Sue threw a backpack to Lingyu, then walked towards the instant noodles. With so many instant noodles, Sue felt much more at ease. He definitely didn't want to waste the sign-in opportunity on food, it was best to collect a batch of food himself and store it in his own storage space. 1 cubic meter of space can already store quite a lot of food. If eating alone, sticking to it for 10 days or half a month is completely no problem. It's a pity, there's no electricity anymore, otherwise we could just eat instant noodles, Lingyu said as she packed things into her backpack. The kitchen upstairs has a gas cylinder, which can be used to boil water or directly cook instant noodles. Sue quickly filled a backpack, after all, unlike Lingyu, he wasn't picky about flavors. A gas cylinder, it contains gas. Lingyu was suddenly surprised. After hearing this, Sue couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. But on second thought, it was understandable. After all, the Ling family was very wealthy, and she probably had never seen a gas cylinder before. Go upstairs and observe, see if there is anyone on the balconies of the other houses. I'll come up after I finish setting up this backpack. Saying this, Sue handed a nail gun to Lingyu. Lingyu nodded and didn't think much about it. After Lingyu went upstairs, Sue quickly filled the other backpack with instant noodles. There was still half a drawer of instant noodles left, and Sue put them all into his own storage space. Then, Sue carried the 2 backpacks upstairs. I checked, no one was there. Maybe they went to search other places. Lingyu saw Sue coming up and immediately reported. That's good, you keep watch, I'll cook the instant noodles. Sue also brought up a few extra packs of instant noodles. He didn't have dinner last night and has been hungry for a long time. Lingyu is feeling better, but she hasn't eaten breakfast yet. After more than 10 minutes, a pot of delicious instant noodles was ready. It smells so good, it's the first time I feel instant noodles can be this fragrant. Lingyu swallowed her saliva, she had been craving it for a long time. When people are hungry, any food smells good. Sue ladled a big bowl and handed it to Lingyu. Although she had been eating these past few days, the weight she lost from hunger hadn't come back yet, and she still looked a bit gaunt. Half an hour later, a pot of instant noodles was devoured by Sue and Lingyu. Sue found that his appetite had increased significantly, eating in one meal the amount he usually ate in 2. He suspected that it might be because of the body enhancer injection he had taken. After all, greater strength means greater consumption. With higher consumption, the energy needed to be replenished also increases. Ding, ding, ding. The 2 people's phones suddenly rang. Text message. Sue and Lingyu decisively took out their phones to check the newly received text message. Seeing the content of the message, Sue couldn't help but frown. People are even eating the flesh of the infected? That meat had already turned black, and it looked severely dehydrated. Yet, there are still people who eat the meat of infected individuals. Don't they fear getting infected themselves? Chapter 18, Haven't you thought about recruiting followers? Feeling complicated, he set his phone to vibrate, then Sue put the phone away. Needless to say, it was definitely the camp that discovered someone eating the meat of infected individuals, and then found that those who ate the infected meat all turned into infected themselves. Perhaps, quite a few people did this. I don't know if the meat of mutated animals is also inedible, Sui muttered. He had originally thought that if he ever hunted mutated animals, he would try eating their meat. After receiving this message, he no longer dared to try it lightly. Unless it is clearly known that taking it will not have any side effects. Are we taking a break and leaving now, or staying here overnight? Ling Yu also set her phone to vibrate, although the phone's battery would only last 3 to 5 days. Do you see that signal tower over there? Sui walked to the balcony and pointed to a signal tower on a distant balcony. I see it. Are you thinking of? Ling Yu thought for a moment, then said, a solar power supply module. Ling Yu thought that since Sui had just brought up a toolbox, he must be planning to take something apart. Sui snapped his fingers and smiled, smart, that thing will be useful to us. With it, our phones can keep charging continuously. The distance to the camp is still far, and the journey is likely to be unsafe. We need to keep receiving information continuously. Otherwise, we might miss some intelligence. Ling Yu walked up to Sui and took a deep breath. If it's really too far, we can just find a relatively suitable place to stay. Right now, there are few people and plenty of supplies, so gathering enough supplies for the two of us to eat for a few months should be easy. Ling Yu felt that if she and Sui relied on each other, surviving shouldn't be too difficult. Sui is very strong, and the weaknesses of the infected are also quite obvious. Besides, since the infected need to eat, if they go hungry, they should die too, right? Maybe, after a few months, the infected will starve to death in large numbers. By then, we will be safe. Sui heard Ling Yu's words and involuntarily shook his head. Too optimistic, Ling Yu thought this global catastrophe was too simple. From the moment Sui received information about animal mutations, he knew it was no longer possible to restore things to how they were before the apocalypse. But at this time, there is no need to attack Ling Yu, attacking her will only affect her mindset. If her mindset collapses, it won't do Sui any good either. After going through several life and death rounds, the two have gradually built some trust. Naturally, Sui hopes that Ling Yu can live well. In one's life, it is impossible to not need a single friend. When the world collapses, whether it is friendship or love, it all needs to be rebuilt. Family affection, Sui naturally also longs for it. But his father is not in this city, he is in a small county town in another province. Of course, Sui will definitely go back once. If his parents were still alive, he would definitely let them live a life free of worries about food and clothing. Let's go, put on your backpack, be careful. I want to go over first, and when it's safe, you can throw this backpack over. Saying that, Sui put on his own backpack and handed the third one to Ling Yu. Climbing onto the railing, Sui grabbed the toolbox and jumped onto the balcony on the other side. The distance was just over 1 meter, so it was still very easy to jump to the balcony on the opposite side. The houses here are all like this, with no obstacles at all. After jumping to the opposite balcony, Sui checked the condition of the balcony. Ling Yu threw the third backpack to Sui, then jumped to the other side. When Sui jumped to the third house, an infected person rushed out. It should be trapped on the balcony, otherwise it wouldn't have stayed there all the time. Sui went straight up and knocked it to the ground, then chopped off its head. The infected only die if their head is chopped off or their brain's nerve center is destroyed. After killing the infected, Sui finally had Ling Yu throw over the backpack. In this way, the two of them kept moving on the balcony until they finally reached the balcony where the signal tower was located. Upon arrival, Sui first inspected the area, and after confirming there were no problems, he took out the nail gun, bullets, and nails. Sui demonstrated how to load the bullets and nails, then handed them all over to Ling Yu. You go guard the door, so no one can come up the stairs and catch us. Ling Yu nodded and said seriously, don't worry, I will definitely block the doorway and won't let anyone come up. After saying that, Ling Yu took off her backpack. She was also carrying a bow and arrows, which could be used to attack the enemy. Normally, they wouldn't discover us unless they happened to enter this building to search or found us from another balcony. Sui said as he opened the toolbox. Another possibility is that their lair is actually in this building. If things are really that unlucky, Sui has nothing more to say. The solar panels are quite large, but fortunately, they are made of flexible material and can be rolled up. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to carry them away. The solar panels are connected to the battery, which is a graphene battery. The battery looks like the outdoor 220V portable power supply on Earth where Sui is, a black box. The battery technology in this world is more advanced. This type of battery has a larger capacity and multiple output voltage modes. Before the apocalypse, stealing this kind of battery would result in a direct 5-year sentence. Now no one cares about Sui. If he can take them away, he can dismantle all 4 sets of batteries here. Very quickly, Sui dismantled 2 sets. One set was naturally placed into his own storage space. Although it took up some space, Sui still felt it was very worthwhile. Those instant noodle cups were not filled to the top, so they just happened to fit a set of batteries. During this process, Lingyu kept her eyes on the stairway entrance, so she did not notice that Sui had taken apart a set and put it into his own storage space. Sui walked over to Lingyu, put down the things, and then said, "It's dismantled. Let's find a suitable way to leave." "Are we leaving now? Other places might not be safe either. Maybe there are also people who brutally kill their own kind. It's too far from here to the city, and we are too weak. Sui, haven't you thought about gathering your subordinates? Those trash are acceptable, why can't you be? If we had a team and weapons, it would be much easier to go to the city." Lingyu felt that leaving now was still too risky, and with just the 2 of them, there was no way to confront others. If there were dozens of people, it would be a completely different situation. Besides, going together to the official shelter should be attractive to many people. Many people might not even know that phones can still receive messages, nor that the officials have already established shelters. If they knew, they would probably band together and go to the shelter. Chapter 19, Discovering a Survival Artifact. Sui admitted that Lingyu made a lot of sense. If they band together to go to the government, many people will join them. The official side still has relatively high credibility, and most people are willing to trust the official sources. Sui is very powerful. If he were to act even more aggressively, he could indeed intimidate others. Those people gather their followers mainly by using strength, food, and women to win them over. Of course, some also use faith and brainwashing methods. The more chaotic the times, the easier it is for all kinds of fallacies and heresies to breed and to deceive people's hearts. To be honest, I'm not interested in these things. I'm someone who is somewhat tired of socializing, let alone managing a group of people. Of course, in order to go to the shelter, I think it's still possible to gather a group of people and go to the shelter together. He needs to check in at different places, and this place is obviously not suitable. At least, Sui did not see any valuable buildings. Ordinary residential buildings, and the shops along the street are also very common, like small eateries and clothing stores. Checking in at these places is completely a waste of the once-a-day check-in opportunity that only increases by 1 each day. Currently, Sui still needs to endure 5 more days before he can complete 10 check-ins. By then, you can get 2 check-in opportunities every day, so you will have more choices. If you find it troublesome, you can leave the management of personnel to me, just rely on me. Saying this, Lingyu gave Sui a flirtatious wink. She felt more at ease having weapons and subordinates in hand. The infected outside are indeed not hard to kill, as long as suitable weapons are made, they can all be killed. The infected have almost no intelligence to speak of, they all follow their instincts. Just some blood can lure them into the design trap. The most terrifying thing is actually humanity itself. Whether in the gymnasium or here, the crises they face are caused by humans. I have to say, it's really ironic. First, kill the leader of this group, then subdue the rest, Sui decided. Since these people want to kill me, I must kill them back. Being bullied and then retreating like a turtle is not Sui's style. Upon hearing Sui's decision, Lingyu immediately became happy and said somewhat indignantly, "Fine, those people dare to set traps to harm others, maybe they have already used similar methods to catch many girls. Therefore, all their leaders deserve to die." Deep down, Lingyu still had a sense of justice and could not stand those who bullied the weak through wrongdoing. When she was at school, she loved to stand up for justice. Because her family was wealthy and influential, Lingyu stood up for those who were bullied, and no one dared to make things difficult for her. In the past, she relied on the influence of her parents to help others. Now, she can completely rely on her own strength to help others, which makes her even more eager to try. Sui glanced back at Lingyu and said, "You stay here and observe, be careful. I'll go downstairs to see if there's anything useful." Lingyu nodded and handed one of the guns to Sui, but Sui shook his head and refused. Lingyu took down her hunting bow, placed it aside, and paced to the edge of the sunlit area. She did not recklessly poke her head out to look, but listened first. If someone nearby was searching, there would definitely be some movement. Sui saw Lingyu's cautious demeanor, turned around satisfied, and went downstairs to gather some supplies to prepare for dealing with that group of people. When going downstairs, Sui took out his crossbow, loaded an arrow, and then walked downstairs. It is not easy to find those people's camp during the day, but it is easier at night. They may not have power equipment, but it is impossible that they don't even light a fire. As long as there is light, it is easier to spot them. After going downstairs, Sui heard some noise coming from a room. The door was locked from the inside, and there were bloodstains on the doorknob. Sui pressed his ear against the door to listen, then heard a kakaka sound. Inside was an infected person trying to get out. Sui twisted the door handle and found that it was not locked. So, Sui put down the crossbow and then took out a machete. When pushing the door, Sui felt resistance. He exerted force and pushed hard. When the door was opened and they went in, the infected person dressed in men's clothing was already lying on the ground. It had just turned over and was about to get up when Sui's machete swung down. The head was directly chopped off by Sui and fell to the ground, and everything immediately quieted down. Then, Sui began to search around. Obviously, this infected person must have bitten another person in the room right when the outbreak started, but the bitten person escaped and locked the infected person in the room. This also means that this room has not been searched, so it is very likely that valuable items can be found. This is a small suite, about 50 square meters in size. The small living room, which is also the dining room, is quite messy, with broken bowls and shattered glass all over the floor, and the table has been overturned. Needless to say, it must have been the infected and the survivors fighting here that caused the chaotic situation. Sui quickly looked around and found 2 rooms, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a storage room. Sui walked to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. A foul smell hit him, because there was no electricity, the contents inside had already rotted. Sui opened other cabinets and found a small bag of rice and several packs of dried noodles. These were all good things, and Sui moved them to the living room. Then, Sui entered the room and continued searching. Good stuff, I didn't expect there to be a drone. After Sui entered a room, he discovered an open black large box, inside which was a drone. This is the latest model from Fashion, the best drone brand in this world, priced at 88,000 yuan, quasi-military grade, with a load capacity of 30 kilograms and a battery life of 4 hours. In Sui's memory, he had seen the promotion for this drone called Jingshan. It is equipped with an intelligent noise reduction system, making its flight very quiet. Beyond 5 meters, it is silent. This person should have just been unboxing it, and then encountered a disaster, right? Sui took it out from inside. This Jingshan is actually not very big, just a bit larger than the DJI Matrice 200 V2 on Earth. With 2 large batteries added, it only weighs 18 Jin, about 9 kilograms. This Jingshan has a dual gimbal mounted underneath and comes with a fixed lens. It supports up to 3 lenses. Its maximum image transmission distance is 15 kilometers. With this device, Sui can investigate movements within a 15-kilometer radius. This thing is definitely a divine tool for post-apocalyptic survival. With this Silent God device, Sui found it much easier to locate those who set traps. Sui never expected his luck to be this good, finding such a divine tool. Chapter 20, Using Air Superiority to Ambush the Opponent. After Sui took out the Jingshan, he found that there were 4 black briefcases under the big box. After taking them out and opening them, he found that one contained 4 spare batteries. One of the cases contained lenses, including a thermal imaging lens. There was also a foldable large-screen remote control, with a screen much larger than the original integrated remote control screen. The last one is actually not a box, but the charging manager of the box body, which can ensure stable charging voltage. At the same time, it is also a power bank that can fully charge 6 batteries 4 times. So many things already require a space of 1 cubic meter to accommodate. It is indeed a magical device, but very difficult to carry. Severely insufficient storage space. Sui couldn't help but sigh, this thing is good, but not convenient to carry. Even if you have your own team, this thing is still not very convenient to carry. It would be great if there was a small one like the DJI Mavic, now I can barely bring it along. Sui looked at the Jingshan placed on the bed, then started searching around the room. People who can spend 80,000 yuan to buy a Jingshan must be drone enthusiasts, maybe they have other drones as well. After opening a cabinet, Sui saw a pink, high-tech box. On the box, there was a Fashion Wing logo. Wow, this is a rich guy, even the limited edition pink flying dragon is here. The flying dragon is similar to DJI's Wukong 2, but more advanced. It is currently Fashion's flagship product. Sui, without saying a word, just took out the box of the pink flying dragon. The weight does not exceed 10 Jin, which is quite light. This box is made of pure titanium metal, and the box itself is not cheap. Therefore, the official price of the limited edition pink flying dragon is 66,000 yuan. After opening it, inside is a pink drone, 6 batteries, a remote control, a charger, and 2 sets of propellers. The pink dragon comes with 2 cameras, one is a fixed thermal imaging camera, and the other is a detachable HD camera. The pink dragon's image transmission distance is 8 kilometers, which is quite powerful. The Jingshen is not easy to carry, but this pink dragon has no such problem. Su-yi carried the powdery flying dragon into the hall and closed the door. Jingshen, Su-yi really wants to take it away. Because it is incredibly awesome. Especially if he wants to venture out on his own in the future, Jingshen will play a very important role. Unfortunately, Su-yi's storage space is limited. Ling Yu's ears twitched, and Su-yi couldn't help but think of cat ears. Therefore, Su-yi plans to check in at the storage room of this small suite tonight to see if he can obtain more storage space. If possible, he will be able to bring Jingshen along. Upon arriving in another room, Su-yi only found some candy and cola, the rest had little value. Because this room belongs to a little girl. Finally, Su-yi entered the storage room. Using his own phone as a light, Su-yi prepared to see if there was anything in the storage room he could use. As a result, Su-yi was disappointed. Inside there were some miscellaneous items like wine, shoes, ladders, and toolboxes. Su-yi thought for a moment and cleared out all the things inside. Because he wanted to come to this place to check in after 12 o'clock. What if there were things inside that would affect the check-in rewards? What Su-yi needed most was storage space. Whether it was for storing the Jingshen drone or keeping food, storage space played a very important role. However, during the cleanup, some useful things were still found. Power strips and light bulbs still had some use, so Su-yi collected them. After checking in at the storage room and obtaining storage space, you can put them away. After finishing these tasks, Su-yi carried the pink flying dragon to the door and then began searching downstairs. Su-yi found that all the way down to the ground floor had already been looted by others, and no valuable items were found. So, he carried the pink flying dragon back upstairs. Su-yi, why are you carrying a pink box? What is it? Ling Yu asked, very puzzled. A drone. Su-yi put down the box and opened it. A drone? Great, we can use it to find those scumbags' camp. Ling Yu immediately excitedly came closer. Yes, it will be a great help to us. Su-yi installed the propellers and the battery. Simple operation, very easy. After turning it on, Su-yi found that the battery still had 80%, which was completely usable. So, he pressed the power button on the device and then turned on the remote control. Although it was foolproof operation with an intelligent flight system, Su-yi still prepared to practice a bit. The sound is still quite loud. Ling Yu had never really played with drones before, so when the pink flying dragon took off, she realized the noise was indeed quite loud. Su-yi also noticed it and felt that the sound could even attract those people. Su-yi controlled it for a while and gradually became familiar with it. It really is foolproof operation, equipped with an intelligent flight mode. So, Su-yi controlled it to move towards another location. Bang! Downstairs, the sound of gunfire rang out. Sure enough, they had been discovered by them. Boss, they're up there. They found a drone, damn. Idiot, who told you to shoot? Moron, if you hadn't fired, we could have just sneaked up and killed them. Shut up, you fools. Get up this building, the rest of you rush over there. Su-yi activated the infrared function and quickly saw the number of people below. There are a total of 9 people, and they are taking action. Ling Yu also crouched beside Su-yi, almost pressed against him as she looked at the screen in his hand, excitedly saying, with this drone, it's simply amazing, we can see their movements. Seeing those people crashing into a house in the distance, Ling Yu teased, these fools still think we're in that house over there. Su-yi controlled the pink flying dragon, making it hover above that house, raising the altitude so they could see the whole situation. Let's go, we'll ambush them on that balcony over there. Su-yi handed the remote control to Ling Yu and turned to rush through the balcony door. After taking out his own crossbow, Su-yi returned to the balcony. Here, you use this crossbow, give me your bow. Su-yi handed the titanium alloy crossbow to Ling Yu. Although Su-yi had never seen Ling Yu shoot a bow, she had said she had only been in the archery club for half a month and hadn't shot the bow many times. So, her archery skills are definitely not as good as his. Su-yi has received the Archery Experience Pack and is already considered an archery veteran. There's actually this too. Su-yi, your luck is amazing to have found this, thank you. Saying that, Ling Yu kissed Su-yi on the cheek. Hey, this is borrowed from you, not given to you. Chapter 21 Encounter with Mutated Creatures. Although Su-Yi still had 3 other bows and some arrows in his storage space, they were not convenient to take out. So, he used Ling Yu's bow. Let's go, to the balcony over there, take down as many as we can. After slinging the quiver on his back, Su-Yi immediately jumped onto the opposite balcony. This place is less than 10 meters away from the balcony where the target is. This distance is enough to shoot those people. They also brought nail guns, but those things have low power and poor accuracy. In Su-Yi's view, they are far inferior to the compound bow in his hand, not to mention the sniper crossbow Ling Yu is holding now. To be honest, Su-Yi really was reluctant to give such a good crossbow to Ling Yu. After all, he used 30 survival points to upgrade it. The two of them crouched under the concrete railing of the balcony, watching the screen on the remote control. Soon, 4 figures appeared on the balcony opposite next door. Su-Yi made a shooting gesture, then placed the arrow on the bow and drew it fully. I'll shoot the one in the red clothes, you pick another, Su-Yi whispered. Ling Yu nodded, picked up a crossbow bolt and held it in her mouth, ready to switch later. Holding the crossbow in her hands, she waited for Su-Yi to stand up. Su-Yi quickly stood up, aimed, and shot in one smooth motion, like an archery expert. After shooting 1 arrow, Su-Yi immediately drew another from the quiver and aimed at another person. Ling Yu's attack was not as fast, she took some time to aim before pulling the trigger. When she hit the target's head, watching the crossbow bolt almost pierce through, she saw another person beside them get hit in the back by an arrow. Bang! Bang! At the sound of the 2 gunshots, Ling Yu and Su-Yi crouched down just in time. However, Su-Yi quickly picked up the nail gun from the ground. Just now, Su-Yi and Ling Yu shot and killed 2, and injured 1. Su-Yi's first arrow hit 1 directly, causing him to fall off the balcony and die instantly. Although the second arrow also hit the back, it seemed not to have pierced the heart, so he was still able to turn around and shoot. Bang! Bang! Su-Yi held 2 guns, both shots hitting the opponent's chest. The 2 people fell down immediately, their eyes full of shock and unwillingness. Damn, is this even human? 3 kills in the time it takes to meet. Are you the legendary Soldier King? Unfortunately, they can no longer hear the answer. His chest was instantly stained red, and he fell onto the balcony. After Su-Yi finished shooting, he crouched down to reload bullets and steel nails. Fortunately, the distance was close enough to shoot and kill the remaining 2 people. Ling Yu had already loaded the crossbow bolt, her fingers marked red from the bowstring's pressure. Through the remote control screen, she saw the 2 people opposite still twitching, the balcony stained red with blood, and Ling Yu couldn't help but glance at Su-Yi. Strong, Su-Yi is really too strong. Su-Yi, you have acquired supernatural powers, right? Otherwise, you couldn't be this strong. You haven't even shot an arrow before, but every arrow hits the target. You are a college student, even if you are a national defense student, you can't be as powerful as you are. I knew it, humans can definitely mutate and gain stronger powers. Ling Yu's eyes were shining as she looked at Su-Yi, as if she wanted to strip him naked on the spot and then straddle him. Su-Yi opened his mouth but didn't know how to explain. His own performance was indeed very strong, something an ordinary college student couldn't possibly have. Not bad, I really have gained some abilities. You. Ling Yu immediately pressed her hand against Su-Yi's lips, then gave him a flirtatious wink. You don't need to explain, I know you still don't trust me. But as long as your mind is working, anyone who spends a few days with you can figure it out. Besides, I don't think you need to hide. Now is the end of the world, strength is everything, it is your greatest reliance. As long as you show it, others will only worship you, only want to cling to you to gain your protection. I know you're worried that someone might want to capture you for research, but when your strength is strong enough, who can actually take you away? Now, you should show your superpowers and quickly gather some followers. As for those with ill intentions, just crush them directly. Why do you have to risk your life for everything? You can totally let others do it. It's the apocalypse now, there are plenty of people willing to risk their lives for a mouthful of food. Ling Yu spoke at length, she felt Su-Yi was being overly cautious. Being cautious is not wrong, but it also depends on the situation. Sometimes you need to be assertive, even to the point of exaggerating your own strength. Su-Yi looked at Ling Yu, and he had to admit that Ling Yu made some sense. Strength cannot be hidden, after all, his power, speed, and reaction ability have long surpassed those of ordinary people. Indeed, as long as one is not foolish, one would guess whether Su-Yi has undergone a mutation and gained extraordinary abilities. It should be known that the outside world is full of mutated infected individuals. It is easy to accept that humans have mutated and gained extraordinary powers. Since when did you start to suspect? Sui glanced at Ling Yu's passionate gaze. Just now, I used to think you were simply amazing on your own. You don't need to doubt it, I fell for you because you are strong and can give me a sense of security. Ling Yu openly admitted that she was attracted to Sui precisely because of his formidable strength. When you just shot the arrow, I finally realized that you had never been exposed to hunting bows before, and Wang Feng's men also said you had no talent for archery. The only explanation is that you have mutated or awakened. Sui touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had thought of others as too simple, too naive. However, he was not awakened, nor did he have any mutation, he simply possessed a system. Meow. The sudden sound of a cat's meow gave Sui a tingling sensation on his scalp. Because the sound was too loud, far exceeding what a cat could produce. On the remote screen, Sui saw a black cat the size of a tiger biting one of the corpses on the opposite balcony. Mutant beast. Sui's pupils contracted, and he covered Ling Yu's mouth. At this moment, Ling Yu also saw the remote screen and her eyes widened involuntarily. A cat as big as a tiger. The two people didn't dare to move, both breaking out in cold sweat. This thing looks difficult to deal with at a glance. Just at that moment, the door of another balcony was kicked open, and several people rushed out from inside. Old Lu, Xiaoyi, a Bing, glasses, where are you guys? What responded to them was a huge shadow and sound. The black cat arched its body, leapt towards them, and launched an attack immediately. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and those people decisively fought back. Chapter 22, Beheading the Mutant Cat. But after that, only screams remained. Sui and Ling Yu witnessed the entire process, watching the mutant black cat easily bite those 5 people to death. The whole process took less than a minute, and those 5 people had their necks bitten off and their bodies scratched by claws. That mutated black cat was also hit by many bullets, with blood holes all over its body. Because one of the people had a homemade shotgun that sprayed many steel pellets. Another person had a standard pistol and fired 6 shots in a row, all hitting the mutated black cat. Even so, they still couldn't kill that mutated black cat. Strong, very strong. This mutated black cat is even stronger than a tiger. If a tiger were hit by a nail gun, a homemade shotgun, and a standard pistol like that, it would have been knocked down long ago. But the mutated black cat did not, and killed all these people. So cruel. Sui and Ling Yu dared not move, fearing it would attack them. Although Sui had considerable strength, he felt he was still far from enough when facing the mutated beast. Maybe he could luckily kill the other party, but he would definitely be seriously injured. It's the end of the world now, and there is no medical care to speak of. Being seriously injured is equivalent to a death sentence. Ling Yu looked at Sui and did not dare to make any other moves. After all, animals have very keen hearing and can easily hear sounds. Sui could only look at Ling Yu with his eyes, asking what to do next. Sui opened his mouth but made no sound, mouthing the words, "Wait for it to leave. It is full and should leave. If it really doesn't work, we can also use a drone to lure it away." Thinking this, Sui glanced at the screen. 53% battery left. If it keeps hovering, it might not last very long. Sui planned to first control it to fly over to another balcony. If it could directly lure the mutated black cat away, that would be even better. As the powder-flying dragon moved, the black cat just glanced up once, then ignored it and continued tearing at the corpse. Sui saw through the screen that blood kept flowing from the mutated black cat's body, and immediately showed a relaxed expression. It might collapse from excessive blood loss, right? If it dies from excessive blood loss, that would be best. Soon, under Sui's control, the drone stopped on the concrete water tower of another balcony. This place also allows seeing the mutated black cat. To save power, Sui turned off the HD camera and left the infrared camera on. Using the infrared camera, it is clearer to know whether the mutated black cat is dead or not. As long as its temperature drops, it means it is dead. To this end, Sui activated the temperature measurement function. It must be said, the power of technology is truly strong. As long as humans are given time, perhaps in a decade or so, the infected and mutated beasts can be cleared out, allowing the world to return to peace. Ling Yu sat beside Sui, resting her head on his shoulder, with both hands holding onto his arm. The two of them were like a pair of lovers. Ling Yu felt especially safe holding onto Sui like this. In the past, she had also fantasized about finding a boyfriend to have a romance with, going to scenic places together to watch the sunrise and sunset. She just never expected that she would be cuddling with Sue under such circumstances. Behind them was a terrifying mutated black cat, ready to take their lives at any moment. However, Ling Yu was not afraid. Because by her side was Sue. Suddenly, Sue restarted the drone. A few minutes ago, after the mutated black cat had eaten its fill, it lay down to sleep. Its temperature only dropped by 3 or 4 degrees, and Sue thought it might really hold on. But unexpectedly, just now, the black cat's temperature began to drop rapidly. So, Sue wanted to test it out. If the black cat really died, they would be safe and could escape this disaster. The strength of the mutant beast made Sue reconsider some things. The question is whether to leave in a hurry or to hang on here for a few more days. He can indeed check in, and he also needs to check in at some special places. However, only gaining one check-in opportunity per day is too few. Even if he is now at some special places, the number of check-ins is still seriously insufficient. It's better to stay for a while, accumulating some check-in opportunities and survival points. You can also take the opportunity to recruit some people and form a small team. Ling Yu is right, the hard work can be left to others. As the pink flying dragon approached, the temperature of the mutated black cat was still dropping. It has already dropped from the initial 45 degrees to 15 degrees. With such a sudden drop, Sue felt that it must be dead. Ling Yu had already released Sue's arm, but she didn't move away, she stayed close to him, staring at the screen. She also saw the originally red mutated black cat gradually turning green, and the temperature was plummeting rapidly. Soon, the pink flying dragon approached the mutated black cat. When it was a little over 1 meter away, the mutated black cat lifted its head, seemingly trying to stand up. However, it did not stand up, only moved its body slightly. "It's dead, it's about to die," Sue exclaimed joyfully. Sue handed the remote control to Ling Yu, then took out his own machete. "Sue, be careful." Ling Yu held the remote control while aiming the crossbow at the mutated black cat. Sue nodded and directly jumped onto the opposite balcony. Quickly approaching the mutated black cat, Sue then slashed the mutated black cat's neck with a single cut. The mutated black cat twitched a few times, then made no other movements. Sue finally let out a sigh of relief, then swung his blade again, chopping the mutated black cat's head clean off. This thing, only by completely severing its head, could Sue feel at ease. Ling Yu also came over and took a look at the mutated black cat's head. "I didn't expect that after mutating, a cat would become so big, almost on par with a tiger." Ling Yu examined the wound and then said, "Sue, this meat looks normal and fresh, it should be edible, right? Maybe eating it can even enhance strength?" Ling Yu wants to become stronger, only by becoming stronger can she have the qualification to stay by Sue's side. Beauty is the least valuable thing in the apocalypse. Ability and strength are what truly have value. Sue definitely doesn't like trophies, because that day in the girls' dormitory, that LV Ran was even more beautiful than himself. LV Ran is a freshman at their school and also the new campus beauty of the new generation. Ling Yu actually knew about it, but at that time she did not say it out loud. After all, she couldn't even take care of herself, so how could she have the ability to save others? Sue did have the ability, but he never had feelings for Lu Ran, nor did he try to save her, he only gave her some chips that couldn't be taken away. This further proves that beauty meant nothing to Sue at all. Ling Yu didn't want to be abandoned by Sue, so she had no choice but to become stronger. The corpse of the mutated black cat gave Ling Yu some ideas. Chapter 23, The Crazy Ling Yu. That's not necessarily the case. If eaten, it might turn a person into an infected, or there could be other side effects that are hard to predict. Sue would not take risks, these are mutated beasts, not normal animals anymore. Sue jumped onto another balcony and searched out their nail guns, bullets, and nails. Although he couldn't use these himself, they could be given to others to use. Since he wanted to recruit followers, having no weapons was not an option. Finally, Sue came to the corpse holding the standard-issue pistol. He was still wearing a bulletproof vest and a bomb-proof helmet. However, Sue did not believe this set of equipment was his own, he guessed it must have been taken by force. Without saying a word, Sue took off the bulletproof vest and the bomb-proof helmet. It's all blood, it needs to be soaked and washed before it can be worn outside. After feeling around the other person's body, Sue did not find any bullets. So, that police handgun is no different from scrap metal. There was also a homemade shotgun, and Sue found that the other person had some gunpowder and steel balls. However, if this thing is not operated properly, it will explode, which is quite dangerous. Unless Su-yi is willing to use survival points to upgrade. Ling Yu, what are you doing? After Su-yi finished searching, he came back and found Ling Yu gnawing on the head of a mutated cat. He immediately drew out a machete and aimed it at Ling Yu. Mutated? Crazy. I want to try if eating this meat can make me stronger. That's what the books all say. Ling Yu chewed the raw meat a few times, then swallowed it. Eating raw meat makes me want to vomit. But she held back, she forced herself to endure in order to become stronger. Are you crazy? Have you forgotten that text message? Do you want to become a monster like the infected? A novel is a novel, reality is reality, you're crazy. Ling Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and showed a happy smile. Su-yi, you care about me, you are concerned about me. Right? You have feelings for me too, don't you? I want to become stronger, I want to survive. Su-yi, I want to survive. If I stay like this, surviving will be too difficult and I will only hold you back. Yes, it's possible that I might become a monster. But I think my luck isn't that bad. Maybe, I can become stronger. Look at this meat, it's very fresh, no different from normal animal meat. Ugh, the fishy smell is quite strong too. Su-yi, you go back first, I'll stay here. If I really turn into a monster, you kill me. Saying that, Ling Yu raised the cat's head again, then tore off a piece of raw meat and bit into it. Watching Ling Yu's crazed appearance, Su-yi's lips moved slightly. But he didn't say anything. If I didn't have a system myself, maybe I would be like Ling Yu too. There are still some ways to deal with infected humans, but when it comes to mutated beasts, we're really too weak. Even with guns, we can't win. It's so despairing. Needless to say, Ling Yu was provoked. System, can the meat of this kind of mutated creature be eaten? Su-yi pondered a phrase in his heart, hoping the system would respond to him. Unfortunately, half a minute passed, and the system did not respond to Su-yi. Su-yi, can you help split open this head? I want to eat some brain. After eating some meat, Ling Yu didn't feel anything, so she thought maybe eating meat wouldn't work. Su-yi took the mutated cat's big head and placed it on the ground. Anyway, Ling Yu has already eaten it, so if anything happens, it can't be avoided anymore. Might as well let her experiment to the end. Holding the knife with both hands, Su-yi chopped forcefully. The bone was very hard, Su-yi chopped more than a dozen times before splitting it open. The blade was all chipped, with several notches. Ling Yu pried open the mutated cat's brain and took its brain out from inside. This bead. Ling Yu discovered a yellow bead. She pinched it, it was somewhat soft. With a glance, Ling Yu stuffed the bead into her mouth. She felt that this bead might be something that could change her fate. Su-yi, you leave first. You can change the batteries on the drone and then watch me from a distance. If I turn into a monster, just kill me. Su-yi said nothing, silently took the drone, leapt over several balconies, and returned to the building where Jing Shen was found. After replacing the battery, Su-yi took all the things back to that small suite. Using the solar charging system's portable power bank to charge the removed battery of the pink flying dragon, and at the same time, plugged in the battery of Jing Shen to charge as well. After finishing these tasks, Su-yi used the remote control to start the pink flying dragon, letting it come near Ling Yu and land in a suitable place. In the scene, Ling Yu was lying next to the body of the mutated cat. She made a V sign with her fingers at the camera, then put on her hat, adjusted her posture, and closed her eyes. Waiting for a result. Su-yi silently sighed, then took some rice from the rice container and cooked some white rice porridge in the pressure cooker. Su-yi found several unopened packs of pickled mustard tuber in the refrigerator, then rinsed the outer packaging before taking them back to the living room. After tidying up a bit, Su-yi took out his phone to take a look, hoping to receive information about edible mutated beasts. He indeed developed a liking for Ling Yu, her performance throughout the journey was very good, definitely not just a pretty face. Such a capable and very beautiful girl, no matter which world Su-yi is from, wanting to have her is not an easy thing. Su-yi naturally hoped that Ling Yu was fine, as long as she was safe, it was okay even if she didn't become any stronger. She just lay there, with no changes happening at all. After cooking the porridge, Su-yi only had dinner at 5 o'clock. There was still no sign of movement from Ling Yu's side. If it weren't for the fact that her temperature remained unchanged, Su-yi would have worried that something had happened to her. He had no interest in learning about the survivors' camp. After eating his fill, he took the remote control, went into the small room, climbed onto the bed, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. At 12 o'clock, after it passed 12, he could get up and check in. It was very quiet at Ling Yu's place. Maybe the meat of the mutated animals was really edible and had no side effects. After all, she had been eating it for several hours, and it had long since started to digest and absorb. If something really bad were going to happen, it should have happened by now. Maybe, after Sui wakes up from a sleep, Ling Yu will still be the same as usual. If the meat of mutated animals is edible, that is indeed good news. After all, meat is very important as it can provide people with sufficient protein and energy. Sui really needs meat right now, but he hasn't even found any canned meat. So Sui really hopes that the meat of this mutated creature can be eaten, so he can collect some and store it. This answer might be revealed when dawn comes. Chapter 24, Have I Really Gained Superpowers? Ah! In the middle of the night, Sui was suddenly awakened by a miserable scream. Ling Yu. Sui sat up straight, thinking that the one who screamed might be Ling Yu. He quickly took out the remote control and found the screen was completely black. There was no power left, and it had automatically shut down. Sui took out his phone and glanced at it. It was already 3:25 a.m. He quickly turned on the flashlight and then rushed to another room. The propellers of the Jingshan drone have been installed. Sui took 2 batteries and the remote control from the charging station. After installing the batteries, Sui carried the Jingshan drone to the balcony and then used Jingshan's night vision mode to check on Ling Yu's situation. The Jingshan drone's built-in camera has a night vision mode. This lens is very expensive, which is why it is referred to as a quasi-military drone. Before going out, Sui suddenly turned his head and entered the storage room. System, check-in. Because the check-in time is very quick, only a few seconds. Check-in successful, gained 3 cubic meters of storage space. Survival points plus 30. 3 cubic meters of storage space. Sui was ecstatic, never expecting to receive such a large storage space. The survival points were increased by 30 points. This time, the check-in really paid off. It was not a waste of time to clear out the storage room. The screams outside continued, and Sui quickly rushed to the balcony. After setting up the Jingshan drone, Sui hurriedly launched it into the air, then flew it toward Ling Yu's direction. As expected, it's very quiet, almost no sound at all, Sui said with mixed feelings. After all, the Jingshan drone is so powerful, it is truly something that makes people happy. But the situation with Ling Yu over there made Sui very worried. Because the altitude was very high, Sui saw Ling Yu's figure even before the Jingshan drone flew over there. She was rolling continuously on that balcony, seeming to be in great pain. Glancing at the temperature, it had already risen to an astonishing 50 degrees. The actual body temperature is probably even higher. If a human had this temperature normally, they would have long been incapacitated. Looking at Ling Yu in the picture, Sui clenched his fist tightly. Apart from just watching like this, Sui could do nothing. Maybe, you will turn into a monster soon. Don't worry, I will help you return to calm, and then find a place for you to rest in peace. Saying that, Sui took out a chipped machete from the storage space. With a thought, words appeared on the machete. One more point, it should be related to the appearance of a gap. Upgrade. A prompt popped up, then disappeared. This prompt was not there before. The machete in hand had changed, transformed into a tang sword reflecting the moonlight, looking extraordinary. Sui snapped his fingers, producing a crisp sound. Then, Sui glanced at the system interface. 31. 0, 6 out of 10. There are 31 points left. Do you want to spend 20 points to upgrade the nail gun? After thinking it over, Sui gave up. Too expensive, too wasteful. Sui returned downstairs, and now he has 4 cubic meters of storage space, which can hold a lot of things. Sui put all the accessories of the Jingshan drone into the box and received storage space. Additionally, Sui stored the food from the 3 backpacks they had collected earlier into the storage space. The rice, noodles, power strips, light bulbs, and wires were also stored in his own storage space. There was a second solar charging system, which Sui also put away. Sui put on the bulletproof vest that had been cleaned in the bathroom and also wore the explosion-proof helmet. After reaching the balcony, Sui also put away the box of pink flying dragon. He planned to put it away after dealing with Ling Yu. After confirming that nothing was left behind, Sui leaned against the balcony and continued to watch Ling Yu on the screen. She was still screaming and rolling around. Although there was still some moonlight, Sui did not dare to act rashly. It would be best to wait until dawn before taking action. As time passed, Ling Yu's screams grew quieter and quieter. Su-yi saw that Ling Yu's rolling movements were getting smaller and smaller, and finally the scream subsided. Ling Yu sat up directly. Just when Su-yi thought Ling Yu was fine, she suddenly lunged at the corpse of the mutated black cat. Tearing, frenzied tearing. Additionally, Su-yi noticed that her nails seemed to have become very sharp, easily slicing through the mutated black cat's skin and starting to eat the flesh on its body. Has it completely turned into a monster? Su-yi felt a chill on his back and hesitated whether to leave before the mutated Ling Yu noticed. In the end, Su-yi still did not move. After eating for more than 10 minutes, perhaps because she was full, Ling Yu stopped. She looked at her nails, and after a while, she walked over to the pink flying dragon. Is there no power? Ling Yu muttered, pressed it, and found that there really was no power. Then, Ling Yu took out her phone and glanced at the time. 5:09 a.m., nearly 2 hours before dawn. Su-yi saw Ling Yu looking at her phone and instantly became ecstatic. If she had turned into a beast, she definitely wouldn't be looking at her phone. Ling Yu, how are you? Are you okay? Hearing Su-yi's voice, Ling Yu immediately became happy and said to the pink flying dragon, it's okay now, I think I've gained a special ability. Isn't this out of power? How can you still see it? Su-yi heard Ling Yu's words and immediately widened his eyes. Is this even possible? Did she really gain a special ability? Really? That's great, I didn't expect you to really succeed. There is still a drone above your head, the pink flying dragon has long run out of power. Ling Yu finally looked up and saw that there was indeed a shadow in the sky. Silent. Yes, only a little sound. No, my ear. Ling Yu noticed that her ear was moving. Also, she found that her night vision seemed to have improved a lot. Su-yi carried a tang sword and a remote control, quickly jumped over several balconies, and came to Ling Yu's side. So, do you feel that something is wrong? I just saw you pounce on and bite the mutated black cat, I thought you had turned into a monster. Ling Yu took off her hat, stuck out her tongue, and said a little embarrassed, sorry, I scared you. I was too hungry at that time, felt like I would faint if I didn't eat something, so I just pounced and ate the meat. Do you feel anything special? The process seems painful for you, Su-yi asked curiously, since Ling Yu's appearance didn't seem to have changed at all. Ling Yu stretched out her finger, and the nail on her hand turned black and grew longer, looking particularly sharp. Su-yi, it seems like I have gained some cat-like abilities, my hearing and night vision have also improved. No, it's not just that. Su-yi muttered to himself. Chapter 25 Come on, give it your all. Because Su-yi saw that Ling Yu's eyes also changed, looking especially enchanting. Fortunately, the ears were still normal, and no tail had grown. Otherwise, I would become Catwoman. Of course, if I became Catwoman, Su-yi would be very happy too. Also, I feel that my reaction ability, strength, and speed have all improved. When saying this, Ling Yu looked very excited. It seems you really succeeded. Maybe the key to making you stronger is that bead, Su-yi said as he began preparing to cut up the mutated black cat's corpse. It turns out that the meat of mutated creatures is generally safe. After cooking, it should be even safer. Su-yi, are we going to take this meat? Ling Yu saw Su-yi's actions and guessed his intention. This meat should be safe. Meat is a good thing and quite precious now, Su-yi explained as he used a tang sword to cut open the mutated black cat's fur. Indeed, it's a pity we can only take part of it, Ling Yu naturally knew that this meat was very valuable. No, I can take it all. Because my ability is related to storage space, I can probably store 3 to 4 cubic meters of stuff, Su-yi explained. His real reliance was the system, the check-in system. The storage space is just one aspect, and exposing it to Ling Yu is also acceptable. After all, he already knows that Ling Yu has acquired supernatural abilities. Letting her know that she has a storage space is also beneficial. Ling Yu immediately widened her eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. This ability is too exaggerated, I'm envious. Storage space, you can carry supplies with you. No wonder, sometimes I don't even see where you put your machete. Ling Yu didn't continue speaking. This is Su-yi's biggest secret, but now Su-yi has already told this secret to me. So, does Su-yi now completely trust me? Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Ling Yu's mouth. Su-yi's storage space is really powerful, you can put all the food inside the storage space. 3 to 4 cubic meters, enough to eat for a long time. Moreover, you can consume and replenish at the same time. This ability is incredibly powerful no matter the era. The operational space is very large, it all depends on how you utilize this storage space. Can the space still be increased? Ling Yu suddenly asked. Su-yi shook his head and replied, I guess not. That's still pretty impressive, storage space, huh? I really want to have one too, Ling Yu said enviously, looking at Su-yi. Go downstairs and see if there is an induction cooker, and collect some smaller pots and pans while you're at it, Su-yi gave Ling Yu a task. He currently has 2 sets of solar charging equipment in hand, and Su-yi is also planning to dismantle the 2 sets of solar charging equipment over there and throw them into the storage space. Needless to say, the storage space will still increase. If he wants to cook, without 4 sets of batteries, Su-yi is worried that the power will be insufficient. Anyway, there is enough space now, so actually not much space is needed for food. Because it is still the early stage of the apocalypse, resources are still quite abundant. There are none nearby because they have been searched and taken by others. The house they are currently in probably hasn't been scavenged yet. While Ling Yu went to collect supplies, Su-yi started cutting up the corpse of the mutated black cat. The skeleton took up too much space, so Su-yi cut the meat off instead of storing the whole thing in his storage space. After half an hour, Su-yi had stored all the meat in his storage space, not even leaving the brain behind. Then, Su-yi replaced the battery of the powder flying dragon and put it back into the box. Next time he needs to use it, he can just take it out directly. The Jingshan drone still needs to be used, and its battery is also quite durable, so it can be used for the time being. There are other survivors nearby, so Su-yi naturally has to be cautious. Su-yi, no one has searched downstairs yet, there are quite a few things. Do you want to go downstairs to collect storage space, or should I bring them up? Ling Yu held the crossbow in one hand, looking very relaxed, and walked up to Su-yi. Glancing at the mutated black cat skeleton, with all the flesh stripped away, she knew that Su-yi had already stored it in his own storage space. I'll go down, you go over there and dismantle those 2 sets of solar charging systems. Saying this, Su-yi handed the remote control of Jingshan to Ling Yu. After going downstairs, Su-yi saw that the door to the room was open. The battery stove, pots, bowls, and other utensils were all packed in a plastic box, along with some seasonings, neatly organized. Su-yi directly put it into the storage space, then also stored the rice, oil, and flour nearby into the storage space. After leaving this room, Su-yi turned and went to other rooms. They were all some food, seasonings, and the like. Su-yi didn't take them, only took a kitchen knife, planning to use survival points to upgrade it for Ling Yu. All the way down to the first floor, Su-yi only took a small rice cooker and didn't want anything else. The space is limited, and some space needs to be reserved, you can't really fill the 4 cubic meters of storage space completely. Now, Su-yi has already used more than 3 cubic meters. After putting away the Jingshan drone and those 2 sets of solar charging systems, there was only a little space left. Storage space is seriously insufficient. Su-yi decided to find a larger storage room to sign in, hoping to obtain more storage space. It must be said, this kind of upgradable storage space is really enjoyable. When he returned to the balcony, the sky had already brightened. Ling Yu also took down 2 sets of solar charging equipment and brought them over here. Su-yi took out a box containing kitchen utensils, as well as a small electric rice cooker. After plugging in the power, Su-yi put some meat into the small pressure cooker, preparing to make some mutant cat meat soup and cook some rice. Ling Yu watched Su-yi doing these things and found it very incredible. Because someone fell from the balcony yesterday, a group of infected were attracted below, crowding the alley so tightly that there was no room to move. Upstairs and downstairs are completely 2 different worlds. After Su-yi finished cooking everything, he jumped onto the opposite balcony and took off his bulletproof vest and bomb-proof helmet. He waved to Ling Yu and said, "Come on, let's spar and see your strength." Ling Yu immediately became interested, she also wanted to know how strong she was. So, she jumped opposite Su-yi. This balcony is quite large, about 70 or 80 square meters, enough for them to perform. You better be careful, I have trained in free fighting and taekwondo, Ling Yu said to Su-yi, twisting her neck slightly. Come on, give it your all. Su-yi became even more interested, he hadn't expected Ling Yu to have learned free fighting. I wonder who is better, Ling Yu or the free fighting skill I signed up for myself. Chapter 26, The Delicious Mutant Beast. Ling Yu took off her jacket, assumed an offensive stance, and then took a deep breath. With a kick of her leg, she leapt up, her fist heading straight for Su-yi's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Ling Yu's body was sent flying. Her abdomen took a kick from Su-yi. Too weak, try again. Su-yi beckoned to Ling Yu with his finger. Ha! Ling Yu quickly stood up and rushed towards Su-yi with increased speed. Then, she was knocked away once again. The unwilling Lingyu charged at Sui again and again, but the number of times she was hit gradually decreased. It can be said that she gradually adapted to her own strength, speed, and reaction ability. However, even so, there is still a certain gap between her and Sui. At least until now, Sui has not been hit by Lingyu even once. Moreover, Sui has not yet used his own fencing skills, otherwise Lingyu would have lost even more badly. The two of them struggled for an hour, both drenched in sweat. "How are you? Are you okay?" Sui reached out his hand to the fallen Lingyu. "I'm fine, just a few scrapes and bruises." Lingyu grabbed Sui's hand and stood up. Taking advantage of the moment, Lingyu pressed her whole body against Sui. "You seem to have gotten a bit taller." Sui wrapped his arms around Lingyu's waist, pulling her even closer. Lingyu noticed it too, then she took the initiative to kiss him. The two exchanged saliva for a while before finally pulling apart. "We can't be apart, or I'll suffocate." "You seem quite skilled, got a story?" Lingyu pinched her numb lips. "Yes, I could talk for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. But you're quite inexperienced." Sui smiled a bit proudly. "Of course, this is my first kiss." Lingyu pouted. Although she was curious about Sui's past, she didn't really care. If you keep dwelling on the past, there will be no way to spend the future together. "Got it." Sui grabbed Lingyu's firm buttocks, then put away the bulletproof vest and helmet on the ground. "Let's go have breakfast. After eating, take a shower, and then go look for those survivors." Saying this, Sui returned to the balcony opposite. The two of them were already very strong, and they were still quite confident when dealing with ordinary people. Especially now that Sui also has a bulletproof vest and a blast-proof helmet, he feels even more secure. Opening the pot, a burst of meaty aroma wafted out, making Sui and Lingyu involuntarily swallow. "It smells so good, I've never smelled such fragrant meat broth before," Lingyu sniffed deeply. "It really is fragrant. Maybe it's because we haven't smelled meat for a long time," Sui said as he picked up a seasoning box and added some salt. Then, 2 big bowls were scooped out with a spoon. Lingyu had obediently gone to serve the rice, so they could drink the meat soup and eat the mutated beast's meat a little earlier. "It's so delicious, incredibly tasty," Sui said, somewhat in disbelief. This meat is also especially delicious, it feels like my tongue is about to be swallowed." "Sui, we are so lucky. In a world full of monsters, we can still drink such delicious soup and eat meat and fragrant rice." Lingyu instantly became a chatterbox, talking non-stop. "Oh my, I'm really hungry now. I actually ate 3 big bowls of rice and drank 2 bowls of soup." After eating her fill, Lingyu rubbed her round belly and got ready to wash the dishes. Sui cooked the meal, so she had to do the same, she couldn't let Sui do everything. "Our appetite has indeed increased, possibly because our bodies have become stronger. Moreover, we just played for over an hour, which consumed a lot of energy." Sui felt that normally, the appetite shouldn't be this large, otherwise, it would be too hard to sustain. After all, food was very scarce during the apocalypse, and having such a big appetite really wouldn't be a good thing. After washing the pots, bowls, and pans, Lingyu tidied them up and watched Sui put them into the storage space. The sudden disappearance made Lingyu feel very amazed. After confirming that nothing was left behind, Sui replaced 2 batteries in the Jingshan drone, and then the two of them controlled it to start searching for survivor gathering points. Found it, a large villa, with many obstacles arranged nearby, and only one road for entry and exit. There were people watching from the balconies of the 2 houses next door, it should be there. Because the flight altitude was relatively high, no one noticed the silent drone appearing overhead. After making Jingshan hover, Sui and Lingyu kept moving closer along the balcony in that direction. Lingyu held a crossbow, and Sui held a longbow. The nail gun will alert others as soon as it fires, so using hunting bows and crossbows is the best choice. With 2 quick approaches and using the real-time footage from the silent camera, they can avoid the few people watching from the balcony. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the nearby balcony. "Should we kill them?" Lingyu leaned close to Sui and asked softly. "No need, just threaten them to surrender. You stand behind me and lock them down with the crossbow." Sui was wearing a bulletproof vest and an explosion-proof helmet. Even if they shot, they couldn't kill him, at most just injure him a bit. Lingyu made an okay gesture, then pulled out a crossbow bolt and bit it with her mouth. "Actually, if we really wanted to kill them, it would be very simple. Take advantage of their distraction, jump directly to the balcony opposite, and then break their necks." Sui uses a machete, and Ling Yu can use her own nails. Hands up, or I'll shoot through your heads. Su Yi suddenly stood up and threatened. The two people tailing immediately froze, then decisively raised their hands. They didn't even have a nail gun, only two watermelon knives. What about the other side? A crossbow and a longbow, just looking at them is deadly. Many people have already died in their base, they were all disobedient and self-righteous. The ones left are mostly more obedient. Good, hands on your head. Su Yi said, and Ling Yu behind him climbed over the balcony and jumped to the other side. Su Yi followed and jumped over as well, the two were very in sync. How many people do you have here, and what weapons do you have? Su Yi put down the bow and arrow, then began to interrogate the two. There are still 38, no, actually 29 people left, 19 women and 10 men. Big brother, we were all forced by a group of bandits, we are all good people. Saying that, the person's eyes turned red. I don't know if it was because of some grievance or exceptional acting skills. There was a group of people holding nail guns before, and the leader was wearing this bulletproof vest that I'm wearing. Do you know about them? Su Yi pointed to the clothes on his body, then took a nail gun from his back and aimed it at the other person's head. Thud. The other party immediately knelt down to Su Yi. Chapter 27, Assault on the Villa Stronghold. The person kneeling was trembling, thinking that since this bulletproof vest was worn by Su Yi, it must have been killed by Su Yi. That is Boss Chuan. He forced us to be here. Otherwise, we would have gone to the official shelter. Another person reacted quickly as well. After kneeling down, he immediately shouted, Big brother, we were really forced into this. That guy named Zhuang is not human at all. He relies on having a gun to search everywhere for survivors, even forcing a beautiful policewoman, taking her gun, and killing many people. He has harmed many girls, he's simply inhuman. Big brother, you are so strong, you must kill that guy named Zhuang. He really is not human. He even eats the flesh of his own kind. How is he any different from a beast? Su Yi squinted his eyes, these two people reacted quite quickly. How many of your gathering points still have that Boss Zhuang's henchmen? Since we've already killed, let's kill thoroughly and wipe out all of Boss Zhuang's men. There's still one left, just one. Big brother, I can help you lure him out, then you can shoot him with an arrow, and we'll be free. One of them raised his hand, eager to show off. Alright, let's see how you perform. Su Yi agreed. Deceive myself? Su Yi was not worried because these people were too weak. It was not difficult for Su Yi to kill them, especially with Ling Yu and himself together. Big brother, don't worry. Only that person here has a nail gun, and the others are all coerced, not under Zhuang's command. That person smiled obsequiously at Su Yi, then stepped back a few steps and turned to go downstairs. Watch him, I'll go down and kill that person. Saying this, Su Yi put away the bow and drew his tang sword. Killing that person head-on with a tang sword would have the greatest deterrent effect, so they would know just how strong their combat power is. That way, by accepting them, they would have no courage to scheme against or deal with themselves. Another person did not expect that Su Yi would not use a bow, but instead drew his tang sword and ran straight down. Is this madness? Going to feed the enemy kills? Even if you are wearing protective gear, you will still get hurt. Brother Chuan, you're back, Brother Zhuang is back, come out quickly. The person running to deceive didn't know that Su Yi had followed him, he still thought Su Yi was upstairs in a dark spot aiming with a crossbow. With that person's shout, a small and thin person quickly walked out of the villa. He was holding two nail guns, followed by two people behind him. However, those two people were not holding guns, but each was holding a steel knife. The person called Chuan Gu frowned and said suspiciously, are they really back? The boss and the others are back. They have been gone all day and didn't send anyone back. Really, they are being blocked by the infected outside and are trying to figure out a way to lure the infected away, the lying kid said convincingly. Outside is indeed blocked full of infected, all blocked by nearby obstacles, otherwise they would have rushed into this safe area long ago. Brother Chuan glanced at the infected being blocked in the distance, snarling and clawing, and said with a frown, these monsters have gone crazy too, no one knows where they came from, blocking the way so no one can get out. While speaking, he also walked toward Su Yi's position. The distance was closing in, Su Yi stood in the darkness, gripping the tang sword in his hand tightly. Then, he charged towards the other person. Seeing someone wearing a bulletproof vest and a blast-proof helmet, Brother Chuan was initially delighted and urgently called out, boss. But he immediately realized something was wrong and quickly aimed the nail gun at Su Yi. Bang! SSS. A single slash cut through, and a pillar of blood shot up into the sky. That Chuan Ji's head was directly severed by Su Yi, and blood sprayed out immediately. Those infected instantly went crazy and started screaming wildly. Ah! The person who came down to trick Brother Chuan was so scared he peed his pants, really wet his pants. Violence. Too violent. With one stroke, the person's head was chopped off. Even on TV, there aren't scenes this bloody. The two men with knives were so scared they immediately knelt down to Su Yi. "Be brother, please, spare us, we are not bad people." Su Yi picked up the two nail guns on the ground, then searched the other party's body for bullets and steel nails. He had a full box of bullets, 100 rounds. So many bullets actually surprised Su Yi a bit. No wonder, he needed a waist pouch to carry them. "Su Yi, awesome!" Ling Yu shouted to Su Yi. Su Yi's move just now was too brilliant. First he dodged the steel nails from the nail gun, then he rushed to the person's side and with a single sword swing, beheaded him. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to do that. Su Yi wiped the blood off the Tang sword and was very satisfied with the blade. Sharp, after cutting off a head, there wasn't a single notch. Stuck it back into the back, Su Yi picked up the two steel knives on the ground. This kind is a machete made from car steel sheets, with very high hardness. "Get up first, throw the bodies to those infected." Su Yi thought it was better to leave the bodies to the infected to deal with, leaving them in the yard was not a good idea. "Alright, okay." The two of them exchanged a glance, stood up, and walked towards the fallen corpse. Ling Yu also went downstairs, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. They finally took over a stronghold, so they could head to shelter number 1 in the city a bit faster. Regardless of whether her parents and aunt were in trouble, Ling Yu still wanted to confirm it herself. After gaining the ability, Ling Yu's confidence increased a lot. Su Yi and Ling Yu walked into the villa, with the two people tailing downstairs walking ahead. Soon, they brought Su Yi and Ling Yu to a small room on the 3rd floor. After opening the door, there was a person tied to a chair inside, facing away from them. Something should have been stuffed into her mouth, and she only made muffled sounds. "Don't be afraid, we are here to rescue you." It was Ling Yu who suggested rescuing the female officer first, so that she would be grateful to them and then stand with them. Those who want to take over here naturally need manpower. After all, the female police officer has received professional training, her skills and courage are incomparable to ordinary people, definitely making her a high-quality subordinate. So, Su Yi let those two people lead him first to rescue the female police officer. Upon hearing Ling Yu's voice, the other party quieted down. Su Yi walked over to untie the ropes, while Ling Yu moved to the front to prepare to remove the thing stuffed in the other party's mouth. "Aunt. Aunt, how is it you? How could you?" Ling Yu was completely stunned, never expecting that the person tied up here was her own aunt, Ling Xuang. Ling Xuang also never expected that the person coming to save her would be her niece, a niece like a sister. Chapter 28 You are free. "Water, give me water." Ling Xuang had been starving for 3 days, with only a little water each day. That village chief wanted to use this method to force Ling Xuang to submit, forcing her to obediently take off her clothes and beg the chief to have his way with her. So, Ling Xuang didn't immediately explain to Ling Yu, she just wanted to drink some water for now. Only then would she have the strength to explain things to Ling Xuang. Su Yi took out a large bottle of milk and handed it to Ling Xuang. Seeing Ling Xuang with short hair, Su Yi was momentarily stunned. "Is this really not your sister?" Because Ling Xuang doesn't look very old, Su Yi found it hard to believe that she was Ling Yu's aunt. "My little aunt is only 5 years older than me, so she really is like my sister," Ling Yu explained from the side, then looked at Ling Xuang, who was drinking milk ravenously, with great affection. "She was probably here to save you, but got trapped by those infected in the river, and then was captured by that village chief," Su Yi voiced his guess. Ling Xuang, who was frantically nursing, suddenly brightened her eyes, raised her hand, and gave Su Yi a thumbs up. It was obvious that Su Yi's guess was correct. "Little aunt, my parents." "It's okay, everything's fine," Ling Xuang said, continuing to nurse. Hungry, she was both hungry and thirsty. At this moment, Su Yi handed a pack of steamed cakes to Ling Yu. "Watch out, don't let your aunt eat too much and hurt her health. I'll go handle some things here first, you stay here." Saying that, Su Yi went out and closed the door behind him. The two people outside were still quite uneasy. After Su Yi came out, one of them asked, "Boss, I know where the food is stored. It's in Boss Chuan's room, usually guarded by Brother Chuan. Take me to see where the others are locked up first." Didn't you say there were 10 more men? What about the other 5? At present, Sui had only seen 5. 1 was beheaded by Sui, and 2 went to dispose of the bodies. They all went out to gather supplies and search for survivors. Either their children were being controlled, or their wives were being controlled. Boss Chuang forced them to collect food. Early this morning, Brother Chuan sent them out, and they will be back by noon. Sui nodded. This indeed counts as a way to control others. However, Sui couldn't understand why they would use such a low method to control them. Led by 2 people, Sui kicked open a door. The lock was reinforced, but it did not stop Sui. He used a tang sword to cut through the iron chain, then kicked the door open with a single kick. Ah! The people inside screamed, clearly frightened. Inside were women and children, some were clothed, while others were not. Sui also noticed that the people wearing clothes were all tied with ropes, while those without clothes were not. You are free now, quickly put on your clothes and then come out to eat. Sui left a sentence behind, then turned around and went to the opposite door, breaking it open in the same way. Inside, there was a pile of all kinds of food, an astonishing amount. The 2 people who went to dispose of the bodies also came back because they heard Sui's movement. Come over to collect food. Sui said at the door, then went to find food. After finding several boxes of steamed cakes and milk, Sui moved them to the door. There was so much food that even after Sui emptied his own storage space and used it all for storage, it still couldn't hold 1/10 of it. I can only say that Boss Chuang has collected a lot of food, enough for them to survive for a long time. Perhaps, the food here is not the only supply, other rooms might also be hiding some. After all, he locked everyone up, so naturally, there's no need to worry about the food being stolen or eaten. Big brother, is all this food just for me? Receiving 2 boxes of milk and a bag of steamed cakes, he found it hard to believe. You 2 split it evenly, this is just lunch, there's still dinner to come. Follow me, you won't go hungry. Sui explained, then took out another portion. Big brother, you're like a bodhisattva. Those beasts never treated us like humans before, only giving a little bit each day, and making me carry this and that. Exactly, big brother, compared to those people, you're a living bodhisattva. Don't worry, I, Lin Wenkai, pledge my life to you from now on. You can make me do anything, as long as I'm fed every day. Me too, my name is Wan Ran. Big brother, just tell me what to do. If I frown even once, I'll be bitten to death by monsters, said a person carrying corpses. Sui said nothing, silently took out a cigarette and lit it. The 4 men quickly tore open the bag, divided the cake evenly, and sat down against the wall to start eating immediately. They were indeed hungry every day, mainly relying on drinking water to fill their stomachs. Because Boss Chuang planned to use the method of enduring like a hawk, to wear these people down and then completely subdue them. After a while, a woman came out from the door opposite. She poked her head out, her eyes full of fear. Sui glanced at her, then said, come over to get food, 2 people per group. She was obviously surprised to hear Sui's words. He was stunned for a moment, then he realized what was happening. Xiaoxue, you come. After a while, she led a 6 or 7-year-old child out of the room and came in front of Sui. Half each. Sui handed over a bag of steamed cakes and 2 bottles of milk. The woman quickly glanced at the several men sitting on the ground, they were gobbling down their food. She swallowed and took the item. Thank you, boss. The little girl also said, thank you, brother. Alright, go eat over there, don't eat too quickly, or you'll choke. Saying this, Sui patted the little girl's head. The woman quickly pulled the girl to the side, then tore open the bag, took out a steamed cake, tore it open, and handed it to the little girl, then inserted the straw into the milk. Xiaoxue, eat up, your dad will be back soon, and then you can be together. Saying this, she patted the girl's head, tears involuntarily falling from her eyes. Thank you, Antimo, you eat too, we have so many cakes. The little girl said obediently. Mo Xiaohong stood up, walked to the door, and said, sisters, come out to receive the food, 2 people per group. Don't rush, everyone will get a share. After receiving it, eat outside and don't block the passage. Hearing Mo Xiaohong's words, Sui couldn't help but glance at her again. This woman was somewhat unusual, surprisingly calm, with very good psychological resilience. After speaking, Mo Xiaohong then took Xiaoxue to the corridor outside. With Mo Xiaohong's words, women gradually came out from inside to receive food. Many people appeared very uneasy, even after receiving food. Because they were worried about the future. Chapter 29. Why stop? After a while, Ling Yu and Ling Xuang also came down. Seeing people with haggard faces squatting in the corridor eating, it was clear that these people were starving. Those people are really scum. Fortunately, you two killed them. Otherwise, who knows how much suffering there would have been. Ling Xuang said coldly after seeing this. Ling Yu thought of those people in the school gymnasium and said, there might be many people like that. Ling Xuang agreed, without laws, everyone would have no constraints. Things that were once dared not to be done are now carried out with even greater intensity. Su-yi, thank you for saving our little Yu. I won't say much in thanks, from now on, Ling Xuang, will follow your orders. After seeing Ling Yu, Ling Xuang took the initiative to speak. You're welcome, we helped each other. Su-yi smiled slightly, still very happy for Ling Yu. Not only was she reunited with her aunt, but she also learned that her parents and family were all safe. At the same time, Su-yi also realized that Ling Yu was very unlikely to venture out with him. He also knew that the two of them could at most have a short-term romance before they had to part ways. Sister Xuang, what's the situation at the official shelter? Su-yi took the initiative to ask, directly questioning in front of everyone. Everyone heard Su-yi's words and stopped what they were doing, staring at Ling Xuang. The situation is good. There are now more than 6,000 survivors in the shelter. The management is relatively stable, and the survivors are also quite stable. No one is going hungry. I was just thinking of discussing with you how to lead everyone to the shelter. I came along the river, and the journey was relatively smooth, except here where I encountered those perverts who led the infected into the river and blocked the waterway. So, we can still lead people through the river to shelter number 1. Ling Xuang finished speaking in one breath, then looked at Su-yi. Because she knew that her niece Ling Yu's heart was already tied to Su-yi. Just now, when the two were chatting upstairs, Ling Yu's eyes lit up at the mention of Su-yi. Do you want to go to the official shelter? Su-yi glanced at the men squatting in the corner. Big brother, whatever you decide, we all support you, Lin Wenkai said very obsequiously. Wanran nodded vigorously and said, yes, 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 we follow Big Brother. The people at the official shelter may not be as generous as Big Brother. I want to follow Big Brother. Ling Yu, come out with me for a moment. Sister Xuang, I'll leave this place to you. Saying that, Su-yi handed 2 nail guns to Ling Xuang. For food, some people would do anything, so Su-yi had to be on guard. Just now, Su-yi heard something else from Ling Xuang's words. The management is relatively stable, which means it is not truly stable, there must have been struggles. It's the end of the world now, and you're still fighting for power and profit? Is such a shelter really safe? Ling Xuang took the nail gun from Su-yi and then said, be careful. So, Su-yi directly headed downstairs. Ling Yu quickly followed, and the two of them reappeared on the balcony where they had entered. Have you told your aunt about us having supernatural abilities? Su-yi stared into Ling Yu's eyes. This answer determined Su-yi's next decision. No, this is our secret, our means of survival. Even to my parents, I wouldn't easily say it. Su-yi, I'm not stupid. It's already the end of the world, and human nature has become even darker. Our experiences prove this. How could I foolishly tell everything? Including the drone, I didn't mention it. I only said that you belong to the archery club and the free fighting club, and that you have practiced martial arts since childhood, so you are very strong. Su-yi heard Ling Yu's words, stepped forward, and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. I suspect the official shelter is unstable, and the internal conflicts might be quite intense. Moreover, survival is not easy. Otherwise, why would your aunt come out alone to find you? Also, I found 2 submachine guns in the room, both out of bullets, which should belong to your aunt. Our secret really shouldn't be revealed. Saying this, Su-yi took out 2 submachine guns and showed them to Ling Yu. No bullets might trouble others, but it might not necessarily trouble Su-yi. He thought he could use survival points to upgrade the bullets of the nail gun, turning them into submachine gun bullets. Both guns were equipped with silencers, and their value was quite high. Using guns to deal with the infected is indeed the quickest method. As long as you get a headshot, the infected will die. Then do we still need to go to the shelter? Ling Yu became somewhat confused and flustered. Of course, not only do we need to go, but we also need to keep the shelter under our control. Saying this, Su-yi kissed Ling Yu. After a long time, the two finally let go of each other. Then, Su-yi put away the Jingshan drone. Its battery has also been drained a lot, and right now there is no urgent need to use it to check the nearby situation. While Su-yi was retrieving Jingshan, Ling Yu tidied up her clothes. Su-yi, I thought you had no ambition. Hehe, we have special abilities, so why can't we manage the shelter? We have strength, so why should we live under others' roofs, why should we work for others? You're right, we should control the shelter ourselves. Following us, at least everyone can have enough to eat, women won't be treated like slaves, and at least they can live with some dignity. Ling Yu is not a ruthless person, and she did not change because of the arrival of the apocalypse. Perhaps it is because she is quite lucky and has not encountered any bad things. Later, she met Su-yi, and having Su-yi protect her along the way made her feel that people should still have humanity and should not live like beasts. So, you need to first take control of the people here. I'm not good at these things, so I'll leave it to you, okay? Saying this, Su-yi pinched Ling Yu's cheek. He can't possibly stay in one place for too long. If you can keep getting stronger, why stop? Besides, only by having great strength can you come and go freely and protect the people you want to protect. When the number 1 shelter is fully controlled, that will be the day Su-yi leaves this city. 3 months, Su-yi will at most stay in this city for 3 months. After 3 months, his strength should be enough for him to return to his hometown and see if his parents in this world are still alive. I'll give it a try, it should be similar to a management company, Ling Yu said. Just as she was about to kiss Su-yi, she heard a noise, so she decisively picked up the crossbow placed on the railing and aimed into the distance. Come out, I've already heard you. You all come out, or we won't be polite. Chapter 30 Joining our team. Indeed, it really feels like a cat. Moreover, Su-yi did not hear any sound. Therefore, it is very likely that Ling Yu has acquired the abilities of a mutant cat. Her footsteps were also especially light, almost inaudible. It wasn't that she was deliberately controlling it, this seemed to be an instinct. So, Su-yi couldn't help but wonder, if he encountered a mutant beast and ate the kind of bead in its brain, would he also be able to have this ability? Sure enough, from 3 balconies away, a few people came out, and they all raised their hands. Who are you? How did you get into our base? Are you new recruits? We are responsible for gathering supplies. One of the middle-aged men with a scruffy beard raised his hands and asked loudly. Su-yi pressed down Ling Yu's crossbow and then shouted, we have already killed Boss Zhuang and his group. Now we are in charge of the base. If you want to see your families, bring the goods over. Those people immediately changed their expressions, not expecting that 2 young guys could be so powerful and actually kill Boss Zhuang and his gang of scum. It should be known that Boss Zhuang not only had a nail gun but also a hunting rifle and a police handgun. They actually killed Boss Zhuang. Was the gunshot yesterday fired during the battle with Boss Zhuang and his men? 11 people, could it really have been just these 2 who did the killing? That's just too terrifying. Su-yi guessed that these people definitely wouldn't have guns, any kind of gun, at most, they would only have knives. Soon, they carried 5 sacks over to Su-yi and Ling Yu. Su-yi untied a sack and took a look, it was all food, rice, flour, and some snacks. The middle-aged man bent over, acting obsequiously, and said, Big brother, this is the food we've collected over 2 days. We've cleared out everything nearby. If we want to collect more, we'll have to go farther away. Previously, Boss Zhuang promised us that after collecting these, he would spare our families. Su-yi sneered and said, what he said has nothing to do with me. What, you want to go chat with that Boss Zhuang? I can make that happen for you. Saying that, Su-yi took out a pistol and pulled the slide back. It's a misunderstanding, big brother, it's a misunderstanding, I didn't mean that. The middle-aged man decisively knelt down. Heh, you know the truth in your heart. Alright, stand up. We don't do things the way those scumbags do. Saying this, Su-yi turned and walked away, not even giving instructions on how to handle the food. Ling Yu kept up with Su-yi's pace, feeling that Su-yi's claim of not being good at these things was just to coax himself. Clearly, he did very well, immediately establishing his authority, yet making it impossible to discern Su-yi's thoughts. This way, they would be too afraid to act recklessly. A gun without bullets can achieve this. How could a person like this not understand how to control these people and manage subordinates? Lazy, he must be too lazy to manage. Leaving the 5 people staring at each other, Su-yi and Ling Yu went straight downstairs. Old Meng, what do we do now? A man in his 30s glanced at the middle-aged man, unable to make a decision for the moment. What else can we do? Are you not going to take care of your own family? Let's go, move the stuff downstairs. No matter where we go, there will always be people collecting food. The infected outside aren't actually that scary and are easier to deal with. Saying this, Meng Qidong tied up the opening of the sack and then slung it over his shoulder. The others silently nodded, all agreeing with Meng Qidong's words. The infected may seem frightening, but they are not difficult to deal with. As long as you are bold and careful, cooperate well, and make good use of the terrain, you can always handle them. But humans, that's hard to say. Dad, Dad. As soon as Meng Qidong arrived downstairs, he heard a voice calling him. Xiao Xue. Meng Qidong threw the sack on the ground and shouted excitedly. Then, Meng Xue ran down from upstairs. After reaching downstairs, she threw herself into Meng Qidong's arms, extremely happy. Meng Qidong tightly hugged his daughter and looked up. Su Yi was standing on the second floor, took out a cigarette and lit it, seemingly unconcerned that his daughter had run downstairs. Brother. Mo Xiaohong called out, then quickly ran downstairs. Husband. Uncle. Brother Hui. A few people shouted as they ran downstairs to reunite with their families. The others quietly came to the edge of the corridor, watching the 10 people hugging each other below. Envy. In the apocalypse, having your own family is such a blessing. Their families were already gone, some were bitten to death by the infected, some turned into infected themselves, and others were killed by other humans. In short, they were all alone. The women saw the scene and all burst into tears. Su Yi also felt somewhat moved, thinking of his parents in another world, then of the parents in this world, and took a deep drag of his cigarette. Ling Yu saw Su Yi's gaze, then picked up a megaphone. This megaphone was found by Ling Shuang in the room where food was stored. The day before yesterday, she even heard Boss Shuang using the megaphone to make a woman moan, which was extremely perverted. So, she went and found the megaphone. I have a few things to tell everyone. We are preparing to head to the official shelter. Anyone who wants to join us can become part of our team. Our team does not tolerate useless people or cowards. Joining us means you must be ready to deal with the infected, regardless of gender. If you don't want to join, we won't force you. Most of the food here can be left for you. Everyone who joins our team will be treated fairly. We will never let you go hungry or treat you as cannon fodder. That's it. Think it over carefully and give us your answer tomorrow morning. After saying this, Ling Yu put the megaphone away. Boss, I'm in. Wan Ran was the first to come forward and express his stance. If you hesitate, you'll lose the chance to become the top sycophant. So he decisively stepped forward. He knew Su Yi and Boss Shuang were not the same kind of people. Following Su Yi, at least you won't go hungry. After being hungry for so many days, Wan Ran felt he couldn't endure it anymore. The other 3 also expressed their stance one after another, all determined to follow Su Yi. Just 2 people can take down 11, how powerful must their strength be? If you don't cling to the strong, are you just going to stay here and wait to die? There is a lot of food here, but how long can it last? Sooner or later, it will be all eaten. After finishing eating, don't we still have to go out and look for more food? If we go to the official shelter, it should be more stable than staying here, right? There are more and more infected outside. If we stay any longer, maybe one day they will break through the barriers outside, and in the end, won't we still be torn apart by the infected? Chapter 31. Nothing is more important than being alive. Alright, you all come with me to the basement to clean up the storage room. Su Yi agreed to let them join and then gave them a task. Tonight, Su Yi also planned to sign in once more. After all, the storage space was seriously insufficient, so Su Yi wanted to sign in for additional storage space. The villa's storage room was very large. Su Yi hoped to obtain an even bigger space so that he could carry more supplies, essentially having a mobile warehouse. No one knew why Su Yi wanted to clean out the storage room, and no one raised any doubts. Everyone was thinking about their own future. Stay, or join Su Yi and the others to leave together. Is it really safe to stay? The food is finished, what should we do? If we join, we will have to face the infected together. For them, it is really a very difficult choice. Xiaoye, come here. Ling Shuang called out, then walked towards the bedroom where the food was stored. Ling Yu followed along. She roughly guessed what her little aunt, who was like an older sister to her, was about to say. After going inside, Ling Shuang immediately closed the door. Xiao Yu, have you and that Su Yi already? At this point, Ling Shuang's face turned red. Although she was already 25 years old, she had never been in a relationship. She only knew a little about matters between men and women. Not yet, little aunt, why have you also started gossiping? Ling Yu felt a bit embarrassed, although they used to share everything with each other. Curious. By the way, was the announcement just now the result of your discussion? This is exactly what Ling Shuang wanted to ask. The previous question was just to confirm the extent of the relationship between Ling Yu and Su Yi. After all, we have been together for 3 or 4 days. Yes. After answering, Ling Yu immediately asked, "Little aunt, what do you think is the most important thing right now?" "Of course, living. Nothing is more important than being alive," Ling Shuang answered without hesitation. Ling Yu nodded with satisfaction. Her little aunt was still quite clear-headed. In the apocalypse, the most basic need is to survive. What we're doing is also to survive, to let everyone survive. Staying here will definitely lead to death in the end. Either being bitten to death or killed by the people around you. Little aunt, you surely know that the infected are very sensitive to the smell of blood. The smell of blood stimulates them, making them agitated. Do you know why so many infected are gathering outside now? Ling Shuang thought for a moment, then her expression changed. After all, she is a woman too. Because of Aunt Flo. Ling Shuang gave the answer. Ling Yu nodded, tore open a pack of QQ candy, popped one into her mouth, and then said, "That's right, I've observed it. There are only 2 or 3 now. After they spend more time together, their cycles will gradually sync up. By then, the infected will definitely rush in. So, I'm also saving their lives. This world is no longer suitable for the weak. Little aunt, how many can you protect? In the shelter, don't survivors need to go out to gather supplies? The earlier it is, the easier it is to gather supplies. Later on, it becomes difficult to collect them. Even if we want to start producing again now and be self-sufficient, we probably have to get through the first few months, right? Moreover, I suspect that the infected are gradually becoming stronger and will be harder to deal with. Not to mention the existence of mutated beasts and such monsters. Little sister, if we want to survive, relying solely on our own strength is too weak, we also need a team of our own. This is already the Dark Age, many of the old ideas are outdated. We have to learn to adapt to this era in order to survive and to help more people survive. Think carefully. I can probably guess what you want to say. But do you really think we can still live the way we used to? After saying that, Ling Yu left. She wanted to stay by Su Yi's side, even if it was just watching him or holding his hand, she would feel very happy and at ease. When she arrived downstairs, the 10 people in the courtyard were talking to Su Yi. They joined too. Ling Yu glanced at the little girl next to Su Yi and asked somewhat happily. The fact that those 5 people dare to gather food outside shows that they have the ability to deal with the infected. In this regard, they are a bit stronger than her. At least, she herself has never killed an infected person. With their addition, the team now has core members. They're not stupid. If they stay, they will surely die. Su Yi said, then rubbed Meng Shue's little head. What's your name? Ling Yu squatted down and handed Meng Shue some gummy candies. My name is Meng Shue, I'm 7 years old. Sister, you're so pretty, are you my brother's girlfriend? Meng Shue blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Yeah, how do you even know about these things? Ling Yu didn't know what to say. Su Yi smiled and said, kids nowadays grow up knowing how to behave early, but that's not a bad thing. It's the ones who don't behave that are troublesome. If there were unruly kids, sometimes they could endanger a whole group of people. Fortunately, this Meng Shue is very well behaved and sensible. Most of what was moved out from the underground storage room were rice, millet, potatoes, and other foods that can be stored for a relatively long time. Actually, previously, the group led by Boss Shuang had the people in the villa clean out the storage room and moved out the fine wines inside, specifically to store these foods. Su Yi had them move the food to the upstairs hall to be stored, but there were no further arrangements. Ling Yu was very sensible and didn't ask anything. After playing with Meng Shue for a while, people gradually came to find Ling Yu, expressing their desire to join her team. Ling Yu did not tell these people that actually leaving here was quite simple. As long as you leave from the balcony, you can directly reach the downstream area of the river. There are no infected people there, and you can follow the river downstream. After 6 or 7 hours, you can arrive near shelter number 1. Only by making them feel that the outside is extremely dangerous, and that joining at such a time requires a do-or-die courage, will they truly dare to face the infected and pick up weapons. Anyway, she didn't say she would leave tomorrow, she just asked them to make a decision before tomorrow. Before leaving, they definitely need to practice building their courage. The outside is full of infected, and they are all blocked off, it's a good opportunity to practice. More and more people joined, and the storage room was cleared out in no time. By evening, only 5 people had not joined. Ling Yu felt that these 5 people were very likely to want to stay here. She respected their choices and would not try to persuade them. After all, we are all adults and should be responsible for our own choices. She is not a savior, she can't save the world or everyone. Chapter 32, Regaining Storage Space Again. After dinner, Sui had someone take down the door of the villa. It was a high-temperature blowtorch, found right inside the villa. After dismantling, it became a series of long guns. There was a pickup truck parked in the villa, with a cutting machine and a generator on it. Wanran said this was brought by Boss Zhuang and his men themselves. Before the apocalypse, Boss Zhuang was in the renovation business, and his subordinates were all his workers. After having people move the cutting machine and the generator into the storage room, Sui began cutting those long spears, transforming them into weapons of more suitable lengths, while also sharpening them to be more lethal. It was only then that everyone understood why Sui wanted them to clear out the storage room. To make weapons. Sui was making weapons, because in just one night, he had crafted 30 sharp iron spears. After it was made, Sui had someone clear the items out of the storage room again. Then, Sui told everyone to go to sleep. Lingyu looked at those iron spears and felt they should be very effective, so she asked, Sui, should we have them take these iron spears to the gate tomorrow to kill the infected? Sui nodded. On this point, he and Lingyu were on the same page. If you don't practice, you'll go weak in the legs when attacked by infected. If you're afraid of that, there's no need to bring them along. When they're ready, then we'll leave. Once we leave here, there might not be any chance to practice like this. Starting tomorrow, you'll take them to kill infected. Be careful not to fully reveal your strength. Lingyu nodded. She knew Sui was deliberately letting her show her strength to establish authority. Alright, go rest now. Tomorrow will probably be tough. Saying this, Sui patted Lingyu's head and kissed her on the cheek. What about you? Lingyu held Sui. I'm keeping watch. There are too many infected outside, and I can't relax if I don't keep an eye on them. Tomorrow when you take people to hunt the infected, I'll catch up on sleep then, Sui explained. Lingyu clung to Sui, then whispered in his ear, don't you want to? After saying that, Lingyu's face flushed all the way down to her neck. She felt very shy, but also very excited. Her whole body seemed to have changed. I want to, but it's not appropriate. So, I have to restrain myself. Alright, be good and go to sleep, listen. Saying this, Sui gave Lingyu's cat-like but a firm pat, feeling its rebound. Indeed, it's hard to control oneself. However, the safety of the base is even more important. Letting others keep watch at night, Sui was uneasy. Alright, I'll go to sleep, you stay safe. Lingyu decisively kissed Sui, then went upstairs. Ling Shuang had already gone to sleep, and the others at the base had also gone to rest. After all, they hadn't been living well before, often waking up hungry or startled. Now that they're full, they can sleep peacefully. How could they still be wandering outside? Anyway, Sui and Lingyu didn't have them keep watch or do any other tasks. The night was not quiet, outside were the cries of the infected. Sui was waiting for the arrival of midnight while staring at the infected outside. They were gathering more and more, and it was indeed possible for them to break through. After finishing dinner, Sui also had the people at the base move some things to reinforce the barricade. As long as they get through tonight, starting tomorrow Lingyu will lead people to clear out these infected. Sui didn't mind staying here for a few days, after all, he hadn't yet accumulated 10 check-in opportunities. With nothing to do, Sui could only pass the time by smoking. Ding, check-in count +1. After midnight, Sui heard a notification sound. Showing a faint smile, Sui turned on the flashlight on his phone and then walked toward the storage room. Before entering, Sui took a deep breath. System, check-in. I wonder if I will get storage space. Check-in successful, gained 6 cubic meters of storage space. Survival points +60. 6 cubic meters of storage space. Sui couldn't help but laugh after hearing about the reward. 10 cubic meters. He actually has 10 cubic meters of storage space now, that's awesome. This shows that his guess was correct, the larger the space at the check-in location, the more storage space you get. Tap tap tap. Sui paced out of the storage room and returned to the hall. He was in no hurry to put the food into his storage space, the 6 cubic meter space was enough to store a lot of food. Next, he would use the sign-in opportunity to improve his strength. Although having more storage space is better, improving strength is even more important. Without strength, just having storage space is not enough. This world is not only filled with infected, but also mutated beasts. If Sui encounters them now, even using all means, he may not be able to get away unscathed. Strength is everything. Time passed little by little, and the sky gradually brightened. Although he hadn't slept all night, Sui didn't feel very tired and was still energetic. He felt that this must be the benefit of having improved his strength. After a while, Ling Yu and the others gradually got up. After washing up, collecting food, and finishing breakfast, it was already 7:30. Ling Yu sent Sui to sleep, other matters no longer needed Sui's concern. In the stronghold, except for Meng Shui, everyone else received an iron spear. The last 5 people were also persuaded by others and ultimately chose to join. After all, there are only 5 women, how long could they survive if they stayed? Infected people are not scary, and these 5 are well qualified to say that. Let me show you, stabbing an infected person to death is actually not that difficult. Saying that, Ling Yu thrust the iron spear in her hand forward, directly stabbing an infected person in the forehead. Their muscles and bones are somewhat weaker than those of humans. As long as you use force, you can do it like this. Come on, you try first. Saying this, Ling Yu pointed to a girl. What are you afraid of? They're all blocked and can't hurt you at all. If you don't dare to deal with the infected in this situation, you won't survive for a few days. Stab, aim, and stab hard. You don't even dare to look, how could you possibly kill it with a stab? One by one, they gradually overcame their fear and began to raise their iron spears, stabbing at the infected. They found that the infected were indeed not difficult to deal with. If one stab wasn't enough, they would stab several times, and that could kill the infected. Until nightfall, everyone was stabbing the infected, taking turns to fight. Overall, Ling Yu is quite satisfied with their performance. By the end of the day, they had killed more than 100 infected. However, the number of infected outside has not decreased, instead, it continues to increase. Because more infected are moving towards this place. Chapter 33, Upgrading is Controllable. Sui slept until after 2 in the afternoon. After waking up, he ate some bread and then went to take a shower. Because of the solar water heater, Sui took a hot shower. After finishing the shower, Sui glanced at the system interface. 91. 0, 7 out of 10. So, he took out that box of bullets. With a thought, Sui saw 2 lines of text. As expected, it can be upgraded according to my ideas. So, Sui quickly changed his mind. System, you're awesome. A single bullet can be upgraded to a missile. But 500,000 survival points. Even if I saved for 10 years, I might not have that many survival points. Sui quickly made a choice. Survival points -10. The 100 small bullets for the nail gun in Sui's hand have turned into standard bullets. Whether it's the submachine gun he picked up or the pistol, both can now use this caliber of bullets. Moreover, it only cost 10 survival points, which is not expensive at all. Sui also found 5 boxes in Boss Shuang's room, but he did not rush to upgrade. It's completely fine to upgrade when needed. Survival points shouldn't be spent recklessly. Sui felt they should only be used when really necessary and preferably saved most of the time. In case of an emergency, these survival points can be used to save one's life. After taking out the gun and the magazine and loading the bullets, Sui put them all back into his storage space. After finishing these tasks, it was already 3 p.m. As soon as Sui opened the door, he heard some sounds. Ling Yu was still in front practicing killing infected people with others and had not stopped. Sui silently took out a cigarette and lit it, then went up to the balcony of the opposite house. There was no one guarding upstairs now, so Sui wanted to take a walk on a nearby balcony and use a drone to check the surrounding situation, to find out if there were any places nearby worth signing in at or collecting supplies from. Ling Yu saw him and just nodded in acknowledgement to Sui. She was very sensible and did not come forward to question Sui about what he was planning to do, not wanting him to feel restricted by her. After Sui reached the balcony, he quickly climbed over several balconies and took out the Jingshan drone. Sui also wanted to find a relatively safe route, so that the evacuation would be much safer. On the opposite bank of the river is a newly built residential area, still under construction, with very few infected. However, there is no bridge leading to the opposite shore yet. There are still quite a few infected people in the alley below, so the safest way is to pass through the balcony. After clearing some obstacles, passing through the balcony is also very convenient. After wandering for an hour, Sui finally returned to the camp. When they came back, each of them was slumped on the ground, looking listless and dispirited. Only Ling Yu was full of energy, still there hunting the infected. Su-yi, the bodies have piled up outside, allowing them to climb to higher positions. I think we need to lure them out and then clear the bodies, Ling Yu said heroically as she retracted her spear. That is indeed necessary. Su-yi nodded. If this continues, there might be infected breaking into the stronghold by night. Who has a bloody sanitary pad? Take it off, then I'll throw it far away to attract them first. Su-yi glanced around at everyone. Then, two women blushed and raised their hands. You two go, find some plastic bags and pack them for me. The rest of you get ready, soon we'll go out to move the bodies and use them to block several passages, controlling the number of infected. After a while, Su-yi took the plastic bags and went up to the balcony. After a few minutes, the infected all turned around and crowded toward the distance. Ling Yu jumped out immediately, and the others followed one after another. If these corpses are not cleared away, the base will not be safe. Moreover, after a day of training, they were no longer so afraid of the infected. Besides, Ling Yu rushed out first. If they didn't take action, who knows what the outcome would be. Back then, Boss Zhuang's group killed 7 or 8 people and threw several others out to feed the infected, all because they disobeyed orders and argued with Boss Zhuang and the others. In the apocalypse, killing is technically illegal, but does anyone actually enforce it? Over here, everyone move faster, we want to block off this passage. Su-yi ran out from another building. Originally, all the places were blocked off, but now they have all been broken through. So, Su-yi prepared to pile all those obstacles into the alley that the infected had just left. Some people carried corpses, while others moved various miscellaneous items. In just over 10 minutes, they had blocked the alley with a high wall. Then, the other 2 alleys were also blocked again, giving the stronghold some additional buffer zones. After finishing these tasks, it had already gotten dark. Everyone returned to the villa, collapsed on the floor, completely exhausted. Su-yi distributed food to everyone. Besides bread and milk, each person also received a pack of ham sausage. Not eating meat is not an option. They consumed so much today, they must be eating meat. After dividing up, Su-yi took Ling Yu to the balcony, saying they were going to keep watch. Actually, the 2 of them went upstairs to eat. When Su-yi went out in the afternoon, he had already cooked dinner, a pot of rice and a pot of mutated beast meat. This is a secret between the 2 of them. Su-yi does not plan to reveal this secret for the time being. Ling Yu has the same idea. Although Ling Shuang is her aunt, she does not want Ling Shuang to know about this matter. Because Ling Yu knows that if Ling Shuang learns this information, she will report it to her superior immediately. There is no way around it. She joined the military at 18, and her mindset is hard to change. The problem is, the concept of a country no longer exists now. The object of her loyalty has already changed. Ling Yu will tell her parents, but she will never tell Ling Shuang. Su-yi, have you noticed that when we eat ordinary food, we get hungry easily, but when we eat the meat of mutated beasts, we don't, Ling Yu said as she ate, expressing her doubt. Su-yi nodded and said, I noticed it too. Maybe it's because the meat of the mutated beasts contains more energy. Perhaps, by continuously eating the meat of mutated beasts, we can also become stronger. Ling Yu took a sip of soup and let out a satisfied burp. I wonder if other mutated humans have appeared in shelter number 1, and if they have abilities like yours. Ling Yu thought that Su-yi's mutation was different from hers, since she had eaten the mutated cat brain pearl. Su-yi couldn't answer that question either. After all, he didn't undergo mutation or evolution, instead, he obtained a system. Chapter 34, All Abnormalities in Shelter Number 1. Ling Yu wanted to control the shelter and naturally did not want mutants to appear inside. Because that would cause greater resistance. Moreover, if there is only one, it's fine, she and Su-yi can suppress it together. But if there are several, then it's hard to say. After the 2 of them were full and cleaned up the mess, they cuddled on the balcony for a while. After their cheeks went numb, Su-yi told Ling Yu to go to sleep. She has been fighting all day today as well and really needs to rest. Although the 2 did not have an in-depth and straightforward conversation, their relationship has already warmed to the point where they can be completely honest with each other at any time. Su-yi also returned to the villa, placed a chair on the 2nd floor, and took out his phone to pass the time. The night was peaceful, but an infected person broke through the outer barrier again during the night and came to a spot in front of the villa. Fortunately, the infected still cannot climb. After Ling Yu and the others got up, had breakfast, and started dealing with the infected, Su-yi went to sleep. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Su-yi would wake up, get up, and then go out to check the situation. Days like this passed for another 3 days. Su-yi didn't want to leave early, but the people here still needed a few more days of training. Their bodies also needed a few days to recover. Ding, check-in count +1. Su-yi heard this sound and immediately became energized. Today marks the 16th day since the disaster began, and Su-yi has been in this world for 9 days. Then, he glanced at the light screen. 81. 4, 7 out of 10. I should leave today, I've already stayed for 4 nights. I was supposed to leave yesterday, but Ling Yu got her period and had stomach discomfort, so Su-yi stayed an extra day. Just as I was thinking, an unusual sound suddenly came from outside. Glancing at those infected, Su-yi suddenly frowned. Because an infected person climbed over the obstacle and entered the villa area. Su-yi stared outside and then noticed that a second infected person was about to climb in soon. Without saying a word, Su-yi grabbed the loudspeaker and started shouting, "Get up, everyone get up, the infected are breaking in." The first to rush out was Ling Yu. She shared a room with Ling Xuang, and like the others, their door was unlocked. Moreover, everyone sleeps with their clothes on. The reason for doing this is to prevent such unexpected situations. "Get up, everyone, get up." Ling Yu started calling people, preparing everyone to engage in battle. Su-yi drew his tang sword and rushed into the villa, beheading the 3 infected who had climbed in. Everyone was awakened, and upon learning the situation, they were not panicked. This shows that the 4 days of training had made them accustomed to it. "Carry your backpacks and take up your weapons, we are evacuating." After saying this, Su-yi rushed into a room in the first-floor hall. These days, Su-yi went out and collected some backpacks. Because when leaving, it is definitely necessary to carry some food, so that in case of any emergencies, he won't go hungry. After Su-yi entered the room, he began to put things into his storage space. This room stores foods like rice, flour, rice noodles, and potatoes. After loading 5 cubic meters, Su-yi stopped. The people upstairs also came down one after another, each carrying a backpack and holding an iron spear. Meng Qidong was holding his daughter, his face full of worry. These infected are indeed evolving continuously, now they can climb. Ling Yu saw an infected climbing in and without hesitation rushed forward, shooting it dead with 1 shot. "Let's go, through the balcony of this building." Su-yi pointed and led everyone onto the balcony. He was the last to go in, and after entering, he locked the iron door. "Everyone squeeze together, just get through 1 night. Tomorrow morning we will evacuate early," Su-yi said, then stood guard at the door. The moonlight at night is already very faint, making it impossible to evacuate during the night. "So, we can only wait until dawn. Xiaoye, you should go rest too. Su-yi and I will keep watch here." Ling Xuang stood behind Su-yi. "Sister Xuang, you go rest. I'm here, so it's fine. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll call everyone." Su-yi refused Ling Xuang. So, Ling Xuang was taken away by Ling Yu. At night, although infected individuals continuously climbed over into the villa, they were unable to break through the door in front of Su-yi. Once they got close, they would be stabbed to death by Su-yi. The next day, the sunlight dispelled the darkness. After more than 7 days, everyone gradually got up. After having breakfast, everyone gathered on the balcony. "I have already scouted the route, everyone follow me." Saying this, Su-yi crossed the balcony and started moving. Everyone followed Su-yi's footsteps, moving towards the downstream of the river. They had long wanted to escape this place. To them, this place was like a nightmare. Hunting infected people every day is exhausting, and that smell is especially disgusting. Because Su-yi had already found a safe route and set up some obstacles, the whole journey was particularly safe. Soon, they went from a building to the riverside, then quickly entered the river using a ladder. The river water was very cold, but everyone's hearts were burning with passion. The official shelter is definitely very safe. Half walking, half drifting, everyone quickly moved downstream. Along the way, they encountered some infected, all of whom were stabbed to death by them. At 3 in the afternoon, Su-yi and the others successfully arrived at the dam that Ling Xuang mentioned. "Ling Yu, Ling Xuang, the 3 of us will go up and take a look." Saying this, Su-yi took down the longbow from his back and prepared to go up the stone steps to check the situation. After all, so many days have passed, and they still don't know what has happened at the shelter. The others also climbed onto the riverbank beside them, began taking off their clothes, and wrung the water out of them. After Su-yi and the others went up the stone steps, they looked at the street. It was quiet, and they didn't see a single person or any infected. It seems to be safe. A tank? Suddenly, Ling Xuang exclaimed. Su-yi also saw it. A tank suddenly drove up in the distance. How could there be tanks? Could it be that the military has come to save us? Ling Shuang looked in the direction the tanks were coming from, which was exactly where the shelter was located. If that were the case, the shelter should have sent a text message to everyone in the city, but we haven't received a single message. Su Yi felt it was too optimistic to think that way. The presence of tanks does not necessarily mean the military has arrived. However, it is also possible. Although 40% of the people have turned into infected, the military still has weapons and is the most capable of controlling the situation. After taking control of the situation, they began to rescue the personnel. I'll go ask, after all, I'm a SWAT officer. Ling Shuang decided to find out clearly, as guessing here was of no use. Sister Shuang, don't rush. Wait until the tank leaves, then it's more appropriate for you to inquire at the shelter. Su Yi grabbed Ling Shuang and persuaded her. Chapter 35, Apocalypse Army. Ling Shuang knew Su Yi was very cautious, so she nodded and agreed with him. So, the three of them retreated. A tank led the way in front, followed by 2 armored vehicles. It really looked very military. However, Su Yi was not at ease. To put it bluntly, Su Yi did not trust others. It seems there is a problem at the shelter now. After everyone goes up, they will hide with us in the nearby building and wait for Ling Shuang to confirm that the shelter is safe and has no issues before we go to the shelter. Is there any problem with doing this? As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, someone came forward to express their stance. Big brother is wise. We will follow your arrangements and have no objections. Who knows what the situation in the shelter is like now? What if the people inside are like Boss Shuang? It's better to be cautious, only caution can help us survive in this chaotic world. Although Wan Ran was flattering, it wasn't entirely just to flatter. At least from his perspective, Su Yi's caution was very necessary. They have been together for at least this many days, knowing Su Yi and Ling Yu's temperaments. Following them means at least being able to eat enough every day, not going hungry, and not being bullied. Such a leader is definitely very rare in the apocalypse. Others also nodded in agreement, feeling that Wan Ran made a lot of sense. After experiencing Boss Shuang, and then switching to Su Yi and Ling Yu, the feeling was like the difference between hell and heaven. Naturally, they trusted Su Yi and Ling Yu very much. In the past few days, Ling Yu has been leading them to hunt infected people, letting them know that having strength is the best guarantee for survival. Alright, then let's go up. So, Su Yi appeared on the street once again. Soon, they rushed into a shop. This is a clothing store, but all the clothes inside have already been moved out. After all, this place is closest to the shelter, and at the beginning, all the supplies in this area were moved into the shelter. On several nearby streets, everything has been moved out. This is a walkie-talkie, found a few days ago. I don't know if you'll be able to receive anything after you go in. Here's this pistol for you, it has 7 bullets inside. Saying that, Su Yi handed the walkie-talkie and the pistol to Ling Shuang. Just say you're alone, don't reveal us. First gather information, confirm there's no problem, then contact us. Su Yi gave instructions very cautiously, after all, it concerned his own safety. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Ling Shuang felt that Su Yi was too suspicious and overly cautious about the authorities. But since Su Yi saved Ling Yu and her life, she could do as Su Yi requested. After Ling Shuang left, Ling Yu came over. Do you want to use a drone? Su Yi shook his head. Since the situation here is still unknown, they definitely couldn't recklessly use a drone. I hope everything will be peaceful. Su Yi said, then entered the shop with Ling Yu, hiding in a corner with everyone, waiting for the outcome. Ling Shuang walked towards the shelter and noticed many people patrolling. Zhang Yang, Zhao Kai. Ling Shuang saw 2 familiar figures and immediately called out. Team Ling. The 2 people immediately became joyful, after all, Ling Shuang had been gone for many days, and they thought she was already dead. They never expected that she would return safe and sound. Just as they were about to rush forward, they were stopped. Stop, you are abandoning your post. A person in military uniform stopped them. The 2 immediately stopped, then saluted. Report, outside is our captain, Ling Shuang. The person in military uniform frowned, immediately recalled, and asked, is she the female special police officer who left the camp 8 days ago to find her family at school? Yes, officer, it's her. She is our captain, and her strength is better than ours, Zhang Yang explained somewhat obsequiously. Being able to stay outside for so many days, you really have some skill. You can rejoin the team. You should tell her about the current situation at the camp and the new rules. Thank you, officer, Zhang Yang and Zhao Kai immediately saluted, then rushed towards Ling Xuang. Team leader Ling, it's really great that you're okay. We thought something had happened to you and have been worried all along, After Zhang Yang ran up to Ling Xuang, he said happily and loudly. I encountered some situations outside. What is the current status of the shelter? Has the military taken over? Ling Xuang glanced at those people, feeling somewhat puzzled. At this time, shouldn't Zhang Yang and the others be out collecting supplies or clearing out the infected? Why are they standing guard and patrolling here? Yes, our shelter has been taken over. More than 500 people have arrived, and now the tribe's leadership has become the leader of the Apocalypse Army, Zhao Kai whispered beside him. Apocalypse Army, leader? Ling Xuang's pupils contracted, and she immediately sensed that something was wrong. Proper military forces all have their own unit numbers, they definitely wouldn't change them arbitrarily. A name like Apocalypse Army definitely cannot be an official military force. They have betrayed. They must have betrayed, otherwise why would they choose such a name? Su Yi's worries were not unfounded, the shelter indeed underwent a major change. Leave. I'm afraid we can't leave now, the soldiers over there are still watching me, Zhao Kai, and Zhang Yang. If she dares to make a move, she will drag them down, along with their families. How are my parents, my brother, and sister-in-law? Are they okay? Ling Xuang quickly asked, wanting to know about her family's situation. It's okay. Although the camp has been attacked many times by mutated beasts, they have all been repelled, and everyone in the shelter is safe. Captain, this is the new regulation. Take a good look. Just now, the officer from the Apocalypse Army said you can rejoin the team. After rejoining, you can be responsible for the watch duty, and at least receive a ration, enough to support a family, Saying this, Zhang Yang took out a note and handed it to Ling Xuang. Ling Xuang took a glance at it, then her brows furrowed even tighter. She didn't pay much attention to anything else, but she saw the word, kill. Although using harsh laws in chaotic times is not wrong, the severity of the punishments is a bit too extreme. Possessing weapons privately, death. Hoarding food privately, death. Forming secret factions, death. Disobey the order, kill. After watching, Ling Xuang's mood was extremely heavy. Joining such a shelter is basically being a tool for those people. So, she regretted it. However, her own family was still inside, and now she had no choice but to compromise. So, she took out the gun she had on her and handed it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang silently took Ling Xuang's gun and then, together with Ling Xuang, stepped through the gate. There was already a low wall outside the shelter, and as supplies increased, it would get higher and higher. In their view, although the Apocalypse Army is very strict, at least their firepower is strong enough to repel powerful mutated beasts and ensure everyone's safety. Eating a little less and living a little harder is nothing, as long as you endure, you will get through it. Once the Apocalypse Army has cleared all the infected in the city, everyone can return to a normal life. Chapter 36, The Evolver. Reporting to the officer, I only have a pistol with me, the other weapons have been lost. Ling Xuang approached the man and saluted. I am Li Rui, Deputy Commander of the End Times Army. Welcome back. Saying this, he handed over a military rifle and then said, now, this is your weapon. You are now the captain of Security Team 3. You can receive 4 rations a day and will report directly to me from now on. It was obvious that Li Rui wanted to win Ling Xuang over. After all, to survive in the end times, relying on oneself alone is not enough, you need to have many subordinates to survive and to live well. Moreover, although Ling Xuang was wearing a bomb-proof helmet, her beautiful face could not be hidden. He had never been with such a beautiful woman before. Ling Xuang did not expect that the person in front of her was actually a high-ranking officer of the End Times Army. His gaze was filled with an annoying possessiveness. Is this really a soldier? Ling Xuang felt that these people were not soldiers at all. But could she ask? No, because her family was still in the shelter. Everyone else has compromised, what can she change on her own? Now she finally understands the deeper meaning of Su Yi's words, not only the world changes, but also people's hearts. Thank you, Commander. I will definitely use the gun in my hand to protect those behind me. Ling Xuang took the gun and saluted. Zhang Dafu, take Captain Ling to see his family, and at the same time, give her 4 rations. After completing these tasks, take her to the 3rd security team to familiarize her with the job procedures. After saying this, Li Rui turned and left. Because he still needs to patrol the entire camp. Yesterday, they had just repelled several mutated beasts, and there was a gap in the defense that must be sealed as soon as possible. Otherwise, his violent leader would not spare him. Ling Xuang knew that the other party wanted to separate her from her former subordinates. But right now, she had no other choice. Follow me. A dull voice sounded. Ling Xuang did not hesitate and directly followed the other person, heading into the shelter. Now, she only hopes that her family is safe. Brother, I just came back from outside and I'm not very familiar with the current camp. I don't know how our commander is he very strong? Ling Xuang inquired. After all, she had indeed just returned from outside. Very strong, the commander is an evolver, no one can match him, Zhang Dafu said with some envy and admiration. Evolver? Ling Xuang didn't expect to hear such a term. That's right, after the catastrophe, a very small number of people evolved and gained great strength. Our commander is one of those individuals, Zhang Dafu said proudly. This is not a secret, on the contrary, it needs to be widely publicized. Ling Xuang took a deep breath and immediately asked, how strong? Can they hunt mutated beasts? Zhang Dafu glanced at Ling Xuang, seeming somewhat displeased. The commander can repel mutated beasts with his bare hands. It's very difficult to kill mutated beasts, they are not afraid of bullets at all. Even if hit, the bullets are squeezed out by their muscles. Ling Xuang's pupils contracted, then she said, when I left, the mutated beasts weren't this terrifying. Have they become stronger now? That's right, the commander said the same thing. The mutated beasts are getting stronger. So, we need to deploy more combat power to eliminate them. Today, the commander went out in a tank to deal with the mutated beasts. Fortunately, the number of mutated beasts isn't large, otherwise this camp would be overrun by them in just a few days. After hearing this, Ling Xuang's frown deepened. If the mutated beasts are not eliminated, then the safety of the shelter cannot be guaranteed. The mutated beasts are too strong, bullets can't even hurt them. No wonder they are driving tanks to deal with the mutated beasts. Along the way, Zhang Dafu talked a lot. Now, there are already 13,000 survivors in the camp, most of whom were brought here by them. Only then did Ling Xuang understand why the management of the shelter had changed. It turns out that the Apocalypse army has a larger population and stronger power, so it is quite normal for them to take over the shelter here. After all, if they fought, there would be no chance of winning. Ling Xuang never expected that such great changes would happen in the short time she was away. Soon, Ling Xuang was taken to a busy place. Many people were digging the ground by hand, and nearby there were many people wearing bulletproof vests, armed and watching closely. This is land reclamation. The soil here is very fertile, and the commander thinks it's very suitable for growing vegetables, Zhang Dafu explained, then began calling out the names of Ling Yu's parents. Ling Xuang's own parents are already 70 years old, so this kind of physical labor is definitely not suitable for them, which is why they have other jobs. Xiao Xuang. When Ling Chun saw Ling Xuang, his eyes immediately turned red. He originally thought Ling Xuang had already sacrificed herself, after all, she was the only one who left at the time, with no one else around her. Big brother. Ling Xuang ran over and hugged Ling Chun. Xiao Yu is fine, but it can't be said out loud right now. Ling Xuang quickly said something in a very low voice, only Ling Chun heard it. It's good that nothing happened, as long as our family is safe. Ling Chun happily patted Ling Xuang on the back, never expecting that his daughter was also fine. As for why it couldn't be said, Ling Chun also guessed a few reasons. The current shelter enforces a high-pressure system, and they have also lured many children to serve those people. Her own daughter is so beautiful, if she ended up here, what would be the difference from entering a den of wolves? Yi Ji beside her didn't react at first, but from her husband's words, she caught the hidden meaning. My own daughter is fine. But, I can't say. So, she also went up, excitedly hugged Ling Xuang, and got definite news from her. Where are mom and dad? Ling Xuang asked, not seeing her own parents. They are doing the cleaning work so that they can get a little food. Ling Chun explained somewhat shamefully. After all, he was not even able to provide meals for his elderly parents and felt ashamed to face his younger sister. I am now the captain of the Public Security Team 3, with 4 rations a day. They probably don't need to work anymore, right, Brother Zhang? Ling Xuang said as she turned to ask. Now she no longer had any say, the power of speech was in the hands of the Chaos Army. Zhang Dafu shook his head and said, I don't have the final say on this matter, it has to be approved by the commander. In the camp, everything is decided by the commander. Zhang Dafu thought that with Ling Xuang's beauty, entering the management team should not be a problem. After all, she not only has beauty but also strength. A woman like this would definitely be appreciated and specially cared for by the commander. Chapter 37, News from Inside the Shelter. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Can I go to the restroom? Please wait here for me a moment, I still need to see my parents. Ling Shuang rubbed her stomach and tested the situation. Zhang Dafu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Thinking that Ling Shuang's parents and family were all here, there should be no problem. Hurry up, I still have other tasks. Zhang Dafu emphasized. Thank you, I'll be back soon. Saying this, Ling Shuang held her stomach and quickly walked towards the distant building. Because everyone was working, there was not a single person near the restroom. After Ling Shuang went in, she decisively took out the walkie-talkie. Su Yi, can you receive this? /received, clear, Su Yi's voice came through the walkie-talkie. This side is controlled by the Apocalypse Army. They have strict control over food, hiding food will result in execution by shooting. Their control over personnel is also very harsh, even people in their 70s or 80s have to work to support themselves. Additionally, the status of women in the shelter might be very low. Beautiful women are very likely to become someone else's plaything. Also, the leader of the Apocalypse Army is an evolver. He can fight against mutated beasts and force them to leave. Today, they went out driving tanks specifically to deal with the mutated beasts. Xiaoya, your parents are both very safe, I will take good care of them. I don't have much time, you should weigh it yourselves, I will act as if I have never met you. After saying that, Ling Shuang flushed the water. Received, take care. Su Yi's voice came again. Ling Shuang took a deep breath and opened the door to go out. After going outside, she took off her helmet and washed her face. Then, she patted her cheeks. Ling Shuang, now it's the end of the world. The old ways of living must be abandoned. Keep going, you can do it. Keep going. After cheering herself up, Ling Shuang left. Did everyone hear that? Sui glanced around at the crowd, after all, the walkie-talkie was quite loud. Boss, no matter what decision you make, I will follow you, Wan Ran stated decisively. Seeing him raise his hand, the others also expressed their support one after another. They came to the shelter seeking a stable life. But from Ling Shuang's words, it doesn't seem that good. After she went back, she couldn't get out and could only secretly find opportunities to send out the intelligence. Without the walkie-talkie, they might have waited for days without receiving any intelligence from Ling Shuang. Shooting someone just for hoarding food? This is just too ruthless. Are they any different from Boss Shuang? Apocalypse soldiers, just the name doesn't sound like good people, does it? First, evacuate this block and find a neighborhood to hide in. They've definitely already searched this area thoroughly. Although there won't be any food, safety is definitely not an issue. Ling Shuang has just gone in, the situation is not yet fully understood, let's wait 2 days to see how things develop. If you agree with my decision, raise your hand. If you disagree, you can go to the shelter to join them, but the premise is that you cannot disclose our situation. Su Yi looked around, then everyone raised their hands. Alright, let's go now, everyone follow me, move a bit faster. After saying this, Su Yi immediately went to the door. He did not communicate with Ling Yu and made the decision directly. Ling Yu did not express any opinion throughout, even though she was only a few kilometers away from her parents. But she knew that if she appeared, it might not be so easy to see her parents. She felt that the phrase, beautiful women might become playthings, was something Ling Shuang specifically said to her. Additionally, Su Yi's decision was also without any problems. By hiding in a nearby residential area, he could find opportunities to gather more intelligence. The food they had on hand was more than enough to sustain them for 3 to 4 days. Such a long time was enough to think clearly about whether to seek refuge at the shelter. The group went around to the back of the block and then entered a residential area. As Sui guessed, the community had already been swept through, except for those doors that were open, the others had been smashed open. At the same time, no infected bodies were seen, only piles of charred skeletons stacked like mountains. Obviously, they had piled up the infected bodies and burned them. Men stay in this room, women in that one. Don't move around casually, and don't visit each other. If I find out you're coercing them, I'll castrate you immediately. Sui warned, not wanting any trouble at this time. Boss, don't worry, I will keep an eye on them. Fong Ran volunteered to stand up. Sister Hong, here you go. Su Yi took out a nail gun and handed it to Mo Xiaohong. Ling Yu had told him that Mo Xiaohong's performance these days was very good. She used to be a senior executive at a company and often worked out. Ling Yu thought she was a subordinate worth winning over. Thank you for the trust, boss. Mo Xiaohong said gratefully, not expecting Su Yi to actually give her a nail gun. Although it only had one bullet, its main purpose was not to deal with anyone, but rather a kind of attitude from Su Yi. Su Yi said nothing and silently walked to the third suite. That place belonged to him and Ling Yu. How is it, can you see it? Su Yi chose a high floor precisely because he wanted to be able to see the situation inside the shelter. Yes, the defenses inside are very tight, and they all have guns. With just a few of us, I'm afraid we can't do much. Ling Yu's eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people, at least twice as good, so she could clearly see the situation inside. Su Yi walked to the window and took a look, then turned to look at Ling Yu. Your eyesight has improved a lot, I'm a bit envious. I even want to hunt down a mutated cat and eat its brain. It seems my eyesight has really improved a lot, but unfortunately, I didn't see any sign of my parents. Saying this, Ling Yu went up and hugged Su Yi. I'm already yours, so what is there to envy? At worst, we can go hunt other mutated beasts so you can also have this kind of ability. Saying this, Ling Yu hugged him a little tighter. Su Yi touched Ling Yu's soft hair and then said, just now Sister Shuang said the leader of the Apocalypse Army is an evolver. He probably doesn't gain his abilities from mutated beasts. Maybe, no one else has gained abilities from mutated beasts like you have yet. Through the intelligence from Ling Shuang, Su Yitsai was certain that someone had truly evolved and gained powerful abilities. They can fight mutated beasts and even repel them. Such strength, I probably don't have it yet, right? It seems I need to quickly register at a suitable place. I wonder if anyone can gain power in this way. Ling Yu had turned around and gently touched Su Yitsai's cheek. Chapter 38 They are dealing with the mutant dogs. Su Yi did not discuss this issue with Ling Yu, after all, it was not something that could be resolved through discussion. Boom! The sound of an explosion came from afar. Are they dealing with the mutated beasts? Ling Yu glanced at the door. Su Yi rubbed Ling Yu's head and said, I'll go check it out, I'll leave this place to you. Ling Yu nodded, be careful and come back early. Su Yi took out a submachine gun, handed it to Ling Yu, and gave her 30 bullets. Ling Yu didn't think much and accepted it directly. Su Yi kissed Ling Yu, hurried downstairs, and then started running wildly towards the street. If those people didn't know that mutated beasts could grant abilities, Su Yi might have gotten a great bargain. After running a certain distance, Su Yi took out the Jingshan drone. After flying to a certain height, Su Yi could see the situation of the nearby streets. I see it. Su Yi spotted the silhouette of a tank, inside which a Jingshan drone was being controlled to fly over there. At the same time, Su Yi quickly accelerated towards the area where the tank was located. The street was clearly cleared, with vehicles all pushed onto the sidewalks. All of this should have been done by the Apocalypse soldiers and has nothing to do with the previous shelter number 1. After running wildly for more than 10 minutes, Su Yi arrived near the tank. Along the way, the tank was still firing. Obviously, the mutated beasts have not been killed yet. Su Yi hid in a convenience store, which had also been looted. Inside, there were only some shelves and counters left, along with a floor covered in banknotes. Everything else had been taken away by people. Su Yi sat behind the counter, controlling the drone. Fortunately, there was such a magical device, otherwise, it would have been really difficult to manage. I don't know if it can be upgraded with a feature invisible to the naked eye, Su Yi muttered, then zoomed in the camera. Is this a mutant cow? No, it's a mutant dog, ridiculous, a mutant dog the size of a cow. Su Yi frowned involuntarily when he saw the mutant dog on the screen. Such a powerful mutant beast, no wonder they need to use tanks to deal with it. Additionally, Su Yi noticed that its legs were bound with iron chains. Not far away, a person was carrying a large knife, staring at the mutant dog. Su Yi noticed that this person was very tall, estimated to be over 2 meters, and covered in muscles. This person should be the leader of the Apocalypse Army, right? Su Yi muttered, not expecting the other party to have such an appearance. Boom! The tank fired again, but the mutant beast dodged, and the shell hit the building behind the mutant dog's hind leg. However, the mutant dog let out a miserable scream. Shockwave, they are using the shockwave from the explosion. Just as Su Yi finished speaking, the leader of the Apocalypse Army suddenly charged forward and slashed his big knife at the mutated dog. This slash directly struck the back of the mutated dog. The mutated dog let out a series of agonized screams. It was clear that this slash inflicted a fatal wound. Hey, die, beast! The leader of the Apocalypse Army leapt high and then brought his knife down, cutting off the mutated dog's head. Strong. Unbeatable. After Sui saw the strength of the Apocalypse Army leader, he immediately felt the gap between himself and him. "You damn beast, you bit to death 8 of my men." Saying that, he kicked the mutated dog's head and kicked it out of the community. Meow. Suddenly, a loud cat's cry came from afar. On a distant rooftop, 2 mutant cats appeared, their size even larger than tigers. The leader of the Apocalypse Army's face changed, and he shouted loudly, "Retreat, retreat quickly." Obviously, he knew he was no match for these 2 mutant cats. He decisively cut off a large piece of meat from the mutant dog, not even daring to take the entire corpse. So, they decisively withdrew from the neighborhood. Sui saw the 2 mutant cats jump directly from a rooftop dozens of meters high, then pounce on the mutant dog's corpse. They evacuated decisively. The leader of the mutant army directly jumped onto the tank, sat on top of it, and retreated in the direction of the shelter. A few minutes later, Sui came out of the shop and then quickly ran towards the mutant dog's head. Obviously, the leader of the Apocalypse Army did not know that brain beads could grant people supernatural abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kicked the mutant dog's head off in a fit of anger. However, he knew that the meat of the mutated beasts was edible. After eating the mutated beast's meat for such a long time, Sui felt that this meat seemed to enhance strength. Soon, Sui found the location and stored the mutated dog's head in his storage space. Sui couldn't handle the 2 mutated cats either. These 2 are definitely much stronger than the mutated cat that he and Lingyu picked up before, and their sizes are considerably larger than that one. Sui did not provoke them but decisively left. Check in. Sui only wants to check in now, only by improving his strength can he have enough power to deal with these mutated beasts. Sui took out his phone and opened the navigation. Because he had offline maps of the city, he could still use it. The satellite overhead was still working. Sui's goal was to find places like boxing gyms, fitness centers, or taekwondo dojos. Sui directly searched for boxing gyms, and then many options popped up. 5-star Taekwondo, 147-17, Weiye Road. High Dog Boxing Fitness Gym, Building A, 47784 Tiananmen Road. Flying Man Muay Thai Fighting Gym, 5th floor, 3rd level, 1232, Xinshin Road. Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym, Building 6, Wudong Community. Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym, Wudong Community. Sui remembered that he seemed to have just seen this name on the map's location, so he chose it. Sure enough, it was only a little over 300 meters away. So, Sui quickly followed the navigation and arrived at Lu Fuqiang's boxing gym. The gym was on the basement level, and Sui saw many photos on the wall. They were mostly photos with celebrities and the like, which Sui did not look at closely. Internal martial arts, jujubang. The crashing fist is like an arrow leaving the bow, all the power comes from the push of the rear foot. With kidney water nourishing the liver wood, relaxing the shoulders and lowering the elbows, the energy naturally balances. Jujubang combines the crashing fist techniques from 9 schools, paired with breathing exercises, to bring the power of the crashing fist to its peak. Sui finished reading the introduction and thought it was quite impressive. Walking into the boxing gym, Sui saw many training devices for practicing fists. Should I sign in here or not? What if this so-called Neijiaquan Jujubang is just a bluff? Wouldn't I be at a loss? Forget it, sooner or later I have to try in a place like this. I have to trust the system. Saying this, Sui closed his eyes. System, sign in. If he really gets what he wants, then his choices will change in the future. If internal martial arts really exist, then their power is definitely not comparable to ordinary boxing techniques. Chapter 39 The reward is too generous. Check-in successful, received the Internal Martial Arts 9 Extremes Collapse Experience Pack. Ding, received 1 Peiyuan pill. Survival points plus 70. Hearing the system's voice, Sui almost jumped up with joy. Jujubang, Peiyuan pill, 70 survival points. All of this shows how correct Sui's decision was. System, received the 9 Extremes Collapse Experience Gift Pack. As soon as the voice fell, Sui felt as if a movie was playing in his mind, and then his body moved involuntarily. After more than 10 minutes, Sui's body finally stopped. Then, Sui took out the Peiyuan pill. This is a green pill, and after Sui took it out, he immediately knew its effect. It increases blood and vitality, can enhance strength, a good thing. Sui directly put the Peiyuan pill into his mouth and then swallowed it. This Peiyuan pill does not take effect immediately, it requires some time to absorb the medicinal effects. Su-yi came up to a punching bag, then threw a punch with a bang. The punching bag was directly smashed by Su-yi's punch, bursting several seams, and sand flew out from inside. So strong. Su-yi was very satisfied with the 9 Extremes collapse, not expecting its power to be so formidable. Unfortunately, it's about to get dark soon, so I can't go too far to check in. I'll just check in 2 more times nearby, otherwise after midnight I'll only get 1 more check-in chance, which is too much of a loss. 151. 3 August 10th. After glancing at the light screen, Su-yi took out his phone again. Flying Man Muay Thai Gym, just over 5,000 meters, it's you. Su-yi immediately started the navigation and then quickly began running. My speed has improved again, this feels great. Su-yi discovered that his speed had improved again. When he ran, the sound of the wind rushed past his ears, feeling especially exhilarating. He felt that his speed was probably comparable to that of an electric bike. So, in less than 10 minutes, Su-yi appeared downstairs at the Flying Man Muay Thai fighting gym. Before even going inside, Su-yi saw several infected people through the glass door. They became very excited after seeing themselves. Su-yi took out a tang sword and then opened the glass door. The infected inside immediately rushed out and lunged at Su-yi. What greeted them was Su-yi's sharp tang sword. The movements were clean and decisive. In the blink of an eye, the heads of several infected rolled off their bodies. Su-yi felt like a master from those martial arts movies on Earth, incredibly cool. Holding a knife, Su-yi walked up the stairs. Soon, he arrived on the 2nd floor. There were still infected people inside the door. Su-yi easily dealt with these infected and walked in. Taking a glance, Su-yi found that this was a gym. System, check in. Su-yi silently recited in his mind. Ding, check-in successful, you have received a medium-level body enhancement potion. Survival points plus 30. Su-yi thought for a moment, and a green potion appeared in his hand. This one is intermediate, so the one I got last time for signing in was beginner level. Is it because this gym is bigger and has more facilities? Su-yi wondered, then temporarily put the potion away. It was getting dark soon, and if this serum was injected, Su-yi's body would expel a lot of impurities, making it impossible to go back without taking a shower. After leaving the gym, Su-yi went upstairs. Because the upstairs also belonged to the Flying Man Muay Thai fighting gym. The door was open, but there were no infected people inside. Su-yi walked straight in and took a look around. He found that this place was not marked, indicating that he could check in here. If it were marked, he would see an X pattern, indicating that check-in was not allowed. This should be the place for teaching Muay Thai. Besides the 2 boxing rings, there are other facilities as well. Su-yi turned around once, and after confirming, silently recited it in his mind. System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful, received Muay Thai experience gift pack. Ding, obtain strong bone pill. Survival points plus 40. Su-yi smiled happily, then silently said, System, receive the Muay Thai experience gift pack. Su-yi involuntarily closed his eyes, and his body began practicing Muay Thai. 5 minutes later, Su-yi opened his eyes. Su-yi took out a yellow pill, and a strong medicinal fragrance immediately wafted over. Strengthening the body and bones, a good thing, and it has unexpected effects when taken with Peiyuan pill. System, you are amazing. Su-yi directly took the strong bone pill as well, and after swallowing it, he walked out of the hall. There is another floor upstairs, not sure what place it is, Su-yi plans to go and take a look. After all, he still has 1 chance to sign in. 221. Seeing the content on the light screen, Su-yi knew that after midnight tonight, he could get 2 sign-in opportunities. That way, Su-yi would be more confident. For example, now Su-yi is not so worried about the leader of that apocalypse army. As long as he is given a few days, Su-yi can take him down and smash his head. This is the confidence that comes from strength. Rushing upstairs, Su-yi saw many infected people behind the glass door. Su-yi did not draw his machete, but instead opened the door directly. He wanted to try fighting these infected with his bare hands. Bang! With a 9th level strike, Su-yi found the infected's head exploded instantly. Damn, so strong. Su-yi couldn't help but curse, his eyes instantly flashing with a sharp light as he punched another infected. Slow. Su-yi noticed that these infected moved very slowly. Maybe it's because his strength has increased, his speed is faster, and his reaction ability is quicker, that looking at these infected makes their movement seem very slow. Bang! 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 Headshots one after another, even surprising Sui himself. Sui felt that these infected were really too weak. With his current strength, he felt there was no danger in going out at night anymore. With this kind of strength, is the leader of that apocalypse army really that strong? Sui looked at the dozen or so infected he had blown their heads off on the ground and couldn't help but want to challenge the leader of that apocalypse army. If the leader of that apocalypse army can be defeated, then it is very likely to take over that shelter. After securing that shelter, Sui can rest assured and check in all over the city. Sui wants to leave the urban area and go outside, where he might encounter more mutated beasts. After all, there are relatively few animals in the city. Outside the city is truly the domain of animals. Without sufficiently strong strength, you cannot get out. In addition, animals from outside will sooner or later invade the city. Therefore, taking over the shelter is very necessary. Putting away his thoughts, Sui glanced around the hall and understood what this place was for learning. Mixed Martial Arts Center, is it really mixed martial arts? Sui knew that mixed martial arts competitions allow fighters to use various techniques such as boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, Taekwondo, Karate, Judo, Sanda, and Jeet Kune Do, and it is known as the decathlon of combat sports. What will I get by checking in at such a venue? Chapter 40, Dozens of mutant rats attack the shelter. System, check in. Ding, received the Mixed Martial Arts Experience Pack. Ding, acquired the Agile Dragon Step. Survival points plus 100. There are actually 100 survival points. The more survival points there are, the more it indicates that the things Sui obtained from signing in are of higher value, which is more beneficial for survival. After thinking it over, Sui decided to first accept the Dragon Step. The Comprehensive Combat Experience Pack will likely take a lot of time. If accepted, it would be completely dark by the time it's finished. System, accept the Dragon Step. As soon as the words fell, a scene appeared in his mind, and then Sui's body started to move. He swayed left and right, up and down, his body very agile, darting back and forth in the hall like a swimming dragon. Good footwork. With this footwork, even if I face mutated beasts, it won't be so easy for them to hurt me. After leaving the hall, Sui quickly went downstairs. After going downstairs, Sui found a bicycle at the door. Grabbing the chain and pulling hard, Sui broke the lock. Then, Sui retrieved the Jing Shan drone and rode the bicycle towards the shelter. The bicycle was ridden very fast by Sui, and in less than 20 minutes, Sui's bicycle entered the community where Ling Yu and the others were. Ling Yu has been worried about Sui. After all, it is getting darker and darker. If it gets dark, Sui might not be able to come back. Now their phones can't even send messages, so there is no way to contact each other. Therefore, Ling Yu is very worried that something might have happened to Sui. She didn't stay inside the house but waited for Sui at the bottom of the building. Only when I saw Sui appear riding a bicycle did I finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tat tat tat. Just as Sui got off the bike, he heard a gunshot, the sound of a machine gun. Quick, go upstairs and check. Sui knew that something must have happened at the shelter for someone to start shooting. Moreover, the gunfire became increasingly intense, and more people were shooting. The mutated beasts, it seems the mutated beasts have attacked the shelter again. The two people quickly went upstairs and rushed into the room. The gunfire continued, almost forming a continuous line of fire. What are those? There were other people in the room, and when they saw the creatures besieging the shelter, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Because they are not infected. They are mutant rats, those are mutant rats. Ling Yu became a bit excited, and her pupils changed slightly. I don't know if it's because she gained some abilities from the mutant cat, but she also had some strange reactions to the mutant rats. Her nails also involuntarily grew longer. It was only after Sui held her hand that she calmed down. There are at least a dozen mutant rats. I don't know if they can hold them off, Sui roughly counted and frowned. How can there be so many? Didn't they say mutated creatures were rare? Ling Yu looked worried. After all, her parents were inside the shelter, and she was afraid these mutated rats would break in and harm her loved ones. The information we received was originally released by the shelter, maybe the data they have isn't very comprehensive. Don't worry, their firepower is so strong, they can definitely hold them off. Judging by the situation, this isn't the first time they've encountered something like this. Sui comforted her a little while closely monitoring the situation below. Then, the lights below turned on. Because it was already dark, without lighting, it would be hard to see the situation outside clearly. Why are the gunshots starting to become sparse? Ling Yu noticed the gunfire was no longer as frequent as before, and her brows involuntarily furrowed. Sui patted her shoulder and comforted her, "Don't rush, don't panic. The two of us will go downstairs first and feel our way around nearby to check the situation. Sui still wants to gain control of this shelter. If these mutant rats get in, many people inside will probably die. This is a situation Sui does not want to see. Additionally, the meat of mutant beasts is edible and very beneficial to humans. Sui also needs this mutant beast meat to enhance his own strength." Ling Yu became happy immediately upon hearing Sui's words. Sui would act together with her, and maybe there would be a chance to rescue her parents from inside. After all, Ling Xuan was still inside. "You all stay here and don't act rashly, the mutated beasts are very strong." After saying this, Sui and Ling Yu directly went out and downstairs. After the two people arrived at the place, they quickly approached the shelter. "Bullets, I need bullets, I have no bullets left." "Me too, quickly give me some bullets." Boom! A grenade exploded, blasting a mutated rat away. However, the mutated rat did not die, it screamed in pain, stood up, and charged towards the shelter again. "Our position is about to be breached, requesting support." "Grenade, throw a grenade." "Ah, I'm going to fight you beasts, come on." Ling Yu's face turned ashen. Looking at the mutated rats suppressed by firepower, she said in shock, "Why aren't they afraid of bullets? That mutated cat can be killed, so why not these?" There were no bullets left, and soon they couldn't hold back the mutated rats. If they broke through, their parents would be in danger. It could be that the direction of mutation is different, or it might be that evolution has occurred. After all, the infected can all evolve. Sui drew his tang sword, then took out a walkie-talkie and handed it to Ling Yu. "It's so unfair, why can't we humans evolve?" Ling Yu complained, then pressed the call button. Hello, can you hear me?" Ling Yu actively contacted Ling Xuan, hoping to learn about the situation in the shelter. At that moment, Sui saw a figure rush out from inside. "It's that leader, maybe they can hold them off." The leader carried a giant sword and charged straight to the front of the mutated rat swarm, then swung his giant sword. However, he did not hit any mutated rats. The mutated rats seemed even more excited and rushed towards the over 2-meter tall man. "Come on, you beasts, let Grandpa finish you off." His voice was loud like thunder, and he swung his fists, continuously knocking away the mutant rats charging at him. However, there were too many mutant rats, more than a dozen. He was alone and simply couldn't handle so many mutant rats at the same time. "Brothers, their armor is about to disappear, fix bayonets, kill the beasts." A group of people rushed out from inside, trying to help their leader. "Ling Xuan hasn't responded, do we need to go up and help?" Ling Yu looked at the distant battlefield, watching one person after another being knocked away or knocked down by those mutated rats, her eyes slightly reddening. Her nails kept growing longer and longer. However, she did not act rashly, she was waiting for Sui's decision. If Sui did not speak up, she would not take the initiative to rush out. That would be equivalent to forcing Sui to make a decision. Chapter 41, The Interior was breached. Charge. Sui saw the leader being pounced on by 7 or 8 mutant rats and decisively made a choice. If he doesn't act now, the shelter will fall, and these people will probably all die. At that point, Sui would have no choice but to lead the people to escape. "But if we leave here, won't we encounter other mutated beasts? Only by charging forward can you know your true strength. Only by charging forward will there be a chance to save these people." Sui rushed straight towards the leader of the Apocalypse army at a very fast speed. Within a dozen seconds, Sui had already reached him. The tang sword in hand slashed towards the neck of a mutated rat. Sui saw the mutated rat's head fall by his own strike and immediately showed a slight smile. It turned out that he was stronger. The flash of the blade moved, and wherever it went, there were the corpses of mutated rats. After consecutively killing 4 of them, Sui found that his tang sword was all bent. It can only be said that the bones of the mutant rats are really too hard. Even though it was bent, Sui still relied on his great strength to behead one of the mutant rats. The sword was completely broken beyond repair. Sui discarded his knife and punched the mutated rat that was biting the neck of the Apocalypse army leader. With a crack, the mutated rat's cervical vertebra was directly broken by the 9 extreme smash, and its body collapsed onto the other person. "How is it? Are you okay?" Sui pried open the mutated rat's mouth and then reached out his hand to the other person. Thank you for saving my life. Qin Li owes you his life." Saying this, he pressed the wound on his neck with one hand while grabbing Su Yi's hand and stood up. On the other side, Ling Yu was riding on a mutated rat, then plunged her hands into its chest and clawed out its heart. Then, she pounced on another mutated rat. It turns out it's not that I'm strong, but that these mutated rats are too weak. But how could they not be afraid of bullets? Not even afraid of bullets, he shouldn't be this weak. Ling Yu didn't seem to struggle much when hunting. Not allowing Su Yi to overthink, several mutated rats pounced towards him. Su Yi decisively took action, using the 9 extremes collapse. The mutated rats that pounced were all blasted away by Su Yi, falling to the ground and screaming in pain. After 2 minutes, all the mutated rats fell to the ground. Some died, some were still alive, but none of them had any combat power left. So, there are actually evolvers much stronger than me, Qin Li said, looking at Su Yi with red eyes. Although the mutated rats' hard shells disappeared, their attack and defense power were still extremely abnormal. But Su Yi alone killed more than 10 mutated rats. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have that strength. He felt that if Su Yi wanted to kill him, it should be very easy. His dodging ability is even more terrifying than the mutated cats. In a fight, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch Su Yi. We won, these damn mutated rats have finally been wiped out. Some members of the post-apocalyptic army cheered. They had been fighting these mutated rats for 4 days. They originally thought they would all perish here today, but 2 powerful evolved beings broke through and saved their lives. It can be said that Su Yi and Ling Yu are the lifesavers of the entire post-apocalyptic army. Saviors, you are the lifesavers of our post-apocalyptic army. From now on, our post-apocalyptic army will follow your orders. Saying this, Qin Li looked at Su Yi with admiration and gratitude. Let's treat the wounds first. Those who are uninjured, clean up the battlefield and move the bodies of these mutated rats inside. Saying this, Su Yi picked up Qin Li's greatsword and began chopping off the heads of the mutated rats. He wanted to collect these heads. After all, there might be brain pearls inside these heads that could grant people abilities. Xiao Yu. Suddenly, Ling Shuang's voice came from the crowd, and then she ran to Ling Yu's front and hugged her. Little aunt, where are my parents? Are they okay? Ling Yu asked anxiously. Ling Shuang nodded and hurriedly replied, they're fine, they're all doing well. There have been no mutant beast attacks in other areas, the camp is very safe. The Rat King is not here. Damn it, it escaped again. Qin Li suddenly shouted angrily. Su Yi frowned and asked, what Rat King? I can confirm that all the mutated rats attacking you are right here. At that moment, a commotion suddenly came from inside the camp. Help, help. Someone come quickly, help. Rats, huge rats. Ah, help. Everyone's expressions changed, they did not expect that mutated rats had also invaded the shelter. You all stay, Ling Yu, go. Saying this, Su Yi directly stored the mutated rat's head into his storage space, hoisted Qin Li's greatsword, and charged into the shelter. Ling Yu said nothing and went full speed. She realized that her original speed advantage had been surpassed by Su Yi. You all continue cleaning up the battlefield and watch out for new mutant rats. Qin Li threw out a sentence, barely bandaged his injury halfway, and decisively gave chase. It was obvious that Su Yi was unaware of the existence of the Rat King. As long as the Rat King remains, it will regroup the mutant rats and then attack the shelter again. When Su Yi rushed in, the crowd was fleeing in panic, many people were being trampled, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Su Yi directly used jumping to move closer to the center. Each jump was about 2 meters high. When Ling Yu ran in, she also saw Su Yi's way of advancing. She also wanted to learn, but found that she could only jump a little over 1 meter high, making it difficult to directly jump over other people's heads. Ling Chun. Yi Ji. Where are you? Ling Yu directly called out her parents' names. She rushed in, only wanting to save and protect them. As for the others, Ling Yu couldn't manage so much. Xiaoya, it's Xiaoya's voice, wife, where are you? Ling Chun realized that his wife had been pushed somewhere by the crowd. Ling Yu had exceptional hearing and naturally heard her father's voice. She jumped up, stepped on someone's shoulder, and then hopped towards her father's direction. She found that she could flexibly step on other people's shoulders to move forward, like a nimble cat. Yi Ji, where are you? Ling Chun jumped up and shouted loudly, trying to find his wife. Suddenly, Ling Yu heard a faint voice. She quickly ran towards the source of the sound, then saw a person lying on the ground, curled up with their hands holding their head. She jumped directly to the side and quickly pushed with both hands, shoving everyone around away. Mom! After pushing the crowd aside, Ling Yu immediately picked up her mother. At this moment, Qinli also rushed to the scene. Seeing the panicked crowd fleeing, his brows furrowed immediately. Chapter 42, The Ability of the Mutant Rat. Everyone stop, no one is allowed to run. If anyone dares to run, I'll smash his head with a punch. Stop, everyone stop, don't move. He was still very intimidating in the shelter, and his voice was loud, so everyone was stunned immediately. Help the person who fell down, someone is already dealing with the mutant rats, why the hell are you running? If anyone dares to move again, I'll smash him, no empty threats. Saying that, Qinli suddenly ran up, grabbed someone, then swung him high and slammed him onto the ground. That's right, he was directly smashed to pieces by him. The others were instantly scared out of their wits and didn't dare to move at all. Good, everyone stand properly. Those on this side, make way for me. If anyone moves without permission, I will kick you out of the shelter and send you to feed the infected. So, you'd better keep a close eye on each other. When Qinli first came to the shelter, he killed several people who refused to cooperate right in front of everyone, so everyone in the shelter knew how brutal he was. Moreover, he always follows through on his words. If I say I'll kill with a hammer, I definitely won't use a gun to kill. Mom, are you okay? Ling Yu held her mother and stopped in an open area. I'm fine, Mom is fine. Yi Ji hugged Ling Yu, emotionally moved. She never expected that her daughter would miraculously appear and save her. Mom. Ling Yu also hugged her mother, and the two of them held each other tightly for a while. Nothing is more exciting and joyful than a reunion. In this apocalypse, having your loved ones alive is such a blessing. Ling Yu felt that she was truly very lucky. After a while, the two of them let go. Qin Li's words were naturally heard by Ling Yu. Mom, you're here, don't move around. I'll go help Sui. I'm worried he might be in danger alone. After saying this, Ling Yu didn't wait for her mother's consent and rushed out directly. In the crowd, everyone was watching each other, not allowing anyone to move recklessly. Because Qin Li is a person who does what he says, if someone causes trouble and everyone gets kicked out of the shelter, everyone will die. No one wants to be kicked out, and no one wants to die. Moreover, there is no danger now, no mutated rats have rushed in. When Qin Li arrived at the scene, he found a pile of human corpses stacked together. There were still 7 or 8 mutant rats attacking Sui, with several already lying on the ground nearby. Sui kept throwing punches, knocking the mutant rats away. However, unlike the mutant rats outside, these did not fall down with broken bones when hit by Sui. Their bodies were covered with something like scales or armor, which seemed to absorb most of the force. Now, Sui understands why so many firearms are ineffective against these mutated rats. Because these scales have incredible defensive capabilities, bullets and the like simply cannot harm them. However, the destructive power of the jujubang is still very strong. As long as Sui catches a mutated rat and continues to deliver more than a dozen punches, he can still kill it. The few outside were killed by Sui just like that. Later, these mutant rats adopted a guerrilla fighting style. Unfortunately, Sui possessed the dragon step, they simply couldn't bite him, and Sui would seize the opportunity to catch one of them, then unleash a furious attack, beating it to death. Ling Yu also arrived and, without a word, pounced on one of the mutant rats. Her sharp nails dug into the mutated rat, sparks flying immediately. Then, she also changed her strategy, attacking continuously. Qin Li did not join the battle, he just watched from the side, searching for the Rat King's figure. Sui alone could actually hold his ground against these mutated rats. He figured it out, Sui has a special ability. Therefore, finding the Rat King is the key to solving the problem. At the same time, he also discovered that Ling Yu's combat power is not inferior to hers, and her agility is much stronger than his. Qin Li's evolutionary direction is strength, in terms of reaction speed and agility, he is about the same as an ordinary person. But because of his tall and large build, he ends up looking even less ordinary than some regular people. So, he really envies someone like Sui. All-type evolvers, as the military calls them, are the kings among evolvers. But on Ling Yu's side, he finds it a bit hard to understand. I always feel that Ling Yu is like a cat. Could there really be cat-type evolvers? Although he thought his strength was greater than Ling Yu's, in a real fight, Ling Yu could wear him out. Qin Li noticed that the pile of corpses moved slightly and immediately rushed towards them. All those corpses were flung away by Qin Li. Boss, here, the Rat King is in the burrow. We have to kill it. Otherwise, it will come back again. Li shouted loudly and charged towards Su-yi, trying to hold back the mutated rats attacking Su-yi, giving him a chance. At this moment, Su-yi noticed the mutated rats attacking him began to flee, and he quickly dove into the burrow, escaping swiftly. What does the Rat King look like? The mutant rats were able to dig tunnels to get in, and they even organized some mutant rats in front to attract fire, which shows that their intelligence is very high and they can use strategies. If such a creature is not killed, Su-yi really wouldn't feel at ease. Its whole body is covered with scales, and its eyes are especially large, seemingly able to emit light, Li described. I'll go after them, I'll leave this to you. After saying this, Su-yi jumped into the hole. The hole is dug quite large, enough to drag away a corpse. Su-yi, be careful. Yu shouted, then picked up the great sword on the ground, ready to chop off their heads. She felt that Su-yi had her stay behind just to collect the heads of these mutant rats. If there were brain beads inside, they could grant people abilities. These mutant rats have very strong power, speed, and reaction abilities. If humans could obtain these powers, they could also become strong. After chopping off the head, Yu immediately envied Su-yi's storage space. Having the ability to store items makes collecting these things so convenient. The heads of 11 mutant rats, each about the size of a human head, definitely too big for one person to carry. Just at that moment, Ling Shuang appeared in time and anxiously said, Xiaoya, are you all right? Did you kill all the mutant rats? We're fine. Su-yi has already gone after the Rat King, these mutant rats are no match for him. Little ant, watch over them, I'll go find my parents. After handing the heads over to Ling Shuang, Ling Yue went to look for her parents. After all, her mother was trampled, and it is still uncertain whether she was really uninjured. Chapter 43, Fierce Battle with the Mutant Rat King. Su-yi walked forward in the tunnel with his back bent, it was only a little over 1 meter high, making it impossible to stand up. Su-yi quickly discovered that these tunnels were connected to the sewage pipes. Fortunately, he did not lose track. After more than half an hour, Su-yi arrived at an underground space. This should be an ancient tomb. Su-yi used his phone's flashlight to take a look and was almost certain that this place was a tomb passage of an ancient tomb. Squeak squeak. The sound of the mice reached Su-yi's ears, they had obviously discovered him and attacked him. Su-yi took out a steel knife and charged straight at them. Passing through the tomb passage, Su-yi entered the burial chamber. There were some eternal lights in the tomb chamber, probably because after the tomb was dug through by these mutated rats and air got in, the white phosphorus spontaneously ignited and relit the eternal lights. With these eternal lights, Su-yi could clearly see the situation around him. More than 20 pairs of eyes emitted a faint glow from the mutated rats, they did not advance, seeming to be very restrained. Suddenly, a sharp, squeak sound reached Su-yi's ears, causing a sharp pain in his brain. Rat King. Su-yi saw a mutated rat even larger in size, as big as a tiger. Roar. Su-yi shouted loudly and swung the machete in his hand towards the Rat King. He must interrupt this sonic wave attack, otherwise, he is very likely to be taken down here. Damn! When Su-yi saw the machete getting close, it suddenly shifted. However, it also interrupted the Rat King's sonic wave attack. Su-yi suddenly had a submachine gun in his hand and immediately locked onto the Rat King. What kind of ability is this? Magneto? Su-yi realized that the bullets were frozen in place and couldn't hit the mutated Rat King at all. To be honest, this ability made Su-yi very envious. Squeak squeak. Upon hearing this sound, all the mutant rats lost their restraint and pounced on Su-yi. With one punch, he sent a mutant rat flying and then took out a steel knife again. System, upgrade to Tang Dao. Survival points -15. The machete in his hand suddenly changed its appearance, and Su-yi swung it at a mutant rat rushing towards him. It was still in the air, but its head was directly chopped off by Su-yi. Slashing left and right, after killing 6 mutated rats, the Tang Dao in Su-yi's hand broke again. So, Su-yi took out another machete and directly upgraded it to a Tang Dao. With the Tang Dao, Su-yi also slaughtered all the remaining mutated rats. Su-yi also sustained some injuries, with several bite marks on him. Fortunately, the meat was not bitten off directly. Now, only a mutated Rat King remains in the tomb chamber. After discarding the second broken Tang sword, Su-yi took out the last steel blade. With a thought, new characters appeared on the door panel. Upgrade to a super strong alloy Tang sword. Su Yi made his choice directly, while somewhat regretting not even looking before and choosing the ordinary Tang sword, wasting 30 points unnecessarily. Su Yi noticed that the Tang sword in his hand was pitch black, and its thickness and width had also increased. "Come on, try my new sword." Su Yi beckoned to the mutant rat king. Throughout the whole process, it was just watching from the sidelines. Su Yi felt that its gaze was somewhat contemptuous, as if it looked down on him. Heh heh. A mutated rat actually made a heh heh sound. Su Yi's pupils constricted, then he charged straight ahead. Too strange. Su Yi felt that it was like a person, not an animal. After rushing forward, Su Yi felt as if he was blocked by an invisible wall. "So this is your reliance, and yet you look down on me?" Su Yi felt as if an invisible wall was blocking him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get even a bit closer. "I refuse to believe that my knife can't break through your defense." Su Yi stubbornly swung the alloy machete in his hand, chopping continuously. Stroke after stroke, each one was delivered with full force. Su Yi didn't even know how many strikes he had made, his entire body was soaked with sweat, not a single dry spot remained. The mutated rat king sat like a human on a bronze chair, remaining in that spot without any movement. Only its eyes had lost their contempt and gained a certain seriousness. Su Yi knew this was absurd, but the look in its eyes was indeed so human-like, almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Because its eyes were very large, even larger than those of a human. Strength? Su Yi had very little strength left, feeling as if all the power in his body had been drained. If it weren't for the warm current flowing in his stomach, Su Yi wouldn't have persisted. He felt his body rapidly absorbing the medicine's power. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yi took out the intermediate body enhancement potion and injected it directly into his chest. Strength returned instantly. "Ah!" Su Yi shouted loudly, jumped up, and swung down at the mutated rat king. Squeak! The mutated rat king let out a miserable scream as Su Yi's cleaver struck its body, cutting a wound. However, Su Yi was also knocked back by an invisible force. Su Yi stood up and wiped the sweat from his face. "I thought your defense was really impenetrable, got hurt, huh? Don't worry, you'll die soon." As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, he shot toward the mutated rat king like a cannonball. Slash! Su Yi's Tang Dao in his hand wildly slashed at the mutated rat king. Although it was still being blocked, the distance to the mutated rat king had been reduced to less than 5 centimeters. The intermediate body enhancer gave Su Yi a surge of renewed strength. At the same time, the warm flow in his stomach grew stronger and stronger. He knew that his body was frantically absorbing the medicinal power, nourishing his body and strengthening his bones. SSS. The mutated rat king got another wound, causing it to squeak in pain and start to flee. Su Yi simply would not give it a chance to escape, blocking its path and continuously chopping. Gradually, the wounds on its body became more and more numerous. One person and one rat, darting back and forth, not knowing how long they had been fighting in the tomb chamber. Die! Su Yi suddenly burst forth and then slashed at the mutated rat king's head with a single stroke. This strike met no resistance and directly split open the mutated rat king's head. Mutant rat king, die! Su Yi was also exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Hungry, extremely hungry. Su Yi dragged his body and moved to the side of the mutant rat. Breaking open its head, Su Yi dug out its brain. Su Yi found a purple bead and then put it into his own mouth. The mutant rat king's abnormal strength is probably directly related to this purple brain bead. Ling Yu ate the mutant cat's brain bead and gained abilities like the mutant cat. I should also be able to gain the abilities of the mutant rat king through this brain bead, right? Chapter 44 Check-in Count +2. After swallowing the pearl, Su Yi took out his own set of kitchen utensils and then cut some meat from the mutated rat king. Rinsing it with mineral water, Su Yi directly stewed a large pot and also cooked some rice. He hadn't eaten dinner to begin with, and ended up fighting for several more hours. Then, Su Yi took out some milk and bread and started eating while leaning against the corpse of the mutated rat king. After eating his fill, Su Yi felt drowsiness around him and fell asleep immediately. Xiao Yu, have you found Su Yi? Crunch, crunch. No, not in this passage. He doesn't know where he chased off to. Ling Yu's eyes were red, struggling to hold back her tears. Xiao Yu, don't worry. Su Yi is so strong, he can easily kill the mutated rats. He definitely won't be in trouble. From the walkie-talkie came Ling Shuang's comforting words. However, this did not ease Ling Yu's mind. Su Yi is very strong, but the mutated Rat King has not appeared yet, so it is unknown how powerful it is. In this case, how can Ling Yu feel at ease? If Ling Yu wants to feel at ease, she must find Su-yi. Suddenly, Ling Yu smelled a fragrance. Meat aroma. Ling Yu's nose was very sensitive, so she immediately identified the scent as the aroma of meat broth. The meat aroma of a mutant beast, that's right, it should be Su-yi cooking mutant beast meat. He didn't eat dinner and fought the mutant rat for so long, he must be starving, which is why he's cooking something directly underground. Ling Yu immediately became delighted, then pressed the call button and said, I might have found Su-yi. Little ant, you should return to the shelter first to take care of Grandpa, Grandma, and my parents. I might be back a little late. Are you sure? Ling Shuang's voice came through the walkie-talkie, filled with doubt. I'm sure. I smell the scent of Su-yi cooking something. Yes, that's right, the aroma of cooking. He must have killed the mutated Rat King and is cooking it. Ling Shuang looked at a tomb passage, the space was large, and she felt that Su-yi should be in this place. Also, the meaty aroma has become much stronger. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. After Ling Yu walked into the tomb passage, the walkie-talkie could no longer receive radio signals. It might be because the distance was too far, after all, its communication range was limited. Ling Yu used the headlamp she took from the shelter to illuminate the surroundings and felt that this place resembled an ancient tomb. Following the tomb path, she entered the interior of the ancient tomb through an opening. Then, she saw corpses scattered all over the ground. Su-yi. Ling Yu shouted, because here there was only the sound of a pressure cooker releasing steam, and no other sounds. This indicates that Su-yi must be here. Ling Yu did not hear a response from Su-yi and searched around inside. Su-yi. Ling Yu saw Su-yi leaning against the body of a mutated rat and immediately rushed over. Su-yi. Just as she thought something had happened to Su-yi, she heard snoring. Fell asleep. Ling Yu wept tears of joy. Upon careful observation, it was found that Su-yi's chest was rising and falling. This indicates that Su-yi was really asleep. The plastic packaging bags scattered on the ground and the 3 milk cartons confirmed to Ling Yu that Su-yi was asleep. So, Ling Yu turned her head and walked out, returning to the outside. Little ant, can you receive this? / received. How is Su-yi? / Ling Shuang asked anxiously. He's fine, he wasn't injured. That mutated Rat King has already been killed by Su-yi. However, he is very exhausted, ate something, and has fallen asleep. Little ant, you go back and let them know. I'll stay here to take care of Su-yi. When he wakes up, we'll come back. / alright, take good care of yourselves. I'll go back first so Qin Li and the others won't worry. / Ling Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Su-yi is now the benefactor of this shelter, especially the people from the Apocalypse Army, who are very grateful to Su-yi. Therefore, Ling Shuang needs to bring this good news back a little earlier. After ending the call, Ling Yu returned to the tomb chamber. It smells so good, I'll eat a little first. Ling Yu first opened the rice cooker and scooped out a bowl of rice. It was already past 9 o'clock at night, and Ling Yu had only eaten a little dinner before coming to find Su-yi. Now the tomb chamber was filled with the tempting aroma of meat, how could Ling Yu possibly resist? She picked up the water on the ground and poured it over the pressure cooker for a while, lowering its temperature. After opening it, the aroma became even richer. Placed the headlamp on the ground, the light shone on the top of the tomb, making the burial chamber much brighter. After Ling Yu added some salt, she served a large bowl of soup. She scooped a spoonful, blew on it to cool it down, and then took a sip. Delicious, even better than the soup made from mutant cat meat. Ling Yu's eyes turned into crescent moons, and she instantly became happy. Cooking rice in an ancient tomb, I guess only you would do that, right? Saying this, Ling Yu glanced at Su-yi, who was sleeping soundly. He was sleeping so deeply, occasionally letting out a snore or two, so Ling Yu couldn't bear to disturb him or wake him up. After downing a big bowl of rice and a big bowl of mutant beast meat soup, Ling Yu instantly felt her body warm and cozy. As expected, it's the mutant Rat King. The energy from this meat is even stronger than that of mutant cat meat. Rubbing her stomach, Ling Yu placed her hand on her knee, propping up her chin, and stared at Su-yi. Emptying her mind, Ling Yu thought of nothing and just stared at Su-yi. Her heart was filled with a sweet feeling. Before, she had heard people talk about the feeling of liking someone and thought it was nonsense. How could it be possible to feel happiness just by looking at the other person? Isn't it just one man? No matter how good-looking he is, can you really see a sense of happiness? Now, she has experienced it. It turns out, it really can make people feel very happy and sweet. Although it's quite absurd, it is indeed her own personal experience. Ding, check-in count +2. A voice rang in his mind, startling Sui awake. He opened his eyes and sat up. Sui, you're awake. Lingyu blinked her big eyes. Sui glanced at Lingyu, then stood up and said, how did you find this place? Are your parents all right? Yes, they're all fine. Only my mother's foot is a bit sprained. Dad and my grandparents are doing well. My aunt is taking care of them now. You must be hungry. I'll serve you some rice and meat soup, it's still warm. Saying this, Lingyu got up to serve Sui rice and meat soup. Sui picked up the alloy tang knife from the ground, and after Lingyu finished serving, he handed the knife to her. Eat the brain pearl of the mutant rat king for me, then split open the remaining mutant rat heads to see if there are any brain pearls. After saying that, Sui started eating. Actually, he was also awakened by hunger. Bread and milk are not enough for their consumption now, they will be hungry again soon. Only the meat of mutated beasts can sustain for a long time. Chapter 45, The Amazing Reward of 10,000 Survival Points. Sui, why can't I find the brain pearl? After Lingyu split open the head of a mutated rat, she found that there was no brain pearl inside. Split open the others and take a look. Sui said, then picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Lingyu then split open the head of the second mutated rat and pulled out a milky white brain pearl from inside. This one has it too, but it's milky white and a little smaller than the one I ate last time. Saying that, Lingyu showed it off. Maybe the brain pearls of different mutated beasts are different. The one I ate was pale purple and about the size of an egg. These brain pearls probably aren't found in every mutated beast, only in some. Hearing Suyi's words, Lingyu nodded in agreement, then continued to split open the remaining mutated rats' heads. Only 3, too few. Lingyu finished cutting all of them and only found 3 brain beads. Sui directly took out the 13 mutated rats' heads from his storage space and handed them to Lingyu to continue cutting open. Then, Lingyu found 2 brain beads. This is the head of a mutated dog, cut it open and take a look, Sui said as he also took out the mutated dog's head. Although Lingyu was curious, she did not ask further and directly split open its head. None. Sui finished the last sip of soup and then said, it seems that not all mutated animals have brain beads, only some do. I don't know the mechanism behind their formation. It would be great if we could grasp some patterns. Lingyu handed all 5 brain beads to Sui, then began tidying up the pots and bowls. Let me take a look at this tomb chamber, Sui said, then picked up the headlamp on the ground, preparing to look around. This place doesn't seem to be the main tomb chamber yet, there should still be side chambers. I wonder what kind of things I will get by signing in at this place. He had never thought about checking in at the tomb chamber before. Since he had arrived at this place, Sui naturally could not miss it. Now, he could do it twice a day, and even if the rewards were trivial, Sui could accept it. After all, trying different places is necessary to have more options in the future. Soon, Sui arrived at the main tomb chamber. After entering the main tomb chamber, Sui was attracted by a long spear. In the center of the main tomb stood a long spear, the light shone on it, and the spear shimmered with a faint glow. Unconsciously, Sui walked up to the long spear and pulled it out. So heavy. Sui found that this gun was very heavy. Tyrant Spear. Sui saw that there was an inscription on the gun body, clearly the 2 characters, Tyrant. I don't know what material it is, it definitely can't be iron. Iron doesn't have such a high density and wouldn't be this heavy. After all, this is not Earth, it is another world. This should be the tomb of an ancient general, right? Otherwise, how could there be a tyrant spear here? System, sign in. He wanted to know what he would get by checking in at this place. Ding, check-in successful, acquired gun skill, 7 kills. Survival points plus 10,000. Sui widened his eyes. 10,000 survival points, that many? Sui was directly stunned. 2,000 points, how good does the shooting have to be to reach that level? Could it be that the system made a mistake? Previously, Sui gained 70 points from the internal martial art 9 extremes collapse. This 7 kill, actually has 10,000 points. It's precisely because it gave so much that Sui began to suspect the system might have made a mistake. System, accept the 7 kill gun technique. In Suyi's mind, a fierce and murderous general appeared. Then, the general in his mind spoke. Greedy wolf kill. Giant Gate Kill. Lutsuan Kill. Wentsu Kill. Lianjun Kill. Wutsu Kill. Pajun Slash. The host's mental power is limited, please choose one form to merge first. Wow. Sui just went all out. This Chisha is actually named after the Big Dipper, with 7 star lords giving it its name. Is this Chisha spear technique really within the realm of martial arts? 1000 points signify the extraordinary nature of this spear technique. I choose the Greedy Wolf Kill. Sui went straight in order, after all, Tan Lang is the first star. Fusion begins. As soon as the general's voice fell, Sui felt all the muscles in his body tense up. Then, his body started to move. In the tomb chamber, the gunshot came out like a dragon, with an imposing momentum like a rainbow. 10 minutes later, Sui returned to normal. He only felt his muscles aching, as if he had been tortured for several hours, to the point where he could barely stand. Looking at the marks left on the surrounding walls and the dust in the tomb chamber, Sui knew just how powerful the Greedy Wolf Kill was. Sui's stamina is not yet sufficient to support him using Greedy Wolf Kill. Although it is very powerful, it is still not suitable for Sui to use in battle right now. Once he uses it, he will become weak. Besides, this 7-kill spear technique is really no longer within the realm of martial arts. It needs to be cultivated in conjunction with killing intent, requiring Sui to condense killing intent from battles. From the recent fusion, Sui not only obtained the Greedy Wolf Kill, but also acquired the killing intent technique, a special method specifically used to cultivate killing intent. In Sui's view, this killing intent technique is a kind of alternative Qigong. Sui, how are you? Ling Yu saw Sui leaning on the spear, about to collapse at any moment, and hurried over to support him. Just now, when Sui was performing the Greedy Wolf Kill, the noise was very loud, like demolishing a house. Ling Yu could not have not heard it. When she came over, she saw Sui wielding a long spear with terrifying power. She didn't dare to get close, fearing she might be accidentally killed if she did. It's nothing, just a bit exhausted. I'll be fine after some rest, Sui explained, then plopped down. Fortunately, he had taken the vitality pill and bone strengthening pill, otherwise, by now, many of his bones would probably have been broken. This 7 killings gun technique is too powerful, too domineering. Sui strongly suspects that the one who originally created this gun technique was not human at all. At the very least, not an ordinary human being. He feels that even an evolver like Qinli might not be able to perform this 7 killings technique. Moreover, a single, Greedy Wolf Kill is already so powerful. If one were to master all the 7 kill techniques, how strong would that make them? That's why the system grants 10,000 survival points. Go open that ancient tomb and see what weapons or the like are inside. This is the tomb of a top-tier general, there might be other divine weapons. Saying this, Sui slowly stood up, holding his spear. Whoever possesses the 7-kill spear technique must be no ordinary person. Unfortunately, it seems that there is no historical figure in this world who can correspond to this general. After all, Sui inherited all the memories and is quite knowledgeable about the history of this world. Chapter 46, Exquisitely Crafted Armor. Ling Yu nodded and helped Sui to the edge of the stone coffin. Then, Ling Yu directly pushed open the coffin lid above. She shone the headlamp inside and saw a mummy lying there, wearing a set of exquisite armor. Take off this armor, it should have pretty good defensive capabilities, Sui directly told Ling Yu to start. General, my apologies, Ling Yu said, then immediately flipped inside. After a bit of effort, Ling Yu took off the armor. This armor is so light and soft, I wonder what material it's made of. The style is completely different from ancient armor, divided into a jacket and pants, and the pants are quite similar to modern ones. Sui, it seems like there's another set in this bag. Saying that, Ling Yu picked up a cloth bag and took out a red set from inside. It's also very light, probably made from the same material. This set should be women's clothing, perhaps prepared by him for the woman he loved. Unfortunately, it seems he didn't have one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed it in his own coffin. Ling Yu searched again inside the stone coffin but did not find anything else. After coming out of the stone coffin, Ling Yu put the lid back on. After all, if you take someone else's belongings, you can't just leave the lid open and unattended. Here, try on this set and see if it fits. Wearing this, I think the mutated beasts won't be able to break through the defense of this armor. Ling Yu was not shy and directly started putting it on herself. The design of this armor is very clever, similar to chainmail, and it is a single piece. Soon, Ling Yu had put it on herself. It seems a bit too big, it would be great if it could be tightened a little. Ling Yu felt it was too loose. Su Yi stepped forward and touched Ling Yu's soft armor. The phoenix here can rotate, maybe. Su Yi turned the phoenix on the shoulder and found that it could indeed tighten the clothes. Ingenious craftsmanship, how could the ancients be so amazing, even giving it a waist-tightening feature? Ling Yu said with great delight. So, she turned the other phoenix on the other side, and sure enough, the other side tightened as well. It's amazing, I love this armor so much. Ling Yu was as happy as a child. Besides the armor being especially powerful, the main reason was that it matched with Su Yi's. A couple's set of armor, that general is really a bit too romantic. Unfortunately, there are no couple's weapons. However, she still quite liked Su Yi's tang sword, its weight was just right and it was exceptionally sharp. She wondered if, after Su Yi got the spear, he would give the tang sword to her. Here, let me help you put it on. Ling Yu picked up the black soft armor on the ground and then helped Su Yi put it on. Actually, Su Yi had just wanted to upgrade Ling Yu's soft armor. As a result, when it required 5,000 points, he gave up immediately. Although he had just obtained 10,000 points, Su Yi was still reluctant to spend 5,000 points to upgrade a piece of soft armor. Fortunately, this soft armor has a tightening function. This design is indeed very ingenious, calling it a masterpiece is not an exaggeration. With Ling Yu's help, Su Yi also put on the soft armor. After slightly adjusting the double dragons on the shoulders, Su Yi's soft armor fit very snugly. This soft armor is amazing, very close-fitting, but it doesn't restrict movement at all, and it's especially light. Also, it has a hood attached to the clothing, which can be pulled up to protect the head. It feels more convenient than a helmet. Ling Yu put on the hood connected to the clothes and moved around a few times. It's really powerful. I didn't expect that killing the Rat King would earn us 2 sets of treasure armor. I wonder how many more of these ancient tombs there are. Unfortunately, we didn't obtain any information about this general. Su Yi was quite eager to know some information about this general, after all, he had received so many benefits from him. I'll go look again, hopefully with some results. You rest here, Ling Yu said to Su Yi, then took a headlamp and a tang sword and began searching. Su Yi looked at the spear in his hand and felt that it might also have some intricate design. Sure enough, Su Yi discovered a mechanism. It is telescopic, capable of shortening by nearly 1 meter in length, and can also be disassembled into 2 parts. Su Yi really likes this gun. However, his body cannot yet support shooting skills, so this is not convenient to use. Putting it into his storage space, it is very heavy, and Su Yi finds it hard to hold. Once the storage space was received, it felt completely different, with no sense of weight at all. Su Yi, come quickly, there are many weapons here, and a lot of gold. Ling Yu made a discovery and quickly shouted. Su Yi followed the sound and the light to another tomb chamber. Here, Su Yi saw a red X mark, indicating that he could not check in at this location. After entering, Su Yi saw many boxes, all filled with gold bars. Su Yi took one, which had no markings on it. There was a shelf with some knives and swords on it, all looking very exquisite. At least, the scabbard is very exquisite. Ling Yu took a weapon similar in shape to a tang sword, but more like a miao knife. Its scabbard is red, which looks very matching with her soft armor. Su Yi also took one down, drew it out, and it was not rusty. Come, try it with my tang sword. Su Yi wanted to know which one was stronger. Is the sword in hand more powerful, or the super strong alloy tang sword enhanced by the system? Ling Yu put down the red knife, grasped the tang sword with both hands, and slashed down towards the sword in Su Yi's hand. The long sword in Su Yi's hand was directly cut in half. The tang dao in Ling Yu's hand remained intact, truly worthy of the 100 upgrade points spent on it. Looks good but useless, I thought it was quite strong, Ling Yu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Su Yi smiled slightly and put away the 2 knives on the rack, as well as the one Ling Yu had dropped. He was preparing to upgrade the red one and then give it to Ling Yu. Let's go, we still need someone to get the corpse out. Returning to that ear chamber, Su Yi stored the Rat King's corpse in his own storage space. Space was limited, so it was impossible to bring all the corpses back. Naturally, someone needed to be sent here to move the mutated rat corpses back to the shelter. Then let's go up first. Saying that, Ling Yu was about to go out together with Su Yi. At that moment, Su Yi suddenly let out a terrible scream. The brain pearl has cracked. Su Yi pushed Ling Yu away. You go outside first, don't get hurt because of me. Su Yi felt as if his stomach was burning, and the sensation was spreading to other parts of his body. Ling Yu immediately understood and ran towards the tomb path. She had experienced it before, that feeling was as painful as if her body was being torn apart. Chapter 47, The Ability of the Mutant Rat King. I don't know, how powerful will one become after gaining the ability of the Mutant Rat King? Ling Yu was very curious about how strong Sui would be. After all, Sui was already much stronger than her, and now he had absorbed the brain orb of the Mutant Rat King. Suyi's heart-wrenching screams lasted for more than 3 hours, much longer than Ling Yu's. After Sui calmed down, Ling Yu returned to the tomb chamber. Sui was eating the mutated beast's meat just like she did at that time. However, Sui cut a piece from the mutated rat with a knife. After Sui finished eating, Ling Yu walked over to Suyi's side. How do you feel? Ling Yu was a bit curious, not knowing what kind of ability Sui had gained. Sui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then said, "It's amazing. I seem to have acquired an ability to control the air. Just like the Rat King's ability, I can condense some air around my body to form an air shield like a shield, blocking external attacks. In addition, attributes like strength and speed should also improve overall." Overall, Sui is very satisfied. It seems that everyone can use the brain beads. I wonder, can a person use brain beads from 2 different mutated creatures? Would they gain completely different abilities? Also, if you bite it open directly, wouldn't you be able to gain the ability without waiting so long? I feel like once the shell is digested, it starts. Ling Yu looked at Sui and couldn't help but raise some questions. You want to try? Sui glanced at Ling Yu, then took out a pale white brain pearl. You have to know, this kind of attempt is very dangerous. If you fail, the result might be unbearable for you. Ling Yu nodded, took the brain pearl from Sui's hand, and then asked, Sui, when you see this, don't you feel the urge to eat it? Anyway, Ling Yu just had this impulse. Sui nodded, frowned, and said, I couldn't do it before, but after absorbing the energy of the brain pearl and gaining the ability to control chi, I can now. Ling Yu nodded and said, maybe it's because we need the energy inside this. After saying that, Ling Yu directly put the brain pearl into her mouth and bit it open. A surge of heat flowed directly to her stomach, then began to spread throughout her body. Then, Ling Yu let out an incredibly comfortable moan. Because she felt that every cell in her body was sending waves of pleasurable sensation, causing her to involuntarily make that sound. Sui, energy, our bodies need that kind of energy. I feel like my strength has increased again now. Saying this, Ling Yu licked her own tongue, seemingly still a bit unsatisfied. It's very comfortable, you'll know once you eat one, it can really make us stronger. Ling Yu's voice was full of temptation. Sui hesitated for a moment and took out one. This thing is really too few in quantity. Using one means one less. Putting it in his mouth and biting it open directly, Sui immediately experienced Ling Yu's feeling. It feels like every cell is being massaged, truly wonderful. Moreover, it really can enhance one's strength. Sui had to admit, the feeling of eating this for the second time was very strange. However, Sui felt that this increase in strength was almost negligible. He thought that eating the second brain pearl was similar to him injecting a body enhancer. Perhaps it was because his body had been injected with enhancers, which were more powerful than this brain pearl. Therefore, the effect of strengthening the body through the brain pearl was very weak. Ling Yu and the others were different, they had not been injected with enhancers and relied on the brain pearls to gain abilities and strength, so the effect was more noticeable. Additionally, Sui felt that the effect would gradually weaken. Sui has not planned to reveal these yet, as they are all his own guesses and may not be the truth. After thinking for a moment, Sui said, so, only by taking the first pill can one possibly obtain the abilities contained in the brain pearl, the second pill can only absorb its energy. Ling Yu nodded in agreement with this inference and said, it should be like that, at least for the 2 of us. Next, let others take a pill and we will know. Sui snapped his fingers, already having someone in mind. Ling Shuang, her strength is quite good. Her faith was probably shaken yesterday, and she should firmly stand by Ling Yu from now on. They are family and can completely unite as one. In addition, Ling Yu's father can also take it. In this dangerous world, no one would refuse to become stronger. Even Ling Yu's mother can take it. As long as you dare to hunt infected individuals and deal with mutated beasts, you qualify to become stronger. Now, he still has 3 left in his hand. I don't know how many brain beads are left in the heads of those mutated rats in the shelter. This thing is even more valuable than the meat of mutated beasts. In the past, Sui would actively avoid mutated beasts, but now he wants to actively seek them out, hunt them, and obtain their brain beads. Besides, maybe no one else knows the use of the brain beads yet, so no one is competing with them. By the time everyone knows, the competition will have become fierce. Let's go, you go up first. It's almost dawn, and your family must be worried. After saying this, Sui climbed out of the ancient tomb. Soon, the two of them passed through the tomb passage and the rat tunnel, returning to the surface from the sewer exit. Here, it is still quite far from the shelter. Ling Yu took out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. This was agreed upon between her and Ling Xuan. Upon seeing the signal flare, they would immediately drive over. The sky was already beginning to brighten slightly. Sui and the others were at the ancient tomb, delayed for quite some time. After more than 10 minutes, 3 military vehicles appeared. Xiaoye, Sui. Ling Xuan happily called out when she saw the two of them. With manpower and vehicles, Sui quickly led them to move all the mutated rat corpses out and brought them back to the shelter. When they returned to the shelter, Sui was warmly welcomed by everyone. Because it was Sui who, relying on his own strength, hunted down all the mutant rats and also chased down the remaining mutant rats and the Rat King. The biggest crisis in the shelter has now been resolved by Sui. Everyone hopes that such a powerful person will stay. If he stays, the safety of the shelter will be guaranteed. They already know that the infected are not scary, what is scary are the powerful and elusive mutated beasts that can appear and disappear like ghosts. In the past, they thought that Qinli, who was like a giant, could protect them. But last night, Qinli almost died. Suyi's strength far surpasses that of Qinli. A shelter must have such a strong person stationed to be secure. Boss, did you kill the mutated Rat King? Qinli hurriedly asked as he saw Sui get off the car. What he worried about most was still the Rat King. As long as the Rat King was alive, he wouldn't feel at ease. Dead, I even split his head open. Sui squinted his eyes, looking at Qinli. What kind of attitude would he have? Boss, please take over our Apocalypse Army, take over this shelter of ours. From now on, the Apocalypse Army belongs to you. Saying this, Qinli directly knelt on one knee, pledging loyalty to Sui. In the Apocalypse Army, some people knelt like Qinli, while others saluted Sui. Obviously, those kneeling are all Qinli's trusted aides, united with him in purpose. Chapter 48 She is my woman. I don't like the name, Apocalypse Army. From now on, let's call it the 7-Kill Army. Sui accepted Qinli's allegiance, whether it was sincere or just to keep himself safe. The sign-in at the ancient tomb allowed Sui to see more possibilities. So, he probably couldn't stay even 3 months and left directly. Mutated beasts in the city are few, the majority of mutated beasts are in the wild. To become stronger, besides signing in at various places, Sui also needs to hunt mutated beasts and collect brain beads. As long as we help Ling Yu's family take control of the shelter, Sui can leave. Did you hear that? From now on, we are the Qisha army. Why haven't you come to greet the commander? Qinli shouted loudly. No, the commander is her, Ling Yu. Saying this, Sui pointed to Ling Yu, who was clad in red armor. Greetings, Commander Ling Yu. Saying this, Qinli saluted Ling Yu with a very standard gesture. The entire 7-Kill Army, salute. Watching this scene, Ling Yu couldn't help but feel her blood boiling, as if something was sprouting in her heart. At ease, dismissed. Ling Yu's loud voice echoed over the camp. Boss, what about you? Qinli looked at Sui eagerly, very curious about what decision Sui would make. She is my woman. Sui didn't explain anything, he just said this sentence. What about the bodies of the mutated rats? Where have they all been sent? Sui wanted to know where the heads of those mutated rats were. The freezer, we've all been sent to the freezer. Boss, rest assured, except for you and the commander, no one else is qualified to touch the meat of the mutated beasts. Qinli said this, obviously including himself, indicating he was also not qualified to touch it. Sui was quite satisfied with this statement. Absolute strength is what can suppress everything. You are an evolver, ordinary food can no longer support your consumption. We are still very generous to our own people. Sui made his stance clear, then let Qinli lead the way, and took the opportunity to store the bodies of the remaining mutated rats. In the shelter, all the balconies are equipped with photovoltaic power generation systems, so the electricity can be self-sufficient. The ice storage is also self-contained. The ice storage is located on the underground first basement level, covering 500 square meters, which is considered quite large. Inside, besides the bodies of mutated rats, there are various other frozen goods. These were mostly collected by Qinli and his group, along with people from the previous shelter nearby. Qinli, do you have some information that we don't know? Sui was eager to find out if there was any exclusive news about the apocalypse disaster, something only Qinli and his group knew. Yes, the military passed on some information to me, instructing us to operate independently in various places, each governing themselves, trying to rescue as many civilians as possible, establish shelters, and create new orders on our own. Outside the city, there are more mutated beasts. Our main enemies in the future might be these mutated beasts. Fighter jets simply can't fly out, many mutated flying creatures are even stronger than the jets. In addition, we have known from the beginning that the meat of the mutated beasts is edible and can also enhance human strength. Also, the infected may continue to evolve. By the way, the satellite communication equipment can still be used. We have contact with independent armies across various regions. The military has designated the day of the disaster as Year 1, Day 1 of the new era. Every 3 days, the independent armies in each region must report their situation to the military. Currently, this is all the information we have. Sui did not expect that Qinli actually had so much information. Are there many independent armies? How many are there in total? Sui was very curious to know if there were still independent armies in the place where the parents of this world were. Not many, currently there are only 27 independent armies. The disaster was so terrifying that many people died before they could even react, and some directly turned into infected. Some independent armies have fewer than 30 people. Our 7-kill army has preserved more strength. The largest has fewer than 5,000 people. Is there an independent army from Nanmin? Sui asked again. Qinli shook his head, probably guessing that Sui's family might be in Nanmin. This is the map, showing the locations of all the independent armies at present. Saying this, Qinli took a map out of his pocket and handed it to Sui. Sui glanced at it, his brows furrowed tightly. Only 2 large cities remain, the others have all been completely wiped out. The independent armies are mainly located in small cities, and even some county towns. Yuntian City is a quasi-first-tier city, and there are no other independent armies around it. What does it mean to fight alone? This is it. Apart from letting them be independent, the military headquarters has no other options. After all, compatriots still need to be saved. Only by gaining independence can there be more autonomy. Moreover, for development, the independent army also needs a larger population. It must be said, the military's decision was quite wise. The total population of Yuntian City is 10.36 million, the number of survivors should be more than that. Currently, they have only searched a few nearby blocks. In other places, because there are too many infected, they can't get through. There's no choice but to firmly block the streets to ensure the safety of this area. After they train more soldiers, they will expand outward to search for other survivors. However, attacks from mutated rats and other mutated beasts have kept Qinli and the others busy, leaving no time to train new recruits. It can be said that the situation will get worse and worse. Sui thought for a long time, then said to Qinli, "Go tell the military immediately, some mutated beasts have pearls appearing in their heads. Eating these brain pearls can grant some of the abilities possessed by the mutated beasts." Qinli's body trembled instantly, and he said excitedly, "Boss, is this true? Great, humanity has hope, has hope. This way, not only do we have evolvers, but we can also cultivate a batch of super soldiers using the brain pearls." "Wait, don't rush to report yet. Go and call Ling Shuang and Ling Yu's parents over." Sui felt it needed to be handled more carefully. After sending Qinli away, Sui glanced at Ling Yu. "You won't blame me for revealing this secret, right? After all, it was Ling Yu who tried it first, so this counts as a secret shared between the two of them." "Of course not. This kind of thing should be known by everyone. If humans are left with only a few of us here, then complete extinction is not far off. So, I especially support your decision. Sui, you did the right thing. I didn't like the wrong person, because we are still human, still have humanity, and still care about our own kind." Saying this, Ling Yu walked up to Sui and kissed him directly. Soon, the two of them let go. Because Sui wanted to cook some mutated beast meat. With the power of the brain bead, he probably wouldn't need to eat raw meat, right? Sui just wanted to know this, so he had Qinli call Ling Yu's family over and took the opportunity to cook some meat. Chapter 49, Upgraded to Vibranium Battle Knife. Sui, thank you for saving my daughter. As soon as Ling Chun arrived and saw Sui, he took the initiative to shake Sui's hand. He had already heard from Ling Shuang that it was Sui who rescued Ling Yu from school and escorted her all the way here. For Ling Chun, even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude, let alone a life-saving favor. You not only saved Xiao Yu, but also all of us. We are truly grateful. If you ever need Ling Chun's help, just say the word. Whether it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, I absolutely won't frown. Uncle, you are too kind. Ling Yu and I support each other, it's not a matter of who saved whom, Sui explained. The reason I invited you all here is to find out if you want to have power, if you dare to go out and deal with the infected, or even the mutants. After speaking, Sui glanced around at the three people. Of course I want to. Ling Shuang was the first to speak up, her eyes full of desire. Both Sui and Ling Yu demonstrated extraordinary strength, capable of fighting against the mutated beasts. Listening to Sui, it was clear that he had a way to help himself gain this kind of power. So, how could she not be excited? Right now, I am too weak, so weak that I can't even deal with the mutated beasts. This made Ling Shuang feel very frustrated and very painful. Rather than living a suffocating life in the shelter, it's better to go out and kill those beasts. Ling Chun also showed her attitude and spoke very seriously. If I had the ability to go out, I wouldn't want to stay in the shelter and just survive. Yiji glanced at her daughter, she still remembered the scene when her daughter descended from the sky and pushed away those crowding around her. She also wanted to have the power to protect her daughter. Very well, I can feel the sincerity in your words. Here, there are 3 brain beads taken from the brains of mutated rats, which can grant humans power, even some abilities of mutated beasts. Of course, this process will be quite painful and last for several hours. Think it over carefully, and once you are sure, come up and take one, then eat it immediately. Saying this, Sui opened his palm, on which there were 3 brain beads. Ling Shuang was the first to step forward, took a brain bead, and put it directly into her mouth. She firmly believed in Suyi's words. After biting it open, Ling Shuang felt a surge of heat flow into her stomach, then spread to every part of her body. Qin Li recorded the entire process, preparing to send it back to the military department. Ling Chun and Yi Ji also came up, each taking one. Like Ling Shuang, they bit it directly. Just as they bit it, Ling Shuang's scream came from beside their ears. You keep an eye on them to prevent them from biting off their own tongues, Sui said, then turned and entered the ice storage. Inside, there was also a batch of mutant rat heads, maybe a few brain beads could still be found. After entering the ice storage, Sui took out the red knife. After pulling it out, Sui immediately began to split open the mutant rat heads. Sui found that this knife was quite sharp. However, its strength was somewhat lacking. After consecutively chopping off the heads of 11 mutant rats, the tip of the knife already had a small notch. In ancient times, this was considered quite strong, as the skulls of mutant rats were very hard. People without physical enhancement can't even split the mutant rat's head with one strike. There are actually 4 pieces, not a bad haul. Sui was very satisfied as he put away the 4 brain beads, then checked the knife in his hand. Upgrade. Survival points -50. Seeing that the blade in his hand had turned black, with no change in shape, Sui happily flicked the blade. Then, Sui took out the remaining 2 knives as well. They were all upgraded to super alloy material together, these 2 were a bit weaker, each costing 80 survival points. Then, Sui glanced at the light screen in the upper right corner to check his survival point status. 9,991. There are still 9,000 survival points left, which made Sui very satisfied. With so many survival points, he could upgrade quite a few things. After thinking it over, Sui picked up the red knife again. When Sui saw this choice, his nose twitched involuntarily. Vibranium is the fictional metal from Marvel Comics on Earth. Also known as Nirvana steel or sound-absorbing steel, it is one of the hardest materials in the Marvel Universe. Level up. Survival points -1,600. Sui noticed that the color of the blade had changed, turning red. The entire blade was blood red, looking very magnificent. Good blade. Sui involuntarily swung it once and found that its weight was still quite heavy. However, for Ling Yu, it should be nothing. So, Sui walked out. He would also upgrade himself. After going outside, Ling Yu was still watching her parents and little aunt, while also keeping an eye on the meat broth in the pressure cooker and rice cooker to prevent them from being knocked over. Later, they would still need to eat and rely on them to replenish energy. Here, continue, see if you like it. Sui tossed the knife to Ling Yu. Ling Yu caught the knife and pulled it out. Seeing the red blade, Ling Yu's eyes lit up. I like it so much. Ling Yu happily put away the battle knife, then rushed to Su Yi and hugged him. If it weren't a good knife, Su Yi wouldn't have given it to her. Although she didn't know how Su Yi had obtained so many treasured knives, Ling Yu didn't ask. Asking further will only make Su Yi feel embarrassed. If it were something he could tell her, Ling Yu knew that Su Yi would voluntarily tell her without her having to ask. Moreover, this kind of thing cannot be let others know. The sword in the ancient tomb isn't very good, but the knives are pretty good. Give these two to your parents, and the previous Tang knives to your aunt. Su Yi arranged it so that they all had weapons. The superalloy material is already enough to deal with the mutated beasts. As for the infected, it's even easier, a single slash can make their heads relocate. Their suffering lasted for 2 hours and then ended. Afterward, Su Yi and Ling Yu took the cooked meat. After using the brain bead, energy replenishment is needed, which can be done by eating the mutated beast's meat. Or, a new brain bead. Since the function of the brain bead was mentioned, I might as well share everything I know. Even if he doesn't say it, others will still conduct experiments. Humanity's strength is really too weak now, we can't even protect ourselves. Su Yi shared the function of the brain bead so that more humans can survive. Hearing Su Yi's words, Qin Li finally couldn't hold back anymore. He has had a question he wanted to ask for a long time. Chapter 50 remembered by all survivors. Boss, what about the evolvers? Can they gain power through brain beads? Su Yi smiled slightly and tossed a brain bead to Qin Li. You'll know once you try it yourself. Su Yi himself was not an evolved being, so naturally he couldn't answer this question. Letting him try it himself is the best way. Qin Li took a deep breath, handed the phone to Su Yi for safekeeping, then put the brain bead into his mouth and bit it to crush it. A surge of heat instantly spread throughout his entire body. He felt his cells tearing apart, then multiplying and strengthening. He did not fall to the ground and roll around, instead, he stood there silently enduring the pain in his body. Over here, Ling Xuang and the other two had already eaten their fill and regained their strength. What a magical feeling, I feel full of strength, it's incredible. Yi Ji looked at her fist, feeling that she could now kill a cow with it. Not only that, I also have armor. Ling Xuang exerted force, and a layer of black scales covered her body. This is the ability of the mutant rat, you should have it too. Saying this, Ling Yu glanced at her elder brother and sister-in-law. Sure enough, black scales appeared on Ling Chun's body, and then on Yi Ji's body as well. Although this appearance is very ugly, Ling Xuang feels very steady. The ability of this mutant rat, with scales that can block bullet attacks, shows how strong its defense is. I don't know how long it can last. The mutant rat hasn't lasted very long. Ling Xuang touched the scales on her body and still envied the armor worn by Su Yi and Ling Yu. It looks particularly beautiful, unlike her own, which looks very ugly. I've already timed you. Saying this, Su Yi picked up the Tang sword he had used before and handed it to Ling Xuang. The other two swords were given to Ling Chun and Yi Ji. All three had weapons, and combined with their own abilities, they were already among the top combat forces in this shelter. They held the superalloy swords and began practicing nearby. They all have never learned any sword techniques, so their swings are naturally very stiff. Ling Yu is actually the same, they cannot, like Su Yi, obtain various martial skills through check-ins. Currently, Su Yi has not mastered any sword techniques either. The closest thing is fencing. However, fencing and saber techniques are completely different things, so teaching them is useless. Unless Su Yi can find a place that teaches saber techniques, then sign in to learn the saber techniques, and then pass them on to them. Alright, the time is up. Your scale armor can last for 12 minutes, which is pretty good. Now, how do you feel? Saying this, Su Yi glanced at the three of them. I just feel a bit hungry. This kind of ability consumes quite a lot of energy. Ling Xuang was the first to share her feelings. Your abilities are much better than mine. I ate the brain pearl of a mutated cat, which only increased my speed, strength, and agility. Ling Yu was somewhat envious, having scales was definitely a good thing. No wonder you fight as agilely as a cat. Also, don't you have a nice set of armor? It feels like its defensive capability isn't weak either. Ling Xuang walked over to Ling Yu and touched the armor on her body. If she could exchange, she would rather obtain Ling Yu's abilities and armor. She felt that Ling Yu was definitely saying that to comfort her. You two go rest first. You probably didn't get much rest last night, right? We are keeping an eye on Qin Li here, Ling Xuang said in persuasion. After all, Su Yi was fighting all day yesterday, and quite a few things might have happened last night. It's fine, not tired, we are all in good condition, Sui declined Ling Shuang's suggestion. After more than half an hour, Qin Li stood up. It's amazing, I feel like my strength has improved a lot, and I really have gained the ability of the scale armor, Qin Li said excitedly. After all, he is an evolver and didn't expect to also gain the abilities of a mutated beast. He just didn't know whether he could only obtain the ability of one mutated beast. After learning about the magic of this brain bead, if he has the chance, he will definitely try the brain beads of other mutated beasts to see if he can gain other abilities. In this world overrun by monsters, no one would complain about having too many abilities. Naturally, the more the better. Your body has shrunk a bit more, looking more robust. Perhaps your reflexes and speed have improved, enhancing your overall combat ability. Sui glanced at Qin Li and felt the size reduction was quite noticeable compared to before. I'll try it in a moment. Qin Li smiled happily, then took the pressure cooker handed over by Sui, grabbed a piece of meat, and started eating. After a while, they went up. Sui packed up his things and then followed back to the ground. Qin Li took Sui and Lingyu to the communication vehicle. Currently, they only had this one. Contact the military headquarters. The communication soldier inside immediately dialed a satellite video call, and then a senior military official appeared on the screen. Reporting to General Liu, our Apocalypse Army has important intelligence to report. Qin Li saluted. Noted. The general on the other side returned the salute and ordered someone to prepare to take notes. Our Apocalypse Army has been renamed the 7-Kill Army. This is Lingyu, our new army commander, and this is Sui, also one of our commanders. Our two commanders discovered that the brains of mutated beasts contain a pearl. Consuming it grants the abilities of the mutated beast, turning one into a superpowered individual. Currently, we have a limited number of brain pearls and have only found that one person can gain the ability of only one mutated beast at a time. In addition, the evolvers can also use brain beads to gain abilities. I recorded the process. After using the brain beads, one becomes extremely weak and needs to consume the meat of mutated beasts or new brain beads to replenish energy. I am sending the video now. Deputy Commander Qin Li of the 7-Kill Army, reporting. After hearing Qin Li's words, the general opposite was shocked. Good. Thank you, Commander Ling, for providing this crucial intelligence. This information is of immense value to all humanity. On behalf of the military and all survivors in the imperial capital, I express our gratitude to you. Your names will be remembered by all of us survivors. Saying this, the other party saluted Sui and Lingyu. I will now announce this important news, and may contact you again later. After saying that, the other party hurriedly went offline. Because this news is too important, it might change the fate of humanity, so he felt that not a moment could be delayed. After a minute, Sui and Lingyu's phone started vibrating. The military department, besides contacting independent armies in other places, also used the communication system to send the information provided by Sui and Lingyu to all phones. It was also stated that the information was provided by Sui and Lingyu of the Qisha army, and they are heroes of all humanity. Chapter 51, Getting More Difficult and Difficult. After leaving the communication vehicle, Qin Li gathered the mid-level personnel of the original Apocalypse Army and held a meeting. The meeting was chaired by Lingyu and Sui, along with 3 new members, Ling Shuang, Ling Chun, and Yi Ji. Everyone, you have all received the information, right? The brain orbs of the mutated beasts can grant ordinary humans the abilities of mutated beasts. These 3 are the new regiment commanders of our Qisha army. They have all used the brain crystals of mutated rats, gaining the abilities of mutated rats, which allow their bodies to be covered with astonishingly defensive scales, while their speed, strength, and other aspects have also been comprehensively enhanced. Qin Lixian first introduced the situation of Ling Shuang and the others. After all, starting today they would be the rulers of the Qisha army. Ling Shuang and the others showed off their scales, but they still didn't have good control and couldn't reveal their faces, which were also covered. In comparison, Qin Li's performance was much better. He could control the scales below the neck area. Being able to control this ability was what Qin Li was most satisfied with. Otherwise, the entire body is covered with fine scales, like a monster, making people fearful. Now, please let our commander Lingyu speak. Saying this, Qin Li led the applause. First of all, what I want to say is that no matter who the commander is, the goal is to lead the people of the shelter to survive in this increasingly difficult world. I can't guarantee anything else, but there is one thing I can promise. That is, if there is danger, I will be the first to charge ahead. I understand that our base is lacking cement and ammunition. Tomorrow, a few of us will lead a team to the nearby cement factory, and we need 20 people to accompany us. After we return, 3 people will be able to receive brain beads. Going out, there is a high chance of dying outside, so I hope everyone will pass on this message. Alright, meeting adjourned. Ling Yu did not want to say much more. After all, she had just become their leader and was not yet very familiar with the overall situation of the shelter. Commander Ling Yu, can we participate as well? Someone quickly asked. After all, he also wanted to have the ability. Only with ability can one survive. Ordinary people cannot even withstand the impact of mutated beasts, let alone their attacks. Originally, there were 500 of them, but now, only 369 remain. The ones who sacrificed were all attacked by mutated rats. Of course, anyone from the 7-kill army can participate. However, we only have 20 spots. Moreover, the place we are going to is uncleared, and you should be well aware of how dangerous it is. Encounters with mutated beasts are also quite normal. Only those who perform the best have a chance to obtain the brain pearl. After speaking, Ling Yu glanced around at everyone. Going out means facing death. Outside, there are not only a vast number of infected individuals, but also mutated beasts, and they may even be attacked by other humans. After the meeting ended, Su Yi and the others drove away from the camp. Because they needed to take Ling Shuang, Ling Chun, and Yi Shi out to hunt the infected. Although they had gained power, they still lacked experience in dealing with the infected. This is also why Ling Yu explained that tomorrow they would take people out to collect cement, because they first need to take them out to grasp some combat skills and become familiar with their own strength and abilities. At the same time, Su Yi also wanted to look for mutated beasts. Inside the armored vehicle, Ling Chun and Yi Shi held long knives, feeling somewhat nervous. After all, they had never dealt with infected individuals before. Ling Shuang was much calmer. Although she had been using a firearm before, she had now switched to a tang sword. Tat tat tat. Suddenly, the machine gun on the roof started firing. What's going on? Why are you shooting? Qin Li jumped down from another military vehicle and rushed to the armored vehicle in front, questioning one of his subordinates. Infected, there are infected on the street. The soldier explained. Impossible, we have already cleared this street, how could there still be infected? Qin Li personally led the team during the cleanup, and they cleared every place. Because the infected are also evolving, they can now climb. So it should be that the infected have crossed the road you previously blocked, which is why they appeared here. Notify the camp and have them be on alert, there may be more. Currently, the camp still has some ammunition left. It's ineffective against mutated beasts, but it still works against the infected. Hearing Su Yi's words, Qin Li couldn't help but furrow his brows. Damn it, this is so unfair. Even the infected can evolve, so why can't we humans? Qin Li cursed angrily, as there was no other way except to vent his frustration. This disaster seems to be specifically targeting humans. Not only have 60% of the population become infected, but nearly 20% of the population have been bitten to death by the infected. The remaining 20% of the population still face crises such as food shortages, weapon scarcity, mutant beast attacks, and infected attacks. Surviving is becoming increasingly difficult. Originally, it was thought that after the appearance of the brain beads, humans could counterattack and turn the tide, but instead, the infected have started to grow stronger. Full speed towards the nearest interception point, Su Yi said to the driver beside him. Gunshots rang out continuously along the way. Because there were successive figures of infected appearing. Fortunately, the speed of the infected hadn't increased significantly, making headshots still quite easy. Soon, the car stopped in front of an interception point. Several infected were climbing in from outside. Get out of the car, prepare to fight. After Su Yi got out, he patted the car and told the Ling family inside to get out. Su Yi immediately jumped onto the car roof blocking the road, then ran forward. Qin Li also carried his big knife and followed. After all, the outside was full of infected. Boss, should we use a grenade to blast a gap? Looking at the densely packed infected below, the entire street was crowded, probably with tens of thousands of infected. No need, they are too weak for us. Su Yi sneered and directly jumped into the infected. Damn, boss, awesome. Qin Li did not expect Su Yi to be so fierce, jumping barehanded right into the infected. Even if he was wielding a big knife, he wouldn't dare to fight head-on like that. Su Yi. As Ling Yu just brought her parents up, she saw Su Yi leaping toward the infected and immediately exclaimed in shock. Su Yi's fists flew like shadows, and wherever his punches landed, the heads of the infected were smashed. Boss, awesome. Qin Li now knows why Su Yi dared to jump down empty-handed. Su Yi's fists are harder than steel. So violent, so cool. Fists flew everywhere, and a pile of corpses fell. Kill. Boss, I'm here too. Qinli felt his blood boiling and jumped to Su Yi's side. Chapter 52, Upgrading the Vibranium Twin Blades. Ling Yu also leapt to Su Yi's side, swinging the red knife horizontally. Then, she saw 3 heads fly off. With one slash, 3 infected heads were severed. Let's go. Ling Xuan also jumped down. Then, Ling Chun and Yiji followed closely behind because they found that the infected seemed very weak. However, once they really went down, they realized it wasn't that the infected were weak. It was that Su Yi and Ling Yu were too strong, especially Su Yi, who was as powerful as a killing god. If he were given 2 knives. When they went to see Su Yi again, he was holding 2 machetes, chopping wildly. Wherever he went, corpses were everywhere. Every minute, he beheaded more than a dozen infected. To him, the infected were indeed very weak, very pathetic. The 2 machetes in his hands are also made of superalloy material, very sharp. Ordinary kitchen knives don't have good durability, they become dull after being used for a while. The infected feel no fear at all, they won't turn and run after their companions fall, but instead desperately rush at you, trying to tear out your heart to eat it and smash open your head. This is what makes them truly terrifying. Because their numbers are astonishing. Half an hour later, Su Yi clearly felt his combat effectiveness decline somewhat. However, the impact on him was not very significant. But for others, it was a completely different matter. They have no skills, they only use brute force. Moves and body techniques are meant to save energy. Using the least amount of effort to exert the greatest power. Therefore, their energy consumption is much higher than Su Yi's. Once physical strength declines, power, speed, and reaction ability all decrease accordingly. Mom, be careful. Ling Yu noticed the situation and decisively rushed to Yiji's side, chopping off the heads of 2 infected. Su Yi realized that, apart from himself, Ling Yu, and Qinli, the 3 members of the Ling family were all somewhat overwhelmed. Su Yi quickly cleared a group of infected around a nearby burger shop, pushed open the glass door, and shouted, "Everyone, come in and rest for a while." Everyone decisively moved closer and entered the shop one after another. 40 minutes, it seems your current limit is 40 minutes, not bad, better than I expected. Su Yi closed the door and wedged the chair against it. The others quickly moved a bunch of things over and piled them against the wall. Only this way can it be defended against. Because there are too many infected outside, if not like this, they would easily be pushed in. I really didn't expect that I could kill so many monsters, Yiji said, looking at the infected outside with a sigh. Yeah, it's unbelievable. After gaining the abilities of the mutated beasts, we're actually this powerful. If we had a few hundred superpowered individuals, we could probably take back our city quickly, right? Ling Chun brushed away the previous despair and was now full of hope for the future. This is exactly what strength brings. A few hundred? That's too unrealistic. Out of more than a dozen mutant rats, only 2 or 3 brain beads appeared. Moreover, hunting mutant beasts is not easy at all. Ling Yu directly poured cold water on her own father. Reality is cruel. Without Su Yi, they would never have become psychics. In addition, the infected are gradually getting stronger, and perhaps the mutant beasts are also gradually getting stronger. The future will only get harder, not better. Su Yi took advantage of their conversation to run upstairs and take a look around. No infected were found, nor any food. Looking at the machete in his hand, Su Yi felt it was still not very easy to use. So, he thought of the 2 katana swords that Deadpool used. The Tang sword is a straight sword, and chopping still feels somewhat unsatisfying. Ling Yu's red sword is similar in shape to a katana, but the blade is a bit wider. As soon as the thought arose, words appeared. Level up. Su Yi upgraded both machetes to vibranium katanas. The blade is black, not red. Then, Su Yi took out a quiver. With a thought, words appeared on it. Perfect. Su Yi carried it on his back, then inserted the 2 vibranium swords into the backpack. Walking to the bathroom and seeing his own appearance, Su Yi couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. With such a handsome face and such a cool style, it will definitely make the women scream, right? Struck a few poses, Su Yi was satisfied and took out a cigarette, lighting it himself. Took a glance at the light screen to understand the situation. 5741. Looking away, Su Yi went to the bathroom. After coming out of the restroom, Su Yi returned downstairs. Lucky me, I found 2 pretty good katana upstairs, Sui casually made up a reason. So cool. Sui, your look is just too handsome. Is this the kind of ninja gear? I want to get a strap too, so I can carry my sword on my back. Lingyu knew for sure that Sui had taken it from her storage space. Seeing her daughter rush to Sui's side, Ling Chun showed a relieved smile. She no longer needed to worry about her daughter's future. He had been thinking about whether to matchmake Sui and Lingyu. Now it seemed that they were already in a romantic relationship. This is not difficult. When we get back, I'll find materials for you to make it. Sui said with a smile. Carrying it on the back is indeed more convenient. Do you drink cola or other beverages? There are many instant drink powders here. Ling Shuang found some drink powders and asked. She also thought he was very handsome and charming. Unfortunately, this man already belongs to Lingyu. Give me a Coke. Sui walked straight to the bar and smiled. This is a burger shop, but unfortunately now only the brewed drinks have some value. The others also each ordered a cup. Before the apocalypse, they never drank this stuff. Now, it has become a luxury item. During this period in the shelter, whether before or during the time the apocalypse military took over, they didn't live very well, and the food they could get was quite limited. Drinks like this were something they didn't even dare to think about. A smoke. Sui took out a cigarette and handed it to Qinli, then passed one to Ling Chun. It's hard to imagine that we're separated from the infected by a pane of glass, yet we're sitting here smoking and drinking cola. Ling Chun blew a smoke ring, looking at the ferocious infected outside, feeling it was surreal. This is the confidence that comes from strength. Qinli glanced at Sui, very curious about what he had been through and how he became so powerful. He already knew that Sui was still a university student who hadn't graduated yet. Of course, this was Sui's own secret, he wouldn't foolishly keep asking. Without ice, the taste is just so much worse. You all rest first, I'll go clean up a bit, otherwise the glass will be crushed by them. Saying that, Sui turned and went upstairs. Opening the window on the second floor, Sui directly jumped into the middle of the infected. Chapter 53, A Cry for Help from the Neighborhood. Sui found that killing the infected had become much easier for him. Swinging at those infected felt like chopping vegetables. The vibranium saber was on a completely different level compared to the previous superalloy Tang saber. No wonder, Lingyu looks even better than herself. It turns out that the divine weapon helped her save a lot of effort. 16-20 points, although expensive, it was really worth it. Sui wildly swung his knife, cutting down one infected person after another. Charging all the way through, Sui literally tore through the entire street. Unbelievable, the boss's combat power is just too outrageous. This combat power is godlike, the boss must be the most badass existence in the world. Qin Li's eyes turned red with envy. If he had such power, where in this world couldn't he go? This ability is more than enough to hunt mutated beasts and obtain brain beads from them. The strong get stronger, it's just that simple and brutal. After several rounds of fierce fighting, Sui rushed straight to the end of the street. On another street, there were also densely packed infected people. They can't be killed off, tens of thousands of infected, they really can't be killed off. Trying to clear a street is really too difficult. These are still just infected, if they were all mutated beasts, they would have completely swallowed Sui. Sui fought back again, and wherever he went, infected individuals fell one by one. Sui felt that he had killed at least 400 or 500 infected. However, this street was still crowded with a large number of infected. Unfortunately, Qin Li and the others had very limited grenades. When they escaped from the military camp, their ammunition was limited. After all, the military bases are mainly located in the suburbs, where the most mutated beasts are found. At that time, the greatest harm to them came from the mutated dogs, many people were killed by mutated dogs. He was able to lead more than 500 people out, which was already very impressive. However, he believed there should be several other forces still in the urban area. Because we occasionally hear explosions, it should be the sound of bombs detonating. But since communication is lost and they don't have drones or the like, they have no way to contact others. In such a large city, there are still many survivors. Help, great expert, please save us. In the distance, a cry for help suddenly came. Sui looked up and saw more than a dozen people waving their hands on the balcony, shouting for help loudly. The residential area by the street, a few hundred meters away. Sui's twin blades danced, slashing down the infected who lunged at him. These infected kept surging like water, Sui felt that even though his strength was not weak, if it lasted too long, he would still be overwhelmed by them. Because there were just too many of them, it felt like no matter how many he killed, they would never be finished. The best way to deal with them is still to rely on firearms. Tens of thousands of bullets fired can kill nearly 10,000 infected, clearing a street. If there are grenades, the lethality is even stronger. At the density of infected like this, one grenade could blow up 40 or 50 of them. The armory, Sui just wants to find an armory now, then bring back bullets, grenades, explosives, rocket launchers, and the like, and then organize the 7 kill army members to come out and clear these infected. Clear one street, then block off one street, and eventually clear all the infected in the entire city. Ling Yu and the others also heard the cries for help and all poked their heads out from the second floor. Boss, should we go rescue them? Qin Li jumped down directly and killed several infected with a single sword strike. Save, how to save? Sui glanced at Qin Li and felt that he was somewhat presumptuous. If the infected on this street are not cleared out, the people inside simply cannot be rescued. Do you know that some people outside survive by eating their own kind? Would you save such people? Sui asked 2 questions in a row. Qin Li was stunned for a moment, then said somewhat embarrassedly, I was too excited, sorry, boss. I know there really are people like that outside. Qin Li definitely wouldn't save such people. We've encountered them before, and they were all just shot on the spot. They even eat their own kind. People like this have no bottom line anymore. Once they enter the shelter, who knows what even more bottomless things they might do. Ask if they still have food, and how many days they can hold on. Sui said to Qin Li, because Qin Li had the loudest voice. After saying that, Sui rushed towards the hamburger shop. Because Ling Yu did not jump down, she moved the tables and chairs blocking the shop door aside with her parents and little aunt, then opened the door and came out from inside. Sui had been fighting outside for half an hour, and they had mostly recovered, so they could come out and fight alongside Sui. He was struggling to deal with infected from all directions on his own. If it weren't for the armor on Sui, no one would know how many wounds he had on his body. The strength of one person is really limited. Even someone as powerful in combat as Sui would find it very difficult to come out unscathed if trapped in a place overrun with infected. With the addition of Ling Yu's family, the pressure on Sui and Qin Li was immediately greatly reduced. Qin Li seized the opportunity and quickly asked loudly, do you still have food? There are too many infected here, you need to hold on for a few more days. Not much left, our food is almost finished. Great gods, you can throw some food into our community, we can still hold on as long as you are willing to save us. Hearing the words of those survivors, Sui felt that these people were relatively restrained and did not blindly demand that they go rescue others. Every community has walls, as long as the survivors inside are bold enough and united enough to clear out the infected within the community, then collect supplies from every household and gather the survivors, everyone can hold on for a while without any problem. Tell them there's a convenience store ahead, and the food inside will last them for a while, Sui said, then charged forward. The 4 members of the Ling family immediately followed. Soon, they arrived at the convenience store. Sui and Ling Yu, along with Qin Li guarding the door, while Ling Shuang rushed into the convenience store with Ling Chun and Yi Ji. Instant noodles, look for instant noodles, Ling Shuang said, then started searching. Over here, there are more than a dozen boxes of instant noodles, Ling Chun called out happily. Then, the 3 of them carried out all the instant noodles. This should be enough for them to eat for a while, let's go, Ling Shuang said happily. You 3 stay in the middle, we'll protect you as you pass through, Sui said, quickly taking his position. Ling Yu and Qin Li immediately followed, the 3 forming a triangular formation, then escorting Ling Yu and the others closer to the residential area. Chapter 54, Rely on Yourself for Good Fortune. After approaching the residential area, Ling Yu and the others threw the boxes inside. At that moment, someone inside climbed over the wall and jumped out. What's going on? Why did you run out? Hurry back, Qin Li questioned. They eat people, they are cannibals, they are demons, they cannot be saved, they kill people, they have killed many. Please save my brother, he has no strength left and can't climb up. The girl knelt down to Sui and the others, then kept kowtowing. Qin Li, break through the wall. People inside, please step back. Qin Li glanced at Sui, then took a deep breath. Scales appeared on his body, then he stepped back a few steps and directly crashed into the surrounding wall. Damn, it turns out I really can. Seeing the hole he had made in the wall, Qin Li laughed happily. Hurry up and get out. Qin Li saw a boy, went up and picked him up, then slipped out of the community. Great master, how did you guys tear down the community wall? The group on the balcony also rushed downstairs, ready to grab the food that Ling Yu and the others had thrown into the community. As a result, they saw that a big hole had actually appeared in the community wall. Ling Yu, you four take the people back to the armored vehicle. Qinli, go up the wall and wait for the next instructions. After Su Yi gave the order, he crawled through the hole. The four members of the Ling family protected the two survivors in the middle and quickly approached the interception point. Master, let's quickly block the wall, or else those monsters will get in. Master, what are you doing? Seeing the knife held right in front of him, the man immediately started trembling. You eat people. Su Yi looked coldly at the other party. Eating people was crossing the line completely. Su Yi will not save people like this. Because, in order to survive, they will directly trample on the bottom line of being human. They dare not go out to take risks, but they dare to eat the flesh of their own kind. Su Yi cannot accept people like this. We didn't. He really wanted to say no, but he didn't dare. Heaven knows if the one holding the twin swords, a warrior who cuts monsters as easily as slicing watermelons, already knew something. We had no choice either. They were already hanging when we ate. He straightforwardly admitted part of it. After all, killing and eating people is something unacceptable. He didn't dare to say more. I thought so. Then you better fend for yourselves. The knife in Su Yi's hand moved to his arm, directly slicing off a large piece of flesh. Fresh blood instantly gushed out. Ah! That person screamed miserably, not expecting Su Yi to take action directly. The infected outside smelled the scent of blood and immediately went crazy. They followed the scent and rushed into the community through the breach. That person's face changed, and he turned his head and ran. He was already too late to blame Su Yi. Running for your life is the most important thing. A few people had already gotten instant noodles, and upon seeing the infected rush in, decisively ran towards the inside of the community. Going upstairs, as long as you hide upstairs, you can still survive. They don't know why the accident happened, but now is not the time to pursue these questions. Being alive is the most important thing. Qinli was on top of the wall and finally understood what Su Yi intended to do. Luring the infected into the community is indeed a good method. The people in this community are no longer worth saving. Cannibalism has already crossed the bottom line. Qinli felt that not killing them outright was already very merciful. Infected attracted by the smell of blood kept pouring in, and soon there were far fewer infected on the streets. Obviously, it is very difficult to attract all the infected over. Su Yi ran to one end of the community and climbed up the wall. The walls of this community are all made of bricks, and the top is flat, so it is possible to walk on the wall. Outside of him was another street, which was also full of infected people. Perhaps attracted by the smell of blood, they all surged towards the wall. Su Yi quickly ran along the wall. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have been able to run in such a place. But now that his agility and reaction abilities have improved, he can naturally run easily in such a place. Soon, Su Yi ran to the opposite side of Qinli. In the neighborhood, the sound of curses was heard. They cursed Su Yi and Qinli to a miserable death, saying all sorts of unpleasant things. Su Yi sneered coldly and raised his rifle. Bang! From a distance of 400 meters, Su Yi made a precise headshot. The curses inside abruptly stopped, and the person who was shot in the head fell from the building. The bloody smell was just not enough, thanks. Su Yi put the gun back on his back and then glanced at the situation outside the street. Because the corpse fell, blood spilled in a pool, attracting more infected to flood into the community. Have you ever tried burning them before? Su Yi thought using fire should be a good method. After all, the infected were very dense, all crowded together. Besides, they have no sense of pain, so even if they are burned, they won't run away. They should burn on a large scale. Boss, we've tried. These infected who can still move simply can't be burned. Only those that are completely dead can be set on fire. This thing is really tricky. Using bombs doesn't work well either. If the brain isn't completely damaged, they still won't die, Qinli complained. The best method is to use machine gun fire. We cleared several streets this way. Unfortunately, our bullets are limited. Su Yi opened a waist pouch, took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and then tossed it to Qinli. Where can we find ammunition in the city? Su Yi asked directly. After all, relying solely on their melee attacks was really too slow. It was much easier to depend on heavy firepower like machine guns. As far as I know, there isn't any. If you want bullets, you have to go to the outskirts where the troops are stationed, or to a few other military bases. But there are too many mutants outside, so it's very difficult for us to rush out there, Qin Li said, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. He had thought about going to get ammunition supplies, but unfortunately, his strength didn't allow it. Although they currently had quite a bit of food, it wouldn't last for too long. Just like that, it will be almost impossible to find cement tomorrow. Sui glanced at Qin Li and felt that tomorrow's plan would most likely be postponed. Because there are too many infected outside, clearing a path is too difficult. Without cement, the shelter's walls can't be built, and we can't ensure everyone's safety. Qin Li knew it wouldn't be easy, but he had no other options. Only by building the shelter strong enough can the people inside feel secure. This won't do, we can't always think about protecting them. The only ones who can protect them are themselves. Picking up weapons to fight is the way to survive. Sui directly rejected Qin Li's proposition. Chapter 55, The Evolver Lu ran. I know, but we don't have that many firearms, nor that many bullets. Arming the entire population is indeed the best solution. Qin Li denied Sui's viewpoint, and he also agreed that only oneself can protect oneself. Without firearms, we can use cold weapons. Now is the era of cold weapons. In this age, steel is the one thing we are not short of. Kitchen utensils, cars, doors and windows, and many other things are made of steel. As long as you find a way, they can all be processed into weapons. A firearm without bullets is just scrap metal. Because Qin Li is a soldier, he has a special attachment to firearms. In their view, a gun is like their second life. Naturally, they have an even greater appreciation for firearms and other modern weapons. Moreover, modern weapons are indeed very powerful, and their effects are very obvious. It is quite normal for him to have this kind of thinking. Only when there are truly no bullets left will he consider cold weapons. Sui is different, he only pursues practicality. He had no special feelings towards firearms. Once we return, immediately start conscription, and have them use swords, knives, and bows and arrows to fight the infected. While the infected aren't very strong yet, we can still eliminate them. Maybe in a few months, they will be stronger than us humans. Sui felt that following Qin Li's advice in the morning was a completely wrong decision. Like when they were at the villa stronghold before, leading people to hunt the infected was the best way out. The mutated beasts are powerful and they have no way to deal with them, that's one thing, but if the infected dare not face them, then they have no right to live. Naturally, they are not worthy of having food. A group of people with all limbs intact, relying on others for protection and food gathering, what right do they have? Unless they are old and can no longer wield weapons, that is understandable. However, most of the people in the shelter are young and middle-aged. They definitely have the strength to carry weapons and fight the infected. To clear more blocks, more manpower is needed. Otherwise, people like Sui and the others, even if they clear for a year, would not be able to eliminate the millions of infected in the city. Only if everyone is involved in the fight can the urban area be cleared out, creating more living space. They cannot go to the suburbs. If they want to survive, they have to produce and farm within the city. Without land, nothing can be developed. Additionally, there may be survivors in every neighborhood, and the population is expected to grow over time. Qin Li did not question Sui's words. Because he knew that what Sui said made a lot of sense, relying solely on them soldiers was not enough. In such a short time, they had already lost about 200 people. If this continues, will there still be any combat personnel left? Recruiting warriors to go out and clear the infected is imperative. Only after clearing them can we possibly transport cement, sand, and gravel to the shelter to build high walls. Alright, let's seal up the breach. Seeing only scattered infected on the street, Sui instructed Qin Li to directly seal the breach. Qin Li jumped down from the wall and ran towards the hamburger shop they had been to before. The tables and chairs inside were more suitable for blocking that gap. Ling Yu also brought her family back to the street and acted together with Qin Li, quickly blocking that gap. Sui beheaded all the remaining infected on the street and then threw them together, preparing to set them on fire later. Thousands of corpses piled up together, like a small mountain. Let's go block the road at the end of the street, then come back and burn these bodies. Sui led the people towards the end of the street. Along the way, they looked for things suitable to block the street. Shelves, tables, cash registers were more suitable, and there were also vehicles. They pushed the car to the intersection of the street and quickly blocked off that section of the road. After finishing, they went back and set those bodies on fire, then decisively withdrew from the neighborhood. The two siblings who ran out of the community were eating something. Get in the car, retreat, Sui said, then directly jumped onto the roof of the car. This height is nothing at all to him. Others also got on the car one after another, including the brother and sister who came out of the community. When the car drove back to the shelter, there was a group of people outside the shelter who seemed to want to enter. It is not that easy to enter the shelter, you need to answer many questions and cooperate with inspections. Sui noticed that nearly 100 people were almost all girls, and they all looked very young. Sui. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted Sui's name. Ding Yan. Sui did not expect to actually encounter his classmate. Sui jumped off the car directly and came to Ding Yan's side. Ding Yan didn't say a word and immediately threw herself into Sui's arms, hugging her tightly. To her, Sui was already the person she was most familiar with. Sui's body stiffened a little, he hadn't expected Ding Yan to be so excited that she would just hug him directly. Their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. Great, Sui, it's so good that you're alive. There are only the two of us left in our class, boo-hoo. Saying this, Ding Yan began to cry. At this moment, a person stepped out from the crowd and actively waved at Sui. Benefactor, we meet again. Do you still remember me? Sui looked at the other person and shook his head. He didn't remember saving such a beautiful girl before, even more beautiful than Ling Yu. LV Ran, I am LV Ran. You gave me a lot of chips, so I didn't starve to death, and I discovered that I am an evolver. Saying this, LV Ran walked up to Sui and carefully examined him now. Compared to before, Sui had changed quite a lot. Because Ding Yan called out Sui's name, she was able to confirm that Sui was the one who gave her the chips that day. You are an evolver. Sui was a bit surprised, not expecting Lu Ran to be an evolver. That's right, my speed is very fast. Saying that, her body shook slightly and she appeared several hundred meters away. Sui opened his mouth, not expecting Lu Ran's speed to be this fast. No wonder she was able to bring so many people to the shelter. What she relied on was her own ability. They were all soaking wet, obviously having come down along the river. Alright, it's okay now. Once you arrive at the shelter, you'll be safe for the time being. Sui glanced at Lu Ran, who had reappeared in front of him, then patted Ding Yan to comfort her. Let them in, no need for inspection. After all, they were his schoolmates, so Sui granted a special privilege. Chapter 56, A More Suitable Place to Survive. With Sui's words, the inspectors immediately saluted him, then moved the concrete block aside and let the people in. Xiao Yu, you have to work harder, don't let Sui be taken away by someone else, Ling Shuang whispered softly into Ling Yu's ear. In front of her own brother and sister-in-law, she was also too embarrassed to speak too loudly. They all heard the conversation between Sui and Lu Ran just now. An evolver will definitely become an elite of the shelter. Moreover, her speed is indeed astonishing, which is very beneficial to the team, and she will definitely be valued by Sui. Although Ling Yu is nominally the leader of the 7-kill army, everyone in the army knows very well that the actual person in control is Sui. If Sui and Ling Yu were to issue different orders at the same time, the members of the 7-kill army would definitely follow Sui's orders. Additionally, LV Ran is even more beautiful than Ling Yu, appearing more delicate and charming. Such a woman easily arouses a man's protective instincts. Ling Yu bit her lip and said nothing. She didn't expect that Lu Ran would actually bring more than 100 people here. A lot must have happened to her. In addition, she also saw several girls carrying bows and arrows. These bows and arrows might have come from the boys in the gym. This indicates that this Lu Ran is not simple. Qin Li, have someone settle them down. The 7-kill army will have a full meeting half an hour after dinner, bring Lu Ran along. An evolver is already qualified to attend the meeting. After all, so far, he has only encountered 2 evolvers. One is Qin Li, and the other is Lu Ran. Such scarce talents are naturally needed by the Qisha army. Additionally, Sui is preparing to reform the Qisha army. Establish 7 regiments, Tan Lang, Zhu Men, Lu Xiyuan, Wen Chu, Lian Zhen, Wu Chu, and Pe Jun. Ling Yu, Ling Shuang, Ling Chun, Qin Li, each leading a group, and the remaining 3 are selected separately. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Ran might also become one of the group leaders. The remaining 2 should be chosen from the other group leaders of the Qisha army. Of course, not now, he still has 3 brain beads in hand, planning to reward 3 people in a different way. After Qin Li received Su Yi's orders, he immediately went to carry them out. Ordinary people sleep in the hall, but the Qisha army members do not, they all have their own rooms. Of course, all the rooms were converted from offices, and some mattresses were moved over from nearby residential areas. These people knew Sui, and they were all girls, so Qin Li knew how to arrange things. Girls in the shelter all need special care, otherwise, they are easily bullied. Survivors also spread rumors that they control the girls, forcing them to become playthings. They either don't allow the girls to stay alone in one area to do things, or else they would truly become everyone's plaything. Sui, why is there another meeting tonight? What are you going to talk about? Ling Yu ran over to Suyi's side and linked her arm with his. You have seen the situation today, it is no longer suitable to go out looking for cement. We simply have no way to go out. Therefore, more people must step up, just like we did at the villa stronghold, letting more people go out to clear the infected. They staying in the shelter is meaningless. Only by making them step out do they have a chance to survive. The infected will become stronger and the mutants will also become stronger. If humans are cowardly, the only outcome is death. Ling Yu nodded firmly, fully agreeing with Suyi's viewpoint. The infected are so weak that they can't even lift weapons, they truly don't deserve to get food or to live. They are capable, but why should they support those cowards? Sui lit a cigarette and then continued, after the meeting, we will officially recruit personnel to join the 7-kill army. Those who do nothing will only be given 1 meal a day, while those who join the end-of-the-world army can receive 4 meals a day and other supplies. There are also some people responsible for planting, weapon making, and other work, for whom we need to provide 3 meals a day and similar rations. Finally, we may have to abandon this place and choose another location to establish a new shelter. Although this place has an independent power system and a dedicated communication system, it is not suitable for long-term development and is only suitable as a stronghold. There will be a meeting soon, and the main topic of discussion will be this matter. You should prepare, after all, you are the military commander. After saying this, Sui stopped speaking. Ling Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Ling Yu thought that everything Sui said made a lot of sense, this place really is not suitable as a shelter. Additionally, she also sensed Suyi's intention. He doesn't want to stay, he still wants to travel around the country and check in everywhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it upon himself to handle all these matters. However, she was not panicked. She felt that she was not without a way to keep Sui. Tonight, she was going to let him know how happy it could be to stay. Let's go get a map and see where is suitable to build a shelter. After figuring it out, Ling Yu, holding Suyi's arm, headed towards the Qisha army camp. There are maps and sand tables over there, they saw them this morning. After entering the battle analysis room, everyone inside stood up and saluted Sui and Ling Yu. Is there a detailed map of the entire city? Sui walked over to the sand table and took a direct look. This sand table is a 3D projection, not a handcrafted model. Yes, switch to the city map. A person in charge immediately spoke. It is a satellite map, very detailed. Looking at the map, Sui directly asked, very well, do we have any smelting or steel factories in our city? Report, there are 24 smelting-related factories and companies in the city, 18 of which are located in the C11 Industrial Park in Yushan urban area. The person in charge directly reported the data. Mark the locations. Sui immediately became interested. If you want to mass-produce knives and armor, there is no place more suitable than smelting and steel factories. On the map, red dots immediately appeared and started flashing. Moreover, it also provided the route and distance from here to that location. Sui glanced at it, then picked up a stick and gestured with it. Ling Yu, we can reach here from this river, then switch to this river. After arriving at the upstream area, we cross through the right side to reach this region. Sui drew out a route. Now, the only thing that can still move is the river. Zoom in on the C11 Industrial Park. I have never been to this area, but Yushi has been to Yushan Lake Park, which is relatively close, twice. There are quite a few green areas over there, indicating that the landscaping is done quite well. After zooming in, Yushi saw many factory buildings and vacant lots. Not bad, it really is a good place. Over there should be a large amount of steel plates. We can completely use steel plates to build walls to prevent infected people from entering. Alright, it's decided, this place will be our shelter. Sui glanced over and then chose this place. This place is not lacking in water or land, and more importantly, there is a large amount of steel. He felt there was no more suitable place. Chapter 57, Is this classmate normal? Commander, there are mutated beasts active in this area. A few days ago, we even obtained satellite maps. Saying this, the person pointed at the wall, and some photos immediately appeared. In the photos, Sui saw several huge figures. Although mutated beasts are difficult to deal with, they are not impossible to handle. As long as their numbers are small, I think it's not a problem. There is a park nearby where some animals live, which is not surprising. As long as it's not hundreds or thousands, Sui thinks it's still worth taking a chance. Because they definitely need steel to make weapons, and without weapons in this place, sooner or later they will starve to death. Rather than staying like this, it's better to go out and take a chance. Ling Yu looked at the map, touched her chin, and then said, "We can block the river, so we can use boats. With steel, we can build our own ships to transport personnel and supplies." Sui, you are right, this place is more suitable for long-term development. These areas can all be enclosed and planted with grains and vegetables to ensure long-term survival. We definitely need to clear out the mutated beasts. For the brain beads, we all need to take the initiative to strike, not to mention clearing the mutated beasts within a 10-kilometer radius of the shelter. Let's hold the meeting here tonight. After speaking, Ling Yu glanced at Sui. This place is still quite large, easily accommodating 300 to 500 people. Alright, it's decided then. Sui agreed immediately. Let's go, rest for a bit, and then cook some meat to eat. We've been fighting for so long, I'm getting a bit hungry. Saying that, Sui left the battle analysis room. After coming out, Sui saw thick smoke in the distance. That place is where they burn the bodies of the infected. I don't know how many people are still alive in this city, and how many have fallen into becoming demons, Sui said, looking at the thick smoke, unable to help but sigh. Ling Yu said nothing, only silently tightened her grip on Sui's hand. The two returned to the place Qin Li had arranged for them. This was an internal lounge, prepared for the leaders, resembling a hotel. Other places only have some emergency lights and the like, but this place allows the use of electrical appliances, and even has a refrigerator and a small kitchen. Sui took out the meat of the mutant rat king from his storage space, preparing to cook dinner. Because there are kitchen utensils here, Sui didn't need to use his own, he just took them out to clean. Sui, there are still vegetables, eggs, tomatoes, and potatoes in this refrigerator. That's awesome. I'll go call my mom to cook, her cooking skills are pretty good. Ling Yu wasn't very skilled in cooking herself, so she didn't want to embarrass herself. However, she had already secretly decided to learn cooking skills from her own mother and then cook for Sui. If you want to keep a man, good food is also a way. Alright, since there are so many ingredients, let's not waste them. Sui agreed directly. Since arriving through the time travel, he had only eaten the food from the sign-in event, nothing afterward could compare to the pre-disaster food. Mainly because the ingredients were limited, even if Sui was very skilled, he couldn't make anything fancy. Ling Yu hooked her arm around Sui's neck, and after they kissed for a while, she went to call her mother and Ling Shuang together. After a while, Qin Li also arrived. However, he also brought along Lu Ran and Ding Yan. He settled these two here as well, since there were still some empty rooms available. However, Lu Ran and Ding Yan did not come to disturb Sui. When they saw Sui, they just nodded in acknowledgement, then followed Qin Li to a room. This room has 2 beds. I will have someone bring food later. After dinner, someone will take you to the meeting. After saying this, Qin Li left directly. Thank you. Lu Ran expressed gratitude, then went into the room. After the 2 people went inside, they locked the door from the inside. Ding Yan entered the room and immediately threw herself onto the bed, hugging the soft quilt, then excitedly said, "Great, we finally got into the shelter. From now on, we won't have to live in constant fear. And I didn't expect Sui to have become the leader of this shelter. His strength is very strong, he should be the strongest evolver among them. Unfortunately, I met him too late." Lu Ran brushed her hair aside and began to take off her clothes. She hadn't showered for several days, she wanted to take a bath and relax. "I'm so envious of you all, I really wish I were an evolver too." Saying this, Ding Yan looked at Lu Ran with an admiring gaze. "No need to envy, you also have a chance to become a superhuman. Didn't you see the news from the military? That news was provided by Sui and our school beauty Ling. Maybe he still has some brain beads left. Why don't you go ask him?" Saying this, Lu Ran blinked her beautiful big eyes. Ding Yan pouted and said somewhat unhappily, "What, were you jealous just now when I hugged Sui?" Seeing Lu Ran roll her eyes with a look of disdain, Ding Yan continued, "You promised me that you would get me a brain bead. My relationship with Sui is actually quite ordinary. We were classmates for 3 years, and the total number of words we've exchanged doesn't even exceed 100. So why would he give me his brain? If it were you, he might even be more willing. After all, I look too ordinary, he has no interest." Hearing Ding Yan's words, Lu Ran immediately burst out laughing. My Yen sister, it seems you really don't understand your classmate. Back when we were in the dorm building, I told him he could come sleep with me anytime. But he had no such intention at all. I'll do my best about the brain matter. After all, you saved me once, and I will repay you. Also, once you're in the shelter, you have to follow the shelter's rules. After dinner, go and report it. If something happens, we can't protect them. Saying this, Lu Ran tied up her hair and headed towards the bathroom. Hearing Lu Ran's words, Ding Yan widened her eyes. She didn't expect that Su Yi would actually reject Lu Ran's beauty. Is this student Su normal? Lu Ran is so beautiful, and he actually rejected her. It seems that with my average looks, I have even less chance. After a long while, Ding Yan, lying on the bed, took a deep breath, then quietly sat up and took off her clothes. Her body was covered in bruises, there was not a single spot that was uninjured. Fortunately, she chose death over submission, preserving her purity and holding on until Lu Ran appeared. Otherwise, she might have already lost the courage to follow Lu Ran and fight her way out of the school, escaping all the way here. Rely on Su Yi. Forget it, if even my cousin can't be relied on, let alone a classmate I haven't had much contact with in 3 years, she said through gritted teeth, as if recalling unpleasant memories. Then, she rubbed her own face. Ding Yan, become strong. Only by becoming strong yourself can you have the ability to survive and the right to take control of your own life. After cheering herself up for a while, Ding Yan walked into the bathroom. Chapter 58. You go ahead. After having dinner with the Ling family, Su Yi and the others went downstairs. When going downstairs, Su Yi also called Lu Ran along. From the dormitory to the battle analysis room, Lu Ran didn't say a word except for greeting at the beginning. By the time they arrived at the battle situation analysis room, the Qisha army personnel were already there. Let's begin. Su Yi glanced at Ling Yu and directly let her start. Ling Yu stood up and looked around at everyone. This was her first time hosting such a meeting. Saying I'm not nervous is a lie. Can someone tell me how much ammo we have left? As soon as Ling Yu finished speaking, someone stood up. Report, we still have 1,754 bullets, 76 grenades, and 16 rockets. Ling Yu never expected that someone could really give her an answer. This means that we will soon run out of ammunition. We went out once today, and the streets beyond the interception points were densely packed with infected. Moreover, some of them have already gained the ability to climb, surpassing the interception points you set up. If nothing unexpected happens, more infected will cross the interception points and approach the shelter. You tell me, what should we do next? Everyone fell silent, they hadn't expected that the infected could now climb over the interception points they had painstakingly set up. It won't be long before the safe zones they cleared out with will be reoccupied by the infected. Their shelter will eventually fall due to running out of ammunition and supplies. Report, we can use our own bayonets and knives to deal with those infected, they are not difficult to handle, a young soldier stood up. Ling Yu stared at the soldier and questioned, with so few of us, how many can we really kill? If we want to survive, everyone in the shelter must take up arms and fight the infected with us. So, starting tomorrow, our 7-kill army will begin recruiting. Also, supplies are scarce here, and there is little arable land. Therefore, we have chosen the C11 Industrial Park in Yushan City as our new shelter. There are 18 smelting and steel factories there, with a large amount of steel plates and steel materials. We can use the steel plates to build sturdy walls and the steel to make knives and swords. This is not a discussion with you, but a notification. Regarding the location of the new shelter, Su Yi and I will lead people to deal with the mutated beasts there, aiming to relocate everyone within 10 days. When Ling Yu said these words, a map was also projected, showing the situation of that area. In addition, the 7-kill army will establish 7 regiments. They are Tan Lang, Zhu Men, Lu Cun, Wen Chu, Lian Zhen, Wu Chu, and Pejun. I am the captain of Pejun Regiment, this is my father Ling Chun, the captain of Tan Lang Regiment, this is Qin Li, the deputy army commander and captain of Zhu Men Regiment, and Ling Shuang is the captain of Lu Cun Regiment. Wen Chu, Lian Zhen, and Wu Chu will have 2 captains born from among you. Here are 2 mutated rat brain beads. Whoever can perform 3 moves under my command is qualified to win one of them. Now that it's the end of the world, strength is supreme. The person who obtains a brain bead can become one of the remaining 3 team leaders. Do you have any questions now? After speaking, Ling Yu glanced around at everyone. Then, she saw Su Yi give her a thumbs up. Obviously, Su Yi was very satisfied with her performance. Alright, anyone who believes they are strong enough to take 3 moves from me can come out now. Saying that, Ling Yu stepped forward, drew her battle knife, and easily drew a circle on the concrete ground. If you can still stay inside the circle within 3 moves, you pass. After speaking, Ling Yu threw the knife to Su Yi. Su Yi just remembered that he had promised them to make several straps for the combat knives. I'll do it. An impatient person was the first to step forward, clasped his fists toward Ling Yu, and said, "Commander, sorry for the trouble." After saying that, her fist came crashing down toward Ling Yu. Bang! Ling Yu kicked the opponent out with one kick, but did not injure them. Continue. Ling Yu looked around. I'll go, someone else rushed forward. Soon, countless people were eliminated. After eliminating more than 100 people, finally someone avoided Ling Yu's 2 attacks, blocked one, and still stood in the circle. Very good, what is your name? Ling Yu handed over a brain bead and asked with a smile. Reporting to the commander, my name is Chu Jun. Chu Jun saluted. Congratulations, you can choose a regiment and become the commander of that regiment. Ling Yu said with a smile. Wu Chu, I choose Wu Chu. The Chu army decisively made their choice. So, Qin Li called the Chu army aside and made him take the brain pearl. The contest continues. After a while, all the remaining people were eliminated. In the Qisha army, there was not a second person who could last 3 moves under Ling Yu's command. Lu Ran, do you want to become one of the company commanders? Su Yi suddenly asked. I do. Lu Ran answered without hesitation, giving the answer immediately. Good, defeat Qin Li. If you win, you will be one of the company commanders. Su Yi smiled at Lu Ran. He wanted to know if Lu Ran really had that kind of strength. Boss, this isn't good, is it? My strength has improved quite a bit now. If I don't hold back and end up hurting someone, that would be really bad. Qin Li scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He could accept it if he had to fight Su Yi. Qin Li really didn't dare to fight a delicate girl. Moreover, this Lu Ran clearly has some kind of relationship with his own boss. If I could use a weapon, I should be able to kill him easily. If it's a fight, I'll give it a try, Lu Ran gave his answer. Hearing this, Qin Li shuddered. Wow, this guy is ruthless too. Easily kill yourself? Is bragging really that powerful? Alright, you guys start. Su Yi made a gesture inviting them, then switched to spectator mode. He opened his backpack and took out a pack of peanuts. This afternoon, while blocking the street, he grabbed some snacks from the convenience store. Do you think Lu Ran can win? Ling Yu came over, asking with some curiosity. Because she had no confidence in defeating Qin Li. There's a chance, her speed is too fast, Qin Li will be very passive. Su Yi handed a pack of sunflower seeds to Ling Yu and pulled up a stool to sit beside her. Ling Yu sat directly on Su Yi's lap, which can be said to be very bold. Su Yi never expected Ling Yu to sit on his lap. He guessed it was mostly related to Lu Ran. The battle had already begun while the two were talking. Lu Ran's attack was very direct, not polite at all. Chapter 59, Are They All This Fierce? Bang! Qin Li took a hit from behind, the sound was loud, but he didn't move an inch. Where is everyone? How come I can't even see anyone? Could they be invisible? What kind of ability is this? It's too powerful. Boss Qin got hit several times right from the start. It seems like I just saw a shadow flicker. Qin Li was stunned, he realized he couldn't touch LV Ran at all and was only on the receiving end of the attacks. He kept swinging his fists, but Lu Ran was always able to strike his back. Now, he finally understood why Lu Ran said that if weapons were used, killing him would be very easy. Really, if a blade were used, even if his body was covered in scales, he would be covered in wounds. Boss, I admit defeat. There's simply no way to fight this. I personally fully agree with Lu Ran becoming the team leader. Qin Li admitted defeat very straightforwardly because he simply had no way to counterattack. What about you? Su Yi glanced at the other members of the Qisha army. Agreed, we agree. With such strong abilities, who has the right to oppose? Even Qin Li, whom they once admired, was helpless, let alone them. Alright, it's settled then. Lu Ran, you pick one. Saying this, Su Yi glanced at Lu Ran who appeared before him. Wenxiu. Lu Ran made his choice. Who just took 2 moves from Ling Yu? Su Yi took out a brain bead. Report, it was me, Su Rui. A soldier stepped forward voluntarily. Then, you will be in charge of the military intelligence department from now on. Saying this, Su-yi threw the brain bead to the other party. Because this person is the head of the Military Intelligence Analysis Office. Yes, Commander. After catching the brain bead, Su-rui saluted excitedly. The last one. Tomorrow, select someone from the civilians who can take 3 moves from you. Now, strength is supreme. For every infected you kill, you can earn a merit point, which can later be exchanged for brain beads using battle merit points. Of course, there are many things you can exchange battle merit points for, not just brain beads. If you want to become stronger and have a better life, then go hunt infected, or even mutants. After speaking, Sui glanced at Ling Yu. Attention, at ease. Each regiment needs a deputy commander, a battalion commander, a company commander, and a squad leader. For now, each regiment requires 40 people. Except for personnel related to reconnaissance, information, and battle analysis, now you can make your choice. Soon, everyone made their own choice. The Chisha army will be managed militarily from now on. Because in the apocalypse, military management is somewhat simpler. It turns out these people can serve as the core team and then train new members of the Chisha army. 280 people became officers at various levels of the Chisha army. Except for the original few regiment commanders who became deputy regiment commanders, the others were all promoted. There were 89 people left, 68 of whom were assigned by Su-yi to the military intelligence department. Most of these people had reconnaissance experience, and some were related to communications. The remaining 21 people became part of the logistics department. The military intelligence department was headed by Ling Yu, and the logistics department was headed by Yi Ji. However, Su-yi planned to have Mo Xiaohong, who was stationed at the villa base, assist Yi Ji. In this way, Ling Yu's family can firmly control the Chisha army. After splitting and reorganizing, everyone got to know each other a bit, and then they disbanded. However, those at the battalion commander level and above need to stay for further meetings. The content of the meeting was to discuss the system to be implemented in the future, which relates to the development of the Chisha army. After discussion, in addition to military merit points, soldiers can also receive a salary, which can be used to purchase supplies. Ordinary people can also earn a salary through work, which can be used to buy supplies. All supplies collected by the military organization belong to the logistics department. Supplies collected privately can be kept by oneself or sold to the logistics department at a fair price. The specific positions and their corresponding salaries have not been decided yet. After all, this cannot be determined through a simple discussion, it requires careful calculation before suitable data can be provided. These are all too complicated, so Su-yi stopped worrying. After the meeting was adjourned, Su-yi went straight back to rest. Continuous fighting is indeed exhausting. Ling Yu still has many things to handle, especially regarding logistics and intelligence, she still needs to learn a lot. After Su-yi returned to the dormitory, someone from the logistics department brought him new clothes. After taking a shower, Su-yi went to the balcony to prepare to light a cigarette, then went to sleep. At night, mutant beasts often attack, so he needs to be ready to fight at any time and must make the most of his rest. As soon as he arrived at the balcony, Su-yi saw Lu Ran on the neighboring balcony. Lu Ran was wrapped in a bath towel, sunbathing her little underwear on the balcony. After seeing this, Su-yi calmly lit a cigarette. Su-yi, my promise back then still stands. When are you going to fulfill it? As she spoke, Lu Ran playfully blinked her eyes. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Su-yi was directly choked by the smoke and then started coughing violently. Are girls nowadays all this fierce? No wonder they say boys should protect themselves when they go out. I'm serious, not joking. But it seems like you, just like me, have no experience. So, I don't mind if you practice more with Sister Yu first before coming to me to redeem it. Unlimited times, valid for life. After speaking, Lu Ran gave Su-yi a flirtatious glance. Su-yi stared at Lu Ran for a few seconds. Then, he looked away. This woman is not joking, she is serious. Just as Su-yi was about to jump over, Ding Yan's voice came through. Ran, what are you and Su-yi talking about? You have a meeting so late at night? I've already had a sleep. Saying this, Ding Yan also walked out to the balcony. Su-yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he hadn't jumped over. Otherwise, it would have been so awkward. Nothing much, just chatting a bit. I should go rest, you guys keep talking. Saying that, Su-yi flicked the cigarette butt and directly turned around to go back inside. At night, Ling Yu did not come to bother Su-yi either. Or rather, she was busy until very late. It was only when Sui woke up the next day that he learned that more than a dozen infected had appeared outside the shelter last night and were killed by the night watch soldiers with bayonets. More than a dozen infected appeared outside the shelter, so there must be more who broke through the interception point. Surely some are still on the streets or on their way to the shelter. Therefore, after Sui learned this news, he immediately ordered people to carry these infected into the shelter and then hang them up for display. These people have already gotten used to being protected inside the shelter. Without some kind of stimulus, it is very difficult for them to choose to pick up weapons and fight for survival. In this society, refined selfishness is far too prevalent. Many people are unwilling to take risks themselves and always want others to fight desperately and make sacrifices. Therefore, Sui and Lingyu said that they might have to abandon many people. Chapter 60, I don't want to build a manure machine. Because many people might be unwilling to take up arms and yet demand the maintenance of the previous food supply. If they are unwilling, then there is no value in continuing to protect them. Why should the people of the Chisha army risk their lives to gather resources and support a bunch of manure machines? Older people who can't wield a knife, that's just unavoidable. People like that also need to do some things within their ability. After Sui and the others had breakfast, they came to the open space in front of the shelter. Then, they turned on the loudspeaker to notify everyone to come out for a meeting. One by one, it took nearly half an hour for everyone to gather together. After all, there are nearly 13,000 people, and having so many people crowded into this place is indeed a bit cramped. Everyone, as you have seen, infected have reappeared outside the shelter. Because they are evolving, some of them have already developed the ability to climb. As Lingyu finished speaking, the crowd below immediately erupted. They were worried that the infected would rush into the shelter. Moreover, our ammunition is running out quickly. We can no longer guarantee the safety of the shelter. If you want to survive, you have to join our 7-kill army and take up arms. If you want to join our 7-kill army, please come forward and register your information. After finishing speaking, Lingyu put down the microphone and looked at the crowd. I am Wan Ran, I want to join the 7-kill army, I want to take up arms. Wan Ran from the villa stronghold shouted out immediately, showing great enthusiasm. Me too, I'll join as well. Mo Xiaohong also raised her hand in time. They wouldn't miss such an opportunity to show their willingness. They had spent so many days with Sui and knew that they were very reliable. Besides, the infected were not difficult to deal with. They think they can still handle the infected. So, everyone at the villa stronghold stood up. All these people are assigned to the broken army, Lingyu said to those below. These people at the villa stronghold were all trained by her and can be considered trusted aides. Gradually, others joined in. But altogether, there are still fewer than 200 people. Sisters, if you don't want to be bullied or toyed with at will, then join me in the 7-kill army. Infected people are not scary, even someone like me can kill them. Ding Yen suddenly shouted in the crowd. Then, the girls who appeared from the school also raised their voices. Soon, some women were persuaded and joined them, stepping forward to sign up for the army. Sui glanced over and estimated there were about 300 to 400 people. Most of these people would become members of the Wenxiu troop. Lingyu silently watched from below, hoping more people would come out and join the Chisha army. However, after several minutes, only a few scattered individuals came out. This female officer, I want to ask, if we ordinary people do not join the Chisha army, what will happen to us? A man stepped forward and asked sincerely. Finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Lingyu picked up the microphone again and said, nothing will happen. This camp belongs to you all, and our Chisha army will withdraw soon. As soon as Lingyu spoke, the crowd below immediately erupted. How can you evacuate? You are soldiers, you should protect us. We are just unarmed ordinary civilians, and during this time we have been working to reinforce the shelter. How can you abandon us and run away? You cowards. No, you can't leave, you have to stay and protect us. What right do you have to do this? You have no qualification. You must protect us, you can't be so selfish. Everyone, don't be fooled. They are just forcing us to be cannon fodder. Joining the 7-kill army is nonsense, it's a trick to get us out there to fight those man-eating monsters. Yes, we can't join the Chisha army. They definitely have bad intentions. We need to unite. Looking at the people below, Lingyu suddenly didn't know how to respond. These people are obviously so ordinary, why are they so confident? However, after these people said a sentence, they lost their voices. Because I was caught by Lu Ran. Throw them out of the camp. If they dare to break in again, shoot to kill. Su Yi said coldly as he looked at the men and women thrown forward by Lu Ran. The Qixia army immediately stepped forward, grabbed these people, and prepared to drag them out. This is murder. Do you still have any law? Let me go, you bastards. Do you know who I am? Bang, bang, bang. Su Yi fired several shots, turning the opponent into a sieve. That's right, I am murder. But what can you do about it? I'll give you 3 choices. One is to join the 7-kill army and take up arms against the infected, one is to become labor force, and the last is to die. Choose for yourselves. Don't talk to me about morality or law. The words of the 7-kill army are the law. If you don't agree, you can come up and die. Alright, start making your choice. To the right, become labor, to the left, join the 7-kill army. Regardless of age or gender, make your choice within 3 minutes. Those who stay in place as manure makers will be shot on the spot. Everyone dared to be angry but not speak, quickly making their choices. Joining the army? Joining the army is impossible. Only a little over 2,000 people chose to join the Qixia army, while the other more than 10,000 chose to become laborers. Seeing this result, Ling Yu didn't know what to say. Out of 13,000 people, those who joined the Qixia army were actually less than 3,000. However, they have already made their choice, and Ling Yu respects their decision. At a time like this, are you still clinging to illusions about living a normal life? Actually, they could have forced these people to join the 7-kill army. But Su Yi disagreed, he wanted to select a group of volunteers to join the 7-kill army. In any case, with so many people joining, the total number of the 7-kill army has already exceeded 3,000. Compared to the previous 500 people, the number has increased a lot. Additionally, there are 300 security personnel in the camp, mainly former SWAT members, police officers, and grassroots government staff. After removing 123 grassroots government staff, the remaining 177 police officers and SWAT members all joined the Qixia army and became subordinates of Ling Shuang. The security personnel will continue to be maintained, and they can recruit new members in the future, but not right now. After the registration of the 7-kill army is completed, they will be assigned to 7 different regiments. Each regiment has 400 new recruits joining, among whom all the new recruits in the Wenxiu regiment are female, and other regiments also have some female soldiers. After completing the registration, they will undergo military training. Su Yi did not concern himself with these matters. When the registration began, Su Yi had already left the shelter with Qin Li, Lu Ran, and Ling Shuang. They followed the river to the C11 industrial park, preparing to hunt the mutated beasts there and clear the area to establish a new shelter. Chapter 61, Hunting the Mutant Fish. The river water is getting clearer. Qin Li noticed that the water was much clearer than when the disaster first began. Because there are hardly any human activities now, humans really have caused a lot of damage to the natural environment, Ling Shuang also remarked. Qin Li looked at the river and said seriously, the river channel here is still quite wide. Once we reach the confluence, we can block it up and then support the boat. Su Yi and 3 others began moving downstream along the river. Su Yi was carrying a rifle on his back. In the morning, he spent 40 survival points to upgrade 4 straps and gave them to Ling Yu and the others to make it easier for them to carry their own combat knives. Qin Li's knife was too huge and not suitable for carrying on the back. Actually, Qin Li doesn't really like this giant sword he picked up. It's heavy, but not sharp enough, and it's not very convenient to use. This thing was made by a few anime enthusiasts, not crafted by himself. He envies the weapons of Su Yi and Ling Yu a lot. Not only are they cool, but they are also especially sharp. Unfortunately, Su Yi has no plans to upgrade Qin Li's weapon for the time being. Firstly, the friendship between the two people hasn't reached that level yet. Secondly, survival points are also quite precious. Su Yi already considers Ling Yu as his own woman, and he is willing to spend some survival points on her family. Ling Shuang, Lu Ran, and Qin Li all carried a rifle on their backs. Lu Ran also had 2 bayonets on her, which Su Yi specially asked Qin Li to find for her. Previously, she only had a dagger. A dagger works fine against infected people, but if you encounter a mutant beast, it's basically useless. She has bandages on her legs, with bayonets stuck into them. Lu Ran's legs are especially long and slender, and with 2 bayonets, she looks not only cool but also has a unique beauty. So, Su Yi couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Lu Ran seemed to notice Su Yi's gaze and directly came closer. Su Yi, where did you get this armor? Is it a matching set with Sister Yu's? Because Su Yi's armor looked really cool, she felt a bit envious. Got it from an ancient tomb, and yes, it is indeed a matching set. Su Yi straightforwardly revealed the truth. As long as you're not blind, you can tell that the two people's armor is a matching set. Ancient tomb. Your knife is also from the ancient tomb. That's some incredible luck. Lu Ran said with a bit of envy. This kind of armor looks like it has very strong defensive capabilities. The two chatted all the way, as relaxed as if it were before the apocalypse, as if the occasional infected in the river never existed. Wait, don't move. Suddenly, Su Yi's face turned serious, causing everyone to stop. At the same time, he drew a battle knife, his expression full of vigilance. Whoosh! A shadow emerged from the water and lunged at Ling Xuan. But it was not as fast as Su Yi. Su Yi flashed forward and stood in front of Ling Xuan, then swung the battle knife in his hand. Mutant fish? Everyone was startled, not expecting that such mutant fish existed in the river. The fish looked very deformed, appearing extremely strange and frightening. After falling into the water, suddenly countless water spheres shot towards everyone. What kind of ability is this? Qin Li was immediately stunned, not expecting the mutated fish to be able to shoot water spheres at them. Moreover, they hit them painfully. At this moment, Lu Ran took action and chased after the mutated fish. Two military daggers kept stabbing out continuously, starting to attack the mutated fish. Soon, the water was stained red. Using his speed advantage, Lu Ran stabbed the mutated fish to death. Su Yi pulled the mutated fish out of the water. Its size was large, about the size of a small pig, weighing 70 to 80 jin. The fish fins became very sharp, like knives. His body was covered with wounds, probably numbering in the hundreds. I have to say, Lu Ran's ability is really strong. Su Yi cut open the mutated fish's head, then took out a transparent brain bead from inside and handed it to Lu Ran. According to the rules of the Qixia army, whoever hunts the mutant beast owns its brain pearl. Therefore, it belongs to Lu Ran. Is this the brain pearl? Lu Ran curiously took the brain pearl, gently pinched it, and found it to be somewhat soft, with a soft rubbery outer shell. Su Yi handed the corpse to Qin Li and then said, yes, it is estimated that the mutant fish's ability is to use water spheres to attack targets. This ability should be quite rare. Since you are an evolver, you should be able to acquire this ability. The ability to control water is really just like those supernatural powers mentioned in movies. Lu Ran stared with her big eyes, seeming a bit incredulous. Her ability is actually quite weak, her physical strength is insufficient, so if she gets hit by someone, she can easily be seriously injured. Additionally, her speed can only last for about 10 minutes. Once she has used it continuously for 10 minutes, she needs to rest for 2 hours to recover. This is her secret, no one knows except herself. After all, she couldn't possibly tell others about her weaknesses. Evolvers can also gain the abilities of mutant beasts, which she did know. She just didn't expect that shortly after joining the 7-kill army, she would receive a brain pearl. Carefully putting the mutant fish's brain pearl into her coat pocket, Lu Ran prepared to take it in the evening. Having one more skill means having one more way to survive. She still really likes controlling water. There shouldn't be many mutated fish, right? Ling Xuan glanced at the mutated fish corpse on Qin Li's shoulder and found it quite disgusting. However, the meat of mutated beasts is very fragrant, besides being delicious, it is especially tasty. Su Yi put his battle knife back and said, it's hard to say. If there are many, we can get more brain beads and mutated fish meat, which is not bad for us. After all, its strength is not that great, much weaker than the mutated rats. Qin Li also strongly agreed with Su Yi's view, although the water ball attack was very painful, it was not fatal. At this moment, some noises came from both sides of the riverbank. Su Yi saw infected people suddenly appearing on both sides of the riverbank and said, these blood effects are really good, attracting so many infected. Fortunately, the railings on the riverbank are quite high. Su Yi, how did you just discover the mutated fish? How come we didn't notice it at all? What Lu Ran was more curious about was how Su Yi discovered the mutated fish. She and Su Yi were clearly having a great conversation, and she didn't sense anything unusual. A kind of intuition, a feeling of danger. Maybe it's the ability of the mutated rat king. Rats have always been very alert, Su Yi explained. Su Yi hadn't fully studied the abilities of the mutated rat yet, he felt it was more than just a simple chi control technique. Perhaps, there are other abilities as well. So he plans to thoroughly study the supernatural ability he obtained after securing the new shelter. Chapter 62, The Cargo Ship Filled with Rice. The blood of the mutated fish flowed downstream with the river water, continuously attracting infected people to the riverbank. Fortunately, the guardrails were sturdy enough, otherwise, those infected would have already surged into the river and blocked the waterway. Additionally, as the dilution continues, the impact becomes increasingly less significant. The four people continued moving downstream, sometimes walking, sometimes drifting, and their speed was quite fast. After 2 hours, they arrived at the confluence of two small rivers. Let's go downstream to see where it's suitable to block off, preferably blocking it off first. The downstream river is much larger, and there used to be some fishing boats catching fish in the river. Further downstream it becomes even livelier because another river joins in, rushing straight to the sea. There will be more fish species downstream, and there may also be more mutated fish. After all, the river they are currently in has very few live fish due to pollution, so it is normal that there are few mutated fish as well. But it's hard to say what lies further down, there might be a large number of mutated fish. After walking forward for a while, they made a discovery. A yacht, there's a stranded yacht, Lu Ran shouted excitedly. Let's get ashore first and walk along the riverbank, the water is getting deeper here, Sui said as he headed toward the riverbank. Although there were some infected individuals by the riverbank, their threat to Sui and the others was negligible. After landing, Lu Ran immediately rushed out. Then, one by one, the infected fell. In less than a minute, Lu Ran had cleared all the infected by the riverbank. Moreover, Lu Ran returned to Suyi's side. Captain Lu's ability is just too strong. Fortunately, we are not enemies, otherwise it would be terrifying. I guess only the boss could possibly beat Captain Lu, right? Qin Li looked at Lu Ran, his eyes full of apprehension. If Lu Ran gains another ability, it will be even harder to deal with her. After he acquired the mutant rat's armor ability, his strength improved significantly. But Lu Ran has not yet, she is still a pure evolver. As long as she takes the brain pearl of the mutated fish, her strength will definitely improve. Lu Ran just smiled slightly and did not explain. However, Sui felt that Lu Ran definitely could not use his abilities without any limits. Just like Qin Li and Ling Shuang's armor abilities, there is a time limit. However, as their strength improves, they can extend the duration of the armor. In Suyi's view, the strength of supernatural abilities depends more on the person who possesses them rather than the abilities themselves. For example, if Ling Shuang's armor could defend against all attacks, she would be invincible and could simply wear down her opponents. The four people quickly approached the yacht. There were still infected trapped above. Ling Shuang went straight up and used a tang sword to chop off the heads of the three infected above. Who among you can drive this thing? Sui asked. After all, he couldn't, unless he was willing to spend a sign-in chance to try signing in here and see if he could gain driving skills. I can, I learned it when I was in the military. Qin Li was a special forces soldier, capable of operating in the air, on land, and at sea without any problem. During the disaster, he was serving as an instructor for the troops. He was the trusted aide of the Qisha army, that is, his group of trainees. After placing the mutated fish's corpse on the yacht, Qin Li pushed the yacht back into the river. After boarding the yacht, he inspected it. Then, Qin Li successfully started this small sightseeing yacht. Not bad, with this yacht, as long as we successfully block the river channel, we can use this yacht to travel back and forth between the two places. The river channel below is getting wider and wider, which is no longer suitable. It's better to block the junction about 50 or 60 meters downstream. Qin Li nodded and also thought that the location Sui mentioned was more appropriate. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Boss, should we go downstream to see if there are any other boats, Alright, let's go downstream to take a look, and teach me how to drive at the same time." Sui thought it would be good to learn how to handle a yacht. The operation is actually very simple, especially in areas where the water flow is relatively stable, it's just like driving a car. Saying that, Qin Li began to teach Sui. Starting from the ignition, he taught Sui all the operations. If they really find other boats, they will definitely want to drive them away. He was alone and couldn't possibly steer two boats at the same time. After sailing downstream for more than 10 minutes, they discovered another boat. This was a small cargo ship, still loaded with goods, and it was also stranded on the shore. So, Qin Li brought the yacht close and then jumped onto the boat opposite. "Boss, we've struck it rich, this is rice." After checking, Qin Li shouted excitedly. In the apocalypse, food is the most valuable thing, everything else takes a back seat. When you can't even eat your fill, what right do you have to pursue other things? Upon hearing Qin Li's words, Sui immediately showed a happy smile. "Ling Shuang, you go with Qin Li. I'll try to get the yacht started." When Ling Shuang jumped onto the cargo ship, Sui began to try to reverse. After successfully reversing, Sui turned the wheel and adjusted the direction. The process went smoothly, so Sui let the yacht move forward. After Qin Li and Ling Shuang dealt with the infected in the cockpit, they checked the power status of the cargo ship. After confirming there were no problems, Qin Li and Ling Shuang pushed the cargo ship back into the river. If they hadn't possessed great strength, the two of them wouldn't have been able to accomplish this step at all. After pushing it back into the river, the two decisively jumped back onto the ship and followed Sui's yacht. Lu Ran saw it and immediately reminded Sui, they are following us. So, Sui sped up. After the two boats entered the shallow water area upstream, they ran aground directly. They jumped into the water, then searched nearby for large stones and carried out a small-scale blockade of the narrow part of the river channel. They were all very strong, and the nearby cement blocks and large stones were thrown by them to the bottom of the river, blocking the river channel. This form of blockage does not cause the water level to rise because water can still flow through the gaps downstream, but it can prevent two boats from drifting downstream. Their original goal was this: they did not expect that just the four of them could completely block the river channel within an hour and allow the water level to rise smoothly. After completing the blockage, Sui and the others began moving upstream along another river. If all goes well, they only need half an hour to reach the nearest steel factory. 10 minutes later, everyone heard a sound similar to the rat-a-tat of rifles. This indicates that there are survivors nearby, and they are armed, likely military or police personnel. So, the four of them quickly went ashore and moved toward the direction of the gunfire. Chapter 63, People Worth Saving. They quickly rushed to the entrance of a factory building, outside of which were densely packed infected people. More than 20 people stood on the wall, firing frantically. It was clear that they were people who had suffered from hunger, each one so thin they were barely recognizable as human. They are all wearing military uniforms, so it is obvious that they are soldiers. These people must not have eaten their own kind, otherwise they would be this thin. Moreover, their fighting spirit is still very strong. People like this joining the Qisha army would be a great benefit to the Qisha army. So, Sui decided to save them. You go nearby to look for food, I'll break through. Sui said, then charged towards the infected. Sui, be careful. Lu Ran shouted, then followed Qin Li. After Sui arrived, those people stopped shooting. Because Sui was too fierce, wielding dual blades, the infected fell in large groups. Platoon leader, I must be hallucinating, right? How is there an ancient warrior charging into the infected like chopping vegetables? A soldier turned to look at the platoon leader beside him, speaking in disbelief. The platoon leader moved his withered lips and said excitedly, no, someone really did break through. Brothers, hold on, someone is here to save us, hold on. The platoon leader shouted back, tears welling up in his eyes. After persisting for so many days, there is finally hope. Someone this fierce should be carrying some food, right? They have been surviving on the water in the factory for so many days, but they are really about to run out of strength. Sui charged all the way, directly reaching the base of the factory wall, then climbed straight up onto the wall. Inside, there were hundreds of emaciated people lying down. It was obvious that they were all starving and weak. Sui, without saying a word, directly took out food and milk from his storage space. Even if it meant exposing his storage space, Sui didn't care. Quickly distribute the food, 1 box of milk and 1 bag of small bread for each person, Sui shouted. At this moment, the people on the wall finally came to their senses. Quick, help out, the company commander urgently called out, then jumped down. Those who can still move, come and receive food. 1 box of milk and 1 bag of small bread per person. No taking extra, no eating too much, or you'll get sick. Sui shouted, quickly opening the milk box. The people lying there heard Sui's words and all opened their eyes. Food? Am I not dreaming? Someone is giving us milk and bread? To hell with it, I want to eat my fill even in my dreams. I'd rather be a starving ghost, that's too miserable. Discipline, what are you all doing? Don't grab, have you forgotten about discipline? Line up for me. Even if you die, don't forget who you are. Most people were crawling towards Sui. Sui picked up a box of milk and a box of bread, then delivered them to those who couldn't move. A few minutes later, the only sounds by Sui's ear were swallowing and chewing. Sui was full of admiration for these people. Relying on just water for so many days, they were still able to fight and maintain discipline. Although everyone ate quickly, no one took extra food. Their current condition is not suitable for eating more, eating too much would directly burst their stomachs. In just a few minutes, they finished the milk and bread. Hero, thank you for saving all the soldiers in our company. Such a great kindness needs no thanks. From now on, our lives belong to you. I, Lu Tao, have only one request: do not bully ordinary civilians. Saying this, Lu Tao directly knelt down on one knee in front of Su Yi. They were very clear that if Su Yi did not show up, they would starve to death. Because the water in the factory had already been drunk dry by them, and there had been no rainfall during this period. They could not bring themselves to eat the flesh of their own kind. I would rather end my own life with a single shot than eat the flesh of my own comrades. You all rest first, these things are not urgent, Su Yi said, then took out some food and piled it together again. Then, Su Yi took out the walkie-talkie and began calling Qin Li. Since his storage space had been exposed, Su Yi simply let them come over to gather first, and at the same time, investigate the situation of this factory building. Ling Yu already knows about the storage space issue, so it doesn't matter if a few more people find out. His strength is now enough to protect himself, he is no longer as weak as he was at the beginning and doesn't need to be wary of others. Qin Li and the others received Su Yi's orders and immediately gave up the search, quickly rushing to the outside of the mechanical parts factory, climbing over the wall to get inside and rendezvous with Su Yi. Major Qin. The company commander saw Qin Li and immediately called out tentatively. Are you Lu Tao? Qin Li immediately recognized the other person. Qin Li, explain the situation to them. We'll go check the factory building to see if there are any resources we can use. Saying this, Su Yi led Ling Shuang and Lu Ran away. Su Yi, where did you find so much food? Lu Ran was a bit curious. If there was food nearby, those people wouldn't have been too hungry to even stand up, right? One of my abilities is having several cubic meters of storage space, those were taken out from my storage space, Su Yi explained. Oh my god. Space ability, that's just too impressive. Lu Ran widened her eyes. So that's how it is. Ling Shuang had always thought Su Yi could casually produce some things, and now she finally understood how it worked. Isn't your speed impressive too? Su Yi glanced at Lu Ran, his eyes involuntarily sliding down to her long legs. He was somewhat curious whether she awakened the ability of speed because she had long legs, or if her legs became especially slender because she awakened the ability of speed. It seems that the abilities of the evolvers are all different. I have speed, Qin Li has strength, and you have space. Lu Ran looked at Su Yi, feeling that Ling Yu must have known about Su Yi's ability long ago. In her view, having storage space in the apocalypse was practically like possessing a divine artifact. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to save those soldiers, gain their gratitude, or even their loyalty. But Su Yi can, because he has food in his storage space that he can take out at any time. Others are afraid of being trapped in one place, but Su Yi doesn't have to worry at all. Because he has food that he can take out whenever he wants. Moreover, he can also put powerful explosives into the storage space. If he wants to launch a surprise attack on a place, others won't be able to guard against him at all. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that having the ability of a storage space was incredibly extraordinary, allowing one to do many things that ordinary people couldn't. Therefore, Lu Ran looked at Su Yi with even more passionate eyes. Chapter 64 Approaching the Steel Factory. These mechanical parts are all made of steel, right? They can be reused and melted down into steel bars to make knives, Ling Shuang said happily as she looked at the steel blocks of various sizes in the factory. Su Yi nodded, these materials can indeed be remelted and then used to make weapons. After all, they can't get other raw materials now, and once the stock in these dozen or so steel mills is used up, there will be none left. Building a steel wall requires a lot of materials. Therefore, the more steel they can find, the better. They made around but didn't find anything special. This place is the production workshop, which only contains production equipment and materials. Besides that, there are the warehouse and the office building. Neither of these two places had anything valuable, so Su Yi and the others made a round and then returned near the main gate. Most people were lying on the ground because their strength had not yet recovered. Qin Li saw Su Yi return and immediately stepped forward, saying, "Boss, the deal is done. They are willing to join our 7-kill army. However, they only want to join the Pajun regiment." Su Yi knew that these people were grateful because he had given them food and saved their lives. However, Su Yi did not serve as the regiment leader of the 7-kill army, the leader of the Pajun regiment was Su Yi's woman. Others did not have a direct relationship with Su Yi, so they chose the Pajun regiment. Su Yi took out a cigarette, lit one, then glanced at Lu Tao and said, "All right, then join the Pajun. I have no objections." What's your situation? When did you arrive here? How much ammunition do you have left? If there is enough ammunition, they could also clear out the nearby infected in one sweep. Probably just over 1,000 rounds left, not much remaining. We are from the Army Aviation. At the beginning of the disaster, we were ordered here to deal with a monster. But we never encountered the monster. Instead, we were trapped in this factory by the infected and lost more than a dozen comrades. There should be other survivors nearby. We can occasionally hear explosions, which are probably from ordinary people. We haven't heard any gunfire. After hearing Lu Tao's report, Suyi's gaze fell on the dug-up grassland, guessing that they must have initially survived by eating grass. Keep these bullets for your self-defense. When you regain strength, move to the office building over there. Qinli should have told you that our 7-kill army is preparing to relocate here. So for the next few days, rest well here. You have walkie-talkies, right? Leave one here, we'll take the others with us first. After speaking, Su-yi took out boxes of instant noodles and more than a dozen boxes of milk. These supplies are enough for them to eat for 2 or 3 days. With over 100 people, the consumption is also very large. The conditions here are not very good either, as there is no water and no kitchen. Otherwise, Su-yi could take out some rice to give to the new members of the Qisha army. After handling these matters, Su-yi left this place with Lu Ran and the others. They needed to find the largest steel company, Yuntian Steel Plant, a place that could easily support tens of thousands of people. They needed to investigate the situation inside Yuntian Steel Plant, kill the infected inside, and then burn the bodies. If there are mutated beasts, we must take action and kill them. Thanks, boss. With so much food, we should be able to recover our fighting strength in 3 to 5 days. Right, brothers? Saying this, Lu Tao looked back at his comrades. Originally, they were all prepared to die, but unexpectedly, Su-yi descended from the sky and saved them. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Looking at these steel-like men, Su-yi was moved. Rest well, I will come back to bring you food in a couple of days. After saying this, Su-yi directly leapt over the wall and disappeared from their sight. They struggled to stand up, saluted toward the outside of the wall, and only lowered their hands after a long while. After breaking out, they quickly jumped into the river. Because they still need to continue going up a certain distance. The land is full of infected, tens of thousands of them. Charging through is not impossible, but they will also become exhausted. If they happen to encounter mutated beasts along the way, they will be doomed. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Su-yi and the others stopped. Boss, we have reached the designated location. It is only 3 kilometers away from Yuntian Steel Plant. Qinli glanced at the military navigation device on his arm and reported the situation. Su-yi took out a pink box, and when he opened it, the figure of the pink flying dragon appeared. A drone, boss, you actually have a drone. That's great. We were in such a hurry when we left that we didn't bring the drone, otherwise it would have been much more convenient. Qinli was a bit excited because the drone was very useful and perfect for scouting ahead. Su-yi smiled slightly, activated the pink flying dragon, and then let it ascend. Ling Xuan looked at the ascending drone and said somewhat regretfully, this noise is quite loud, it's easy to attract others' attention. I remember they have a silent model coming out this year. Our military also has a batch of newly commissioned silent ones, but unfortunately the base has been occupied by mutated beasts, otherwise. Qinli also looked full of regret. With their strength, they still have no way to go to the base to collect supplies. Whether it's mutated rats or mutated fish, they are relatively weak mutated beasts. Firstly, their original body size is relatively small, and secondly, they are not fierce by nature. Mutations of carnivorous animals are quite terrifying. The last time Qinli dealt with a mutated dog, if he hadn't been injured and had the tank support, Qinli wouldn't have been qualified to fight it at all. So, when the mutant cat appeared, Qinli decisively chose to retreat. Because he knew very well that he couldn't win. In the suburbs and wilderness, the mutant beasts are even stronger. He had seen a mutant wild boar, larger than an elephant, and it was very easy for it to smash houses. The animals in the city are inherently limited, even in parks, at most there are some small animals like rats, squirrels, and weasels. It's impossible for any fierce beasts to exist. Besides rats, the most common animals in the city are pets, mainly cats and dogs, along with some snakes, turtles, and lizards. Moreover, not every animal will become a mutant beast. If that were the case, humans would have been extinct long ago, just the massive number of mutant rats alone could wipe out humanity. There really are survivors in the steel mill, and quite a few of them. They have reinforced the walls, so it seems we found the right place. Sui saw the images on the remote control screen and discovered some of the conditions inside the steel mill. They have already discovered our drone. Sui noticed someone looking up, so he continued to advance the drone, preparing to take a closer look at the inside of the steel mill. Chapter 65 Someone controls the mutant dogs. Sui noticed someone inside starting to wave their hands, so he zoomed in a camera to take a closer look at the state of these people. Sui noticed that although they were also thin, it did not seem very severe. They should have food, but the food is rather limited. Suddenly, the screen shook slightly. Someone must have attacked the powder flying dragon, but it has an emergency dodge function and avoided this attack. Then, Sui saw someone shooting at the pink flying dragon. After zooming in, it was found to be a slingshot. A group of people, all holding slingshots, continuously attacking. Sui controlled the pink flying dragon to retreat to avoid being attacked. Suddenly, Sui saw a mutant dog lying on the ground, as big as a cow. There were two people sitting on its back. This, is someone controlling the mutant dog? Qinli widened his eyes after seeing it. A mutant dog can actually be controlled by humans. That person is an evolver, and he can control mutant beasts. If that's the case, his ability is way too strong. Qinli felt extremely shocked. After all, the strength of mutant beasts is very powerful. He thought Sui was very strong, but might not be able to kill a mutant dog alone. Sui zoomed in the camera and took a look. It was discovered that a man and a woman were having intercourse on a mutated dog. The man was very engaged, while the woman looked very distressed. Shameless. Upon seeing this, Ling Shuang blushed and immediately scolded. Sui decisively moved the camera away and began to check other places. Then, he saw a group of people beating those who had waved earlier, forcing them to continue working. Are they digging a tunnel? Qinli noticed that they were moving soil, and there were many piles of earth nearby. Sui zoomed in with the camera and said, "That's right, they should be digging a tunnel. They probably want to reach other places to look for food, which is actually a pretty good method. Inside the tunnel, there should be many people passing soil along. Maybe this isn't the first tunnel they've dug, there are quite a few piles of earth inside." As Sui was about to check other nearby factory areas, he suddenly saw someone being carried out from the tunnel below. They carried this person directly in front of the mutated dog, and the mutated dog immediately bit down. He's not dead yet, how can they, beasts? Ling Shuang's sense of justice exploded, and she couldn't help but kick, splashing water everywhere. It seems that those inside are not good people either. Maybe they have also eaten their own kind. Sui made the drone leave the airspace and then started moving towards other locations. Yuntian Steel covers an area of 90,000 square meters, about 135 acres. It is not only a steel company but also a semi-enclosed small society. More than 20,000 people once lived here, with dormitories, schools, hospitals, supermarkets, and various shops inside. Such a place, in the post-apocalyptic era, is a natural shelter. Because they have walls, isolating them from the outside world. Sui estimates that there are probably a few thousand survivors inside now, and the leader is the one who can control the mutated dogs. The distance is too far, there's no way to fly over. Sui helplessly prepared to recall the powder dragon. For now, he had no plans to use Jingshen. You always have to keep some trump cards in reserve. Let's go find a place to rest, cook some lunch, and then head straight into the steel factory in the afternoon. Sui glanced at the time, it was almost 1 o'clock, and they still hadn't eaten lunch. This residential area, only 300 meters away from us, although there are some infected inside, they can be ignored. Sui quickly found the target, an old residential area very close to them. The residential complex is very small, with only 5 buildings, and they are all 7 or 8-story walk-up apartments. Judging by the situation, it seems there are no survivors inside. So, they took action and moved closer to that residential complex. There were some infected along the way, but they were no problem for them at all. Wherever they went, groups of infected people fell down. Although the infected are stronger than before, for these kinds of superpowered individuals, a number less than 1,000 poses no real threat. A few minutes later, Sui and the others entered the residential area and arrived at one of the buildings. It seems no one has collected resources here yet, the door hasn't even been pried open. Let me open it, this kind of lock is pretty easy to pick, Qinli said happily. Since it hasn't been looted, there might still be supplies inside the house. Qinli has received specialized training and also has tools on him. In a few seconds, Qinli directly pulled the door open. Inside, there were two infected individuals who immediately pounced. But before they got close, they fell down. Lu Ran took action, not giving the infected a chance to get close. Then Qin Li dragged out the bodies of the two infected and threw them outside. After Sui went inside, he entered the kitchen, which was fully equipped. He turned on the gas stove, and it still worked. So, Sui took out the meat of the mutated Rat King, ready to cook. Let me do it, I can still cook. If you don't mind, you can help out a bit. Lu Ran proactively stepped forward. This was a good opportunity to improve favorability. Let me do it, you two just go rest. Ling Shuang spoke up first. Because she felt that Ling Yu was not around, she wanted to help keep an eye on Sui. After all, the relationship between him, Ling Yu, and Sui is not yet solid enough. They must not let Lu Ran steal him away. This Lu Ran is not only good-looking but also very strong. She is not inferior to Ling Yu and might even surpass her. They need to give her and Sui a chance to be alone together, who knows what might happen. Sui was unconcerned and walked straight to the living room. Qin Li searched around the room and found a few packs of cigarettes and some alcohol. Boss, take these, there's nothing else of value. Qin Li thought that Sui had a storage space where he could carry these items. Cigarettes and alcohol, these were luxury goods in the post-apocalyptic world. In the future, it would be impossible to use grain to brew alcohol, nor would land be used to grow tobacco. Sui took an open cigarette, threw a pack to Qin Li, and then put the rest into his own storage space. Boss, aren't we going to send reinforcements to attack them? It's just the four of us, Qin Li asked while lighting a cigarette. After all, there are many survivors inside the steel factory, and no one knows how many evolved beings and supernaturals are inside. In a situation where friend and foe are unclear, Qin Li felt that more manpower was still needed. Ordinary people may not be very useful, but they still have 6 other superpowered individuals. If they act together, their chances of winning will be greater. Sui flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, no rush, let's first test the opponent's strength. I'll go probe in the afternoon, and you guys will provide support outside. Normally, as long as we kill that mutated dog, the problem inside will be solved. Sui still had some confidence in his own strength. Even if he couldn't kill that mutated dog, Sui thought escaping would still be no problem. Chapter 66, The Frightening Upgrade Fee. Sui made a decision, and Qin Li no longer spoke. All he could do was follow orders. This was easier for him, as he didn't have to think too much. After a while, the aroma from the kitchen drifted out. Sui couldn't resist and ran to take a look in the kitchen. Although it was only mutated rat meat, Lu Ran made it special. Not only did she take some to stew soup, but she also found some pickled mustard greens in the fridge to stir-fry with the sliced meat. Not only were there slices of meat, but Lu Ran also made a serving of braised mutant rat meat. Here we go, time to eat. Lu Ran and Ling Shuang carried the dishes out of the kitchen. It smells so good. Captain Lu is not only beautiful but also so skilled, it's truly surprising. I wonder who will be lucky enough to win Captain Lu's affection, Qin Li said as he glanced at Sui. Qin Li only refrained from saying it outright because there was still Ling Yu above, and Ling Shuang was standing beside them. Although it wasn't said explicitly, the meaning was as clear as day. Sui didn't say anything, he just picked up his chopsticks and started eating. This is so delicious, the cooking skills are amazing, even better than our army's cooks. The meat of this mutated rat king is much more powerful than that of the mutated rats. As soon as it went down, I could feel it. Qin Ligong couldn't help but praise after eating a piece of meat. After finishing all the mutated meat and rice, they still felt somewhat unsatisfied. An increase in strength also leads to an increase in appetite, which is something they currently cannot solve. Otherwise, their combat power would be insufficient. This is also why Sui did not go directly to the steel factory, only by eating well can his combat effectiveness be maintained at its peak. After eating, Sui had Qin Li unlock doors all the way as they swept through the neighborhood. Rice and flour were the items Sui focused on collecting. Additionally, they found 2 katanas, which were a family's collection and looked quite sharp. Unless Sui upgrades the survival point to superalloy, it will soon become scrap. Sui put them into his storage space because Qin Li felt these 2 knives were too light and not easy to use. What Qin Li actually wanted were weapons like axes or hammers, which are more robust. After taking over the steel factory, he can start having people forge such weapons. Of course, convenience is still a bit easier with knives and swords, at least they are easier to carry. Carrying them on the back has relatively little impact on movement. You all keep watch here on the balcony, I'll go and probe a bit. Su-yi felt this spot was good, and with binoculars, he could also see the outskirts of the steel factory. Su-yi's decision made Lu Ran frown slightly, and she couldn't help but worry. Su-yi, do you really not need us to go with you? If we go, at least we can help clear a path for you and save you some energy. Ling Xuan also said with a serious expression, yes, if we are together, at least we can provide support outside. Here, we can only watch from afar and can't help at all. Qin Li glanced at the infected outside, then said regretfully, if only we had individual flying devices, but unfortunately we didn't bring them out. Otherwise, we could fly directly from here to the steel factory and avoid those infected below. Since Su-yi had already made up his mind, there was no need to persuade him. Besides, with two beautiful women trying to persuade him, does a rough man like him still need to be convinced? Individual flight equipment. Su-yi's eyes involuntarily lit up, and the image of Iron Man's armor appeared in his mind. With a thought, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Damn! 1 million, system, you are too ruthless, where am I supposed to get 1 million? Su-yi was ranting madly in his heart, then prepared to lower his demands and see how things go. Damn, this costs 100,000. I give up, I give up. Su-yi completely gave up, the upgrade cost was too outrageous for him to handle. Right now, he doesn't have many points. Taking a quick glance, Su-yi looked over it. 5,701. 5,000 points seem like a lot, but upgrading to some high-tech stuff is really expensive. Su-yi found that the survival points spent on upgrade materials are still manageable, but upgrading tech-related items is outrageously expensive. Does this mean knowledge is wealth? Pa! System, are you looking down on someone like me who's a poor student? Qin Li and the other two arrived at the balcony, took out binoculars, and began observing the situation over at the steel factory. Su-yi, holding twin blades, rushed out of the neighborhood and headed straight for an alley. Maintain your physical strength so that your combat power can stay at its peak. There are fewer infected in the alley, so if you really have to take action, it's also less effort. Moreover, Su-yi is now running directly over the heads of the infected, just like an ancient master using lightness skill. His strength, jumping ability, speed, reaction, and sense of balance are all very strong, allowing him to easily step on the heads or shoulders of the infected as he moves forward. This was learned from Ling Yu. Su-yi originally thought it would be difficult, but after leaping above the infected, he found it was actually quite easy. He felt that as long as one is an evolver or a psychic, they can do this at the current stage. As for the future, that's hard to say. The current infected are still very weak, their reaction speed is poor, and their movements are relatively sluggish. To Su-yi, they were like wooden stakes, just with some variation in height. The people from the steel factory quickly spotted Su-yi, and then they attacked him with slingshots. Su-yi put on the hood of his armor and charged straight ahead, not even bothering to dodge. His armor seemed to be able to absorb some of the force, anyway, those steel balls hitting Su-yi's body did not cause him any pain. Of course, if needed, Su-yi could also use his chi control ability to form an air wall around his body to block the steel balls. However, Su-yi has not fully mastered this ability yet, as he hasn't had time to practice. Currently, the people attacking him in the steel factory are all using slingshots. The power of this slingshot is quite good. Su-yi saw some marbles directly shot into the foreheads of the infected. The infected were not killed, probably because their strength was insufficient. Su-yi quickly rushed to the steel plant's wall, directly climbed over it, and entered the interior of the steel plant. Superpowers, he also has superpowers, go tell the leader quickly. Someone shouted loudly, and only then did they realize that Su-yi was a superhuman with extraordinary powers. Chapter 67, Solo Battle with the Mutant Dog. Without waiting for a report from the others, Su-yi charged directly towards the mutant dog. The mutant dog seemed to have caught Su-yi's scent and became agitated. Donglu, what are you doing? Stop it. If you keep it up, Daddy will be unhappy. The man on the mutated dog hugged its neck and patted it hard a few times. Leader, a person with superpowers has broken in. A man holding a walkie-talkie shouted immediately. So someone broke in, why panic, why panic? It's just some superpowered trash. My Donglu baby has dealt with people like that before. Saying this, he patted the mutated dog's head. Good Donglu, bite that reckless trash to death, this way your power will become even stronger. After saying this, he slid down from the mutated dog. After all, he is just an ordinary person. When the mutant dogs fight humans, he not only can't get close, but also has to hide. His mutant dogs are very powerful in combat. You keep watch, and notify me when the fight is over. Saying this, he hugged two women who weren't wearing clothes and directly entered the factory building to hide. The mutated dog, freed from its restraints, immediately became happy. After hopping a couple of times, it ran towards Sui. Mutated beasts like to eat other mutated beasts, human evolvers, and mutants because it makes them stronger. At this moment, on the balcony of the residential area closest to the steel factory, 3 people were all holding binoculars. The mutated dog moved. It probably spotted Sui and is heading in his direction. This mutated dog looks very fierce, can Sui handle it? Ling Shuang is very worried. Although she has now gained the abilities of a mutated rat, if she were to fight a mutated rat one-on-one, she probably still wouldn't be able to kill it. Because the combat power of mutated beasts is very strong. Even if she has a super alloy tang sword in her hand, she might not be able to gain an advantage against the mutated rat. This mutated dog is much stronger than the mutated rat. Before we even got close, the alarm sounded in the camp. Everyone on the wall left the wall and hid. Soon, there was no one left on the ground. Seeing this situation, Qinli couldn't help but frown. This is definitely not a good sign. It indicates that the mutated dog might have some kind of special ability, capable of launching large-scale attacks. Because he had dealt with a mutated dog before, whose combat power was terrifying, but if worn down slowly, it could still be killed. Let's go support the boss, the situation with that mutated dog might be different. Qinli decisively made his choice and went straight downstairs. Lu Ran and Ling Shuang did not hesitate and directly followed Qinli. The two of them were already worried about Sui and wanted to go help. We also tried running over the heads of the infected, that way, we wouldn't have to fight our way through. After reaching downstairs, Lu Ran said this, then directly leapt onto the head of an infected. This height was not difficult for them at all. After jumping on, Lu Ran found that it was somewhat easier than she had imagined. At first, it was a bit unstable, but she quickly mastered the technique. The most difficult was Qinli, as his agility was somewhat lacking. Additionally, his entire body weight is estimated to be over 300 gene, so those infected couldn't really withstand Qinli's strength. Qinli exerted force on the infected person's leg, causing them to fall directly to the ground. However, he could also use this method to move over the infected person's head, as long as the distance wasn't too far, he could move smoothly. As they approached the steel factory, Sui had already encountered the mutated dog. Sui also noticed that everyone inside the steel factory was hiding, but he didn't care. A howl similar to that of a Tibetan Mastiff came from the mutated dog's throat. It lunged directly at Sui, trying to bite him to death. But what greeted it were Sui's twin blades. Such strong defense, such solid muscles. Sui originally thought that with his vibranium battle knife, he could easily sever the front limbs of the mutated dog. However, he realized that he had taken it for granted. His battle knife only left 2 wounds on the mutated dog's leg and did not successfully cut it off. The injury caused the mutated dog to let out 2 miserable howls before it started to wildly bite and attack. Its biting speed is extremely fast. If Sui didn't have the Yulong step, he would definitely have been bitten by it. Once bitten, Sui's bones would be directly broken. Such a large size, yet still so agile, that's crazy. Sui quickly dodged and continuously swung his twin blades, leaving wounds on the mutated dog. Its defense is indeed very strong, even though Sui was wielding a divine weapon, he did not gain much advantage. Of course, if he were using an ordinary battle knife, it might have been difficult even to leave a wound. Woof! Suddenly, the mutated dog barked abruptly. Sui felt as if he had been hit by a shell, his whole body flying backward. Sonic attack. Sui rubbed his ears, feeling a buzzing in his head. Woof! The mutated dog launched a sonic attack again. The whole person was knocked back again, with blood flowing from the corner of the eye. Sui retreated immediately without saying a word. This sonic attack is too fierce, he still has no way to defend against it. Sui. Ling Shuang saw Sui rush out and immediately shouted. Go, it's Sonic Wave. Before Sui could finish speaking, he heard the mutated dog barking again from behind. Woof. The sound was enormous, carrying terrifying sound waves rushing towards Sui and the others. Ling Shuang and the others were all blasted away, completely unable to resist. Go, split up, Sui pulled Ling Shuang up. Lu Ran was fast, she would definitely be able to escape. Qinli not only possesses special abilities but is also an evolver, much stronger than Ling Shuang. Therefore, Ling Shuang is the one who needs Sui's help the most. The mutated dog had no intention of letting them go and continued to pounce on them. However, Sui and the others did not want to engage it because they still had no way to defend against the mutated dog's sonic attacks. Now, Sui also understood why the people in the steel mill were hiding. If they didn't hide, they would be attacked by it. Obviously, Sui was being targeted by the mutated dog. It didn't chase Qinli or Lu Ran, but bit tightly onto Sui and Ling Xuang. However, very soon, Lu Ran turned back to attack the mutated dog. She felt that her speed was very fast and that she could attack the opponent's throat in time when it barked, preventing it from using sound wave attacks. However, she underestimated the terror of the mutated dog. Before she even got close, the mutated dog had already spotted her and let out a roar towards her. This roar was relatively quieter and less powerful, but it still directly knocked Lu Ran flying. Chapter 68 Repelling the Mutant Dog. Pfft. Lu Ran stood on the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The recent attack injured her lungs. The infected outside instantly erupted in frenzy. The blood of the evolvers and psychics stimulates them more, or rather contains more energy, which can also make them stronger. She turned her head to look. The mutated dog and Sui had already disappeared at the end of the street, and she didn't know where they had gone. Hesitating for a moment, she decisively followed along. This way, the boss and the others ran this way. Qinli was also keeping an eye on Sui's movements. He knew that Sui originally intended to lure away the mutant dogs to prevent them from being affected. Repaying kindness is Qinli's life motto. Adventure is not something that Sui should do alone. The two of them decisively chased in that direction, afraid that if they were late, they wouldn't be able to catch up with Sui and Ling Xuang. Why you, put me down, I'm fine. Ling Xuang blushed, looking at Sui who was holding her, feeling an indescribable emotion in her heart. Being held by a man, this was something she only remembered from when she was a child being held by her father and brother. A sense of security mixed with other complex emotions made Ling Xuang somewhat fascinated. However, reason told her that this man was her little niece's, and she couldn't let Sui hold her like that. Hold on tight, I'm about to go upstairs, Sui said as he saw a building, giving a reminder. Okay. Ling Xuang immediately hugged Sui tightly, pressing her whole body against him. Sui directly jumped up to the second floor of a building, then kicked open the second floor door and rushed inside. The mutated dog also jumped up, but because of its large size, it got stuck. The mutated dog stopped at a building, probably because the boss and the others went into that building. Qinli saw the mutated dog on the second floor of a building and immediately stopped. Over there, let's go to the building over there. Lu Ran pointed to the distance and said. Qinli nodded once, quickly stepping on the shoulder of the infected, moving closer to the house that Lu Ran mentioned. Sui took out a crossbow bolt that he hadn't used for a long time and fired directly. Ling Xuang was also put down by Sui, she raised her gun and fired in bursts. Then they discovered that the crossbow bolt had pierced directly into the body of the mutated dog, but the bullet only made a bloody hole on the surface. Bang! The mutated dog crashed more than half of its body directly into the house, trying to pounce on Sui. However, what greeted it was Sui's sharp battle knife. After quickly shooting 2 arrows, Sui directly drew his knife and stabbed at the mutated dog's head. Taking advantage of the fact that it did not use sonic attacks, Sui unleashed a furious assault. Sui finally put his fencing skills to use. In 1 minute, Sui thrust nearly 100 times. The flesh on the mutated dog's face was almost all scraped off by Sui. It was scared. The mutated dog quickly retracted its head, jumped back onto the street, knocking away countless infected along the way, then ran in the direction of the steel factory. Sui did not pursue because he was injured by the mutated dog's sonic attack. If he chased any further now, it would be a disadvantage. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Boss, how are things on your side? Are you okay? Anxious voices of Qinli came through the walkie-talkie. I'm fine, the mutated dogs have been driven back by me. I got a minor injury, nothing serious. How about you? Saying this, Sui glanced back at Ling Xuang and noticed her face was flushed. We're fine too, we're coming over now. Lu Ran's voice came through. It's good that nothing happened, just be careful. After saying that, Sui put away the walkie-talkie. He walked up to Ling Xuang, placing his hand on her forehead while asking, where are you hurt? Did the capillaries on your face burst from the shock? No, Ling Xuang was startled and quickly stepped back. At this moment, Sui finally understood why Ling Xuang's face had turned red. So, it was shyness. Isn't she a tough, straightforward woman? How could she be shy? Sui rubbed his chest, feeling as if his lungs had been shaken and injured by sound waves. This sonic wave attack is really strong. If one could master this ability, it would be very powerful. Sui spat out a mouthful of blood, then glanced at Lu Ran and Qin Li approaching from afar. Because Ling Xuan was farther away, she wasn't really injured. At first, they were just knocked back and fell on their butts. Although her butt hurt quite a bit, Ling Xuan was too embarrassed to rub it. She sighed and said, "It's a pity that we can only obtain one ability. If we could acquire multiple abilities, humans wouldn't be at a disadvantage." Sui nodded. Ling Xuan was right. If a person could master multiple abilities, humanity could indeed turn the tide and easily defeat the infected and mutated beasts. Unfortunately, for now, it seems they can only master one ability. However, this may not necessarily be the truth. After all, they have only just begun to utilize the brain beads of the mutated beasts and may not yet have truly grasped the mysteries of the brain beads. If he had enough brain beads, Sui could start trying to see if he could acquire multiple abilities. Besides, whether that mutated dog's head contains brain beads is another matter. LV Ran, how are you? You're not hurt, right? When Sui saw LV Ran come in, he immediately showed concern. When she was about to attack the mutated dog, Sui saw it and also saw her being blasted away by the mutated dog's sonic waves. Lu Ran gave Sui a sweet smile and said, "It's nothing, just a mild concussion, it won't affect anything." Sui breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the motorcycle helmet in Lu Ran's hand, his eyes lighting up involuntarily. Sonic attacks are the most painful for the head. The eyes and ears will bleed, and if it happens a few more times, it's very likely to cause deafness or blindness from the shock. Wearing a helmet might be able to block some of the damage from the sound waves. The sonic attack of the mutant dog should also have a time or usage limit, just like your armor. Although its own strength is decent, I can handle it. The troublesome thing is its sonic attack. With this helmet, it should be able to help me. Saying that, Sui took the helmet into his hands. He definitely wouldn't let Lu Ran take risks because her strength is still not as good as his. Everyone has only minor injuries, so let's go rest directly. You should have also noticed that our self-healing abilities are quite strong now. Saying this, Sui took his helmet and prepared to go upstairs to find a room to rest, and at the same time, search the house to see if there were any supplies. Or, see if he can sign in. After all, he still has 3 chances to sign in. If there is a suitable place, one's own strength can be improved once again. Going to deal with that mutated dog tomorrow will be even more confident. Chapter 69, Lu Ran's new ability. In this building, Sui and the others didn't find anything valuable, only some loose rice. After choosing a room, Sui went straight to the bed and lay down. During rest, the self-healing ability is at its strongest. Ling Xuan was in the room opposite Sui's. It was unclear whether she had deliberately chosen that room. Lu Ran and Sui took some mutant meat, planning to use the mutant fish's brain soon. She felt that her strength was too weak and that she couldn't help Sui at all. In fact, she didn't even have the chance to fight side by side. In this situation, Lu Ran could not tolerate it. In the apocalypse, strength is supreme. Without strength, sooner or later you will be at the mercy of others. Only by gaining great strength can one do what they want to do. She wants to take control of her own destiny. Only when strong can she go find her parents and her family. Even if they are no longer there, she still wants to go back once. Otherwise, the heart will always be uneasy. After cooking some mutant beast meat in a pressure cooker, Lu Ran directly took out the brain pearl of the mutant fish. Put it in the mouth and bite it open directly. A warm current surged toward the stomach, then spread throughout the body. It was truly painful, feeling as if the bones and flesh on the body were being torn apart. The process lasted for nearly an hour, and by the time it ended, the meat in the pressure cooker was also done. Lu Ran quickly started eating, and after filling her stomach, she regained some strength. Her body surface was covered with a layer of black stuff, like sludge. She hadn't heard Sui mention this situation. After finding a few clean clothes in the wardrobe of the room, Lu Ran went into the bathroom. After washing for half an hour, Lu Ran stood in front of the bathroom mirror. She noticed that her skin had become even more tender and pink, and she couldn't help but want to touch it a few times and kiss it. The whole person looks more charming and more aesthetically pleasing. I didn't expect there could be a second development. This brain pearl is amazing. LV Ran is especially satisfied with her own changes. At her thought, the water in the basin turned into a small ball and slowly floated up. Then, it started spinning around her. You can make it a bit more, then wrap around the target, so that the opponent can be suffocated. It's still weak for attacking now, but that doesn't mean this ability is useless. As long as it's used properly, it can also have an amazing effect. LV-Ran was very satisfied with her own ability. The function of water control technique can also continuously develop new attack methods. After putting on clothes, Lu Ran was still a bit unaccustomed to her new large size. However, she felt that Sui would definitely like this change in herself. Men like many things to be big. Lu Ran quickly came downstairs, wanting to see if Sui had woken up. Just as she arrived downstairs, Lu Ran saw Sui standing on the balcony smoking. So, she paced inside and came to Suyi's side. So, how is it? Have you mastered any abilities? Sui heard footsteps and guessed that Lu Ran had arrived. The ability to control water. Lu Ran came to Suyi's side, then leaned against the balcony, tilting his head to glance at Sui. Sui saw Lu Ran and his pupils involuntarily contracted. Because Lu Ran had changed quite a bit. Brain Pearl, can it also make people more beautiful? Become bigger? LV Ran's body changes are too obvious, Sui finds it hard not to notice. But why hasn't Ling Yu experienced this kind of change? Ling Shuang is the same. Could it be that only the evolved ones have such changes? That's right. Like Qinli, his body also shrank a lot, looking much more normal than before. Envy. Sui was indeed somewhat envious of the evolvers, they had a greater advantage. If Sui didn't have the system, there would be no way to compare with the evolvers at all. Unfortunately, the number of evolvers was too small. Can something be created out of nothing? Sui was a bit curious whether Lu Ran could conjure water out of thin air. It's not exactly creating something out of nothing, there is already some moisture in the air, and I can condense that moisture. It's just very difficult. Saying that, Lu Ran stretched out his hand and slightly moved his fingers. After a few minutes, a small drop of water appeared. Just this little, this is my limit, Lu Ran said with some effort. This really consumes a lot of energy. It's a pretty good ability. I think our kind of ability can be continuously trained and then become stronger and stronger, Sui comforted. Then, he asked, have you ever felt that every time you use this ability, you become especially weak? Not physically weak, but mentally weak. Lu Ren quickly nodded, she had just felt that way. Sui shifted his gaze away from a certain part of Lu Ran's body, then continued to analyze, this ability should be related to our energy, or rather, our mental power. We can call it mental power or psychic power. It should be something that can be cultivated, by continuously using this ability to increase the duration and strength of our ability usage. Lu Ranshin expressed agreement, his face flushed as he said, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. I like the concept of psychic power. The stronger the psychic power, the stronger our abilities become. So, from now on, we can continuously use our abilities to enhance our psychic power. Alright, next time we contact the military department, we'll share this intelligence. I wonder if any of them have acquired special abilities. Sui flicked the cigarette butt and took a somewhat greedy breath of the air. He felt a faint fragrance in the air. This fragrance came from Lu Rant's body. Perhaps it was a change after she absorbed the brain pearl of the mutant fish, perhaps she herself was not even aware of it. The two chatted on the balcony for a while, and soon Ling Shuang joined them. The infected downstairs were crowded together, looking up with a ferocious expression. Upstairs, the three people occasionally laughed. The two formed a strong contrast. Alright, it's getting late, we should start cooking dinner. Ling Shuang ended the pleasant chat and then pulled LV Ran to the kitchen. LV Ran's cooking skills were indeed very good, and Ling Shuang also wanted to learn a bit. Sui looked outside, there was still some time before dark, so he planned to go out for a walk to see if he could find a suitable place to check in. There is a community hospital over there. I'll go check the situation and be back soon. Ling Shuang poked her head out from the kitchen and asked, don't we need to bring Qinli? No need. Outside there are only infected people, they can't harm me, Sui said confidently. He was still wearing armor, so even if he really fell into a group of infected, he wouldn't get hurt. Then be careful and come back quickly. Ling Shuang reminded him, and after saying that, she felt a bit strange in her heart. She couldn't quite say what was strange. Chapter 70 Signing in at the community hospital. Without mutated beasts, the infected posed little threat to Sui. By the time they reacted, Sui had already reached his destination. The infected here seem very excited. Sui noticed that the infected in a community hospital were very agitated and excited. This situation often indicates that there are survivors in the hospital. Su-yi leapt down directly, unleashing both blades. Slashing and swinging, the blades flashed, sending countless heads flying. Su-yi's blade technique grew increasingly fierce. This was thanks to the 7-kill spear technique. Su-yi gained many skills from it and then applied them to his blade techniques. Su-yi felt that what the system provided was only basic. To truly become stronger, one needs to continuously learn and train. Only in this way can one keep improving and possess greater strength. After knocking down the infected at the hospital entrance, Su-yi rushed directly into the hospital and then pulled the glass door shut. This electric sensor door cannot open or close automatically once the power is gone. After Su-yi pushed the door shut, he isolated the infected people outside. Then, he raised his gun and started shooting. There is no one else here, so Su-yi can safely use his firearm. A headshot with every bullet, taking down an infected with just one shot. Hunting infected is definitely more satisfying with a gun. I can kill 100 infected in just a few minutes. Su-yi sighed while loading bullets. The magazine in his hand was limited, only able to hold 100 bullets. Didn't take many, mainly because the bullets of the 7-kill army were limited, and Su-yi also didn't want to expose that he could use survival points to upgrade the nail gun bullets to rifle bullets. With 10 survival points, you can upgrade 100 nail gun bullets into rifle bullets. So, Su-yi decisively spent 100 survival points to directly upgrade to 1000 rifle bullets. Using 2 guns alternately allows the barrels to withstand such high-speed firing. Soon, the 500 or 600 infected people in the hall were cleaned out by Su-yi. Hey, are there any survivors inside? The infected outside have already been cleared by me. Su-yi knocked on the door because the infected in this area were the most agitated. This place is a rescue room. Yes, someone. Great, someone is here to save us, it must be the army coming to rescue us. From inside the door came an excited voice. Judging by the sound, the person on the other side should be quite old. Then, the sound of moving things came from inside. Taking advantage of this time, Su-yi walked around the hall and went to the medicine preparation room. This place is where nurses prepare injections and medicines, and can also be considered a kind of storage room. System, check in. Su-yi came to the hospital with the purpose of signing in. Su-yi felt that this place was worth trying. Ding, you have obtained a dose of rapid body repair potion. Survival points plus 100. Su-yi's eyes lit up involuntarily upon hearing the prompt. The body rapid recovery potion, after use, can quickly heal injuries, even severe wounds or near-death conditions can be treated swiftly. This is awesome, such a great thing. With this, Su-yi felt as if he had gained an extra life. No wonder, you can get 100 survival points. When Su-yi came out of the pharmacy room, the door to the emergency room opposite also opened. So many infected, the whole hall is full, it's terrifying. A nurse poked her head out, her face full of fear. Then, a few more nurses poked their heads out. Su-yi did not expect that there were more than 1 or 2 survivors inside. Did they eat the flesh of their own kind? Is it true that you saved us, killed so many infected, all by yourself? A man doctor in his 40s, wearing a white coat, could hardly believe that Su-yi had killed so many infected people all by himself. Yes, you have a few survivors. What have you been relying on to get by during this time? Su-yi noticed that they were not very thin, so he became somewhat suspicious. 7, we have 7 people, 2 doctors and 5 nurses, a female doctor in her 30s quickly replied. We have been surviving on glucose and other nutritional injections until now. Is there any food? We haven't eaten anything for a long time. A nurse looked at Su-yi pitifully. If Su-yi hadn't appeared, the injection fluids they used to replenish energy would have been almost used up. There is a box of snacks here, I'll bring it to you. Saying that, Su-yi turned back to the medicine dispensing room, then took out a box of snacks from his storage space and gave it to the survivors. Doctors and nurses are both very important. For a shelter, these 2 professions are definitely indispensable. When going out to hunt infected individuals, there are always people injured in the 7-kill army. At that time, doctors and nurses are needed. Su-yi walked in, took a look around, and conducted an inspection. No bodies were found, nor were any remains seen. This indicates that they indeed do not survive by eating the flesh of their own kind. Such a person still has a bottom line and is worth saving. You guys eat first, I'll go check other places to see if there are any other survivors. Su-yi said and then headed towards the pharmacy. In the hall, there are 2 pharmacies. They are the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy and the Western medicine pharmacy, separated and can be considered two independent places. Both doors are open, and there are many medicines scattered on the floor inside. Su-yi entered the Western medicine room, ready to check in here first. System, check in. Ding, check-in successful, obtained a beginner's body enhancer. Survival points plus 30. HM. Beginner's body enhancer. A pharmacy, and I can actually get this? Su-yi originally thought he could get a fast-acting body repair potion, but it turned out to be a basic body enhancement potion. This doesn't have much effect on Su-yi anymore, because he has already used an intermediate enhancer. Of course, if he wants, he can give this basic body enhancement potion to someone else to use. This, I guess, can only be used by ordinary people. For evolvers like Lu Ran and Qinli, it probably won't be useful. Ling Yu and the others are not evolvers, they only gained abilities from the brain bead, so it might still have some effect. After all, the main function of the brain bead is to grant them abilities, strengthening the body is just a side effect. The system-rewarded body enhancer is different. Back then, Su-yi used this enhancer and his strength was even a few levels higher than Ling Yu, who had gained abilities. Therefore, Su-yi thinks this primary body enhancer can be used by Ling Yu. Besides, at the moment, Su-yi is only willing to let Ling Yu use it. As for others, not only is he unwilling, but Su-yi also cannot trust them. Ling Yu is different, she is already considered Su-yi's woman. Su-yi is still quite generous with his own woman. Then, Su-yi walked out of the Western medicine pharmacy and entered the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. No mark indicates that Su-yi can check in here. He was very curious about what kind of reward he could get. Chapter 71, Getting Good Things Again. System, check in. After silently reciting it in his heart, Su-yi waited for the result. Ding, received 1 Peiyuan pill. Survival points plus 80. Peiyuan pill. Su-yi's pupils contracted, he didn't expect it to be this. He had taken the Peiyuan pill before, and after absorption, it greatly enhanced his strength. This thing is even more powerful than the basic body strengthening agent. Moreover, he is taking it now, and it is still effective. In addition, the last time he signed in, the reward for the Peiyuan pill was 70 survival points, but now it has increased by 10 points. The same goes for the beginner body enhancer, the survival points gained have also increased. Does this mean that the stronger he becomes, the higher the value of these things he obtains? After thinking for a moment, Su-yi directly took out the Peiyuan pill and swallowed it immediately. With this Peiyuan pill, Su-yi's strength is bound to increase once again. After swallowing it, Su-yi felt a warm current flowing in his lower abdomen, which was especially comfortable. He glanced at the light screen and checked the data. 5771. Shocked. The check-in count has been reset again, but Su-yi has only explored the first floor of this hospital. After leaving the Chinese medicine pharmacy, Su-yi returned to the emergency room. The people in the emergency room had already stopped eating, they were quietly discussing something. When they saw Su-yi appear, they immediately fell silent. Why aren't you eating? Are you worried about the food? Su-yi asked directly. The female doctor pushed up her glasses and quickly explained, No, it's not that. We've been using medication to suppress stomach acid, so we can't eat a lot of food all at once. Su-yi nodded and said, as expected of a doctor, professional. You all stay here, I'll go upstairs to take a look and see if there are any other survivors. Let's go together, we can help a little too. Saying this, the male doctor took a steel pipe made by grinding down a handheld 4-pole. Su-yi smiled slightly and said with satisfaction, All right, with this kind of attitude, you can survive in the apocalypse. My name is Luo Ding, may I know your name? Luo Ding tightened his grip on the steel pipe and stepped out of the emergency room. Others also picked up the same weapons and came out. Su-yi. My name is Zhang Yuan, and they are Li Xiaoxia, Zhao Wan, Yi Ping, Yi Lulu, and Sun Xuanan. Zhang Yuan introduced the nurses of different ages around her. Su-yi glanced over, the oldest was probably in their 40s, and the youngest should be a new intern, as the badge still had the word intern on it. Do not make any noise, no matter what you encounter. The infected are quite sensitive to sound. Also, if you attack, aim for the infected's head, this is the only way to kill them. After thinking for a moment, Su-yi added, the bones of the infected have become brittle. If you use force, you can actually pierce their heads with steel pipes. After speaking, Su-yi drew his combat knife and headed towards the stairs. Luo Ding, Zhang Yuan, you two come open the door. The door to the stairwell was closed, with a wooden stick wedged in it. There was a caw-caw sound behind the door, clearly indicating the presence of infected individuals. Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan exchanged a glance, then stepped forward together and opened the door. Just as the door opened, the infected inside hadn't reacted yet, and Sui grabbed a knife and charged in to kill. Luo Ding and the others saw Sui chopping off the infected's heads one by one, as if cutting melons. In just 1 minute, the dozens of infected at the stairwell were all beheaded, falling to the ground. Sui, are you alone? Don't you have any companions? Zhang Yuan received the hint and quickly moved closer to Sui, whispering a question. We do, but our people are at the city government. You need to hold on in this hospital for a while. My team will gradually arrive at the steel plant to establish a new shelter, Sui explained as he walked upstairs. Walking all the way, he cut down those infected who tried to bite him. Are there no survivors over at Yungang? Zhang Yuan was very shocked. Because her husband was from Yungang, she had been trying to find out about this just now, but she held back for fear that Sui would be difficult to get along with. But after testing the waters just now and seeing that Sui was still willing to communicate, she quickly started to inquire. Yes, there are probably a few thousand people. However, they are all controlled by others, and I haven't been able to take that place yet. Even if the people in Yungang are dealt with, they might not have the courage to come out and clear the infected on the streets. If you want to leave here, you have to wait until the main force of our Chisha army moves here. By then, we will clear the nearby streets. After saying that, Sui also rushed to the second floor. The fire door on the second floor was closed, and infected people were swaying in the corridor inside. The door was locked from the inside, but it did not stop Sui. Sui kicked the door open with a single kick. Seeing Sui's action, Luo Ping couldn't help but widen his eyes. Sui, how is your strength so powerful? Sui explained while fighting, you guys don't know about evolved humans yet, right? Evolved humans gain great strength. In addition, animals can also evolve into mutated beasts. Some mutated beasts develop brain pearls in their brains, which can grant humans supernatural abilities, turning them into ability users. Sui's words made several medical staff present brighten their eyes. Outside, there were man-eating infected, but in front of Sui, these infected posed no threat at all. Naturally, they also hoped to master this power. With this power, they would have the qualification to survive. Sui fought his way through and found that the entire outpatient clinic had fallen, with no survivors. However, there were a few people who starved to death in the clinic, and their bodies were different from those of the infected. The bodies of the infected are like mummies and are very difficult to decompose. The ones that decompose are mostly human bodies. Then, Sui led them to fight their way to the third floor. The third and fourth floors belong to the laboratory department, where there are fewer infected patients. The fifth floor is pediatrics, where Sui and they saw many infected children. After clearing around, there were still no survivors. The sixth floor is the obstetrics department, and it also leads to another building, which is the inpatient department. However, the door to the passage has already been closed, meaning there are no infected people left in the building they are currently in, all have been cleared out by Sui. It was getting dark, so Sui naturally had to leave here. Do you have a blood bank here? Before leaving, Sui inquired about it. Because blood can be used to attract the infected, this can be fully utilized to lure the infected into a certain factory building, allowing the streets to be cleared quickly. If there are large machines, it is even possible to dig some deep pits and then attract the infected into them, burying them directly. Plasma is very suitable for use as bait. Chapter 72. With the Inagami here, what is there to fear? No, we are just a community hospital. We don't have a blood bank, only a small amount of emergency plasma stored in a blood storage room on the basement level 1. It has its own power supply system, so the plasma should still be usable now. Hearing the information provided by Luo Ding, Sui nodded with satisfaction. Alright, then you stay here. Tomorrow I will deliver some supplies to you. Also, tomorrow I will come to collect the plasma. If all goes well, I will try to use the plasma to lure away the nearby infected as soon as possible. After saying that, Sui went straight downstairs. Luo Ding and the others were relatively restrained and did not try to persuade Sui to stay. They returned to the hall, went back to the emergency room, and locked the door. Having stayed there for so long, they knew the emergency room door could withstand the test. Sui left the hospital directly, cutting down a bunch of infected people on the way out, and then closed the hospital's glass door again. I have to say, the quality of the glass made by this country is really reliable, not worse than that of China on Earth. Then, Sui jumped onto the head of an infected person and quickly ran towards the building where Qin Li and the others were. After a while, Sui successfully entered the house. "Boss, how is it? Are there any survivors in that hospital?" Qinli asked with great concern, because the 7-kill army only had 5 medics, and he hoped that some doctors might still be alive to join the 7-kill army. Sui entered the room while saying, 2 doctors and 5 nurses survived. They have been holding on with various nutritional fluids until now and are in fairly good condition. Besides, their mentality is also good, making them suitable to join the Qisha army. Also, I haven't checked the inpatient department yet, there might still be survivors there. After we take over the steel factory, we'll search the inpatient department. At this moment, Ling Shuang came out carrying dinner. "Sui, go wash your hands and get ready to eat." After the 4 of them had dinner, they chatted in the living room for a while and arranged the tasks for tomorrow. Sui will continue to attack the mutated dogs tomorrow, while Qinli and Ling Shuang will go nearby to find suitable materials to block the river. LV Ran, who has speed abilities, is responsible for flexible support. Whether Sui or Qinli need assistance, LV Ran uses his speed to quickly arrive and help. Then, they each went to rest. At night, there is no need to keep watch. They are all very alert, if someone really came to kill them, they could react quickly. Besides, Sui also doesn't think anyone would have such courage. When Sui and the others went to rest, a workshop in the steel plant was brightly lit. Due to the clean energy transformation, many workshops have their own photovoltaic power generation systems to ensure daily electricity use. Yun Steel naturally also has its own photovoltaic power generation system, and the electricity output is quite substantial. The mutant dog's face was covered with stitches everywhere, because without them, the entire skin would fall off. The entire head of the mutated dog has swollen up, and its appearance has changed significantly. It keeps making a woo-woo-woo sound, looking very aggrieved. A man is standing beside it, continuously stroking the mutated dog's neck to comfort it. "Leader, those people all seem to be evolvers, and their strength is very powerful. What should we do now?" "Yeah, they actually managed to escape smoothly, and even injured our Inagami. What are we going to do if they attack us tomorrow? With the Inagami here, what are you afraid of? We, the Inagami cult, don't need to worry about those evolvers. If the Inagami can defeat them once, it can defeat them every time. Any other evolvers trying to take this place will just be devoured by our Inagami. That's right, our Inagami is invincible." The person known as the cult leader pressed down his hand, and the nearly 100 people in the factory instantly fell silent. He asked somewhat impatiently, "How is the tunnel digging going? Have you reached the riverbank yet?" Then, someone immediately replied, "Almost there, it will take at most 2 more days." 2 days. That's too long. The tunnel must reach the riverbank by tomorrow. Issue a strict order to have them dig day and night without rest. Once the tunnel is completed, everyone can escape to safety and flee together to Jiangxin Park, which will be our territory. There are plenty of fish in the river, so we won't have to worry about food. During this time, he would take his mutated dog to fish in the river. Otherwise, the people in the steel mill would have run out of food long ago. Going to other places to gather supplies is too dangerous for him. The river is still relatively safe. Although there are mutated fish in the river, they are no match for the mutated dogs and will not actively provoke their own mutated dogs. During this period, he has already blocked the bridge leading to Jiangxin Park and planted rice in Jiangxin Park. As long as the tunnel is opened, he can move the people and steel from the steel mill to that Jiangxin island. Although Jiangxin Park is not large, it can still accommodate thousands of people living there without any problem. You all better not slack off, everyone go dig the tunnel for me. Anyone who dares to be lazy will be fed to the dog god. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shuddered. This mutated dog needs to eat a person every day. So, they all left the factory building one after another, preparing to dig a tunnel. Seeing that everyone had left, the cult leader grabbed 2 women and started having sex again. His name is Jia Shenping, originally just an idle ordinary person at a steel factory, living off his parents' retirement pension. Besides being lazy and fond of eating, he is also quite ugly. So at 40 years old, he doesn't even have a wife. Who would have thought that during the global catastrophe, the dog he raised became a mutant dog, yet it remained just as loyal to him as before. Now, Jia Shenping has completely turned his life around. He relied on mutated dogs to win over a large number of workers and establish the dog god cult. Every day, he needed to toy with several women, each only once, never repeating. Some of these women were willing, while others were forced by their own families. Those who were unwilling had to go to work, digging tunnels. Because of digging tunnels, one can still earn a meal. Not enough to be full, but not starving to death either. Although the world has collapsed, some people still have their bottom line and are unwilling to trample on their dignity just to survive. Of course, there are also many who became Jia Xinping's vicious dogs, bullying their former co-workers and abusing their wives and daughters alongside him. Those who entered the underground tunnels naturally did not really go to work. They were just going through the motions with Jia Xinping, grabbing some women that Jia Xinping had toyed with to have fun in the tunnel. Actually, they looked down on Jia Xinping a lot in their hearts. Of course, more than that, they were envious. They also wanted to have a powerful mutant dog. That way, they can do whatever they want. At night, the seemingly peaceful world is actually filled with countless dirty things happening. Chapter 73, The Mad Mutant Dog, Happy New Year. The next morning, when Sui woke up, he found that Lu Ran had already cooked breakfast. Lu Ran not only cooked porridge with mutated rat meat but also made some fried meat strips. Such a breakfast was the first time Sui had eaten since the apocalypse. It wasn't just him, Qin Li and Ling Shuang also praised it highly after eating. After breakfast, Sui and the others rested for a while, then Ling Shuang and Qin Li began to take action. Sui observed from the balcony for a while, wanting to see the situation inside the steel factory. Sui noticed that the workers in the steel factory were still digging tunnels and transporting soil. They used wheelbarrows to continuously carry the soil out of the tunnels. I wonder where their tunnel leads to. Today, there isn't even anyone on the wall, Lu Ran said curiously, standing right behind Sui. You'll know soon enough, I'm going to deal with that mutated dog. Saying this, Sui put on his helmet and then went straight downstairs. After going downstairs, Sui headed straight towards the steel factory. Soon, Sui entered the steel factory. Just as he entered, Sui heard the barking of the mutated dog. It's panicking, it's panicking. Sui sneered coldly and did not rush to act. The mutated dog was obviously scared by itself. After smelling its own scent, it became frantic. The dogs that bark the loudest are often the most cowardly. Many animals like to bluff. Sui Chao ran towards the tunnel exit, saw someone coming out, and inside he put a knife to the other person's neck. Where is your tunnel being dug towards? The river channel, the newly dug part is towards the river channel, a worker answered honestly. The news about Sui attacking the steel plant yesterday had already spread privately. The river channel? Sui was a bit puzzled, then asked, why dig towards the river channel? Jiangxin Park, our leader wants to take us to Jiangxin Park. The leader said it's very safe there. Sui instantly felt relieved. He knew that Jiangxin Park, in his memory, the original owner had gone there with the entire class during their freshman year. Jiangxin Park covers an area of about a dozen acres, which is more than enough to support several thousand people. If there are more people, it will no longer be self-sufficient. However, Sui feels that Jiangxin Park is not safe. If the mutated beasts keep getting stronger, then the mutated fish will soon attack Jiangxin Park. Is there a way to other places? Sui asked casually. Yes, there is one that leads to the nearby residential area Yuntian Moonlight. Sui sheathed his battle knife and let the other party go. This was just an ordinary person being bullied, Sui saw no reason to harm him. The mutated dog was still barking over there, and Sui wasn't sure if it was using a sonic attack. After all, the distance was a bit far. He no longer intended to wait, the Peiyuan pill in his abdomen needed to be absorbed faster through fighting. Besides, as long as he could protect his head, Sui was not worried about the injuries to his body. He still had a fast-acting body recovery potion in his hand, which could immediately heal his injuries after use. So, as long as you can endure the sonic attack of the mutated dog, that will be the mutated dog's death sentence. Nan Lu, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly acting crazy? Jia Xinping patted Nan Lu. He had just been dreaming of becoming the king of the world, with 3,000 concubines, but was then abruptly awakened. So, he was very angry and hit Nanlu as usual. As a result, the mutated dog suddenly turned around and bit Jia Xinping fiercely. Jia Xinping's arm was directly bitten off by the mutated dog. Jia Xinping was stunned at first. You are the dog I raised, how can you bite me? I am your master, after all. The next second, Jia Xinping looked at the blood spurting from his arm, then the intense pain engulfed him. Ah! Several women screamed directly when they saw Jia Xinping's arm bitten off by the mutated dog. Ah! It hurt so much. You damn dog, you actually bit me. How dare you bite me, damn it, how dare you bite me, I will. The mutated dog wagged its tail and directly slapped Jia Xinping flying. Then, it directly leapt out. Dangerous, it felt Sui was too dangerous. It originally wanted to scare Sui away with its own roar. But it didn't expect that after Sui left, he would enter the steel factory again. So, it panicked. Jia Xinping even hit it once, which enraged it and caused its beastly nature to erupt. Stop, you belong to me, you can't run. Jia Xinping shouted loudly because he knew that without the mutant dog, he was nothing. He wanted to chase after it, but the mutant dog had already rushed out of the factory building. Sui saw the mutant dog rushing out and involuntarily clenched the battle knife in his hand, preparing to charge and fight it fiercely. But what Sui did not expect was that the mutant dog did not pounce on him, but instead fled in another direction. Sui was stunned for a moment, then immediately gave chase. The mutated dog is the biggest threat to this steel plant. As long as it is dealt with, the others won't be a problem. LV ran, go straight into the steel plant. The mutated dog has run off, you call Qinli and take direct control of the steel plant, I'll go after the mutated dog. No matter what, the mutated dog was already injured yesterday, and today it ran away as soon as it saw us. This shows that it knows it can't beat me. It is very likely that its sonic attack has not yet recovered. Strike while it's down. Sui would never let this opportunity slip away. There is likely a brain pearl inside its head. Sonic wave attack, this ability is very strong, Sui feels it cannot be let go. If missed, maybe it will never be encountered again. The mutant dog is very fast, after dashing out of the steel factory, it ran towards the direction of the park. Sui's speed was not slow either, while chasing, Sui was also shooting. As long as it could affect the mutant dog's speed, Sui felt that wasting bullets was worth it. Boom! The mutant dog's body suddenly tripped and then crashed into a street-side shop, with more than half of its body stuck inside. Sui seized the opportunity and sprinted with all his might. Finally, just as the mutated dog was about to flee, Sui rushed right beside it. Moreover, Sui leapt high and slashed down at one of its hind legs. The sharp battle knife directly cut into the mutated dog's leg bone. It let out a miserable scream, turned its head, and lunged at Sui to bite. Sui dodged, leapt up, kicked the mutated dog's head, and was ready to stab its head with the battle knife in his hand. The mutated dog also jumped up and charged at Sui. In mid-air, Sui failed to dodge in time and was directly pushed away by the mutated dog, but he was not injured at all. As Sui landed, the mutated dog pounced on him again. Sui crossed his twin blades in front of him, stepped forward, and charged at the mutated dog. Sui targeted the mutated dog's neck. As long as he could injure its neck, the threat from the mutated dog would be greatly reduced. Chapter 74, Discovering New Changes in the Infected, Happy New Year. The mutated dog suddenly let out a woof and launched a sonic attack at Sui. Sui's body was hit like by a cannonball, flying backward directly, then crashing into a glass door on the street, and the whole person smashed into the shop. Luckily I wore a helmet, damn. Sui found that the helmet's protective effect was somewhat effective, but he was still a bit dazed from the shock, and when he rushed out, his ears were still ringing. One of the mutant dog's hind legs was already injured, so its speed dropped a lot. So Sui quickly caught up with the mutant dog, and his speed was not affected. Sui focused again on the mutant dog's injured leg, then swung his blade with all his might. With this strike, Sui used all his strength. The mutant dog's leg was directly severed by Sui. The mutated dog let out a miserable scream and twisted its head to pounce on Sui. However, what greeted it was Sui's incredibly hard vibranium battle knife. Its eyes were directly pierced by Sui's right knife, and the left knife directly cut off the mutated dog's nose. The mutated dog screamed miserably and kept biting fiercely. Its hindquarters were pressed against the ground, its front legs supporting its body, glaring fiercely at Sui, constantly lunging and biting. However, it only bit at the air. When its leg was severed, its fate could no longer be changed. Sui kept circling behind the mutated dog, attacking its body. The nearby infected were also increasing in number, soon crowding Sui so that there was not enough space. He tried to store the mutated dog in his storage space, but living creatures cannot be stored in storage space. Additionally, Sui discovered that these infected actually ate the meat of the mutated dogs. Their claws were very sharp, they would tear a piece of meat from the mutated dogs and shove it into their mouths. Sui and the mutated dogs gradually shifted their attack targets to the infected. Sui wanted to use the infected to wear down the mutated dogs, and after they died, he would store their corpses in his storage space. The Peiyuan pill in his abdomen continuously generated a warm flow, providing Sui with an endless supply of strength. At the same time, he noticed that his own strength was also slowly increasing. Very quickly, Sui cleared a large area of open ground. The mutated dog was already on its last legs, completely overwhelmed by the infected, constantly howling in pain. Sui charged through, knocking down some infected, then jumped onto the mutated dog and delivered a powerful slash. The mutated dog's head was directly cut off by Sui, who then stored it in his storage space. Along with its corpse, it was all stored by Sui into the storage space. Sui discovered that these infected individuals had become more agile, and one even dodged his attack and ran away. Could it be that after eating the mutated beast's flesh, they can also evolve rapidly? This is definitely not good news. Sui wielded dual blades, slashing towards these infected. If the infected become stronger after eating the mutated beast's meat, then these infected cannot be spared. If they remain, they will pose a threat to them. While slaying these infected, Sui discovered that they were indeed different from the other infected. Their movements are not as stiff, and their attacks have become much stronger. However, they are still not very strong, so Sui took just over 10 minutes to kill all those infected. Only the infected who ran away was not killed by Sui, because Sui could no longer find it. Unless Sui kills all the infected in the entire block. But for Sui alone, it was too difficult to kill thousands of infected. So, he directly left the street. There was only one, and even if it grew as strong as a mutated dog, Sui was confident he could kill it. However, this incident also made Sui realize that survival in the future would become increasingly difficult. Humanity must become stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be too many crises to face in the future, and survival will become increasingly difficult. After more than 10 minutes, Sui returned to the interior of the steel factory. At this time, a large number of workers had already gathered at the steel factory. There were still some coming out of the tunnel one after another. At this moment, Sui came to the crowd holding the head of the mutated dog. Because the mutated dog's corpse was so large, like a cow, weighing several thousand jin. Although Sui was very strong, it was still difficult to carry something weighing several thousand jin. He also didn't want to expose his storage space in front of ordinary people, so taking out a head was the most appropriate. Throwing the mutated dog's head to the ground, Sui took off his helmet. "Boss, you're amazing, you cut down such a strong mutated dog directly." Qinli knew Sui could definitely kill the mutated dog, but he didn't expect Sui to deal with it so quickly. Around an hour, more or less, right? This person's arm was bitten by a mutant dog. Sui glanced at Jia Xinping on the ground and saw that he was barely alive, about to die. Yes, he was the former owner of the mutant dog. This man did all sorts of evil deeds, bullied many women, and even used workers to feed the mutant dog, Ling Shuang said through gritted teeth. Then kill him. Sui glanced over and said coldly. Ling Shuang did not hesitate and directly drew her knife, stabbing into Jia Xinping's chest. "I'll give you all a chance. If any of you have followed this scoundrel and bullied the workers, step forward. If you have harassed women, step forward as well. Those who step forward still have a chance to live. Those I find out will only be corpses." As Sui finished speaking, several people in the crowd collapsed to the ground. Then, a few people quietly walked out. They had already opposed the ordinary workers, and if they didn't stand out, they would definitely be exposed. At that time, there was no room for maneuver, they could only be killed. These 4 people all looked like troublemakers. Being able to kill mutated dogs, this kind of strength is much greater than that of mutated dogs. They can't even deal with mutated dogs, let alone the evolvers who are stronger than mutated dogs. Going out, there is still a chance to survive. Therefore, they plan to seize this opportunity. 10-second countdown. Sui started the countdown immediately, clearly not satisfied with the speed of these people. As soon as Sui finished speaking, many people in the crowd rushed out directly. These 4 people are by no means kind-hearted or merciful. There is no difference between killing a person and killing a chicken, not a single frown is made. Very well. Sui smiled slightly, then looked at the crowd and continued, "You may start reporting now, who has bullied you after the apocalypse began. Remember, it's after the apocalypse started, what happened before doesn't count." Just as Sui finished speaking, several people in the crowd collapsed. Obviously, these were people clinging to a fluke mentality. Chapter 75, Decisiveness in Killing. When it comes to killing, there is no hesitation at all. Qinli went in, dragged the person out, and then personally finished them off. In such matters, there was no way they would let Sui handle it personally. If Sui were to take action, wouldn't that be a huge dereliction of duty on their part? Spare me, I was wrong, give me a chance. Among the crowd, there were still those who were lucky. Lu Ran directly pulled the person out and wiped their neck. And him, he bullied my 7-year-old daughter. Someone else pointed out in the crowd. I didn't, after the apocalypse I really didn't, I dig the soil every day, how is that possible? The boss said, it's after the apocalypse, before the apocalypse doesn't count. The person hurriedly defended himself. You also get over here, scum should stick with scum. Sui held back the urge to kill him and made him move to the other side. Those scumbags killed Jian Dan, but it's better to leave the dirty and hard work to others, working straight to death is best. Now that everything is in need of development, a large workforce is required. There are indeed many forklifts and loaders in the steel mill, but at the beginning, they were used to transport steel to reinforce the walls, which has already exhausted the gasoline and diesel. To get them running again, gasoline and diesel need to be collected. You all continue digging the tunnel. Anyone who dares to slack off will be killed immediately. Sui directly sent these people off to dig the tunnel. Digging to the water's edge is indeed a pretty good idea. This way, they don't need to rush to clear the infected on the streets, and the Chisha army can directly enter the steel plant from the riverbank. After watching those scoundrels walk into the tunnel, Sui selected more than a dozen people who obviously had grudges against those scoundrels to supervise. With these people supervising, it's impossible for those scoundrels to slack off. Alright, this problem is solved. Now, let's move on to the next issue. Saying this, Sui looked around. Excluding the 264 scoundrels just now, there are still more than 3,000 survivors left. They all looked very thin, and it seemed they hadn't been doing well recently, food must have been very limited. What kind of food have you been eating during this period? Sui has already sent Lu Ran and Qin Li to check nearby to see if they show any signs of eating their companions. Boss, during this period we've been eating fish and rice porridge cooked thin, once a day, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Although he looked somewhat nervous, he was trying hard to control himself. Where did the fish come from? Sui squinted, it wasn't easy to catch fish at this time. It's the dog god, no, it's that monster dog that takes its owner to fish near Jiangxin Island, catching hundreds of pounds at a time. The staff canteen has several large freezers filled with fish caught from the river. Besides that, there are some rice stocks originally stored in our factory, along with other supplies, all hidden by those scoundrels. They should know about it. Sui glanced back at Ling Shuang and said, go and check it out. Ling Shuang immediately took action, she also did not want these people to survive by eating their own kind. In that case, these people shouldn't be kept alive. With more than 3,000 people, if it really came to killing them, she felt she couldn't do it. After Ling Shuang left, Sui continued to ask, what's your name, and what did you do before the apocalypse? Sui felt that this person should be a manager. To reply to the boss, my name is Zhong Qingping, and I was originally the dispatch director at the factory, Zhong Qingping answered truthfully. Sui nodded and then said, it seems you have quite a reputation at the factory, so I'll assign you a task. I need weapons, knives, bows and arrows, spears, and other cold weapons. This should be no problem for you, right? Rest assured, as long as the workers are willing to work, we will provide 3 meals a day and there will be additional wages. Zhong Qingping nodded vigorously and said excitedly, don't worry, we can definitely make weapons. After a few days of modifying some equipment, we can start production. This was an opportunity to prove himself, and Zhong Qingping did not want to miss it. His family was all alive, and he wanted to make their lives better, so his children could live as normally as before the apocalypse. This opportunity fell right on his head, so he wants to seize it properly. Very good, I am very satisfied with your answer. I hope I didn't trust the wrong person. In addition, our Chisha army is recruiting warriors. Those who join the Chisha army will receive better treatment. Of course, this also means you will have to take up swords and go out to deal with the infected. Soon, my people will arrive at this place. At that time, you can sign up to join the army. After speaking, Sui glanced around at these weak survivors. Everyone silently lowered their heads. Since they could choose to continue working at the steel plant, why take the risk of going out? So many of their co-workers have been bitten to death by the infected. Now, let them pick up swords and fight the monsters. Impossible, they wouldn't fight the monsters even if they starved to death. Being bitten to death by a monster, how painful would that be? Even if they were digging tunnels, they still wouldn't fight the monsters. Sui saw their actions and immediately knew that they had no courage to deal with the monsters. This can't be blamed on them either, after all, they were originally ordinary people. Moreover, they still have at least one full meal a day and have not experienced despair. These workers are still relatively valuable, at least they have certain skills. First, by controlling the steel and the other factories around the steel mill, there will be a solid shelter. There must be other survivors in this city. Perhaps some have a population even larger than Sui and his group. After all, this city is very large and densely populated. Sui has been to many places, all of which have survivors. And once their Chisha army's shelter is stabilized, they will start searching for other survivors. Those they do not accept may still be accepted by other shelters. Some lunatics might even like to eat the flesh of their own kind. It's the end of the world, no matter what happens, Sui wouldn't find it strange. He didn't try to test these ordinary people either, if they had food, they certainly wouldn't be hiding it. Qin and the others could easily find out. A few minutes later, Ling Shuang returned to Suyi's side first. What they said is correct, there are indeed many frozen fish, as well as some rice, flour, and the like. So far, nothing suspicious has been found. After receiving Ling Shuang's report, he nodded. Wait for Qin and the others to return. If there are no problems, settle these people properly. Once the tunnel is open, bring the people from the Land Aviation Regiment over to guard them. With just the 4 of them, it is still difficult to keep an eye on these thousands of people, so it is necessary to transfer those from the Land Aviation Regiment over. The people from the Land Aviation Group are not far from here. If the tunnel leading to the riverside is opened, the Land Aviation Group can enter the steel plant through the tunnel. With the Land Aviation Group plus himself, even if other mutated beasts attack, Sui can still hold them off. At that time, Qin and the others can return to the city government to evacuate the 7-kill army and the civilians. Chapter 76, Something happened at the community hospital. Boss, no problem. I have checked all around and found no abnormalities. Also, I found the place where they stockpile supplies. There are plenty of supplies, enough for the people here to live for 2 to 3 months. So, they have no need to resort to cannibalism. I also found no abnormalities, unless they have hidden it very well. But I think that's unlikely, since the supplies are not exactly scarce. Lu Ren also returned to Suyi's side, she and Qin were operating separately. Sui nodded. As long as there was no cannibalism, then it wouldn't cross their bottom line. Zhong Qingping, where has everyone been staying recently? Sui asked directly. Now this belongs to the Chisha army, the former employee dormitories also belong to the Chisha army, and Sui plans to use them to accommodate the Chisha army. For ordinary people, the vacant factory buildings can be renovated and used for living. Living in the factory buildings over there is enough to accommodate all of us. Zhong Qingping knew that at this time, he definitely couldn't cause trouble for Sui and the others, so he had no intention of improving the living conditions of his co-workers. If you want to improve, just work hard. Sui glanced at Zhong Qingping with satisfaction, then continued, among you, who can cook? 30 people. For odd jobs, 20 people. Mostly women for the odd jobs. My wife can, she can do it, and my son can do odd jobs. Zhong Qingping immediately tried to seize the opportunity for himself, while also wanting to see Suyi's attitude toward this matter. Alright, you pick the personnel. No slackers, throw them out directly to feed the infected. Sui directly gave Zhong Qingping the authority, which also served as a signal. Flattering oneself and working for oneself can earn a certain amount of power and benefits. Soon, 50 people were selected. Mostly women, with only a few men. Sui guessed that these men must really all be chefs. Sui handed these people over to Qin. The kitchen still needs someone of our own to keep an eye on it to feel at ease. Today, Sui plans to let everyone eat their fill first. Starting tomorrow, if you want to eat your fill, you have to work. Although Sui and the others found a small cargo ship full of rice, that rice is still not enough to feed more than 3,000 people for 3 days. It is not an easy task to support these people. Collecting food and supplies will be the main focus of Sui and his team moving forward. Without food, there is no future. Only when the food supply is stable can they talk about development. After everyone had left, Sui split open the mutant dog's head. There really is a brain pearl, it wasn't for nothing. Sui took out a soil yellow brain pearl from the mutant dog's head and then stored it in his storage space. Sui didn't let the mutant dog's head go to waste either. He used it to cook a soup for the soldiers of the Lu Hang regiment, a great tonic. Let's take a walk around, then go to the kitchen to get some cookware. and see those people from the Lu Heng regiment to cook them a pot of dog head soup. Su Yi said to Ling Shuang, then set off. The steel mill includes an ironworks, a steelworks, a rolling mill, a raw materials plant, a fuel plant, various warehouses, and a research and development center. Besides that, there is the living area, which includes various dormitories, an activity center, supermarkets, and so on. This place is really nice, much better than the municipal center. It's like a small society here, with everything. There are living and entertainment facilities. In a place like this, you truly feel that civilization hasn't been destroyed by the disaster. Ling Shuang walked along the quiet street and said sincerely. In this place, she felt a sense of security. Su Yi also strongly agreed with Ling Shuang's words, this place indeed did not feel much damaged. However, there was no one on the streets, and the shops were empty. Compared to the outside world overrun with infected, this place was indeed very quiet. Moreover, there was none of that rotten smell from outside. The bodies had all been burned by them, so the inside of the steel plant was relatively clean. Su Yi and Ling Shuang rode shared bikes and quickly made a round. Then, they went to take a look at the cafeteria. Qin Li was staring, the chefs and helpers were busy preparing lunch. Su Yi and Ling Shuang took some large pots and directly left the steel factory. After leaving the steel factory, Su Yi stored the items in his storage space, and he and Ling Shuang quickly rushed to the processing plant where the Lu Heng regiment was located. Upon arrival, Su Yi set up the large pot, processed the mutated dog's head, and then cooked a big pot of soup. It's not that Su Yi is unwilling to take out the mutated dog's meat to cook, but that they haven't eaten for such a long time and cannot rashly eat greasy food. Additionally, the soup made from the mutated dog's head contains slightly less energy, which is better for them. They are in a state of deficiency that cannot be supplemented, this is their current condition. Something mild is fine, but something too nourishing would actually harm them. Everyone only got a small bowl, but each person ate happily. They hadn't smelled the scent of meat for such a long time, so naturally they were very craving it. During the conversation, they learned that Su Yi and the others had taken care of the steel mill, and they were very happy. As long as the tunnel is cleared, they can move to the steel mill. After Su Yi and the others had lunch, they left with Ling Shuang. Because they still needed to go to a nearby supermarket to collect some food to deliver to the survivors in the hospital. The steel factory actually still had quite a bit of supplies, but Jia Xinping and the others had gathered them up, not allowing ordinary workers to touch them. The supplies on Lu Heng Tuan's side were also enough to last a few days, so there was no need to worry for the time being. On the contrary, the community hospital over there needs some supplies. Yesterday, Su Yi only gave them a box of food, which won't last 2 days. Given the current situation, it is difficult for Su Yi to spare personnel to clear the infected on the streets. He observed this morning that the streets everywhere are full of infected, estimated to be over 100,000. There are so many, they can't be cleaned up all at once. To find a place large enough to trap these infected, even the current steel plants are not big enough. With over 100,000 people, if it's too crowded, no kind of wall can withstand their pushing. Unless we can dig a pit deep enough. A deep pit to bury hundreds of thousands of infected people, this is not a small project and cannot be done in a short period of time. So, for now, we can only send them some food to help them hold on a little longer. Su Yi and Ling Shuang quickly found a small supermarket by the street, collected some instant noodles and the like, and then rushed to the hospital. With enough time available, Su Yi planned to clear out the inpatient department together with Ling Shuang to see if there were any survivors. Doctors are even rarer talents in the apocalypse than usual, having one more is always a good thing. When Su Yi and Ling Shuang arrived at the community hospital, they found a corpse in the hospital lobby, and the floor was covered in bloodstains. The blood had not yet dried, indicating the person had died not long ago. Chapter 77, The one sending you to hell is called Su Yi. This one isn't wearing a white coat. Although the head is missing, the body looks relatively young, so it probably isn't Luo Ding among them. But the door to the operating room was opened, and the survivors who were supposed to be hiding inside were gone. Also, the head of this corpse looks like it was directly torn off by someone. It takes quite a bit of strength to tear someone's head off. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Su Yi thinks that the person who killed this man is very likely an evolved being or someone with special abilities. A mutant beast. This possibility is quite low, the mutated beasts usually bite directly, so it's unlikely that they would tear off a person's head. Go upstairs, search. Su Yi was a bit uneasy and said, stay close to me, the opponent might be an evolver. Go straight to the top floor, it might be survivors from the inpatient department coming. Sui thought of a possibility and decided to head to the top floor first. The two moved at an extremely fast pace. In just a few breaths, they reached the top floor. Sui noticed that the door to the passage had opened. Just as I thought. Sui drew his battle knife, took a deep breath, and walked toward the end of the corridor. Ling Xuang trusted the firearm on her body even more. She raised her rifle and followed Sui. Eat it all, this is all meat, fresh and tender meat. Eat it all, don't waste a single bit. If you don't eat, I'll take your Nizi to feed the dog. Damn it, you stinky bitch, what kind of expression is that? Do you want to die, huh? Smack. Sui and Ling Xuang hadn't gotten close yet when they heard the sound. So, the two of them quickened their pace. Rushing through the door at the end of the corridor, Sui saw a group of people. Luo Ding, Zhang Yuan, and the others had their hands tied behind their backs and their legs taped up, unable to move. A short man, resembling a gorilla, was riding on top of a boy. She was stuffing a piece of bloody meat into Zhang Yuan's mouth. No need to guess, this meat must have been cut from a person on the ground. Sui glanced over and saw that besides Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan and the other 7, there were about 10 more. However, the other dozen or so people had all been abused by this group. Especially the women, whose breasts had all been cut off. Stop, let them go, or I'll shoot. Ling Xuang aimed her gun at that person and shouted loudly. Hearing Ling Xuang's words, those people all turned their heads back. Their faces were full of disdain. There were 6 people in total, no, it should be 7. They all looked quite young. Hey, your knife, and your clothes, I really like them. Give them to me quickly, and I'll spare your life. The man, resembling an ape, looked at Sui with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Her nails were very long, and her hands were also covered with some scales. Additionally, her eyes looked like those of a snake. Staring at someone like that would give a chilling feeling. A bunch of beasts, go to hell. Sui said with disgust. Ling Xuang hesitated for a moment, then fired directly. Indeed, they were already a bunch of beasts, no longer worthy of being called human. Humans would never bully their own kind like this. These beasts no longer deserve to live. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rifle spat flames as it fired bursts at those few people. Ling Xuang's marksmanship was extremely sharp, capable of headshots with every shot. However, they were not shot. The bullets were all caught by that monstrous gorilla-like person. Then, with a flick of her hand, all the bullets were shot towards Ling Xuang. Sui slipped and stepped in front of Ling Xuang. Qi manipulation technique. In front of Sui's body, a shield formed from air appeared, blocking the bullets. At the same time, Sui's expression grew serious. Because all 6 of the opponents had shimmering scales on their bodies. This indicates that they are either psychics or evolvers. Or even both. Retreat. Sui said this, but he didn't turn and leave quickly. Fighting here will inevitably affect Luo Ding and the others. If you want to run, it's too late. If you dare to shoot at us, you're dead. Attack, kill them. Cut off the upper parts of the women and the lower parts of the men, drag them back to feed the giant snake. Their flesh can help the giant snake grow a few more brain crystals. From their words, Sui directly obtained the intelligence. Their abilities likely come from consuming the brain beads of a certain mutated snake. Sui was shocked that the mutated snake's brain pearl could continue to grow. This can definitely be used to create a powerful team of superpowered individuals. It seems we need to leave a survivor. Let's go to the balcony, Sui said to Ling Xuan, then ran toward the balcony. 7 beasts, only 1 can be left alive. Ling Xuan also drew her battle knife and, together with Sui, hurried towards the balcony. After more than 10 seconds, they appeared on the hospital balcony. Upon arriving at this place, Sui discovered that there were more than a dozen corpses here. The flesh of these corpses must have been cut, many knife marks can be seen. These little beasts deserve to die. Ling Xuan couldn't hold back, her eyes turned red. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. She never imagined that those beasts could be so cruel. Kill, kill, kill. Now, there is only one word left in her heart. Look at them, how confident they are. TSK, they probably think we're no good, right? In the past, no one in this world cared about us. Not anymore. No one looks down on us now. Those who do will be killed by us. So what if there are people with special abilities? Don't we have them too? Sui suddenly put away a knife, then took out a cigarette and lit it. Little brat, haven't you heard that villains die because they talk too much? Saying this, Sui scratched his ear and pointed his battle knife at the opponent from a distance. Go, let them see the power bestowed by our snake god. The gorilla woman roared in fury. The 5 people behind her let out a howl and lunged toward Sui and Ling Xuang. Remember, the one who sends you to hell is called Sui. Don't reincarnate in your next life. Every time I see beasts like you, I kill you. Saying that, Sui swung his battle knife horizontally and charged straight ahead. Swinging the knife, a horizontal slash. A beast was cut in half at the waist by Sui. Trash. Sui's cigarette emitted a spark, then transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards another monster. They are not supernaturals. They can only be considered a kind of monster. When their abilities are activated, their heads have already turned snake-like. This situation is completely different from Ling Xuang and the others gaining the ability of mutated rat armor. Sui killed one of them with a single slash, causing the gorilla woman's expression to change drastically. She has encountered evolvers before, but compared to Sui, they are not even on the same level. How can this person be so strong? She licked her tongue, which was like a snake's tongue, her eyes full of desire. Having eaten such a strong opponent, her own strength would definitely increase significantly. She and her companions had already eaten 2 evolvers and gained great benefits. Chapter 78, The Super Python. Compared to Sui, Ling Xuang has to struggle a bit more. Constant chopping forced the 2 beasts attacking her to keep their distance. But she still can't bring herself to kill them. Not getting hurt by these 2 monstrous beasts is already her limit. Weak and small. She felt her own weakness. Ah! Ling Xuang shouted loudly, and the strength in her hand increased a bit. She felt that she couldn't always wait for Sui to save her. Sui could save her once or twice. From now on, will Sui no longer be by her side? No one will save her anymore. Killed by monsters, tortured by monsters, and then eaten. I can't be this weak anymore. To become strong, we must become strong. Kill. The knife in Ling Xuang's hand grew increasingly sharp, forcing the 2 beasts attacking her to retreat repeatedly. On the other side, Sui, with a cigarette in his mouth, charged at a monster. Pfft. Sui's battle knife pierced through a monster's belly, then he pushed hard to the right, slicing the monster's body open. Another monster jumped directly onto Sui, its claws wildly scratching at Sui's head. If Sui didn't have the chi control technique and hadn't formed a protective chi shield around him, he would definitely have been injured. Sui reached back and grabbed the monster off his body, slamming it onto the ground. Boom! His foot followed through with a stomp. Sui directly stomped the opponent's body into the balcony, the whole body sinking down. Simple, brutal. These young monsters have no combat skills to speak of. This is not a battle of the same scale at all, it is a completely one-sided suppression. When Sui stepped onto the balcony, the battle knife in his hand did not rest, he directly split open the opponent's head. Then Sui leapt forward and charged towards the gorilla woman. The orangutan woman and her companion beneath her realized something was wrong and turned to run. Because Sui was simply too strong, much stronger than them. However, they were already running too slowly. A long spear appeared in Sui's hand and was thrown out by him. The long spear pierced directly through the monster beneath the gorilla woman, pinning it to the balcony. The huge inertia sent the gorilla woman flying backward. Sui did not stop but quickly ran towards the gorilla woman. Such a ruthless beast, how could he let it go? She is more damnable than the infected. The infected have lost their human consciousness, possessing only the instincts to kill and feed, they have degenerated into some kind of beast, without even language. This little bastard is different, she can still speak. But what she does is the work of the devil. No, no, please, I was wrong, brother, I was wrong, don't kill me. The gorilla woman began to plead as she was about to be caught. However, Sui did not listen at all. She must die. She is definitely the most ruthless one among these people, the one who has done the most evil. The other party's speed is very fast, and it is not so easy for Sui to catch up. Very quickly, she jumped directly from one balcony to another. Sui did not hesitate and leapt directly onto the opposite balcony. While in the air, Sui glanced back. Ling Xuang had already killed one of the monsters, so the remaining one no longer posed a threat to her. Therefore, Sui felt even more at ease. Sui knew that this gorilla woman was most likely trying to lure him to the giant snake she mentioned. Sui was somewhat curious about the relationship between this gorilla woman and the big snake. The mutated dog that Sui had killed before was still loyal to its former owner, which gave Jia Shinping the opportunity to bully his co-workers by borrowing the dog's authority. The two of them chased each other across countless balconies for more than 10 minutes, some balconies were more than 5 meters apart, but none of them could stop Sui's footsteps. If you say you want to send her to hell, then you must send her to hell. After chasing to a balcony, Sui saw that the gorilla woman ran into the stairwell. Finally arrived? Sui sneered. He knew the other party was definitely trying to lure him to the lair of that big snake. However, Sui did not care. No one can protect the gorilla woman, she must die. Hiss hiss hiss. Sui heard the sound of snakes, and it was very loud. Needless to say, that big snake must be very large in size. Sui quickly rushed downstairs and then arrived in a courtyard. In the courtyard, a giant python was coiled. The python was enormous, as big as a car. Hee, come on, come kill me. The gorilla woman stood beside the giant snake, smugly beckoning Sui with her finger. Humph. Sui looked at the other party without fear. In his storage space, he still had the last rocket from the 7-kill army, which could be powered up using survival points. However, for Sui, this was the most powerful attack method and would not be used lightly. With a step forward, Sui charged towards the gorilla woman. His abdomen had not yet fully absorbed the Peiyuan pill. Therefore, he could use his strongest 7-kill spear and wield the greedy wolf kill technique he currently mastered. The spear used earlier on the balcony was taken down from the iron gate at the villa base by Sui and Lingyu back then. The Overlord spear was still in his storage space. It's just that for now, Sui has no intention of using the tyrant spear. His body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the gorilla woman. The gorilla woman let out a shriek and tried to flee. She didn't expect Sui to be so formidable, completely ignoring the giant python. This giant python looks terrifying, making people's hearts tremble with fear. Hiss. The giant python raised its body upright and hissed loudly. A foul stench rushed over, making people feel nauseous. You fiend, you must have eaten many humans, today I will end you all at once. Saying that, Sui rushed to the giant python's side, stabbing its body with the twin blades in his hands. Sui found that his twin blades were directly blocked by the python's skin and did not pierce it. This defense, just as Sui had expected, was very strong. Before his move could succeed, Sui circled around to the back of the giant python and chased after the gorilla woman. The giant python could be fought later, but the gorilla woman had to be killed first. The gorilla woman did not expect Sui to attack her again so soon, and hurriedly swung her sharp claws to fend him off. Her claws were extremely hard, like metal. However, it was still much more fragile in front of vibranium. Therefore, her nails were quickly worn down by Sui by more than half. Seeing this, the gorilla woman immediately became panic-stricken, fighting while retreating. The python also turned its head to bite Sui, attempting to bite him. Unfortunately, Sui possessed the agile dragon step, making him very flexible and able to avoid the giant python's repeated attacks. Under Sui's attacks, the gorilla woman developed a series of wounds on her body. Chapter 79, Using the giant python's blood to sacrifice the tyrant spear. Bite him, you useless thing, bite him to death quickly. The orangutan woman dodged while shouting. Because she knew Sui was stronger than her, she was about to be killed by Sui soon. The only chance to change this outcome lay with the python. As long as the python bites Sui, he will surely die. Unfortunately, the python became slower and slower because it was too heavy. Its strength couldn't keep up with its body size, so it could only stay in this place waiting for the gorilla woman to feed it. Otherwise, with its size, it would have no problem dominating this city at this stage. Faster, grow the snake brain crystal faster, faster. The gorilla woman cried and laughed intermittently, like a madwoman. The wounds on her body kept increasing, and the blood flowed more and more. Suddenly, she pounced on the head of the giant python. On its head, a crystal the size of a quail egg grew out. Then, the gorilla woman put the crystal into her mouth and ran toward the exit. Sui decisively chased after her, not letting her escape. After the gorilla woman rushed out, she jumped towards the upstairs of the opposite building. Through one air conditioning unit after another, she quickly climbed onto the balcony. Sui chased along the way, and just as he reached the balcony, the gorilla woman suddenly launched an attack on him. If it weren't for Sui skillfully dodging with his own Yulong step, he might really have been injured by her. Sui noticed that her momentum had grown stronger, and her attacks had become sharper. In addition, the sharp claws that Sui had originally cut off had grown back. Needless to say, it was definitely caused by that red crystal. Sui felt the pressure, thinking that the gorilla woman's attacks were very fierce and also very wild. It was a completely reckless fighting style, with every move being extremely vicious. Sui's chi control technique was still somewhat lacking, so his defense became increasingly weak. After a frantic battle lasting half an hour, more than a dozen claw marks appeared on Sui's body. If Sui had not cut off the gorilla woman's claws again, the injuries on his body would have been much more severe. At the same time, Sui's body was also thrown around countless times. Of course, the gorilla woman was even worse off. One of her wrists was cut off by Sui, and she had countless knife wounds on her body. Now, she is barely holding on. Because once she tries to retreat, Sui attacks her fiercely. Her wrist was cut off by Sui under these circumstances. "You will die soon," Sui said teasingly. He wanted to provoke the other party, so that they would lose their composure. There was still a giant python to deal with over there, and Sui would not let that giant python live. Perhaps the reason these people were so crazy and so devoid of humanity was related to the crystals growing on top of the giant python's head that they consumed. Sui definitely wouldn't take the risk of letting anyone try that kind of crystal. If it had any effect, it would be like harming others. "Ah! I'm going to tear you apart, tear you apart." The gorilla woman angrily attacked Sui's lower lane, and Sui did a backflip, leaping over her head. At the same time, the battle knife slashed past the gorilla woman's back. The gorilla woman let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. Sui took advantage of the moment and launched an attack, slashing out with a blade. The gorilla woman's jaw was directly cut off by Sui, blood gushing out, and she couldn't even make a sound. Sui continued to strike, severing her other arm as well. She kept shaking her head, as if she still wanted to beg for mercy. Sui stepped forward directly and severed her legs. The gorilla woman died slowly in pain, and Sui finally felt relieved. Take your time to experience the taste of death, and fully enjoy this despair. After saying this, Sui leapt skillfully and landed on an air conditioning unit. Sui quickly stopped on the second floor. He needed to rest for a while, otherwise, if he stayed on the balcony, Sui was afraid he would want to tear that gorilla woman to pieces. The warmth in his abdomen was gradually fading, indicating that the Peiyuan pill had almost been fully absorbed by Sui. Sui took out a piece of braised meat made by Lu Ran for him. It was made from the meat of a mutated rat king and was specially prepared by Lu Ran just for him. No one else had it. After fighting for so long, Sui's physical strength was still greatly depleted. Trying to deal with that huge python without restoring strength would be very disadvantageous. "Sizzle, sizzle, Sui, can you hear me?" Ling Shuang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Got it, I'm fine, don't worry," Sui replied. "That's good. Have you sorted things out on your side?" "I've finished on mine. Those doctors are in the operating room helping those people, hopefully they can be saved," Ling Shuang said somewhat emotionally. It was obvious that she couldn't stand to see those people being bullied and hurt. Sui thought this was very normal. After all, she used to be a police officer, and having a sense of justice was only natural. Without a sense of justice, it becomes a bit frightening. Such a person is a treasure for the shelter. Because humanity still needs to continue civilization, people like Ling Shuang, who are full of a sense of justice, are needed. With this person as part of the shelter's management, Sui feels safe staying in such a shelter. "I still need to deal with a mutated giant python, which will probably take some time. You stay at the hospital, and if you need support, I will call you." Sui had no intention of letting Ling Shuang come, since her strength was rather average and she wouldn't be of much help even if she came. There was no sound from the walkie-talkie. Sui guessed that Ling Shuang might want to come find him. But worried about affecting him, she did not ask about his location. After finishing the braised meat in his hand, Sui took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. Although it doesn't actually relieve stress, Sui now felt that smoking one made him feel mentally relieved. This was actually a kind of psychological suggestion, which Sui was well aware of. After finishing the cigarette, Sui took the Overlord gun out of his storage space. "Buddy, this is the first time it has shown its face after being silent for thousands of years. Using its blood to awaken you should be enough, right?" Saying that, Sui touched the gun barrel and jumped to the ground. After his body landed on the ground, Sui reversed his grip on the spear and charged inside like an ancient general. The giant python seemed to sense the danger as well. After Sui rushed in, its gaze became sharp and fierce. Greedy wolf kill. Almost no spear shadows could be seen, the movements all seemed very slow. However, each gunshot that pierced through was accompanied by a roar, like a wolf growling. Moreover, the gun movements were astonishing. The python did not dodge but tried to pounce and bite Sui. However, the tyrant spear struck its body, leaving one blood hole after another. It wanted to attack Sui, but it never had the chance. Sui's spear directly blocked its attack, continuously leaving wounds and blood holes on its body. Chapter 80, The Light Pink Brain Pearl. The giant python kept screaming miserably and retreating continuously. It was simply no match for Sui, because Sui's greedy wolf kill was too strong. More than 30 blood holes gradually caused the python to lose its vitality. Sui held the gun, feeling completely drained of strength. The shooting was plain and unadorned, but it used up all of Sui's energy. He still cannot freely use the 7-kill gun. This marksmanship is really too powerful. It is also because there are no other dangers around that Sui dares to use the 7-kill gun. The Peiyuan pill in the abdomen has been completely absorbed by Sui and can no longer provide energy. Sui. Ling Xuan called out from the balcony. She had come over after hearing the noise here. Sui raised his hand to make a V sign because he was too weak to lift his head. Pfft. Ling Xuan was amused by Sui, but there were clearly tears in her eyes. A giant python the size of a small car, this is just too terrifying. Sui actually killed such a terrifying giant python. He is really strong and also very dangerous. Ling Xuan quickly came down the stairs and reached Sui's side. Help me up, sit down, my muscles are stiff. Sui wasn't trying to show off, it was just that the muscles on his body had really stiffened up. The after effects of the 7-kill spear are too strong. If your strength isn't enough, forcibly using it really hurts. Ling Xuan quickly helped Sui sit down on the side, then wiped her own tears, afraid that Sui would see. Help me light a cigarette, to calm down, Sui said after sitting down. Ling Xuan said nothing, silently took out Sui's cigarette, then lit it and took a puff, placing it by Sui's mouth. Handle the corpse, the meat is probably still edible. The meat of mutated beasts is all good stuff, Sui thought it was still worth taking back. But this giant python is too big, even if he emptied his storage space, it still wouldn't fit. When I arrived, I contacted Qin Li. He should be at the hospital now. I asked him to come over and move some of it. Okay, Sui agreed immediately. The storage space is still too small. It seems we still need to create more storage space. I can't say for sure if more is needed, but making one with 100 cubic meters is definitely necessary. Although it's 100 cubic meters, it's actually not that much. Ling Xuan had already made a mark on the way here, so after contacting Qin Li via walkie-talkie, Qin Li followed the mark Ling Xuan left and arrived beside the two of them. Sui's condition has only slightly improved, he's still not quite able to move freely. Qin Li was also startled when he saw the corpse of the giant python. Boss, you're too fierce. You actually killed such an enormous python, Qin Li said, his eyes full of admiration. When encountering such a giant python, he could only take a detour and run away, he simply didn't have the strength to fight it. Although Sui looked weak, there were no signs of injury. It was just luck, its body was too large, so it was very clumsy. If it were a bit more agile, I wouldn't dare to provoke it, Sui said truthfully. Ling Xuan had some difficulty cutting with her battle knife, she had to use Sui's battle knife to easily dismember the giant python's corpse. There is a brain pearl, but this brain pearl is larger than the others. I don't know what kind of ability it has. Ling Xuan immediately split open the mutated giant python's head and took out its brain pearl. Sui noticed that this brain pearl was pale pink in color. So, he received it inside his storage space. Now, he already has a mutated dog's brain orb and a mutated python's brain orb in his hands. Outside the iron gate, excited infected creatures were crowding, constantly reaching out as if eager to eat the mutated python's meat. After cutting it up, Qin Li carried several hundred pounds of python meat and returned first. The meat of these pythons needs to be moved to the hospital first and stored in the hospital's cold storage room. Because there is no way to walk from the community hospital to the steel plant via the balcony, they can only go on the ground. On the ground, they can carry dozens of pounds, but if it's over 100 pounds, they can't move. Ling Xuan stayed by Sui's side because she was worried that Sui might encounter danger. Qin Li ran back and forth 7 or 8 times before Sui regained his ability to move. However, he found that he did not experience any muscle soreness, which was considered a good thing. After regaining his ability to move, Sui stored the remaining mutated python meat in his storage space and returned to the community hospital together with Ling Xuang. Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan were very excited when they saw Sui and kept thanking him repeatedly. If Sui had not appeared in time, they would definitely have been tortured and killed by those beasts. Sui got to know them a bit and found that among the survivors there were 5 doctors, 9 nurses, 3 patients, and 9 family members of the patients. These people were originally in the inpatient area, mainly sustaining themselves on nutritional fluids, along with some snacks and fruits. After all, many people often bring fruits and the like when visiting patients, which provided them with some food. Compared to Luo Ding and the others, the survivors in the hospital area are much luckier. Their misfortune was encountering that group of inhuman beasts today, but since they all survived, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Sui left enough food behind, then used storage equipment to carry away the meat of the mutated giant python. This meat definitely couldn't be left here, so Sui made several trips back and forth, transporting all the mutated giant python meat back to the steel factory. In addition, Sui also took away 40 blood bags from the hospital. When leaving, Sui had Luo Ding and the others collect the infusion tools from the hospital. After everyone has been transferred to the steel factory, Sui will have each person donate blood. Blood bags are still very useful. Sui thinks it's possible to store some on his own person. Luo Ding and the others really wanted to leave with them, but they didn't have enough strength, so they could only stay obediently in the hospital. Outside the hospital, Sui and Qinli pushed many cars to reinforce the hospital's main gate. After finishing, Sui and the others returned to the steel factory. As soon as they arrived at the steel factory, Sui and the others received good news. The tunnel was dug through and reached directly to the riverside. Because it was almost dark, Sui did not rush to have the Lu Heng group relocate overnight. He just relayed this message to Lu Tao via the walkie-talkie, asking him to prepare for the transfer tomorrow morning. Sui, once the Lu Heng group moves to the steel factory tomorrow, can we return to the shelter? It's been 2 days, but Ling Xuang is still very worried about Ling Yu and the others. Although there are quite a few people in the camp, without a strong person like Sui stationed there, it would be very dangerous if a mutated beast attacked. Although the shelter can notify Sui and the others through one-way text messages, there is also a possibility that there won't be any chance to send out the information at all. Chapter 81, Checking in at the warehouse feels great. Tomorrow Lu Ran and I will return to the municipal building, while you and Qinli stay here. There are quite a few mutated beasts nearby, so someone needs to guard the place. Sui was smoking while looking at the starry sky. It had just gotten dark, and the stars were already visible. I don't know if it's because there is no light pollution or any industrial pollution, but the starry sky is much brighter. Ling Xuang nodded and had no objections to Sui's arrangements. This place was taken by Sui through a risky effort, and he even got injured. If the steel plant were lost due to an attack by other mutated beasts, all the hard work would be in vain. At that moment, Zhong Qingping came running all the way and reached Sui's side. Report to the commander, 2 warehouses have already been cleared out. Alright, got it. Hurry up with the weapons. Also, find a way to enhance the weapon strength. Sui had Zhong Qingping bring people to clear the warehouse for the purpose of signing in. A warehouse is definitely more powerful than a storage room. Signing in at the warehouse, I wonder how much storage space can be gained. By 12 o'clock, Sui already knew the result. After dinner, Sui and Lu Ran went to rest. The night watch was temporarily assigned to Qinli and Ling Xuang. One of them guarded the first half of the night, and the other guarded the second half. If anything happened, Sui and the others would naturally take action. At midnight, Sui was awakened by the system's alert sound. Looking up at the light screen, Sui got out of bed. 5771. Someone had to tidy up 2 warehouses because Sui wanted to check in twice in a row. Sui lived on the 2nd floor, so he was too lazy to take the stairs and jumped directly from the balcony to the ground. Because the streetlights are solar-powered, the lighting at night is still normal. Boss? Is there any situation? On a rooftop, Qinli saw Sui and quickly ran to his side. No, I just woke up, so I came out for a walk. How is it, was the night still relatively peaceful? Sui asked with concern. Qinli said with some worry, not very peaceful, there are some noises outside, probably sounds made by mutated beasts. Maybe it's because there are too many infected around here, so they can't break through for the time being. Sui listened carefully and indeed heard some sounds. This is normal, after all, this area is close to the park. Actually, the number of mutated beasts has always been quite high, it's just that we have encountered fewer of them. Sui thought that the reason they encountered fewer was because their activity range was smaller, so the probability of meeting them was naturally lower. You go rest, leave this to me. Ling Xuang will wake up soon, so you can sleep peacefully. Sui sent Qinli to rest, then he headed towards the warehouse. The warehouse was very clean, without a single piece of clutter. System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful, storage space increased by 100 cubic meters. Ding, survival points plus 200. Hearing the system's prompt, Suyi's eyes lit up. Getting 100 cubic meters at once, that's awesome. Sui had only received 10 cubic meters after signing in so many times before, but now he got 100 cubic meters of space at once. With such a huge difference, how could Sui not be surprised? He quickly rushed out of the warehouse and then headed towards the second warehouse. Storage space is naturally better the more there is, Sui wished he could carry a whole world with him. System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful, gained 100 cubic meters of storage space. Ding, survival points plus 200. I didn't expect that even though the warehouse doubled in size, the rewards obtained were still the same. Is it because the maximum reward you can get at one time is 100, or is it because the more times you check in at similar places, the fewer rewards you get? He knew that asking the system was pointless, so he could only gradually figure it out on his own. Additionally, he now has 210 cubic meters of storage space, which is a full 200 cubic meters more than before, allowing him to carry a lot more supplies with him. Now, he can carry supplies equivalent to a large truck with him. If it were all food, it would be enough for him to eat and drink for nearly half a year. Taking another look at the light screen, Sui confirmed his survival points. 6,171. Shocked. Then, Sui took a walk around the steel plant. When Qinli went to rest, Ling Xuang had already gotten up to take over the post, so Sui took a round and then went back to continue resting. Early the next morning, it was still Lu Ran who came to knock on the door and wake Sui. After having breakfast, Sui and the other three entered the river channel through the tunnel, then headed towards the factory building where the Lu Aviation Regiment was located. The four of them fought their way through, clearing a small passage to allow the people of the Lu Aviation Regiment to enter the river channel smoothly. The Lu Aviation Regiment itself also had combat capabilities, so the journey was safe and uneventful, and everyone successfully entered the river channel. I really appreciate how well our country's infrastructure is built, otherwise, these infected would have rushed into the river channel, Lu Ran said, looking at the infected on the riverbank with a sigh. Others also nodded in strong agreement, saying that if the guardrails along the river were not very high and sturdy, those infected would indeed easily flood into the river. Alright, you all return to the steel plant, Lu Ran and I will return to the municipal center. Sui felt there was no need for him and Lu Ran to go back to the steel plant. After splitting up, Sui and Lu Ran quickly arrived at the confluence of the rivers. The two checked and found that the two boats were still there, and the supplies on board were not missing. However, Sui still put the mutated fish from the yacht's refrigerator into his own storage space. Keeping it in the storage space can also preserve freshness, even better than the refrigerator. Then, Sui and Lu Ran moved upstream. Although the water level has risen somewhat, it is still far from being navigable. They haven't found suitable materials yet, otherwise they could completely block the river channel and raise the water level to a navigable degree. Going upstream takes more time, and there are still some scattered infected people along the way. As they were approaching the municipal center, Lu Ran asked curiously, Sui, are we moving everyone to the steel factory this time? Because she had seen the stockpiled supplies, with each person carrying 100 gene, it was impossible to move all the supplies at once. Let's try, our current situation is not suitable for managing two shelters that are too far apart. Moreover, the steel plant has better conditions and also needs a large number of people for construction and planting. Sui plans to temporarily give up on the municipal center here. Their current strength is limited, and the distance between the two places is too far, it is unrealistic to manage both. The municipal center is only suitable as a small outpost, and the current focus should still be on the steel plant. Two people were chatting when they suddenly heard the sound of artillery. Boom! Sui and Lu Ran's expressions changed. You are faster, you go back first to provide support. Sui and Lu Ran said this, then quickly started running. Chapter 82, The 7-Kill Army That Fights to the Death Without Retreating. Lu Ran sprinted at his fastest speed, and in less than 3 minutes, he had reached the municipal center. The outer wall has already been destroyed. A mutated giant python is attacking the camp. The people of the Qisha army are shooting frantically. Because there is a cannon and a tank, they were able to stop the mutated snake's attack. However, the new recruits in the 7-kill army have already become chaotic. They have only been training for a short time, and most of them are holding kitchen knives, with no other weapons. They are just ordinary people and have not acquired any special abilities. Fear is very normal. They did not turn their heads and run away, which is already very brave. In front of them were Ling Yu, Ling Chun, Yi Ji, Su Rui, Chu Jun, and Meng Qitong. Meng Qitong became a superhuman after receiving 2 moves from Ling Yu and obtaining the last brain bead of the mutant rat. If it weren't for these 6 blocking the front and repelling a wave of mutant python attacks, the new recruits of the Qisha army would have long since fled. Commander, what should we do? This mutated snake is too strong, I'm afraid we can't hold it back. Chu Jun looked at the notch on the big knife in his hand and asked with some concern. Although they managed to block a wave of attacks, each of them sustained some injuries. The mutated snake's tail is too powerful, like a whip, and it attacks its targets. Each one of them was hit. To be honest, if it weren't for their armor, they would probably have already lost their combat effectiveness. Fight. Ling Yu has only one word, and that is fight. Because if they retreat, the Qisha army will suffer and many people will die. So, besides fighting, there was no other way. Alright, then we fight to the death. Ling Chun stood by her daughter's side, the first to support her. Fight to the death, no retreat. The Chu army still had spirit, they shouted loudly and charged out. Because the tanks and artillery had run out of shells, they could only fight hand to hand. Fight to the death, no retreat. Everyone shouted loudly, raising their weapons and charging towards the giant python. The giant python was attacked, let out a miserable scream, swung its body, and knocked several people flying. But they did not retreat. After being knocked down, they immediately got up and charged at the mutated giant python again, attacking it. Because they knew that every attack would cause damage to the mutated giant python and would give others a slightly better chance of winning. Hold on, Sui is coming right away. Lu Ran's words exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone's spirits were involuntarily lifted. Don't force it, just entangle it. Lu Ran spoke again, then she gripped the bayonet with both hands and charged at the mutated giant python. Then she realized that her bayonet was like stabbing into a wall, completely unable to pierce the body of the mutated giant python. However, she clearly saw that the weapons of the Ling family members could all break through the skin of the mutated giant python. Their weapons were all given by Su Yi. Lu Ran immediately understood in her heart and felt that Su Yi must have other secrets. Su Yi's own weapon was the same, unbelievably powerful. If Su Yi could find a weapon for me, my strength would definitely improve. After Lu Ran found that her attacks were ineffective, she began to try new ways of attacking. She wanted to control the blood of the mutated giant python. She thought that since blood is also a liquid, it should be possible to control it using water manipulation techniques. If she could control the opponent's blood, then she could easily take their life. Therefore, this water manipulation technique could also become a very powerful superpower. Because blood is too dangerous, she didn't even dare to use her own blood for experiments. So, this is just a theory. When Lu Ran's military dagger struck the body of the mutated giant python, she began trying to control the opponent's blood. As a result, she found that she couldn't sense anything. After coming into contact with the mutated giant python, Lu Ran quickly retreated to a distance. Otherwise, she would be hit by the mutated python. Then, she struck again, this time attacking the wound of the mutated python. Water control technique. Lu Ran wanted to control the blood of the mutated python. If it can't be controlled inside the body, then the liquid flowing from its wound should be controllable, right? It turned out that Lu Ran's idea was correct, she could indeed control the blood. However, it was much more difficult than controlling water. In this way, it caused no substantial harm to the giant python at all. After making contact, Lu Ran quickly retreated. Then, she saw Ling Yu being thrown away by the mutated giant python. So, Lu Ran rushed over swiftly, hugged Ling Yu, and took away her strength. Thank you, Ling Yu said gratefully. If Lu Ran hadn't saved me in time just now, I would have been seriously injured. Once seriously injured, it would affect many things. It could even affect my intimate relationship with Su Yi. After all, the two of us haven't reached the final step yet. Don't underestimate this step, it has a very significant impact on the relationship between two people. Don't force it, Su Yi will be here soon. He just hunted down a mutated snake the size of a small car yesterday, so this one will definitely be easily slain by Su Yi, Lu Ran explained, then continued to launch an attack on the mutated giant python. Her goal was to entangle the mutated giant python, preventing it from rushing into the camp and harming the ordinary soldiers. Lin Yu glanced in the direction of the river. If Sui was coming back, he would definitely appear from that direction. When Lin Yu looked towards the river channel, the others were continuously attacking, and no one stopped. If they stopped, the giant python would coil around one person and attack. Only by everyone continuously attacking would it not focus on a single target. Here he comes, Sui is here. Lin Yu saw a familiar figure, and her eyes immediately lit up. Sui saw the mutated giant python and immediately took out his spear. To be honest, Sui is very afraid of snakes. He used to be especially afraid of snakes and also really disliked them. Whenever he encountered them, Sui would get goosebumps. Accelerate, accelerate. Sui grasped the spear and charged towards the giant python. As he was about to get close, Sui leapt into the air, then fiercely struck the python's vital spot with the spear in his hand. Boom! That spear hit the python's vital spot firmly and steadily. Snake blood splattered everywhere, and dust flew wildly. The giant snake let out a miserable scream, its head and body twisting continuously. Sui's spear directly cut through the python's flesh and bones. Everyone was stunned. They kept attacking for so long without injuring the giant python, yet Sui disabled it with just one shot. This gap is just way too big, isn't it? Everyone looked at the giant python's nearly severed head, their hearts filled with shock. Chapter 83, Consuming the Brain Pearl of the Mutated Snake. Be careful. Lin Yu saw the python's head lunging at Sui, immediately rushed forward, and then stabbed its head into the ground with a single strike. Sui, are you okay? Lin Yu jumped down from the python's head, ran to Sui's side, and helped him up. I'm fine, just some muscle stiffness. A few hours of rest will be enough, Sui said with a smile. That strike just now almost drained all of his strength. It's similar to the situation yesterday, but a bit more severe than yesterday. Today, just one move from the greedy wolf kill drained all of his strength. This situation should be the aftereffect left from yesterday. It can only be said that this aftereffect is much more severe than Sui had expected. Don't worry, this isn't an injury, it's a side effect of my ability. Sui knew Lin Yu was very worried about him, so he continued to reassure her. Hearing Sui say this, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, then directly picked him up. Fortunately, Sui has a thick skin, otherwise he would be so embarrassed right now that he would want to crawl into a hole. Very soon, Sui was sent back to the war situation room by Lin Yu, where there was a very comfortable massage chair. Then, Lin Yu went to handle the aftermath. After all, the camp was destroyed by a mutated giant python, and some people were injured. These all needed Lin Yu to deal with and to comfort. Half an hour later, Lin Yu brought everyone to see Sui. Sui, that mutated giant python has a brain pearl, light green in color. Saying this, Lin Yu took out a light green brain pearl and handed it to Sui. Here, take it. You were the one who killed it in the end. I still have 2 brain pearls unused. Sui felt that Lin Yu needed the brain pearls more to enhance her strength. Even if she couldn't gain supernatural abilities, it could still improve her strength. After all, she is the commander of the 7-kill army, so her strength definitely can't be weak. Lin Yu did not hesitate and accepted it directly. If she refused, it would mean she was being distant with Sui. Just consider it as something given by Sui. She didn't want to push Sui towards Lu Ran. After a few days apart, Lu Ran looked even more beautiful than before. If she still pushes Sui away now, it would be equivalent to handing Sui over to Lu Ran. Sui, you've already taken care of the steel factory over there. So when do we start the relocation? Lin Yu circled behind Sui, placing her hands on his shoulders and began to massage him. We will organize all personnel to relocate immediately. Everyone must move to the steel factory by the end of today. Some supplies can be carried, and the rest will be transported by ship, Sui said as he enjoyed Lin Yu's massage. Their purpose for coming back today was to have the entire Qixia army relocate. It was obvious that Lu Ran did not tell Lin Yu about this decision, she only told her that Sui had successfully taken over the steel factory. Although she was just a college student, she already knew how to consider the feelings of those in power, which surprised Sui. Upon hearing Sui's words, Lin Yu immediately became energized. This place was becoming increasingly unsuitable as a shelter, not only because more and more infected were appearing, but also because waves of mutant beast attacks kept coming one after another. The mutated rats had just been dealt with not long ago, and now the mutated giant python has appeared. If we delay any longer, who knows what new mutated beasts might show up. I'll arrange it right away and try to set off within 2 hours. Saying that, Ling Yu directly walked out to make the arrangements. Because of the appearance of the mutated giant python, the people in the camp had long been terrified. If they knew there was a safer shelter, they would definitely be eager to leave immediately. Lu Ran also went to help. After all, relocating more than 10,000 people is not something that can be done with just a few words, it requires coordinated planning. After all, everyone needs to carry supplies with them when they leave. Everyone took action, not a single person was idle, even those who were injured began to prepare. The only person who was idle was Su Yi. After he laboriously lit the cigarette, he began to try to mobilize his telekinesis and start honing his abilities. His muscles were just stiff and his strength was drained, but it did not affect his telekinesis. Moreover, it was precisely because of the severe aftereffects of the 7-kill spear that Su Yi paid more attention to his supernatural abilities. Su Yi began to try whether he could use the qi manipulation technique to attack the target. If you can only defend, it becomes somewhat useless. Su Yi believes in one saying, the best defense is a good offense. So, Su Yi began using qi manipulation to turn the air around him into a sword. Then, he controlled the air sword with his telekinesis and started slashing. Why not? Su Yi found that after the air sword slash hit something, it only made the target move slightly, but the air sword immediately dispersed and couldn't cause any substantial damage to the target. Time and again, Su Yi could not achieve his wish. Moreover, he also discovered that the range of his qi control technique was very limited, only half a meter. Beyond this distance, control over the air will be lost. Half an hour later, Su Yi was drenched in sweat, feeling completely drained of energy. However, his muscles had recovered quite a bit. After thinking for a moment, Su Yi took out the brain orb of the mutated giant python from the storage space. The brain pearl of the mutated dog might grant a person the ability to perform sonic attacks. Su Yi felt that if he used it himself, it would be a waste of this rare ability. Su Yi did not sense any special abilities from that mutated giant python. Took out the pink brain pearl of the mutated giant python and bit it open directly in his mouth. A fragrant liquid flowed into the stomach, and a warm current spread throughout the body. Every cell feels as if it has been massaged. The aftereffects left by the Ganlang kill were instantly resolved. This discovery actually surprised Su Yi a bit. The Brain Clan can actually resolve the aftereffects left by the Ganlang kill. At the same time, Su Yi found his psychic power instantly filled up. Not even a few minutes of comfort had passed when Su Yi felt his body being torn apart. This familiar feeling, could it be? I can still gain new supernatural abilities. Although the pain was unbearable, Su Yi was very happy. The first time he consumed the brain pearl and gained supernatural powers, he experienced this deadly pain. Therefore, Su Yi strongly suspected that he might be able to gain supernatural powers again. Commander, what's wrong with you? A soldier from the 7-kill army rushed in and asked anxiously. No. Problem, brain pearl. I took the brain pearl. Su Yi struggled to control himself, trying to endure this pain. But he failed. This feeling of every part of his body being torn apart was simply unbearable for a human. Soon, Lu Ran rushed to the war situation room, followed by Ling Yu and the other regiment commanders of the 7-kill army. Upon learning that Su Yi had taken the brain pearl, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Because they have all had such experiences. At the same time, everyone became expectant. Su Yi, will he gain supernatural powers again? Chapter 84, Nyo Potion's new ability. After learning that Su Yi had taken the brain pearl, Ling Yu had someone cook a large pot of mutated snake meat, then led everyone away. To relocate more than 10,000 people, the senior leaders of the Qisha army definitely could not be absent, so they could arrange everything properly. After more than an hour, Lu Ran led his Wenshu group to escort a batch of ordinary people and set off. Everyone carried a bag of not very heavy supplies, so they could ensure they could carry the items to the steel factory. After all, walking in water is relatively strenuous, and for those who are not even full with their 3 meals a day, it is even more exhausting. Ordinary people were protected inside by the 7 regiments of the Qisha army, so the journey was quite safe. By the time Su Yi returned to normal and the pain disappeared, only Ling Yu and a few ordinary soldiers of the Qisha army remained in the camp. The others were already on their way to the steel factory. Those at the very front are almost reaching the steel factory. After recovering, Su Yi immediately grabbed the mutated snake meat and started eating ravenously. Ling Yu silently stayed by the side, not disturbing Su Yi. After eating his fill, Su Yi wiped his oil-covered hands contentedly. Everyone has moved out. Su Yi felt the camp was unusually quiet and guessed that everyone must have relocated. Ling Yu nodded, took a tissue to wipe the corner of Su Yi's mouth, and then said, "Yes, they have already moved out. Now, only we remain in the camp, along with some supplies." Su Yi squeezed Ling Yu's hand with satisfaction and said, "It seems you have really adapted well to your position. Good job." Ling Yu gave a bitter smile. She was also being forced into a difficult situation. After all, she hasn't been the commander of this army for many days. Su Yi, as for this military equipment, especially that satellite communication vehicle, we still can't dismantle everything now. If we lose this communication vehicle, we will lose contact with the military headquarters. The people left behind are mainly the soldiers responsible for the communication vehicle, as well as tank drivers and artillerymen. All of these are very difficult to leave the river channel. Let me try if I can put it into the storage space. Saying this, Su Yi walked towards the communication vehicle. After all, Su Yi's current storage space already has 200 cubic meters, and the volume of this communication vehicle is not yet 200 cubic meters. There was no one left in the vehicle, so Su Yi walked to the satellite communication vehicle and placed his hand on top of it. Then, the satellite communication vehicle simply disappeared. Ling Yu stopped abruptly. She hadn't expected Su Yi's storage space to be so large. "Don't waste the space, go move some things into the car and fill up the car's space." Su Yi took the communication vehicle out of the storage space again. Putting it in took up more than 100 cubic meters of space, and there was still some space left in his storage. "Go, you all go to the ice storage and bring up some mutated beast meat." Ling Yu immediately gave the order. At this moment, everyone finally came to their senses. Having the ability of space was such a shock to them, so overwhelming. Carrying a communication vehicle supplies with you makes survival so much easier. "Su Yi, your space is this big now." Ling Yu held onto Su Yi's shoulder and leaned completely into his embrace. As strength improves, the space will also increase accordingly," Su Yi explained. "By the way, Su Yi, what new ability did you just acquire?" Ling Yu was very curious about what kind of power Su Yi had gained. Is it really possible to obtain a second ability and make oneself stronger? Ling Yu felt that she was too weak and the gap between her and Su Yi was getting bigger and bigger. If she could obtain a second ability, then she would have a chance to catch up with Su Yi. For her, being by Su Yi's side is happier than being the commander of the 7-kill army. But without strength, she doesn't deserve to be by Su Yi's side. Following him would only be a burden. In this world, no one likes a burden. A very strange ability, I can condense a kind of crystal. Ordinary people who consume this crystal can gain some of my abilities. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu immediately widened her eyes. This ability is way too powerful, right? Ling Yu was completely stunned by Su Yi's new superpower. One person can create an entire army? Su Yi was immediately amused by Ling Yu and tickled her nose. Then, Su Yi laughed and said, "There's no such good thing. I need to consume a large amount of mutated beast meat to condense a small amount of that kind of crystal. Besides, the effect of this crystal is much inferior compared to the brain bead, and it is not permanent, the duration is short." Su Yi still didn't know exactly how long it would last. Su Yi felt like he had become a pill furnace, producing a batch of pills that could make people stronger. However, this kind of supernatural ability is indeed quite abnormal. Calling Su Yi a human alchemy furnace is not an exaggeration at all. After all, this ability does not harm Su Yi himself, it just requires him to eat a bit more, and he can use the excess energy to condense that kind of crystal. That's also incredible, really impressive. Ling Yu still looked full of admiration. To her, Su Yi was the most powerful. "Su Yi, if you eat that kind of ability crystal you condensed, can you gain the ability of your storage space? If that's possible, that would be awesome." Ling Yu couldn't help but fantasize, because Su Yi's ability seemed incredibly strong to her, possibly unique in this world. Su Yi shook his head directly. After all, the storage space was not his ability, but given by the system. His ability was actually only the chi manipulation technique. His own chi manipulation technique didn't have much combat power, so even if others used his ability crystal, at most they would only gain a weakened version of the chi manipulation technique. The main function of the ability crystal was to enhance a person's strength, speed, reaction ability, and the like. Su Yi took out a crystal, which was the first ability crystal formed from consuming several gene of mutated snake meat. The specific effects need to be tested before they can be known. Those little bastards before gained their power by using this kind of ability crystal from that giant python. However, unlike the mutated giant python, Su Yi does not have violent and bloodthirsty emotions, so it will not bring negative effects to the user. The ability crystals he condenses do not have any side effects. Moreover, as Su Yi's strength improves, the effects of the newly condensed ability crystals will also improve accordingly. From this perspective, this ability is really overbearing and very powerful. Therefore, Su Yi is quite satisfied with his new superpower. Additionally, this directly proves that a person can obtain multiple types of supernatural abilities, not just one. However, it is not that easy to acquire 2 or more types. Su Yi thinks it is related to the strength of the mutated beasts, and perhaps also related to the strength of the supernatural abilities. These can only be verified one by one, guessing is useless. Chapter 85, Ling Yu's super powerful new ability. Is this the ability crystal? It's so beautiful. Ling Yu took a crystal that looked like a ruby, her face full of disbelief. Because it was truly so beautiful and dazzling. When we get to the steel factory, you should try the brain bead of that mutated snake and see if you can gain new abilities. Su Yi hugged Ling Yu's slim waist, pulling her closer to him. The two of them were cozy for a while, and by then those people had already filled the communication vehicle with the meat of mutated beasts. Su Yi stored the communication vehicle in his storage space, then had them bring the tank and artillery into the hall to hide them. There are still many supplies left here, so we definitely need to come back to transport them. Although the tanks and artillery have run out of ammunition, they might still be useful in the future. Besides that, all the other vehicles were hidden away. This place is not considered completely abandoned, it might still be used later. After handling these matters, Su Yi and the others set off towards the steel factory. When Su Yi and the others set off, Lu Ran had already led people into the steel factory's tunnel. At the tunnel entrance, there were people from the Lu Hang regiment guarding it. The Qisha army personnel gradually entered the steel factory and successfully reached their destination. When Su Yi and Ling Yu entered the steel factory, it was already afternoon. On the road, they ate some dry rations to get by for a meal. The steel mill gave everyone a sense of security because of the high walls, which looked particularly sturdy. Therefore, those ordinary people felt especially at ease. Su Yi and Ling Yu did not worry about settling these people, because the two of them have important matters to attend to. The place where Su Yi and the others live is a separate courtyard. This place was originally a townhouse for the leaders of the steel factory. This is a mutated dog's brain bead, its ability is sonic attack, and the power is very strong. I don't know what ability your own bead has, but it is colored, so it should have some ability. You can choose one and try its effect. You start eating, I'll go to the kitchen to cook some mutated snake meat for you. Su Yi thought the mutated snake meat still tasted very good, the meat was especially tender and fragrant, and the soup was sweet. So he planned to cook a bit more and eat some himself. Anyway, no matter how much he ate, he wouldn't get fat because he could condense ability crystals to convert the excess energy. Thank you for your hard work. Saying this, Ling Yu kissed Su Yi on the cheek, then took out the brain pearl of the mutated giant python. This is a pale green brain bead, which looks slightly larger than the mutated rat brain bead she had taken before. Another brain bead, earth yellow in color, was given to her by Su Yi, and its ability is sonic attack. Ling Yu thought for a moment, then stuffed the brain bead of the mutated giant python into her mouth. She suspected that the mutated snake's ability was rapid self-healing, because at that time Su Yi had almost smashed the mutated giant python's head off, so it shouldn't have had the ability to lunge and bite Su Yi again. But it actually turned its head and lunged to bite. At the same time, her damage to the mutant python was not insignificant, but the mutant python acted as if nothing had happened. Rapid self-healing, this ability is very strong. In addition, this one was given to her by Su Yi from the start, while the mutant dog was just taken out by Su Yi. This one is also effective for Su Yi, and Su Yi might need it even more. After biting it open, a warm current surged throughout the body. Since only Su Yi was here, she boldly let out a comfortable sound. Of course, doing this might also have the intention of tempting Su Yi. After all, she had always wanted to give herself to Su Yi, to completely become Su Yi's woman. Hearing Ling Yu's voice, Su Yi did feel somewhat restless. After waiting for a while, Ling Yu began to scream miserably. Su Yi returned to the living room and looked at Ling Yu. Although gaining power is exhilarating, the process is very painful. After more than 2 hours of pain, it finally subsided. Then, the two of them ate a big pot of mutated giant python meat. After eating, Su Yi looked at Ling Yu curiously. Her appearance hadn't changed much, but her aura had shifted, becoming stronger. It seems like I have gained the ability to heal quickly. Saying this, Ling Yu pulled out a dagger from her leg and cut her finger. Moreover, I think I can control it. Look. Saying this, Ling Yu wiped the blood off her finger with a piece of paper. Then, Sui saw the wound on her finger healing rapidly. This ability is truly abnormal. Sui held Lingyu's hand, and did not regret giving that brain bead to Lingyu. If it hadn't been for Lingyu at that time, he definitely would have been bitten by that giant python. That mutated giant python is very likely poisonous. If bitten, he might have died. Lingyu is his woman, and having this rapid healing ability is also a good thing. The stronger she became, the less Sui had to worry about her. Are you going to use that mutant dog's ability? The sonic attack is also very powerful. Lingyu was very satisfied with her own ability. From now on, she wouldn't have to worry about getting hurt. Especially minor injuries, which can heal very quickly. In addition, not only did she gain this super strong healing ability, but her overall strength also improved. Additionally, she felt that she might have also gained poison resistance. When everyone gains abilities, there is a vague awareness that lets you know roughly what kind of ability you have acquired. Sui shook his head and said, "No rush, we haven't fully mastered our abilities yet. Besides, a person's psychic power is limited, having more types of supernatural abilities is not necessarily better." Lingyu also nodded in strong agreement and said, "That's right, after gaining a second supernatural ability, I also had this feeling. I just realized what my first supernatural ability is." Saying this, Lingyu blinked her eyes. Sui immediately felt that Lingyu had become even more charming, even the slightest flutter of her eyelashes was full of allure. Then, Sui sensed something was wrong, instantly shivered, and came back to his senses. Is it related to mental power? Sui guessed. Lingyu nodded happily and explained, "Yes, it's about this aspect. My mental power is relatively strong, and I can amplify other people's emotions. It's a very mysterious feeling. I still don't fully understand this ability, nor am I very familiar with it. Maybe there will be more ways to apply it. Superpowers are more complex than we imagined. What we currently grasp and understand is very limited." Sui also agreed with Lingyu's statement. This realization only came to him after he acquired his second superpower. Or rather, it was only after their mental power reached a certain level that they perceived situations they hadn't noticed before. After talking for a while, the two people embraced each other. Now, no one comes to disturb them anymore. They can do whatever they want with peace of mind.